Chapter 1531. What exactly are you trying to do? Everyone wanted to stay and wait together, but they were told to wait outside. Hai Shui panicked when she realized she was being left alone. No, I can't be separated from my family. How could Mangyu let Hai Shui leave her side? No, I have to stay with my mother. To stay with Hai Shui, she had no choice but to call Hai Shui mom and pretend to be her daughter. The inspector looked at Mangyu. Are you her daughter? Mangyu nodded. Yes, I'm her daughter. Earlier, when Mangyu called Hai Shui mom, Hai Shui wasn't surprised. After all, Mangyu was her future daughter-in-law, so calling her mom wasn't out of line. But when she heard Mangyu claim to be her daughter, she was about to look up, but Mangyu squeezed her palm, so she kept her head down and said nothing. The inspector, upon hearing that Hai Shui's daughter was here, gave an unreadable flicker in his eyes and said, "Fine, you can stay too." Min Xing, seeing her mother and master being held back, grew anxious and was about to call out Mom, when Lin covered her mouth. Let's wait by the corridor entrance. With a young lady here, nothing will happen. Hai Shui glanced at Mingyu, who reassured her, don't be afraid, let's just see how they want to conduct the inspection. Hai Shui noticed fewer and fewer people around as they walked, and when it seemed they were about to leave the station checkpoint, she stopped and refused to go further. Where are you taking us? Lida, pretending not to know, calmly passed through the checkpoint while secretly following Min Xing. But his attention remained fixed on Mingyu. Min Xing, recalling her master's abilities, stopped calling out and obediently let Lu Yin pull her to the corridor entrance, where they waited by the side. When Luda saw Mingyu and Hai Shui being led into the inspection room, he wanted to follow, but Mingyu quickly sent him a telepathic message. I'm pretending to be Aunt Gu's daughter right now. I'm fine. Follow Min Xing and don't let her expose me. Meanwhile, the inspectors led Mingyu and Hai Shui all the way to an inspection room, where two men were already waiting. We need to conduct an inspection, of course, said the man with a tear mole at the corner of his eye. The mother and daughter pair followed the two men out of the inspection room, winding through several corridors. The inspectors brought the two before the men, pointing at Hai Shui. She's the one carrying prohibited items. This is her daughter, accompanying her. Hai Shui shook her head. You say I'm carrying prohibited items? Can you point them out? I'll just leave them behind, no problem. The man with the tear mole sized up Hai Shui and Mingyu, his eyes brightening slightly when he saw Mingyu, but he quickly put on a businesslike expression. Come with us. Another man with a scar on his chin snapped. An inspection is an inspection. Where it's done is up to us. What's with all the questions? Where exactly are you planning to take us for this inspection? Can it be done here? The man replied expressionlessly, it's not that you can just leave the items behind and pass. We need to determine the severity of your offense based on the nature of the items. If it's serious, you could face jail time. At the mention of jail, Hai Shui immediately shouted, you're lying. My bag only has some daily necessities and a few apples for the road. I don't have anything that would land me in jail. No, I need to go back and find those two nieces and nephews to have them contact my family and talk to you. What's with all the questions? Just come along. Mangyu spoke up, you've brought us here, and this corridor leads straight out of the station checkpoint. There's no inspection place over there. What exactly are you trying to do? End of chapter. Chapter 1532. Who sent you? Mingyu noticed the problem as soon as she saw these two men. These ordinary-looking but tall men carried a murderous aura. They were people who had seen blood. But she wanted to see what they intended to do and where they planned to take them. However, Hai Shui also noticed the problem and couldn't help but lose her temper. Mingyu then remembered that she herself wasn't afraid, but Hai Shui was. So, she had to speak up. The two men exchanged glances and looked around. The place was remote enough, and even the people who had been pretending to be staff were already gone. The two men moved closer to Mingyu and Hai Shui, revealing grins that didn't match the demeanor of inspectors. The man with the tear mole licked his lips disgustingly as he looked at Mingyu. What are we bringing you here for? To have some fun with you, of course. The man with the scar on his chin also grinned and added, after we've had our fun, we'll send you back to your hometown. Mingyu pulled Hai Shui behind her and waved her hand, casting a barrier of isolation around her. She said to Hai Shui, stay still. I'll handle them. Then she faced the two men alone. Who sent you? But the tear mole man was the leader, and since he didn't make a move, his subordinate naturally didn't dare to act first. However, if she could avoid killing, she preferred not to. The scarred chin man was getting impatient. Why bother talking to her so much? She's just a young girl. Can she fly out of here? Because of the rule that cultivators cannot harm ordinary people, Mingyu naturally wouldn't strike first. Nor would she pretend to be weak to provoke the enemy into attacking. Why wasn't she afraid? Originally planning to grab them and drag them into the nearby room to do as they pleased, the tear mole man hesitated when he saw Mingyu's fearless expression, unsure of the situation. The tear mole man looked at Mingyu's strikingly beautiful face and licked his lips again, disgustingly. Miss, why ask so many questions? Anyway, after we've had our fun, we'll send you back to your hometown. Knowing won't do you any good. In truth, these two had come to kill Haishui and her daughter. Although she wasn't Gu Mingxing, she was currently pretending to be her. These two were radiating murderous intent toward her, meaning she was also a target. Even if she killed them, there would be no karmic consequences. She still looked at them seriously. Aren't you going to tell me? Who sent you? He was a bit puzzled. Other girls would have been terrified in this situation, but this girl was calmly talking to them. The Tear Mole man hesitated when he saw Mingyu's demeanor. For some reason, he sensed a hint of danger from her and grew cautious. But while he hesitated, the scarred chin man grew impatient. Boss, time is tight. It would be bad if someone comes. Let's act quickly. He didn't look at Mingyu but at Haishui, revealing a lecherous expression. He preferred mature women like Haishui. Seeing that Mingyu wasn't afraid, but also didn't do anything to them, the Tear Mole man thought that even after they had made their intentions so clear, she still held back. Perhaps she was just putting on a brave face. He glanced at Mingyu and said to the scarred chin man, "Go ahead. You first." After saying this, he not only didn't step forward, but actually took a step back. He was ultimately wary of the dangerous feeling he had sensed. This chapter ends. Chapter 1533, Not Even Ashes Left Behind. The man with the tear mole thought, if this woman had skills, letting Scar go first would force her to reveal them. If she was formidable, he would flee. If she was just bluffing, he could act later. Mingyu sighed. She had originally planned to let them strike first so she could retaliate with justification. Unexpectedly, the Tear Mole man had sensed her energy. She had restrained it so well. That being the case, she could not let this man leave. The man with the chin scar, upon hearing his leader order him to go first, excitedly lunged at Haishui. Mingyu naturally could not let him reach Haishui, or rather, the protective barrier. So she acted directly. The moment the man pounced, she lunged forward as well, kicking him and sending him flying. The kicked man crashed into a door, smashing it open, and fell into the room. Seeing Mingyu's violence, the Tear Mole man knew his instincts were correct. Instead of advancing, he turned and fled. That kick from Mingyu had terrified him. He sensed that it had likely killed his subordinate outright. No, they weren't far apart. It seemed her ears were faulty, preventing her from hearing their voices. From the moment Mingyu waved her hand to set up a spiritual isolation barrier around Haishui, she could no longer see the real situation. What she saw was Mingyu negotiating with the two men. Mingyu stepped out of the room and saw Haishui still obediently standing there. She quickly withdrew the isolation barrier. "Auntie, let's go." The man had barely fled 2 steps when he found his path blocked. Just as he tried to turn and escape, Mingyu kicked him, sending him into the same room as the chin-scarred man. She wanted to hear what they were saying, but because she was too far away, she couldn't catch anything. However, in less than 2 minutes, Mingyu walked back to her, waved her hand, and then pulled her along to leave. 5 minutes passed. Mingyu removed her hand from the man's head, took out a handkerchief to wipe her hands, and tossed it onto the man's body. She said to the strange fire in her space, "Little fire, come out and burn these 2 corpses." Thus, the 2 men sent to kill Haishui and her daughter left not even a trace of ash. The golden lotus then transformed into a fireball and lunged at the 2 men. But how could Mingyu let him escape? They had brought them to this remote place, thinking no one would witness their evil deeds, but it also created conditions for Mingyu. Even if she killed these 2, no one would find out. Mingyu frowned. "Hurry up and burn them. I'm in a rush." In less than a minute, the 2 corpses were reduced to a pile of ash. Mingyu converted her energy, used a wind-rolling technique to sweep the ash out the window into a clump, then drew water from her space to wash the bone ash into muddy water, letting it flow into the sewer. The thing in her space appeared in the air, still in the form of the golden lotus. It was clearly reluctant to burn the corpses. "Is it resolved?" she asked. Immediately after, Mingyu rushed into the room, closed the door, and pressed her hand directly onto the head of the Tear Mole man, who was no longer moving but still alive, to perform a soul search. Mingyu nodded. "Yes, the problem is resolved. They mistook us for 2 other people. I explained that we are from the Chu family, and they knew the Chu family is a prominent clan, so they left. Haishui was, after all, a mortal. There were some things Mingyu didn't want her to know. Besides, knowing would only cause her unnecessary worry without any benefit. So that's how it is. If I had known the Chu family's name was so useful, I would have brought it up earlier," Haishui said regretfully. Mingyu smiled bitterly. If her guess was correct, those 2 men were likely hired by the Chu family to kill her. End of chapter. Chapter 1534, Punishment for the Customs Inspector. The person whose soul was searched by Mingyu had the nickname Tear Mole, and his companion was called Scar Boy. They were members of the Hong Kong Balong gang. This time, the gang had accepted money from someone to kill a woman named Haishui and prevent her from entering Hong Kong. So, he bribed the customs inspector with 20,000 yuan, claiming that Hai Shui was carrying prohibited items and took her away under the pretext of inspection. However, the inspector did not know that the man intended to kill the person he was taking away. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to let him take her. Meng Yu supported Hai Shui and walked openly back to the inspection checkpoint, then passed through it toward the Hong Kong side. The inspector was puzzled to see the two women returning. He had assumed that Tear Mole and Scarboy had taken them away due to a personal grudge, but they had returned after just over 10 minutes. He stopped them. Did you pass the inspection? Yes, we passed. It was just a few apples. If you'd said so earlier, we could have just taken them out, Meng Yu said. The inspector replied, how was I supposed to know if your fruit carried any pests or diseases? So, of course, the fruit is a prohibited item. He waved his hand. All right, since there's no issue, go ahead. Don't block others from being inspected. However, under the watchful eyes of everyone, she couldn't act. But letting him off would make it hard to find him later, and she was unwilling to let it go. Meng Yu was furious that this inspector had taken a bribe of 20,000 yuan and dared to hand over someone from the mainland to gang members. She felt she had to address this karma. Meng Yu couldn't put the Insha bottle in her space, so she quickly retrieved it from her ring. She drew a strand of Inchi from the bottle and attached it to the inspector. Why didn't you mention this method earlier? It probably wouldn't work on Meng Li, but for Gui Xiaofeng, sending her Inchi would be perfect. Xiao Tao said apologetically, I only thought of this Insha bottle when I saw you wanted to punish that man, but couldn't find a good way. From now on, this strand of Inchi would cling to the man, absorbing his yang qi to strengthen itself. Of course, from this moment on, the man's fortune would take a downward turn. The two walked out of the inspection passage and approached several people waiting by the exit. She still hadn't thought of a way to punish the inspector when Xiao Tao called out from the space, Master, how could you forget the Insha bottle you got from the demon cultivator? Xiao Tao said, Master doesn't need to release the bloodthirsty Yin souls. Just use your divine sense to draw out the Yin Qi and attach it to the person you want to punish. Meng Yu slapped her forehead. She really had forgotten about that bottle. How do I use this? She couldn't release the bloodthirsty Yin souls from the Insha bottle, could she? The beings in the bottle had only instinct left to feed. Releasing them would harm not only the inspector, but also innocent people. Min Xing asked anxiously, what exactly is the prohibited item? Why do they need to take you to the inspection room for a check? Meng Yu patted her shoulder. Don't worry, it's just a few apples. They said they might bring pests or diseases, so they're not allowed. Auntie happened to have some in her bag. But secretly, she sent a telepathic message to Gu Min Xing, Luyin, and Lida, telling them what had just happened. Hong Kong is quite chaotic here. Everyone, be careful. Even when we reach the O family, stay vigilant. Gu Min Xing didn't understand why they needed to be wary of the O family. Next update time, 7:30 p.m. End of this chapter. Chapter 1535, the O family goes too far. Ming Yu rolled her eyes at her. Think about it, if your mother returns to the O family, shouldn't they make up for her dowry? The O family has assets of over 2 billion. As the legitimate eldest daughter, how could her dowry be less than 1 or 200 million? Even more, if your mother is favored by your grandfather, he might compensate her for all the suffering she's endured over the years and even give her shares. Not everyone in the O family is like O Pengfei or O Jin. Would they willingly let your mother come back to claim such a massive dowry? So, the most likely ones to strike at us from the shadows right now are the O family. Gu Mingxing froze, even stopping in her tracks. Why are you stopping? Keep walking, Mingyu scolded. You're a mid-level martial artist now, what are you afraid of? Besides, I've got Lane following you, and she's an 8th level martial artist. She's more than enough to protect you. As for your mother, don't worry. Aside from me protecting her at all times, there's also a grandmaster secretly guarding her. Just focus on protecting yourself. Remember, when we get to the O family, keep a low profile, but don't be afraid to stand your ground. Don't let the Gu family's reputation be tarnished. Gu Mingxing straightened her back again. Got it, master. She thought to herself, I'm afraid the danger might come from your O family. My sister-in-law is right. We just arrived in Hong Kong, don't know many people, and have no enemies. Yet someone still wants to harm my mother. The most likely ones to strike at us from the shadows are your O family, Even the drivers of the 2 cars they were in seemed off. She didn't call it out but instead pulled Hai Shui toward O Pengfei's car and said, we've just arrived in Hong Kong and don't know the place. Could we ride in the same car as you? You can tell us about Hong Kong along the way. Mingxing smiled. I'm fine. I was just thinking, what if they lock my mother up after taking her for inspection? But then I remembered you're all here. We were invited by you, after all. If I got scared, wouldn't that tarnish the O family's reputation? So I'm not afraid anymore. She felt a surge of anger. The O family goes too far. The driver of the nicer car gestured for the O siblings to get into his vehicle, then, with an air of authority, directed the 4 from the Gu family to board the older car. Asterisk right, I'm a martial artist. Ordinary people can't beat me. And I have a bodyguard by my side. Who am I afraid of? Asterisk. The O siblings watched as Gu Mingxing alternated between shrinking back with a fearful expression and standing tall with confidence. They couldn't figure out what she was doing. Cousin, are you okay? O Jin asked. Mingyu found it strange. If there were two cars, shouldn't the hosts follow the usual etiquette of letting the guests take the newer car and the hosts take the older one? Could there be something wrong with the older car? She swept it with her spiritual sense and indeed found that the car assigned to the four of them had issues, while the one the O siblings were riding in was fine. O Jin laughed at her words. Don't worry. In Hong Kong, the O family has a say. As long as you haven't committed a serious crime, we can handle it. As they exited the passage, the cars sent by the O family to pick them up had already arrived, two small cars. One was slightly newer, while the other was a bit older. O Pengfei paused for a moment, then quickly said, You're right. We can tell you about Hong Kong along the way. Get in. The driver hesitated. The car can't fit that many people. It's fine. My cousin can sit in the front, and the five of us women can squeeze in the back. The driver insisted, but if we overload the car, we'll get fined. End of chapter. Chapter 1536, Car Accident. Mingyu smiled and said, It's just two extra people. If we really get fined, I'll cover it. Qiujin quickly said, Well, since you have your brother to accompany you, I'll go ride in that other car. But Mingyu pulled her back. I was just hoping to have you introduce Hong Kong along the way. How can you not ride in the same car as us? Xu Pengfei glanced at Mingyu and said, Then I'll go ride in that one instead. Mingyu grabbed his sleeve. Cousin, are you perhaps disliking us? The driver was about to speak when Mingyu asked him, Brother, what's your surname? What year were you born? The driver instinctively replied, My surname is Go, born in 48. Mingyu immediately took out a mouse jade pendant and handed it over. She then asked the driver of the other car, whose surname was Fu and who was born in the year of the dog, and gave him a small dog pendant as well. Xu Pengfei told them, You've hit the jackpot. This is a spirit jade pendant. It nurtures and protects people. You couldn't buy one for $1 million. Put it on quickly. But she couldn't just give one to him alone, so she simply took out 2 pieces and gave one to each. Thus, everyone got into the car of the driver born in the year of the rat, while the driver born in the year of the dog drove the empty car back. Yes, Xu Pengfei had also noticed the issue. They were the hosts and his aunt, and the others were guests. 2 cars had been brought, so how could it make sense for the hosts to ride together in one car while the guests rode in the other? But before he could bring it up, Mingyu had already spoken. However, the driver was right. If the 6 of them squeezed into one car, they would be fined. This also made Xu Pengfei look at Mingyu with a scrutinizing gaze. But the driver, having accepted Mingyu's bribe, no longer said a word. Hong Kong, along with New York and London, is known as Nylon Kong. It is the world's 3rd largest financial center, a major international hub for finance, trade, shipping, and innovation technology. It is also one of the world's freest economies and most competitive cities, enjoying a high global reputation and rated as a first-tier city by GWC. Thus, the driver was still somewhat lacking in energy, though he was much better than before. Hong Kong is a highly prosperous international metropolis. Its regional scope includes Hong Kong Island, Kowloon, the New Territories, and 262 surrounding islands, covering a total land area of 1,106.34 square kilometers and a sea area of 1,648.69 square kilometers. The 2 drivers were very pleased. Thank you, Miss Nan, for the gift. As Mingyu listened to Qiujin's introduction, she occasionally made sounds of agreement and interjected with questions for Qiujin. But her spiritual sense was focused on the driver of the empty car following behind the one she was in. Along the way, Qiujin diligently introduced Hong Kong's situation. The driver, who had been lacking energy, improved somewhat after putting on the spirit jade pendant she gave him. However, the spiritual energy in the jade was very faint, and its effect on improving a person was a slow process. It couldn't instantly restore one's vitality. Mingyu had actually only intended to give the spirit jade pendant to the driver of the other car, because she couldn't stand by and watch him face danger without helping. But since she had just arrived and couldn't warn him outright, she could only give him a protective charm to save his life. At a 3-way intersection, the car ahead of them passed through, but that driver simply followed along without noticing a fast-moving car rushing out from the side. The 2 cars were about to collide. Driver Fu hurriedly tried to brake and sharply turned the steering wheel. Perhaps because he pressed the brake too hard, the tie rod suddenly came loose, the steering wheel failed, and the brakes also stopped working at that moment. In a panic, Driver Fu pulled the handbrake, only to find it ineffective as well. Driver Fu watched in despair as his car hurtled toward the vehicle that had suddenly emerged from the side. In his final moments, he instinctively covered his head with his arms. End of this chapter. Chapter 1537. He was actually unscathed. When the two vehicles collided with a deafening roar, driver Fu thought he was done for. However, when he heard the clamor of voices outside and his consciousness returned, he realized he hadn't died. He quickly checked his body and found that he wasn't injured. But because the car door had been bent out of shape in the crash, he was trapped inside and couldn't get out. Mingyu immediately stopped the car she was riding in. Everyone noticed that it was driver Fu's car that had crashed, so they quickly got out and rushed over. Chu Pengfei noticed Mingyu sprinting over like a flying figure, and his eyes flickered again. Mingyu was the first to run. She channeled spiritual energy into her legs and dashed forward. She had to rescue driver Fu as quickly as possible, because a collision between two cars could easily cause the fuel tank to leak and lead to an explosion. She reached driver Fu's car in just over 10 seconds. Reaching out, she tore the door off, then grabbed driver Fu and threw him out. Driver Fu was still dazed. He was grabbed, then found himself weightless, about to scream, when a man caught him. The man caught him, set him down gently, and walked away. Driver Fu had already found it strange after such a violent collision. He was completely unharmed. It turned out that the protective spirit Jade had saved his life. Suddenly, driver Fu dropped to his knees in front of Mingyu with a thud. "Thank you, Miss Nan, for saving my life." Chu Pengfei's gaze shifted to his chest. "Your protective jade pendant." Driver Fu shook his head. "I'm fine." He glanced at the driver of the other car. "Too bad I couldn't save the other driver." Chu Pengfei asked anxiously, "Old Fu, how are you?" Mingyu calmly helped him up. "It's just that your fate wasn't sealed, so a savior appeared." What was even more fortunate was that the two colliding cars didn't explode. Luckily, this wasn't a highway, so Mingyu's car didn't rear-end them. After rescuing driver Fu, Mingyu wanted to save the other driver, but a sweep of her spiritual sense revealed that driver was already dead, so she let it go. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they heard driver Fu was fine. That man was naturally lit up. He seemed to have someone thrown onto him by chance, caught the person effortlessly, then melted back into the crowd to secretly protect Hai Shui. Having escaped death, driver Fu was surrounded by people. These were Chu Pengfei and the others who had run over afterward. Driver Fu pulled the red string and gently lifted out the jade pendant Mingyu had given him before they set off. Everyone saw that the dog-shaped jade pendant was now covered in cracks shattered. Chujin patted her chest. "Oh my god, thank goodness. Luckily, my sister-in-law gave you a protective jade today. It saved your life." By now, many people had gathered around the crash site. Since the other driver was already dead, no one touched anything, waiting for the traffic police to handle it. Chu Pengfei looked at the crash scene, then at Mingyu, his mind churning with shock. Could it be that this future sister-in-law could predict the future, knowing driver Fu would crash today, and that's why she refused to ride in his car? Otherwise, there was no explanation for why none of them had taken that car, and it ended up in a crash. If Mingyu knew what he was thinking, she would have scoffed. "I'm not a fortune teller. I saw that the car had been tampered with, the brakes had been meddled with, the cross-tie rod's safety pin had been pulled out, and the brake pad gap adjustment nut had been loosened." Gently pressing the brakes wouldn't cause issues, but slamming them would shake the screws loose, the cross-tie rod would detach, and both steering and brakes would fail. Generally, you only slam the brakes in an emergency, and losing brakes in an emergency means a crash. In other words, this was a deliberately caused accident. End of chapter. Chapter 1538. Did you know that car would crash? Leaving the shaken driver Fu to deal with the traffic police, Mingyu and the others got back into the car and set off for the Chu family home. Although driver Fu was unharmed, everyone was still on edge. In the car, Chu Pengfei hesitated again and again, then turned back to Mingyu and asked, "Did you know that car would crash?" Mingyu hesitated for a moment, then said, "I didn't know it would crash, but I saw that the driver had a dark aura between his eyebrows." "You can read faces?" Chu Pengfei was surprised. "It's not exactly face reading. I can't do anything else, but I can read a person's complexion. For example, when I first met my cousin, I felt his complexion was very good, with a reddish glow between his brows, meaning he was in good luck. But when I saw driver Fu today, I could tell his spirit and energy were poor, with a dark aura between his brows, meaning he was having bad luck." "So that's why you didn't ride in his car?" Chu Pengfei said. Mingyu nodded. "Sort of. So when you gave those two drivers the jade pendants earlier, you were trying to save driver Fu's life?" Chu Pengfei pressed. Mingyu sighed. "Sort of. But I already called Grandpa and Grandma to tell them you were arriving home today." Everyone was shocked. The car had been tampered with? Thinking back to when the Chu family car came to pick them up, driver Go had let the Chu siblings ride in his car, while Mingyu and the other three were sent to driver Fu's car. And the car belonged to the Chu family. Hearing Mingyu say this, Hai Shui immediately got out of the car. The car stopped, and Mingyu got out, then said to Hai Shui, "Auntie, let's stay here tonight." Anyway, the traffic police would find out about the tampering, and she had sent Luda to keep watch and take photos, to prevent anyone from deliberately covering it up. Driver Go glanced at Chu Pengfei, who said coldly, "Didn't you hear Miss Nan say to stop?" After that, the car fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned. Could it be that the Chu family didn't welcome their arrival? No, even if they weren't welcome, there was no reason to harm them. She knew that this answer would tell Chu Pengfei she had known about the crash. Mingyu smiled. "Cousin Chu, I think it's more comfortable for us to stay at a hotel. After we settle in and freshen up, it will be more respectful to visit Grandpa and Grandma later." Driver Go quickly stopped the car. Chu Pengfei was immediately anxious, wanting to stop her but not daring to. This won't do. You're already in Hong Kong, how can you not come home? If Mingyu hadn't insisted on riding in the same car as the Chu siblings, and if they had been in Driver Fu's car, would they have come out unscathed? Mingyu sighed and finally revealed the cause of the crash. "What if I told you that Driver Fu's car had been tampered with? Would you still insist we go back to the Chu family today?" As the car passed a large hotel, Mingyu suddenly called out, "Stop." Chu Pengfei asked Driver Go, "Who told you to assign who rides in which car?" Driver Go looked panicked. No one told me to assign who rides in which car." Mingyu stared into his eyes. "No one told you to, so why did you make the arrangements? Or is it your habit to meddle in the young master and young lady's affairs?" Chu Pengfei said sternly, "Go Erfu, tell the truth, or I'll report this to my father, and let him deal with you." End of chapter. Chapter 1539. The prices here are very expensive. Driver Go fell to his knees with a thud. "Young master, I deserve to die. Someone gave me a sum of money and told me to get you and the young lady into my car." "Who is that person?" Chu Pengfei's eyes were icy. "I don't know. He called me, and the money was thrown into my car when I wasn't around." Chu Pengfei pondered for a moment, then said to Mingyu, "How about this? I'll go back first and tell my grandfather about this, then investigate the matter thoroughly. Once I confirm there's no danger at home, I'll come back to invite Aunt to return home." Mingyu nodded. It's best to look into the person who assigned the work. Master Fu's physical condition meant he shouldn't have been sent out at all. But he was sent anyway, that itself is unusual. Chu Pengfei's face darkened further. Sending a sick man to drive a faulty car, this was truly intended to cause harm. Mingyu hesitated for a moment, then pulled Chu Pengfei aside. She took a small voice recorder from her bag and played the audio of what had happened at the checkpoint for him to hear. "What are we bringing you here for?" "To do things that'll make you happy, of course. After you've had your fun, we'll send you back to your hometown." Chu Pengfei hesitated. Mingyu thought to herself that they had gone to meet the king of hell underground. But she would never mention killing those two men. They had come to kill her and had blood debts on their hands. Killing them not only left her blameless, but also earned her merit. No, during the inspection, that man said Aunt Gu's bag contained prohibited items and wanted to take her for a detailed check. I was uneasy and followed along. Those two took us to a secluded place to be rude to us. I fought back right then and brought Aunt Gu back. Why bother telling her so much? She's just a young girl. What can she do here even if she knows? Miss, why ask so many questions? Anyway, once you've had your fun, we'll send you back to your hometown. Knowing won't do you any good." Mingyu added, "I believe my cousin is a sensible person. Today's situation is clear as someone in the Chu family is targeting my future mother-in-law. Or rather, all of us who came this time are being targeted. If I didn't have some skills, the four of us would be dead for sure. Does my cousin have nothing to say to me?" Mingyu asked. Chu Pengfei fell silent. Chu Pengfei's face turned ashen. "Was this recorded at the checkpoint?" "We came at your invitation. Logically, my cousin should at least ensure our safety on the road, but so far, we've faced two schemes, both directly aimed at our lives. Just now, Xiaodao told her that she had earned 100 merits today. Only 10 merits came from saving Driver Fu's life, while the remaining 140 were contributed by those two men. I knocked them down and left. I don't know where they went afterward. Those two. Before coming, my fiancé entrusted his mother and his mom's safety to me. So, given the current situation, I have to investigate thoroughly before I dare let my future mother-in-law return to the Chu family for recognition. I hope my cousin can tell me about the Chu family situation." Chu Pengfei hesitated for a moment before saying, "All right, I'll arrange accommodation for you first, then find a place where we can talk." He glanced at the hotel's name and asked, "Are you sure you want to stay here?" He didn't say the other sentence out loud. The prices here are very expensive. Today's 10 chapters are done. Good night, everyone. End of this chapter. Chapter 1540, Pengfei's Major Decision. Mingyu said without hesitation, "Yes, let's stay here. Don't worry, we have our own money, you don't need to pay for us. But I don't have any $. Can you help me exchange some?" Pengfei gave a wry smile, as if he was worried they'd stay at the hotel and expect him to pay. "How much do you want to exchange?" Pengfei thought for a moment and added, "Actually, they accept RMB here too." Minyu's eyes lit up. "Do they take US dollars as well?" "Of course they do," Pengfei said, puzzled. "Did she have US dollars? Well, then I only need to exchange some pocket money." Let's exchange 200,000 US dollars. In her storage ring, she had all of Nan Mingju's assets that she had taken when she fled, including 500,000 US dollars in cash. But she knew that the Hong Kong dollar would depreciate next year, so she couldn't exchange too much. Oh, Pengfei was startled. Was this future cousin-in-law so wealthy? 200,000 US dollars would be 1.5 million G dollars. Suddenly, he remembered how she had casually given a jade pendant to the driver, and he understood. After a moment, he said, "Why don't you sell me another one of those jade pendants? I'll give you 1 million G dollars for it." Mingyu thought for a moment. At the current rate, 100 Hong Kong dollars could be exchanged for 25 renminbi and 50 cents, so 1 million G dollars was equivalent to about 255,000 renminbi. It wasn't overpriced. Mingyu smiled faintly and said, "I want to know what you're willing to tell me. What zodiac sign do you want?" It seemed she really wasn't short on money. When Oh Pengfei arrived with a large suitcase full of cash, Mingyu divided the money among the three of them in the hotel room, giving each 200,000 and keeping 400,000 for herself. Mingyu took out a box and selected a small ox pendant. "Here you go. I'll take the ox." With that, she waved her hand, and the surroundings fell silent. "Go ahead. No one else will hear our conversation." Oh Pengfei found it strange. Why go through the trouble of carrying so much cash? It's no trouble. What do you want to know about the Oh family? Oh Pengfei asked. Oh Pengfei was startled again. What kind of ability was this? Are you performing magic tricks? Mingyu smiled. You can think of it that way. Oh Pengfei went to withdraw the cash, while Mingyu and the others checked into the most famous hotel in Hong Kong. Each of them booked a single room and paid for half a month up front. Oh Pengfei brought 100,000 in cash for Mingyu, all in $1,000 bills, along with a credit card with 900,000 on it. Oh Pengfei held the jade pendant, his emotions complicated. Driver Old Fu had survived a car accident because he was wearing one of these small pendants. While the others were busy showering, Mingyu went to the coffee shop with Oh Pengfei and ordered 2 cups of coffee. And such treasures, Mingyu had a whole box of them. He glanced at it and saw there were at least 30 or 40 more inside. But Mingyu insisted, "I'd rather have it all in cash." Oh Pengfei finally confirmed that Mingyu was one of those legendary, extraordinary people, or perhaps a magician. He pondered for a moment and made a major decision. Perhaps he could find a different way to secure a place beside this goddess in his heart. He told Mingyu that when the family sent the two of them to the mainland to find their relatives, he had asked about the circumstances of his aunt's disappearance and found it suspicious. His aunt hadn't wandered off on her own. She had vanished along with the nanny. It seemed more like someone had bribed the nanny to abduct her. In particular, he had learned by chance that his aunt wasn't born to his current grandmother, but to his grandfather's first wife. However, that first wife had died in childbirth while giving birth to his aunt. To ensure his aunt was cared for, his grandfather remarried within 3 months to his current grandmother, who treated his aunt as if she were her own. After returning from abroad, everyone assumed his aunt was the biological daughter of this step-grandmother. But when his aunt was 4 years old, or 5 by Chinese reckoning, she disappeared just before his grandfather decided to move the entire family to Hong Kong. The nanny also vanished at the same time. Good morning. This chapter ends. Chapter 1541, The Secret of Hai Shui's Mother, Gu Weiwei. This time, grandfather sent him and his sister to the mainland to seek opportunities and find their aunt. Grandmother was very emotional and instructed them to bring her back no matter what. But just before he set off, his second uncle secretly found him and revealed some secrets about their aunt. His second uncle told him that if this aunt were brought back, she would obtain half of the family business's shares. Back in the generation of their great-grandfather, the O family had already fallen into decline. The family business was on the verge of collapse, with the capital chain broken and bankruptcy imminent. That year, grandfather married that eldest grandmother, Gu Weiwei, who brought a substantial dowry. At the time, the family proposed that Gu Weiwei sell her dowry to save the family business. Gu Weiwei agreed, but insisted that if she were to sell her dowry and provide the funds to rescue the family business, she would take half of the shares. Although grandfather was the one in charge of the family at the time, there were also other clan elders. Initially, everyone disagreed, arguing that since Gu Weiwei had married into the O family, her dowry belonged to the family. Even if it were eventually left to her own descendants, they would still be O family descendants, so why not lend it to the family business? But Gu Weiwei stood her ground and argued with the clan elders. In this society, a woman's dowry was hers to control. Even if it were left to the O family's descendants, it would only go to her own children, not to other members of the O family. Given the situation at the time, the O family's company was nothing but a shell. If she didn't inject capital and instead waited for the company to declare bankruptcy before buying it with her dowry, the company would belong solely to her. Her demand for only half the shares was already a concession, considering the O family was her husband's family. Her request was entirely reasonable. However, as soon as news of Gu Weiwei's death spread, a lawyer arrived and announced her will. She had actually drafted it the day after signing the contract. After Gu Yumei died from complications during childbirth, the O family eagerly sought to divide her 50% shares. They agreed that grandfather would inherit 30% of his deceased wife's shares, Gu Weiwei's child would keep 10%, and the remaining 10% would be distributed among the clan. In the end, the family signed a contract with Gu Weiwei. She sold all her dowry to save the O family company and took 50% of the shares in the O family business. If her child went missing, the trustee must do everything possible to find them. If the trustee also died, that 50% of the shares would likewise be donated to charity. With the funds from Gu Weiwei's sold dowry, the O family's fortunes revived. After decades of development, the family's assets had now reached over 2 billion. The will stipulated that if she died before the age of 50, her 50% of the shares would be entirely inherited by her child. Until the child turned 20, the child's father would manage them on their behalf. If the child unfortunately died before 20 without leaving a will, that 50% of the shares would be donated to charity. In other words, if Gu Weiwei's daughter died, half of the O family's assets would go to charity. If she went missing and the trustee also died, half of the O family's property would still be taken by charity. Thus, to prevent the 50% shares from falling into outsiders' hands, the O family had no choice but to protect her husband and child. It could be said that Gu Weiwei's will maximize the protection of her child. However, the child was still abducted by a nanny at the age of 5. This chapter ends. Chapter 1542, O Pengfei wants to become a disciple. After Gu Weiwei went missing, her grandfather sent people to search for her, but it was during the War of Resistance against Japan, when human life was as cheap as grass, so naturally it wasn't easy to find. The search dragged on for over 20 years, but they never found her. Everyone in the O family was worried that if someone confirmed O Shui had died, half of the Gu family's property would be carved out and no longer belong to the O family. Worst of all, they feared someone might use that share to meddle with the O group. Just as the O family was on edge, the mainland began launching various large-scale movements. Someone sent a telegram inquiring whether the O family had a person named Hai Shui. Only then did the O family learn that Gu Weiwei's daughter, O Shui, was still alive on the mainland. But at that time, the situation on the mainland was tense, and no one in the O family dared to go find her. They put it off until the mainland implemented reform and opening up before finally sending someone to search. In truth, everyone's feelings were complicated because the grandfather was already over 70 and in poor health. Once he passed away, the O family's 50% of the shares would be taken away. If O Shui was found, then the O family would have to return that 50% of shares to her. But if she wasn't found, once the old man died, those shares would still be taken by others anyway. Rather than let outsiders take them, it was better to bring her back. Perhaps those shares could still return to the O family. After hearing these secrets from his second uncle, O Pengfei understood that many in the O family probably didn't welcome their aunt's return. Human psychology is strange. Sometimes people would rather donate to charity than let a strange relative come back and take what they consider theirs, even though it doesn't actually belong to them. But no matter what, he simply chose not to get involved, nor did he stop his sister from doing her work. It wasn't that they were selfless, rather, they resented O Shui coming back to fight for the family fortune. Why should she, who had never contributed anything to the family, get to enjoy half of the family's assets? So, because of what your second uncle said, you weren't enthusiastic about searching for your aunt? Mingyu bluntly exposed O Pengfei's mindset. Moreover, the person they found would take away half of the O family's empire. Our family sent us siblings to the mainland not just to find our aunt, but also to expand into the mainland market. So, I'm responsible for developing the mainland market, and my sister is responsible for finding our aunt. That's all. To be fair, O Pengfei hadn't done anything wrong. He just divided the work with his sister. Even though he knew full well that a child raised in Hong Kong would find it extremely difficult to locate someone on the mainland, with little power beyond approaching local governments. O Pengfei's face reddened slightly. I just divided the work with my sister. As soon as he said it, he realized that was exactly how he had thought and acted. Mingyu's eyes flickered, so, he wanted to align himself with her. But wasn't he afraid the O family would scold him for being ungrateful and disloyal? As if sensing Mingyu's thoughts, he admitted helplessly, future cousin-in-law, you're a capable person. I hope you'll accept me as your disciple. Then, gritting his teeth, he bowed his head and apologized to Mingyu. I'm sorry, I did have inappropriate feelings and didn't actively help find our aunt. The credit for finding her belongs entirely to my sister. But from now on, I will do my utmost to help our aunt stand firm and reclaim everything she deserves. Moreover, from now on, I will follow your lead, future cousin-in-law. After saying this, he looked at Mingyu expectantly. He even wanted to become her disciple. Still, this person had clear, upright eyes, like a gentleman. Though he was a businessman, he carried no vulgar air. Taking him as a disciple wouldn't be out of the question. Besides, the O family was her future mother-in-law's natal family. Cultivating someone within the O family would certainly benefit her future mother-in-law. She thought for a moment and asked, "What do you want to learn from me?" End of chapter. Chapter 1543, Accepting O Pengfei. When Mingyu asked him what he wanted to learn, O Pengfei's eyes immediately burned with eagerness. Future cousin-in-law, I want to learn that skill you just used, waving your hand to block out all surrounding sounds, and making your own voice inaudible to others. Also, those protective talismans made from spirit jade, did you make them yourself? I want to learn how to craft those too. Mingyu felt a bit troubled. If he wanted to learn ancient martial arts, she could teach him along the way, but what he wanted to learn was the art of forbidden techniques. This spell seemed simple, but without a certain level of spiritual power, it couldn't be performed. And the art of talisman making was even more complex. In other words, what he really wanted to learn was the path of immortality. To seek immortality without any reason, was this mere delusion or a true immortal destiny? Mingyu decided to open her divine sense and inspect his spiritual roots. Oh, he actually had dual wood and fire spiritual roots. Moreover, both roots were full spiritual roots, commonly known as a spiritual body or heavenly spiritual root. She had never seen such spiritual roots before. Generally speaking, the best cultivation aptitude was a single spiritual root that was full, called a spiritual body, while the worst was 5 spiritual roots, called a pseudo-spiritual root. Of course, balanced 5 spiritual roots were an exception. But this wasn't absolute. For example, even a single spiritual root that wasn't full wasn't considered good. Besides, if he formally became her disciple, she could spend some essence points to exchange for a marrow cleansing pill to purify his meridians. That way, the issue of his already solidified meridians could be resolved. For instance, wood generates fire, and water generates wood, so waterwood or wood-fire spiritual roots were compatible spiritual roots. In contrast, incompatible spiritual roots, like water-fire or fire-metal, were problematic. Generally, only single spiritual roots easily formed a spiritual body, but now there was a case of dual spiritual roots also being a heavenly spiritual body. This was even rarer. Mingyu looked at O Pengfei and sighed. His spiritual roots were excellent, but unfortunately, he was too old. His meridians were already set, and even if he cultivated immortality, it would be difficult to achieve much. Mingyu stared at O Pengfei for a while, making him feel uneasy. Future cousin-in-law, I sincerely wish to become your disciple. With that, he knelt down. If you had dual spiritual roots, both full, then this dual root configuration would actually surpass a single spiritual root, especially if the 2 roots were compatible. Although she had decided to accept him as a disciple, she still didn't reveal it and instead observed O Pengfei. No, he had his own money, and he could even exchange antiques for essence points. Suddenly, she slapped her forehead. In this world, how many cultivators achieved great success? Foundation establishment was already rare. However, she wasn't Gu Dongxing. O Pengfei had been groomed as the heir of the O family and was too good at hiding his emotions. She didn't notice the hidden feelings he harbored for her, thinking he was just a passionate young man focused solely on strengthening himself. Then, she would first have him train as a martial artist for a few years, tempering his body until he reached the innate stage, after which he could begin cultivating immortality. Mingyu smiled faintly and said, "There's no rush to formally take you as a disciple. Learning my techniques is very arduous. For now, I'll give you a body tempering method. Practice it first. Based on your results, I'll decide whether to accept you as my disciple." Although it wasn't a firm commitment to take him in, he at least had a chance to undergo the trial. Thus, O Pengfei was overjoyed. He kowtowed to Mingyu 3 times, his head hitting the ground with a thud. "Master, please accept this disciple's bow." Mingyu smiled wryly and had Xiaotao exchange a marrow cleansing pill for him. "This is a marrow cleansing pill. Take it home and consume it tonight. The process of marrow cleansing will be painful, but you must stay conscious and endure it. If you faint, the effect won't be as good." A marrow cleansing pill? Wasn't that something only found in mythical TV shows? Could it actually appear in the real world? O Pengfei stared at Mingyu in shock. "Master, this marrow cleansing pill." Chapter 1544, Misconceptions about Understanding the Mainland. Mingyu directly shoved the marrow cleansing pill into his hand. "Don't worry, this marrow cleansing pill is real. You're older now and your meridians have already solidified, so you have no choice but to use the pill to expand them. Take it, you'll have to buy the marrow cleansing pill yourself anyway. After you cleanse your marrow tonight, come see me tomorrow. When you come, bring a few of the oldest antiques you can find." Remember, I don't need anything valuable, just the oldest, even if they're damaged. When O Pengfei heard that he would have to buy the marrow cleansing pill himself, his heart grew anxious. A marrow cleansing pill? Could he even afford it? But when he heard that he only needed to find a few of the oldest items he could get his hands on, he relaxed again. He didn't realize that Mingyu's request for the oldest antiques was also a test for him. All right, master. I'll bring them tomorrow. But there's one thing, how can I tell how old something is? Mingyu said, that's easy. I'll give you a bead. Take it back and place it on the antique. The older the item, the brighter the bead will glow. After O Pengfei took his leave, Mingyu instructed Luin, who was in the open, and Luda, who was in the shadows, to keep an eye on Hai Shui and her daughter, making sure they stayed in the hotel and didn't go out for now. She then applied an invisibility talisman and followed O Pengfei. When the O siblings returned home, a crowd gathered around them. How is she? Has she been doing well all these years? The grandmother asked. Exactly, Pengfei. Wasn't it said before that your aunt was trafficked to the countryside and lived a poor life? Now that she's about to become wealthy and noble, why isn't she coming back? She's not making excuses, is she? That was third Aunt O. O Pengfei thought to himself that this was the most important question to answer first. He replied respectfully, Grandma, Aunt looks very healthy. Though she's nearly 50, she appears to be in her 30s. It seems she's been doing quite well all these years. Did you see her? Both asked at once. Pengfei, Jinjin, tell us quickly, why isn't your aunt coming back when she's right at the doorstep? Second Aunt O asked. That's right. Aunt must have never seen the world. She got scared when she reached Hong Kong and didn't dare to meet us, said O Pengju, the 12-year-old son of third uncle O Zhengli. Seeing O Pengfei and O Jin surrounded with questions, the grandmother spoke up. What's the rush? All of you crowding around Pengfei and Jinjin, whose questions are they supposed to answer first? No way. Third aunt said in surprise. Wasn't it said that she was trafficked to the mainland countryside and lived a life without enough to eat or wear? Everyone fell silent, and the grandmother took O Jin's hand in one and O Pengfei's in the other, asking, Did you both see your aunt? Cousin, is aunt really not coming back, or is there another reason? Asked O Jiayi, the 16-year-old daughter of second uncle O Jingyi. O Jin said irritably, Who said she didn't have enough to eat or wear? Aunt said that when she was little, she might have eaten a bit less meat, but she always had food. Even in families with the most children in the village, if rice wasn't enough, they'd add sweet potatoes and taro to fill up. Moreover, even in families with many kids, the production team allowed them to take the grain first and settle the work points later. If the work points weren't enough to cover the grain, they'd just owe the team. So, except in years of disaster, no one went hungry. As for clothing, Aunt said that as a child, she wore cloth clothes at home, but she was never cold. Who didn't have a cotton-padded coat in winter? Everyone was stunned. This was different from what they had understood about the mainland. End of chapter. Chapter 1545. Can you let me finish speaking? It must be said that people from Hong Kong do not understand the mainland, thinking that rural areas there are places where people cannot get enough to eat or wear, with headscarves on their heads and patched clothes on their bodies. Little do they know that the hardest time on the mainland was only during the 3-year disaster period of the 1960s. Apart from that, life at other times was not at all what they imagined. Because the countryside operated under a collective system, even if a rural family had 8 or 10 children, the production team would provide rations 400 jin of grain for adults and 300 jin for children. There were also work point rations, along with a large amount of coarse grains, so there was no worry about not being able to raise the children. However, half-grown boys could eat their fathers out of house and home. In families with many children, there was never enough fine grain, and because they ate little meat, they consumed more grain. A rural person eating 1 jin and 2 liang of rice a day was the minimum. If fine grain was insufficient, they made up for it with coarse grains. But if a family had many laborers, they also received work point rations, so such families did not need to eat coarse grains. Sweet potatoes, taro, and other coarse grains were used to feed the pigs. Moreover, Hai Shue's 2 elders had no children of their own and only adopted her, so their life was relatively prosperous. Not only did they get their rations and work point grain, but they also had money left over at the end of the year. Therefore, the eggs laid by their chickens were kept for Hai Shue to eat, not sold for money. Every year, Hai Shue had several new sets of clothes. This was also what Guo Xiaofeng envied most about Hai Shue. Even if she can eat and dress well, she's 48 years old. How can she still look like she's only in her 30s? Auntie Chu refused to accept this. She was 40 years old and had always lived comfortably, yet she only looked a few years younger than her peers. Yeah, we finally found Shuer. How could we secretly send someone to kill her? Exactly, how could Annie pin the crime on our Chu family? Right, even if she came back to fight us for the family property, we wouldn't do anything to her. Even if someone did go after Auntie, it wouldn't be our Chu family. Shu Jiayi suddenly said, could it be that she wants Grandpa and Grandma to come and fetch her personally? Grandma interrupted him. Child, how can you talk like that? How could our Chu family ever lay a hand on your aunt? Others chimed in. Everyone exchanged glances. That was actually possible. But wasn't she putting on airs in the wrong place? They all looked at Chu Pengfei. Exactly, if they didn't want her back, why would they look for her? He turned to Chu Pengfei. Pengfei, do you know why she won't come home? Chu Pengfei sighed and recounted everything Hai Shui had encountered along the way. Old Master Chu was displeased. Why are you all fixated on those trivial details? Think about it, before they even entered Hong Kong, they were nearly at the checkpoint. Then our family's car went to pick them up, using a sick driver, and the car itself was tampered with. If not for our future cousin-in-law being capable and meticulous, she would have been raped and killed at the checkpoint. Even if she escaped that disaster, she wouldn't have escaped what came from our Chu family. Chu Pengfei was annoyed and shouted, can you all let me finish speaking? Everyone fell silent. Only then did Chu Pengfei say, you yourselves think our Chu family didn't make a move on Auntie, but wasn't the driver, old Fu, ill? Why was he sent out? The car was driven out from our Chu family, wasn't it? Why was the oldest car sent to pick them up? You say they were chased and trapped, and that it has nothing to do with our Chu family, but would anyone believe that? Regarding this misconception, it's not just Hong Kong people who have it. Those born in the 1990s and 2000s do too. In the rural area where I live, except for years of disaster, the usual rations of 400 gene of grain for adults and 300 gene for children were guaranteed, along with other coarse grains, private plot grain, and work point grain. The most a laborer could get was 800 gene of grain. Moreover, no matter how poor you were, these things were distributed to you, so basically no one went hungry. It was just a matter of whether you ate polished rice or filled up on sweet potatoes and taro. At that time, there was also an emphasis on developing agriculture, forestry, animal husbandry, sideline production, and fisheries, with pig farms, chicken farms, duck farms, sheep farms, and fish farms. So if the production team leader was capable, the work point value could be high. For example, in our village, every 10 work points could be exchanged for 6 mao. In fact, it could have been 1 yuan, but it was said the leader didn't want to stand out too much, so he reduced the distribution and kept the surplus as collective savings or used it for construction. A strong laborer usually earned 10 work points a day, while women earned 9.5. Others who just turned 16 and started working generally began with 7 points. This chapter ends. Chapter 1546, Dissatisfied. Everyone fell silent. But Third and O still muttered a few words, beggars complaining about the rice being too coarse. What's wrong with an old car? It's good enough that they have a car to pick them up. They're being too picky. The others didn't say anything, seemingly agreeing with her. Having a car to ride in was already decent. Oh, Pengfei shot Third and O a glare. If it were just an old car, that would be one thing. But the safety latch on this old car had been removed, and the brake screws had been tampered with, yet no one noticed. They drove that car to pick them up as it was. As a result, when the patients saw the medical transport vehicle, the brakes suddenly failed halfway through the trip when they encountered a situation, causing an accident. If Aunt and her 4 people had been in that car, they would be dead by now. Tell me, if it were you, would you still be able to come back to the O family without any resentment? What? Fu Miao was in a car accident. How's the car? Where's Fu Miao? Is he dead or not? Is Aunt and the others okay? Seeing everyone's expressions, O Pengfei could tell that although they looked down on Aunt and the others from the mainland, it was clear they didn't want anything bad to happen to her either. O Pengfei swept his gaze across the crowd, pausing for an extra moment on his younger cousin O Pingju, who had asked if Aunt was okay, before answering. When the 2 cars first arrived at the station to pick us up, Aunt's future daughter-in-law suggested that we introduce Hong Kong's situation and asked everyone to ride together in one car. They didn't get into Fu Miao's car. Everyone was puzzled. How is that possible? He came out unscathed, but the driver of the car that collided with his died on the spot. Upon hearing that Aunt and the others hadn't been in that car, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. O Pengfei took out the protective talisman he had bought from Mingyu and also pulled out Fu Miao's shattered talisman. This is the protective jade pendant that our future cousin-in-law gave. When the 2 drivers first arrived, she gave each of them a jade pendant. Fu Miao hung it around his neck right away. In O Pengfei's memory, although the O family had their flaws, they were generally kind-hearted. People in Hong Kong all believed in Wang Tai-sin and often sought blessed amulets, but were they this powerful? Cousin, you still haven't said how Fu Miao is, Jiayi asked. No one dared to doubt it anymore. As a result, during the accident, the jade pendant on his chest shattered, and he himself was completely unharmed. Here, this is his shattered jade pendant. Because we had to wait for the traffic police to handle the accident, he was still at the scene waiting for them when we left. Everyone exclaimed, a protective talisman? Two cars collided, one driver died on the spot, and the other came out unscathed. Was that possible? Impossible, right? I thought so too. But the facts are indeed like this. Because Fu Miao was wearing the protective talisman given by the Gu family's future cousin-in-law. For some reason, he also felt relieved. Perhaps the one who acted wasn't really from the O family. Old Master said, "All right, that's enough. Let it be for now. If Shuer wants to stay at a hotel, let her. As for the car incident and what happened at the station, I'll have someone investigate." He thought for a moment, and then asked, "Which hotel is she staying at?" "Bangwa Hotel." Everyone was somewhat surprised. The food and accommodation there weren't cheap. They hadn't checked into the presidential suite, had they? Thinking that the money they spent on the hotel would ultimately fall on the O family, and they themselves wouldn't dare waste money like that, they couldn't help but feel dissatisfied that this aunt had arrived at the doorstep but refused to enter, choosing instead to spend money on a hotel. End of chapter. Chapter 1547, Scheming Against the Stingy Third Aunt 1. Chu Pengfei could tell from everyone's expressions what they were thinking. But since they hadn't said it out loud, he found it awkward to explain. Old Madame Chu looked at Chu Pengfei and asked, "Did you arrange for them to stay there?" The old lady's question gave Chu Pengfei an opportunity to explain on behalf of Mingyu and the others. He shook his head. "My future cousin-in-law chose to stay there herself. She said it was safe. Besides, I offered to pay for them, but she refused. She gave me money to exchange for 1,000,000 G-coins, and even that is just for temporary use." Upon hearing this, everyone realized that they weren't using the Chu family's money to stay at the most upscale hotel. Old Madame Chu turned to the old master. "It seems that Shue's future daughter-in-law is quite wealthy." "Of course," Chu Pengfei said matter-of-factly. "If she weren't, would she casually give Fu Miao a talisman worth over 1,000,000 to save his life?" He recalled how, at the Gu family home, Mingyu had handed out such protective jade talismans to everyone present. But asking her to come up with $1,000,000 on the spot, that was over 7,000,000 G-coins, was something she couldn't manage right away. Chu Pengfei wanted to say no, but he knew that if he did, once his father returned, Third Aunt would definitely complain to him. Chu Pengfei knew that once something good fell into Third Aunt's hands, it would be nearly impossible to get it back. He reached out to take the jade pendant from her hand. "Since Third Aunt can't bear to part with the antiques, then forget it. I promise I won't take any of the valuable Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain." Chu Pengfei followed Third Aunt to pick out antiques, leaving the rest of the group staring at each other in bewilderment. Finally, they all turned to Chujin. "Jinjin, is that future cousin-in-law of yours really that formidable? That expensive?" Third Aunt didn't believe it. He rolled his eyes and said, "Third Aunt, I spent $100 to buy this." Third Aunt wanted it, but considering how expensive it was, she hesitated. "Think about it. This treasure not only nourishes the body, but can also save your life in a critical moment. Carrying it is like having an extra life. Don't you think it's worth $1,000,000? Third uncle was an avid collector of antiques, especially those from before the Han Dynasty. The master had said they needed old items, not necessarily valuable ones. Third uncle's collection was just right. She could only hand the jade pendant over. Third Aunt's eyes, however, remained fixed on the jade pendant, clearly coveting it. "Can I take a look?" Chu Pengfei cheered inwardly, yes. He had been wondering where to find antiques for the master, and now Third Aunt had walked right into his trap. Usually, she was the one taking advantage of others. Today, it was his turn to get one over on her. Seeing Third Aunt's expression, Chu Pengfei added, "If Third Aunt wants it, just let me pick 10 items from Third Uncle's antique collection." Third Aunt hesitated. "Your third uncle would kill me." Third Aunt examined it for a while, growing more fond of it by the minute. "Pengfei, Third Aunt was born in the year of the ox. Why don't you just give this jade pendant to me? And if it were some small, insignificant item, it might be fine for an elder to take it from a younger relative. But if it was worth $1,000,000, she definitely couldn't just take it." "Fine, fine, fine. Let's make the trade. But remember, no taking the Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain." Third Aunt was too fond of the jade pendant to refuse, so she agreed. "But, Jinjin, how did your cousin-in-law know that Fu Miao's car had been tampered with?" "Jinjin, is your cousin-in-law some kind of fortune teller?" "Jinjin, I heard your cousin-in-law grew up in the countryside. Is she a country bumpkin?" Chujin. End of this chapter. Chapter 1548, Scheming Against the Stingy Third Aunt, Part 2. At Uncle Chu's house, Chu Pengfei was inspecting Uncle Chu's collection. Uncle Chu was a collector, and every item he collected was a masterpiece. Aunt Chu no longer dared to take him to the meticulously organized collection room where Uncle Chu kept his most treasured items. Instead, she led him to a cluttered room filled with miscellaneous antiques. "Here, take your pick from these." The items here were all pieces whose age Uncle Chu had yet to determine. Many of them were indeed unidentifiable. Even more were simply piled here haphazardly because they were damaged or incomplete, unworthy of a place in the collection room. Xu Pengfei looked around and felt a bit frustrated. "Aunt, aren't these all just junk?" Aunt Xu glared at him. "Didn't you say you wanted antiques? And didn't you say yourself that you didn't want anything valuable? These are what's available. Take them or leave them." With that, she walked off on her own. Only after Aunt Xu had left did Xu Pengfei begin his selection. He picked up a bead and, as soon as he placed it on a dim, snake-shaped object, the bead emitted a glow. Delighted, he muttered to himself, "The thing my master gave me really works. If I use this treasure to buy antiques in the future, I won't get fooled, will I?" But compared to a spiritual jade pendant that could nourish and protect the body, these broken trinkets were utterly inferior. He waved his hand. Forget it, forget it. Just take it away." Xiao Tao, overhearing his muttering, was nearly furious. "This brat actually wants to claim me for himself. When I get back, I'll report him to the master and make sure he gets what's coming to him." Xu Pengfei snorted lightly. "Don't even mention it. We agreed I wouldn't take Uncle's precious yuan blue and white porcelain, but I could pick anything else. Yet you led me to choose from this pile of junk. Most of these are damaged. Since quality isn't an option, I'll have to make up for it with quantity." Next, Xu Pengfei used the bead to scan every antique in the room, selecting 20 items. Aunt Xu knew she was being a bit unfair, but how could she dare let him touch the treasures on the shelves in her husband's collection room? Even with these broken pieces, she was worried her husband would confront her if he found out. Xu Pengfei felt smug inside, but kept a look of grievance on his face as he packed the 20 antiques into a cardboard box and left. However, when he showed the 20 items to Aunt Xu, she was displeased. "Pengfei, didn't we agree you could only take 10? He glanced at the spiritual jade pendant hanging around Aunt Xu's neck and used a tactic of retreat to advance. "Otherwise, I'll give these back to you, and you return my spiritual jade pendant." What he didn't know was that the bead itself couldn't authenticate treasures. It was Xiao Tao, hiding inside the bead, who could identify them based on the essence of sun and moon they contained. Checking the time, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Xu Pengfei returned to his room, closed the door, and eagerly took the marrow cleansing pill. His family was a secular martial arts clan, and he had practiced martial arts before, though only ordinary techniques. So he had some confidence in his endurance. Although he had anticipated that cleansing the marrow and veins would be painful when his body felt as if it were being torn apart, he realized he had underestimated the agony. At first, he gritted his teeth and tried not to make a sound, but as the pain intensified, he eventually couldn't help but groan. Mingyu, who had been following and observing him from the shadows, sighed. She waved her hand to set up a barrier around him, preventing his cries from alerting the Chu family. End of chapter. Chapter 1549. He is truly fortunate. Indeed, not long after Mingyu set up the isolation barrier, Xu Pengfei began to howl loudly. However, despite the pain that made him wish he could faint, he remembered his master's words and strove to stay conscious, enduring the agony of marrow cleansing and meridian purification. He didn't know how long it lasted, perhaps an hour, perhaps a whole night, in reality, only half an hour, until the pain in his body finally subsided to a bearable level. Suddenly, he heard someone call out, "Open your mouth." He opened his eyes and saw his master standing before him. Thinking it might be a hallucination, he squeezed his eyes shut and opened them again. His master was still there. He exclaimed in surprise, "Master." Seeing that he was awake, Mingyu handed him a bottle. "Drink this." "Yes." Without asking what it was, he took the bottle, poured its contents into his mouth, and swallowed. Mingyu gave a faint, knowing smile. "Aren't you afraid I might have given you poison?" Xu Pengfei only felt a slight sting at his brow, and then a flood of information suddenly appeared in his mind. Mingyu's words left Xu Pengfei stunned. A flood dragon? What I just drank was flood dragon blood. I actually drank flood dragon blood? The information he received contained the first 2 levels of a body tempering technique called the Wu body art. Moreover, to achieve the best effect, she had also added a drop of marrow stone essence into the dragon blood. Knowing that Xu Pengfei couldn't yet grasp her extraordinary nature, she said, "Don't overthink it. Now, close your eyes, calm your mind, relax your spirit, and do not resist." Xu Pengfei quickly complied. "Why? You don't even know me, do you?" Mingyu asked curiously. Xu Pengfei paused for a moment. "Master wouldn't." "Because I saw it in Master's eyes," he said. Master's gaze is clear, filled with hope for her disciple. So I knew that whatever Master gave me to eat must be something good. In truth, Mingyu had noticed that Xu Pengfei's marrow cleansing was very successful, with his meridians greatly widened. But the process had also severely depleted his vitality. She had initially planned to give him a nourishing pill, just as she had done for Shinchi and the others during their marrow cleansing, but then she remembered the large amount of blood taken from the flood dragon Xiao Tao had caught. So she poured out a bottle for him instead. Mingyu condensed the technique into her spiritual intent and pointed at his brow. His mind shook violently, followed by an overwhelming surge of excitement. Who exactly is Master, to be able to directly transmit a technique into my mind like this? This technique must be extraordinary as well. It's not quite a dragon yet, but it's still impressive. It's a flood dragon that has formed a core. In any case, you're fortunate. None of my other disciples had flood dragon blood when they underwent marrow cleansing. It turned out he had spoken his thoughts aloud. You're perceptive. Mingyu smiled. What you just drank was flood dragon blood. Flood dragon blood provides a massive amount of energy, not only quickly replenishing the vitality you lost during marrow cleansing, but also making your meridians tough and resilient. This is your good fortune, happening to coincide with Xiao Tao catching a flood dragon. He felt immensely grateful that he had recognized his master's worth and been accepted as her disciple. Mingyu's voice sounded in his ear. Don't get excited. Focus your mind and comprehend. I'll guide you through the energy circulation once. Remember the path of the energy flow. Then, circulate it yourself to absorb the flood dragon blood's energy. Xu Pengfei quickly calmed his mind. Soon, he felt a cool stream of energy enter his body through his hand, reaching his lower dantian. It picked up the energy from the flood dragon blood he had just consumed, then moved downward to the perineum, to the life gate, then upward to the great vertebra, the jade pillow, the crown, the upper dantian, crossed the magpie bridge to the middle dantian, and finally returned to the lower dantian, completing a small cycle. After finishing the small cycle, it began the grand cycle, sending the flood dragon blood's energy to every part of his body. Today's 10 chapters are complete. Dear readers, don't forget to vote. Good night. End of chapter. Chapter 1550, Ruling Out Suspects. Mingyu guided Pengfei through a minor circulation cycle, then a major one, before withdrawing her spiritual sense and leaving the spiritual energy within his body. Pengfei was quite fortunate with this trace of spiritual energy. Even though he had not yet entered the path of cultivation, he could do many things that only cultivators could do, and his cultivation journey became much smoother. Mingyu asked him, do you remember the circulation route? Pengfei quickly replied, I remember. In truth, the information his master had just transmitted already contained the route map for the technique. With his master guiding him this once, he quickly reviewed the technique's circulation route once, and then began running it repeatedly. As Pengfei started taking the marrow cleansing pill to cleanse his marrow, Minyu's spiritual sense observed that the men of the family had also returned home. Upon learning that Shui had been set up twice since entering Hong Kong, Shui's 3 younger brothers were furious. Who is targeting our family? Zhongren said angrily. Could it be the Chung family? Second uncle Jingyi frowned. The Qing family was their sworn enemy. It's only a little past 8. Why is he asleep so early? Should we wake him up? Zhengli looked at Zhengren. Judging by age, aside from the eldest, Zhengren, who had met this elder sister as a child, the other 2 younger brothers had never seen Shui. But they should all know that if their half-sister died, half of the family shares would have to be donated. After all, even if the incident at the checkpoint couldn't be traced to anyone else, the matter of sending people and cars was arranged by the family. They could hardly shirk responsibility. Let's call Pengfei over to ask, Zhengyi said. Zhengren thought it over and also felt the Chung family wouldn't act at this time. Even if the shares couldn't be divided, as long as they remained in the family's hands, they could still reap some benefits. Listening to their discussion, Mingyu felt that the 3 brothers could be ruled out as suspects. The Qing family is in a period of transition between old and new leadership. At a time like this, they only seek stability and are even wary of us making a move against them. Although the return of this elder sister meant the shares would fall into her hands, she had never controlled them before. Surely, if they talked to her more, she might agree to share the shares with everyone. The Chung family shouldn't choose this moment to have a falling out with us, third uncle Zhengli said. This was also what puzzled Mingyu. Even if the family didn't welcome Shui's return, they shouldn't kill her. Yet today, both the 2 men at the checkpoint and the arrangement of the sick patient and ambulance to pick them up were all deadly attempts to kill Shui. In fact, they seemed intent on killing all 4 of them who had come together. But even if these 3 brothers could be ruled out, Mingyu still believed the problem lay within the family, not with external enemies. Zhongren sighed. He's probably tired. Since he's already asleep, we'll ask him tomorrow. Xiao-san, go call the steward over and ask about the car arrangements. Someone agreed and left, soon returning with a man in his 50s, of medium height, who looked very honest. First master, second master, third master, you called for me? Zhengren stared at the steward, Steward Fu, who arranged the car to pick up the eldest Dan today. After asking, his eyes locked tightly onto Steward Fu, afraid of missing even a single flicker in his expression. Good morning. This chapter ends. Chapter 1551, Silenced. Steward Fu bowed. Matters of dispatching cars have always been managed by Oldley, the head of the convoy team. Then call old Li over. Very well, master. Before long, the servant Xiaosan came back. Master, that old Li fellow yesterday and didn't come in for his shift today. The head of the convoy team is sick, so who arranged the cars? Xu Zhengli asked in surprise. Xu Zhaoran said, just ask the 2 drivers. Xiaosan, go call the 2 drivers on duty today. Yes. Xiaosan left, and this time he was gone a bit longer. But when he returned, he was panting heavily, his eyes filled with fear, his face pale, and his voice trembling. It's bad. Master Go and Master Fu are both dead. What? Dead? Therefore, none of the spirit jade pendants she made had any divine thoughts left in them. Minyu scanned again and noticed a black aura between the brows of both drivers. They had died of poisoning. No wonder the spirit jade pendant couldn't protect Master Go. Consuming divine sense was like draining one's spiritual energy at the time. As long as you thought of it, it would return and restore itself to its peak state. But leaving a divine thought meant splitting off part of your mental power, which couldn't be retrieved. What puzzled Minyu was that neither of them carried a protective spirit jade. Master Fu aside, but where had Master Go's protective spirit jade gone? She somewhat regretted not leaving a divine thought on the protective spirit jade. However, she had made so many zodiac spirit jade pendants, each engraved with a protective array. If she left a divine thought on every one, the drain on her divine sense would be too great. Xiao Sanzi only nodded and walked ahead. Where are they? Take us there quickly. If someone had attacked Master Go, triggering the protective mechanism of the spirit jade pendant, it would naturally defend its owner. But in cases of poisoning, it couldn't distinguish the threat, so if the owner ingested poison themselves, it couldn't protect them. Originally, she thought the convoy drivers lived in the front area of the Chu family compound, but it turned out the drivers didn't reside in the compound at all. They lived in a small courtyard outside the Chu family estate. Minyu was also shocked. Both drivers were dead? She silently blamed herself. Why hadn't she considered that the killer would silence the 2 drivers? Moreover, Fu Miao's protective jade had been used up, but Master Go's hadn't. Why did he still die? If only she had kept a close watch on the 2 drivers instead of first seeking out Chu Pengfei to understand the situation. Yes, leaving a divine thought was different from consuming divine sense. The spirit jade pendants on these 2 drivers naturally had no divine thoughts. Minyu swept her divine sense and found Master Fu and Master Go lying in 2 separate rooms. The 3 brothers were equally shocked and stood up simultaneously. Minyu's divine sense swept across and discovered the 2 drivers, Fu and Go, lying in separate rooms. She had underestimated the killer's viciousness. The key question was, who had taken the spirit jade pendants? If the killer had taken them, did that mean the person with the spirit jade pendant was the killer? Although she hadn't left divine thoughts, she could always detect items she had crafted at close range. So Minyu immediately scanned the entire compound. However, after scanning everyone in the compound, she didn't find anyone carrying a spirit jade pendant. Upon further inspection, she found the pendant locked inside a makeup box. In that room, an old woman sat on the bed, with a maidservant standing beside her. If Minyu's guess was correct, this old woman was Hai Shue's stepmother. End of this chapter. Chapter 1552, surely she hasn't taken a liking to him, has she? Minyu thought that her prospective mother-in-law's stepmother was very likely the murderer. Of course, it was also possible that someone else had taken the jade pendant and planted it in her room to frame her. Because she couldn't think of any reason she would have to kill Hai Shue. The 3 Chu brothers had already arrived at the scene, examining the 2 drivers. Chu Zhengren quickly reached a conclusion. They had died from poisoning. The drivers' deaths cut off the leads in the case targeting Minyu and her group. Since there was no progress for the time being, Minyu withdrew her spiritual sense and focused entirely on guarding Chu Pengfei. However, she planned to find a way to expose the fact that the jade pendant was in the old lady's room. Chu Pengfei finally stopped his cultivation. He felt as light as a swallow and full of strength. He wanted to shout out loud to vent the joy in his heart. Minyu's voice drifted over faintly. How pathetic. Only then did he realize that his master had been watching over him the whole time. He quickly stood up and said gratefully, Master. Minyu covered her nose. All right, go take a bath quickly. You stink. Chu Pengfei then noticed that his entire body was covered in black, greasy, foul-smelling mud. Before Minyu could finish speaking, Chu Pengfei had already rushed out. He couldn't stand it himself anymore, and yet his master had stayed with him the whole time. Master, can I start cultivating now? Good heavens, where did all this come from? Minyu had long known that he had schemed against Aunt Chu. Seeing that he had taken 20 antique pieces, she said with a smile in her eyes, and then, not bad. Cut the nonsense. All my registered disciples are treated equally. Everyone gets a 1 cubic meter bag. There's no reason for him to get more. Of course it's true. These 20 antiques total 10,610,000 essence points. But there are still many good antiques in his uncle's room. Master, let's find a way to take them all. Chu Pengfei reluctantly took out the soul bead and handed it to Mingyu. Xiao Tao's voice immediately rang out, Master, we've hit the jackpot again. That Uncle Chu's collection includes several pieces from ancient times. The most valuable one alone is worth over 1,000,000 spirit points. Chu Pengfei quickly brought over the cardboard box. Master, take a look at these antiques. Are you satisfied? Mingyu was unimpressed. She glanced at Xiao Tao. This guy had only been with Chu Pengfei for half a day, and he was already getting attached to him. When Xiao Tao heard that the treasure pouch was for Chu Pengfei, he was a bit dissatisfied. Master is so stingy. I brought you over 10 million essence points, and you only exchange a 1 cubic meter treasure pouch for him. Then, he reached out to Chu Pengfei. What about the appraisal bead? It wasn't really an appraisal bead. Xiao Tao was hiding inside a soul bead. Mingyu sighed. Don't rush to cultivate now. After dawn, go find your father and report what happened yesterday. I should be going too. But he's different. He has spiritual roots, 1 in 1,000,000, dual full spiritual roots. If you don't treat him well and someone else discovers him and takes him away, what then? Xiao Tao argued stubbornly. Mingyu couldn't help but laugh. You expelled all that from your own body, meridian cleansing and marrow purification. Did you think it was for nothing? Oh, you've got a good idea. Spend 10,000 essence points for me and exchange a 1 cubic meter treasure pouch for Chu Pengfei. After Chu Pengfei finished his bath, he came out feeling an unprecedented sense of refreshment. Really? Mingyu was also pleasantly surprised. Mingyu thought for a moment. Right, he was a cultivator, and for cultivators, she always gave 10 square meter bags. Forget it. Exchange a storage bag of about 10 square meters. When Xiao Tao heard his master say about 10 square meters, 11 was also about 10, and 19 was also about 10, so he exchanged a 19 square meter one for Chu Pengfei. Mingyu wanted to roll her eyes. This Xiao Tao, surely he hasn't taken a liking to Chu Pengfei, has he? Humans and spirits are different species, dear. You two can't be together. End of chapter. Chapter 1553. The Master is a Goddess. Mingyu was communicating with Xiao Tao, but Chu Pengfei had no idea. What stunned him was that his master waved her hand, and the cardboard box containing the antiques vanished. Under Chu Pengfei's shocked gaze, Mingyu explained, it's just a storage device. She took out a pouch half the size of a palm, dripped blood to bind it. This was a storage pouch, requiring a blood bond. Since Mingyu had withdrawn her divine sense while guiding him through the technique but left spiritual power in Chu Pengfei's body, he could use that spiritual power to open the pouch. Chu Pengfei was shocked again. Drip blood to bind it? Wasn't that something only found in the legend of the swordsman of Shushan for treasures to be bound? Looking back, since meeting this master, what hadn't been extraordinary? Chu Pengfei thought about his master's miraculous deeds. The spiritual jade pendant casually given. Returning unscathed after being taken away by assassins with his aunt. 2 cars coming to pick them up, and she immediately noticed something wrong with the other car, refusing to get in, even giving a protective jade pendant to save the driver. Waving her hand to isolate everything around them. Most crucially, the marrow cleansing pill given to him, and directly implanting the technique into his mind. Each and every one of these things shattered his understanding. Suppressing his shock, Chu Pengfei quickly followed his master's instructions and dripped blood to bind the pouch. Minyu's voice continued, Good, now circulate your power and think about looking into this pouch. But as of now, the highest in his family was only at the Xian level, let alone the Xiantian realm. Remember, none of these things must be leaked. Never reveal your master's secrets. Otherwise, at the very least, your memory will be sealed to before the technique was passed on, and your power will never advance. At worst, your martial arts will be abolished, and you will never return to the sect. Chu Pengfei had practiced martial arts before, not just him, but others in his family as well, with family-inherited techniques. His family was also a martial arts clan in the secular world. When Chu Pengfei saw the space inside the pouch, as big as a small room, he was certain this master was an immortal. No, a goddess, his goddess. The fruits in the storage pouch are spiritual fruits, containing energy different from ordinary fruits. The bottle with 10 pills is the foundation strengthening pill. Take one before breaking through. The bottle with a single pill is the revival pill. No matter how severe the injury, one pill will quickly restore you. The Tenjin jug contains dragon blood. Drink a sip while training to strengthen your body. He grew anxious. Master, isn't it too late to formally take disciples only after reaching Xiantian? By then, wouldn't I be 60 or 70? Just as he thought this, Minyu's voice rang out again. You're only my nominal disciple now. You must cultivate to Xiantian before formally becoming my disciple. Chu Pengfei wondered, was this considered becoming a disciple? It was said that an ancestor had once reached Xiantian, but that ancestor was already over 70 when achieving it. However, the most essential parts of the family martial arts had been lost. He only knew that the realms were divided into heaven, earth, Xian, and Huang, with Huang being the lowest, then Xian, then earth, and after earth's peak came Xiantian. Mingyu burst out laughing. If you're 60 or 70, why would I take you as a formal disciple? To be honest, if you don't reach Xiantian within 3 years, don't call yourself my disciple. 2 years? Chu Pengfei looked pained, but, Master, how can I possibly reach Xiantian within 2 years? And wasn't Xiantian the highest realm of martial arts? If he reached Xiantian, why would he still need to take a master? The chapter ends. Chapter 1554, Mining Ore. Mingyu sighed. The technique I taught you, the innate stage, is just the starting point of true cultivation, not the end. Can you see the cultivation levels of the 2 girls who came with me? Laine is at the 8th level of the acquired stage, equivalent to what you call the earth level. It's now February 1982, and I estimate she will break through to the innate stage this year. Gu Mingxing is at the 6th level of the acquired stage, equivalent to what you call the peak of the Xian level, and she will likely break through to the innate stage next year. Do you think you're inferior to them? Oh, Pengfei was stunned again. What, those 2 young girls, they were actually high-level martial artists? His gaze turned to Mingyu. Then, Master, what about you? Mingyu smiled slightly. My cultivation level is not measured by this method. If you really want to calculate it, just consider me above the innate stage. Oh, Pengfei felt as if he had accidentally stumbled into another world. In this world, people could cultivate to the innate stage in just 2 years. In this world, people could wave a hand to isolate the outside world. In this world, people also had legendary storage bags. Mingyu left, leaving Oh Pengfei with an even greater shock. His master flew away on a fan, disappearing into the darkness under the cover of night. She did not return directly to the hotel, but instead activated a concealment formation and drifted around Hong Kong. Mingyu was satisfied with Oh Pengfei. His aptitude, though it was a dual wood-fire spiritual root, was a full spiritual root, equivalent to the sum of 2 heavenly spiritual roots. Although she had prepared some ordinary jade, she needed something that could intimidate the O family members, such as top-grade imperial jade. However, after searching around, she did not find any gambling stone venues. She did see a few places with stones on display, but the jade inside was not ideal. She had miscalculated. She had planned to return to the hotel before dawn. After thinking it over, she decided that since no one was selling, she could just go and mine it herself. She could also mine more and store it to exchange for money to do good deeds later. Whether it was disaster relief or building roads and bridges, it all cost a lot of money. Arriving at the border city, the rough stone market here was indeed much larger. Mingyu swept her divine sense and spotted many good items displayed in the shops on both sides. Anyway, it would only take her a little over an hour to fly back and forth on her fan. Without further ado, she stepped onto her fan and flew off toward Myanmar. After sensing that the O family was not genuinely welcoming toward her future mother-in-law, she decided not to give out the spiritual jade pendants she had prepared. Instead, she wanted to acquire some ordinary jade jewelry to give as gifts. That was why she had spared no effort in refining him, tempering his body, and deliberately displaying immortal techniques in front of him to guide his thinking. What she did not expect was that the material she had refined would later be coveted by others. He now desperately hoped to cultivate to the innate stage, which his master called the starting point, and then become her formal disciple. He imagined that following his master would surely lead to a more fascinating and thrilling world. However, it was nighttime, and no one was selling. Seeing that it was not yet 9 o'clock, she thought for a moment and decided to fly to Myanmar to get some rough stones. She flew straight toward the mountains. At that time, the jade mines in Myanmar were controlled by various armed forces. Mingyu activated her concealment formation, unafraid of being discovered, and directly scanned with her divine sense. However, she did not go to the alluvial jade sand deposits on the riverbanks, as those places were already claimed. She left them for ordinary people to mine. Instead, she chose the highland gravel layer jade sand deposits, which were difficult to mine. These highland gravel layer jade sand deposits were hills composed of stones, soil, and jade. End of this chapter. Chapter 1555, Spirit-Seeking Grass. With a sweep of her divine sense, Mingyu could see all kinds of jade within the hill. She took a liking to a patch of bright green in the middle of one stone. It wasn't too deep, only about 10 meters. She released a flying knife, pulverized the earth and stone pressing down on that rock, and then, with a thought from her divine sense, extracted it. The entire process took less than a minute. She shaved off a bit with the flying knife, revealing the jade flesh inside. It was ice-type bright green. Not bad. She casually put it away, then directed the flying knife toward another purple stone. Following the same method, she extracted a piece of purple jade. When she shaved it, the exposed jade flesh was very beautiful and full of water. For the third piece, She discovered a stone with an intoxicatingly rich green color 100 meters down. For others, digging out this stone would be extremely difficult, but for her it only took a bit more time. After 10 minutes, she retrieved this rough stone. When she shaved it open, a faint spiritual energy seeped out, surprising Mingyu. This jade actually contained spiritual energy? Moreover, the spiritual energy inside was comparable to spirit jade. This was the pinnacle of jadeite, glass-type imperial green. A thought suddenly struck her. If this imperial green had spiritual energy, did the others have it too? From then on, she focused solely on digging out those top-grade jade pieces. Once she found one, she would use the flying knife to carve a small hole, extract it directly with her divine sense, and then fill the hole back in. No one would notice that the good ore had already been taken. Mingyu paused for a moment, then indeed sensed a faint wisp of spiritual energy seeping from a crevice in the mountain. If the cultivation world knew she was using a magical tool to mine jadeite, they would probably curse her to death. Mingyu casually struck out with a palm, sending the monkey flying. At the same time, she released the pressure of a cultivator, bearing down on the monkey. Only then did the monkey realize that the human before him was a powerful being, not someone he could oppose. He squeaked pitifully, his face showing a plea for mercy. After extracting over 30 pieces of rough stone containing high-grade jadeite with faint spiritual energy, it became difficult to find more. Mingyu collected another 100 or so rough stones before stopping. There was actually a spiritual plant. Mingyu was about to pick the spiritual plant when she noticed a red light shooting toward her. It was a monkey with a trace of spiritual energy. Because Mingyu habitually suppressed her spiritual power, the monkey took her for an ordinary mortal. Seeing her about to take the spiritual plant he was guarding, he attacked her. Just as she was about to leave, Xiao suddenly called out, "Master, there's spiritual energy at the 10 o'clock direction ahead." After all, she only wanted to gather some things to give away, not wanting to give away spirit jade. She couldn't possibly strip the entire mountain of its jade. Why is there spiritual energy here? Could there be a spiritual object? Mingyu quickly rushed toward that spot. Sure enough, she found a spiritual plant growing on a stone wall. Although, as something born of nature, taking it wouldn't incur karmic consequences, she still had to leave something for others. Mingyu had no intention of exterminating the monkey, so she withdrew her pressure. Seeing the monkey leave, Mingyu picked the spiritual plant and sent it into her space for Xiao to plant in the medicine field. The next moment, she fell into deep thought, staring at the rock crevice. This plant was called spirit-seeking grass. Its greatest characteristic was that it grew where spirit stone mines or spirit veins appeared. If this spirit-seeking grass hadn't grown in the wrong place, then within this steep, straight rock wall, there should be spirit stones hidden, or perhaps, beneath this mountain, there was a spirit vein. Thinking of how this hill could produce so many jade pieces with faint spiritual energy, Mingyu's heart began to race. This chapter ends. Chapter 1556, Crystal Stone Coffin. Mingyu didn't hesitate for long. She took out a communication talisman, spoke a few words into it, and then released it. This communication talisman was for Luin. It would fly to Luin's side, play back the words she had spoken, and then disappear. After sending the message, she took out her medicinal hoe. This hoe was a spiritual tool, more effective at splitting mountains and digging through rock than any of her weapons. However, Mingyu tried the hoe a few times, but couldn't bring herself to dig. After a moment's thought, she put the hoe away. The target on this high cliff wall was too obvious. If she dug it open now, no one would see it in the dark, but once daylight came, it would be easily discovered. She couldn't dig. The rock crevice was only as wide as a thumb, but over a foot long. Standing at the opening, she could feel wisps of spiritual energy seeping out from within. But it was nearly impossible for a person to enter through this crevice. At most, a hand could fit inside. Mingyu thought for a while before coming up with an idea. She swept her divine sense and found a small blue-tailed snake, as thick as a chopstick tip, hibernating in a hole. She used spiritual power to awaken it, then took out the ever-changing thatched cottage from her space, transformed it into a grain of sand, and attached it to the snake's head. She entered the space herself and used the divine sense left outside the cottage to guide the blue-tailed snake as it slipped into the rock crevice. This spirit crystal could be consumed directly, instantly replenishing the body's spiritual energy. After the snake entered the crevice, it fell downward, landing at the bottom of a cave. A fork appeared ahead. Mingyu was about to use her divine sense to investigate when Xiao called out again, "Master, take the right path." This was the purest spirit crystal, completely free of impurities, unlike spirit stones, which required extraction to draw out the spiritual energy. Mingyu discovered that although the opening above was just a narrow crevice, the bottom was spacious enough to hold more than 10 people. From the cave, a tunnel led deeper into the mountain. Trusting that Xiao wouldn't be wrong, Mingyu had it right. The deeper she went, the denser the spiritual energy became. After walking about 3 li, she arrived at a large cavern. Inside this cavern, someone had set up a formation, creating a sealed space where the spiritual energy was so concentrated that it had formed a pool of spiritual liquid in the center, with crystals of spirit stone forming around its edges. Mingyu exited the space cottage, casually tossed the snake back into her space, and then followed the tunnel deeper into the mountain. She wouldn't use these spirit crystals lightly. They were the best resource for overcoming tribulations, something that could instantly replenish spiritual energy. What could be better? Mingyu speculated that there must be a spiritual vein beneath this cavern. Otherwise, such dense spiritual energy wouldn't have accumulated here. With trembling hands, Mingyu collected the spirit crystals around the pool of spiritual liquid, obtaining over 100 crystals. She stored them in a jade bottle. After confirming that no one or any living being was nearby, Mingyu immediately said to Xiao Dao, "Quick, exchange 1,000 gene bottle for me." The next moment, 1,000 gene bottle appeared in her hand. Mingyu used it to directly absorb the spiritual liquid formed from the energy. Once all the spiritual liquid in the pool had been collected, the bottom of the pool revealed a transparent natural crystal stone coffin. It was natural crystal stone, rich in spiritual energy. Mingyu was startled. She quickly added a protective barrier around herself before looking at the crystal stone coffin. End of this chapter. Chapter 1557, Encountering Possession Again. Mingyu pushed open the crystal coffin lid, wanting to get a better look at this woman. Of course, she also intended to take her belongings. She seemed to see a ring on the woman's finger, and she had a feeling it was a storage ring. Not only was there a storage ring, but the woman also wore a bracelet on her wrist, which was no ordinary item either, carrying an energy that even Mingyu did not recognize. However, as the coffin lid opened, Mingyu was startled again. Inside the crystal coffin lay a stunningly beautiful woman, around 18 or 19 years old, so breathtaking that it was almost dazzling. Mingyu had once had an experience where she found a palace beneath Tianqi Lake, and the person in the coffin there still had a trace of consciousness. Although she later confirmed that palace was a spatial dwelling forged by Gu Dongxing in his past life and carried with him, it still left her uneasy. In the end, she returned the palace to Gu Dongxing. Now, seeing such a beautiful woman, her first reaction was to take out the soul pearl. If the person in the crystal coffin still had any consciousness, it would inevitably be drawn into the pearl. But the expected soul absorption did not happen. Instead, the woman in the coffin suddenly opened her eyes. Her pupils were pitch black, and her eyes seemed to contain 2 whirlpools, as if trying to pull someone in. Mingyu, however, found it extremely eerie. Those eyes were unnaturally black. If it were an ordinary person, they might indeed have their soul sucked out, but who was Mingyu? She was a golden core great perfection cultivator. She immediately leaped backward. Her heart pounded as she performed a Taoist salute to the beautiful woman. This humble woman did not know this place was occupied and stumbled upon it by accident. "I will leave now." Xiao Dao shouted from the space, "Master, be careful. This person died long ago, but her corpse has been preserved with spiritual energy, and her soul has been sealed inside the dead body." There are runes on the coffin. Could it be that someone is trying to resurrect her? Mingyu practiced the path of merit and virtue and had no intention of harming this woman. Since this place had an owner, she decided to retreat. As Xiao Dao said, this woman's life force was already gone. She was only preserved from decay by placing the stone coffin on the spiritual eye of a spirit vein, nourished by spiritual energy. What the hell? But even so, this was just a corpse, at most kept from rotting. How could it be resurrected? Instead, the person's soul was sealed inside the body, unable to escape, let alone reincarnate. Just as she said this, a white light shot out from the woman's eyes and into Mingyu's forehead. "Well, at least I won't have to worry about being possessed," Mingyu said. But at that moment, she did not realize she had spoken too soon. Mingyu had been too shocked earlier and had not thought to use her divine sense to scan. Of course, that was also out of basic respect for others. If she accidentally scanned a high-level cultivator, she could lose her life. Hearing that the woman's soul was sealed in her body, Mingyu felt relieved. But now, she no longer cared about respect and immediately scanned the woman with her divine sense. Mingyu wanted to curse. She had thought the woman's soul was sealed and she wouldn't have to worry about being possessed, but it turned out she was still being targeted for possession. She realized she had been deceived. This woman was not sealed by someone else, she had sealed herself. Since it was a self-imposed seal, she could naturally break it herself. She could only blame her body's excellent spiritual aptitude. Even ghosts found it tempting. But Mingyu was no pushover. The last possessor had ended up offering her soul energy to Mingyu. This time, let's see who is stronger. The next moment, Mingyu retreated into her own sea of consciousness. End of this chapter. Chapter 1558. I can't bear to eat you. At that moment, in the sea of consciousness, The woman who had been lying in the crystal coffin was now standing with her hands on her hips in Mingyu's sea of consciousness, laughing arrogantly. Excellent. I've actually come across a wood spirit body. I originally thought my own body was too beautiful to discard, so I sealed it here waiting for resurrection. I never expected such a fine body to deliver itself to me. Not only is she extremely beautiful, but she's also a wood spirit body. Heaven helps me. No matter how good the body is, it's not yours. Mingyu's voice rang out. This was already the second time she had encountered possession. Therefore, she was not panicked, but instead watched the woman warily, assessing the strength of both sides. She realized that this woman's soul energy was about twice as strong as hers. Thus, standing there, the other appeared tall and imposing, while she herself seemed petite. Considering that her own consciousness was at the nascent soul level yet still half the size of the other, it indicated that this woman was at least the soul of a nascent soul cultivator. However, ever since she obtained the soul pearl, she had carried it with her and continuously refined her soul power. Her soul power was pure. Moreover, this was her sea of consciousness, her home ground. So, as long as she took it seriously, she might still be able to defeat this enemy who was twice her size. At this moment, the possessor was also staring at Mingyu, her eyes full of surprise. You've actually condensed a primordial spirit form. Your cultivation is only at the golden core stage, but your primordial spirit is already formed. So, your spiritual power rivals that of a nascent soul. Not bad, not bad. Flattery won't help, Mingyu said coldly. I advise you to get out of my sea of consciousness, or don't blame me for devouring your soul. The woman shook her head. The moment you barged into my cave, you were destined to be possessed by me. You might as well leave on your own. I'm kind-hearted and can't bear to eat you. I'll let you go reincarnate. Heh, who devours whom is still unknown, the beautiful woman said contemptuously. To me, you're just a child. Don't say I'm bullying a child. If you want to fight, go ahead. That wasn't right. For bodies condensed from soul energy, the front and back were the same. The back could also form eyes at any time, but those eyes were just for show. Heh, Mingyu let out a light laugh. You won't devour me? But what if I want to devour you? For me, facing an invader, there's only one way, to eliminate them. So, prepare to die. Mingyu's eyes flickered slightly. Not devouring her? Was she trying to make her turn her back while fleeing? Heh, I'm the host here, and you're the guest. You go first. In truth, she was probing because Mingyu was so calm and composed. If Mingyu really tried to flee, she would pounce immediately. In that case, let's see who's stronger. The woman opened her mouth to its fullest extent and lunged at Mingyu to bite her. In truth, every point of a soul energy body could sense everything around it. A soul battle had no other tricks, because a soul was just a mass of energy. It couldn't be wounded or killed, only devoured. Moreover, one had to find a way to bite the other, while avoiding being bitten oneself. The next moment, her body suddenly dispersed, breaking into pieces and drifting apart. The woman bit into empty air and stumbled forward. Heh, if you break apart, you can't control the body. Are you giving up this body? End of this chapter. Chapter 1559, come out. You're dreaming. With a sound, a net descended from above and landed on the woman, trapping her. Mingyu reappeared, her body looking noticeably smaller. Clearly, part of her soul energy had transformed into that net. Do you think this net can trap me? You underestimate me. The woman was inwardly shocked, because Mingyu's soul energy could actually materialize into a net. This was not a skill ordinary cultivators possessed. The woman reached out to pull at the net on her body, but just as her hand was about to touch it, a knot on the net suddenly turned into a snake's head and lunged at her hand. What the woman feared most in life was snakes. Seeing Mingyu's net transform into a snake head biting at her, she screamed, "You damn snake, get away." But she quickly realized it wasn't a real snake and immediately looked up at Mingyu. You're disgusting. Turning into something like this to gross people out. Do you think this will make you win? Mingyu understood. This person was afraid of snakes. Mingyu smiled. Whether it works or not, we'll find out. She used the same tactic she had employed in the Natural Medicine Valley against the body snatcher, turning the net covering the woman into multiple snake heads, each opening its jaws wide to bite at her. The woman was terrified. How dare you, sending these disgusting things to bite me? She shouted, get away, or I won't be polite. What fire? Of course, infant fire. The woman said smugly, my infant fire can burn away your entire primordial spirit and then strengthen itself. I told you to reincarnate earlier, but you wouldn't. Now you can't leave even if you want to. Just obediently become nourishment for my infant fire. Mingyu urgently tried to withdraw the net, and snakes formed from her soul energy, but in an instant, they were burned away. She felt the agonizing pain of her soul being scorched. The soul energy that was burned would be lost forever. This was soul fire. But the next moment, the woman's body suddenly burst into raging flames. The fire burned the heavenly net, which in turn burned Mingyu's soul energy, causing her immense pain. Mingyu was astonished. What kind of fire is this? Hearing the woman say that burning her soul would nourish the other's infant fire, Mingyu realized this woman was of the fire element. This was a three-flavored true fire she had cultivated herself. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The woman, now free, burst into loud laughter. Mingyu thought she was putting on a brave front and said, "So, what if you're not polite? What can you do? What should she do? Could it be that she would really die today in this foreign land? And this time, if she died, her soul would perish too. She wouldn't even be able to reincarnate. If she died, she would vanish from the world forever. How would Gu Dongxing ever find her?" Thinking of Gu Dongxing, she remembered their life and death contract. She snapped back to reality. No, I can't die, or Gu Dongxing won't survive either. Moreover, if she had fire, didn't she have her own? Yes, she remembered her strange fire and called out to the small fire within the contract. "Little fire, come in too." The strange fire was originally in the space, and the space was stored in Mingyu's sea of consciousness. Little fire was startled by the summons. Usually, only a small spark from little fire could be born by her. If its true form entered, could she really withstand it? "Master, are you sure you want my true form to come in?" Today's 10 chapters are done. Good night, everyone. End of this chapter. Chapter 1560. The woman laughed arrogantly. "Little fire, can't you see that your master is about to be destroyed? If I'm destroyed, do you think you who signed a master-servant contract with me can survive? Even if you are a strange fire, your consciousness will be extinguished, and you'll become ordinary fire. Hurry up and come in." Little fire said, "All right, I'll let my true form slowly enter." "Master, if you can't bear it, just say the word." Mingyu nodded. "Fine." She was also afraid that little fire entering her sea of consciousness would cause great harm to it. Suddenly, she thought of the other contracted spirit pet's split souls, also in her sea of consciousness. So, she shouted loudly, "Qingshan, shout out, Dahe Dabai, Xiaofeng Xiao Wang, all of you come out and eliminate the invading enemy." When the beautiful woman heard Mingyu say something about coming out, she was first stunned, then saw a little girl appear beside Mingyu, about 2 or 3 years old. Then 2 little puppies appeared simultaneously, one black and one white, utterly adorable. Then, 2 little white birds appeared. Usually, only one of these 2 birds went out to play, while the other, being weak, stayed in the space to recuperate. Mingyu usually just called them Little White, but in fact, both had names. The male was called Xiaofeng and the female Xiao Wang. This time, Mingyu summoned them through the contract, so naturally both appeared together. Finally, a toddler just over 1 year old appeared. However, after appearing, he realized he had become a toddler. Outside, he was a 14 or 15-year-old youth. Oh no, that youth was actually his illusion. His true form was indeed this toddler. This was in the Master Sea of Consciousness, so he couldn't transform. Calling them out now was only for moral support. Even the carp had a trace of dragon bloodline and was already at the golden core stage. However, the carp was not in water, so it was hard to move. It flicked its tail a few times before finally managing to maintain an upright posture. Feeling too small to be of use, it simply transformed into a carp. But its true form was so large, while this soul form was only about 1 meter, less than 2 meters, still much bigger than a 1-year-old infant, about the size of an ordinary man. When the woman said this, all the spirit pets glared at her angrily. These spirit pets clearly all had divine beast bloodlines. But then, the woman was overjoyed. So many spirit pets? This is wonderful. In the future, when I fight others, I won't need to act myself, I'll just send the spirit pets. Ha 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 ha. In fact, Mingyu didn't want them to fight. Except for Xiaoli, the other spirit pets were still too young. She was afraid they'd get hurt if she sent them. The 1 white and 1 black puppy faintly carried a dragon's pressure. They were dogs with dragon bloodlines. How had she managed to gather these descendants of divine beasts? The beautiful woman looked at this pile of spirit pets, first greatly startled. Others might not recognize these spirit pets, but she did. The little girl, fragrant with peach scent and faintly showing peach blossoms, was clearly a peach blossom spirit. You see, the master was usually very good to them, handling matters herself rather than letting them fight. The 2 white birds also carried a hint of the Phoenix clan's aura. The woman laughed arrogantly. In truth, her heart was pounding. Many ants could kill an elephant. This girl had so many spirit pets. Her infant fire couldn't be split to deal with so many little ones at once. The key was, she couldn't bear to harm these little ones. They would be her spirit pets in the future. Good morning. This chapter ends. Chapter 1561. Let go or I'll eat you. Hearing this woman's extremely arrogant laughter, Mingyu sneered. Heh, you want my spirit pets? You have to be qualified for that. All her spirit pets were bound to her by soul contracts. If she died, they would die too. There was no way that woman could have them. The woman continued laughing arrogantly. Haha, I know what you mean. Aren't you just saying that if I destroy you, they'll die too? Do you think I'd be foolish enough to leave no room for maneuver? Don't worry. For the sake of these descendants of divine beasts, I'll leave a sliver of your true spirit. That way, your soul won't be extinguished, and they won't die. And since your body will be occupied by me, with your true spirit remaining, they'll have no choice but to obediently listen to me forever. Hearing this, Mingyu grew even angrier, but she held back. Do you think you can do whatever you want? What if I self-destruct my golden core? The woman was taken aback by Mingyu's words, then found it amusing. Your golden core is in your lower dantian, while your sea of consciousness is in your upper dantian. Do you think self-destructing your golden core could harm me? Mingyu sneered. If I self-destruct my golden core, this body will be destroyed. You sealed yourself inside this body before, and if you had stayed still, you could have waited for the body to revive. But now you've come out, and if my body self-destructs, do you think you can last long in this cave as a soul entity? At this, the woman fell silent. Because what Mingyu said was true. If Mingyu was ruthless enough to self-destruct her golden core, the body she wanted would be gone, and these spirit pets would also die. It would truly be a futile endeavor. Only little fire was a strange flame and needed to enter in its true form, which required some time. Moreover, to prevent it from damaging her sea of consciousness, Mingyu had split off a portion of her soul energy to envelop little fire before pulling it into the sea of consciousness space. So you were stalling for time, waiting for your fire spirit to appear. She paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Such a tiny fire spirit, what can it do? The other little ones were all split souls within Mingyu's sea of consciousness, so when Mingyu gave the order, they all rushed out. Then, a small cluster of flames appeared in the sea of consciousness space, darting toward her infant flame. But in truth, seeing so many excellent spirit pets, how could she bear to let Mingyu go and reincarnate? How could Mingyu not know her intentions? She was merely biding her time, waiting for little fire to enter. Seeing that Mingyu hadn't attacked, the woman thought she was afraid. She was about to command her infant flame forward when she noticed the space suddenly growing hot. Most critically, she herself could no longer return to her own body, let alone revive. She glared fiercely at Mingyu. You dare self-destruct? I'll have my infant flame devour you first, so you won't have a next life. Her eyes flickered, and she added, behave yourself, and I'll preserve a sliver of your true spirit. You can still reincarnate into a good life and cultivate anew. But before she could finish, she saw the tiny fire spirit suddenly transform into a net of flames, enveloping her infant flame. She was shocked. What is this thing? Let go of my infant flame. Let go, or I'll eat you. She stomped her foot and charged fiercely at Mingyu. Her stature was twice that of Mingyu's, making Mingyu look like a child in comparison. Naturally, she thought she could bully her however she pleased. But just as she lunged, a heavenly net descended from above, trapping her. End of chapter. Chapter 1562, then go ahead and self-destruct. The stunning spiritual infant's flame was wrapped in strange fire and could no longer come to her rescue. She tore violently at the net and roared in fury. Let me go, you damn $$ caret and asterisk. Mingyu hadn't expected that such a beautiful spiritual being could curse so vulgarly. She pointed at the many spirit pets, little fire, dragged the infant flame into the peach blossom space and digest it slowly. The rest of you treasures, go on, bite it, devour its energy. Upon hearing this, little fire was overjoyed that its master had given it the infant flame. To grow, it had to devour strange fires, which were hard to find, but the three-flavored true fire cultivated by humans was also acceptable. Yet where could it usually find such human-cultivated fire? In its excitement, its flames blazed up again, scorching the infant flame until it squealed. Still, it was pulled by the strange fire out of Mingyu's sea of consciousness and into the peach blossom space. At Mingyu's command, the spirit pets charged forward, pouncing on the soul body, biting and devouring its soul energy. As for Mingyu herself, she turned every knot of the net into a snake's mouth, constantly devouring the soul body's energy. Meanwhile, her main body stood aside, vigilantly watching the being bitten. Whenever any spot was left unguarded, her net knots would immediately strike to eliminate the threat. The soul body also tried to devour souls, but first, it was trapped by the net Mingyu had formed, making it hard to open its mouth. Second, with so many spirit pets guarding, any attempt to form a large mouth and extend it out of the net was instantly bitten off and swallowed. The soul body cursed loudly, spewing all kinds of foul language. Mingyu paid no heed, simply directing her pets to devour the soul body's spiritual power. After a while of cursing, the soul body finally softened. Please, let me go. I was just confused and tried to possess you. Release me, and I'll show you a treasure land where you'll find unimaginable riches. The woman felt her soul being bound. Now, she couldn't even self-destruct, let alone move. Self-destruction required expanding and contracting to swell and then explode. Seeing that pleading didn't work, she threatened Mingyu. If you don't stop, I'll self-destruct my infant soul and blow your head apart, annihilating your spirit. Yes, Mingyu had turned her entire soul into the net tightly binding the soul body, completely surrounding its spiritual energy form and devouring it. But Mingyu ignored her, continuing to command her pets to devour. Mingyu sneered, then go ahead and self-destruct. With that, she completely vanished. The next moment, the net ropes on the soul body grew even tighter, and the snake heads became larger, recklessly devouring the soul body's abundant spiritual energy. But now, the woman couldn't even swell up, let alone move. Any slight bulge of spiritual energy was instantly consumed by the snake heads on the net knots. Thus, the woman's tall body gradually shrank as it was bitten and swallowed. Slowly, it became the same height as Mingyu, then shorter, until only an infant remained, the core of the woman's infant soul. Once only the infant soul was left, Mingyu enveloped it completely. The net became impenetrable, and the spirit pets could no longer bite it. However, given their current power, having devoured so much soul energy, they were already struggling to digest it. End of this chapter. Chapter 1563, Burst Out. Mingyu's voice commanded, all of you, go digest the energy. The spirit pets responded with a yes and scattered, each finding a place to digest the great benefits they had gained today. After sharing the soul energy of that woman this time, the souls of these spirit pets had collectively risen to a new level. Among other things, they could now speak and directly converse with Mingyu, unlike before when they could only communicate through divine sense. With only the nascent soul form remaining, Mingyu dared not let her focus waver. She tightly bound the woman, digesting her bit by bit from within, until she had completely devoured the woman's nascent soul. She did not read the memories left behind by the woman before leaving her sea of consciousness, first, because she urgently needed to regain control of her body, second, because she felt that her divine sense seemed to have been injured. Inside the cave, everything remained as it was, except that the woman in the crystal coffin had changed. Her once stunningly lifelike face had turned pale, now a corpse. Mingyu decisively searched the body. On each of the woman's 2 fingers was a storage ring, and on each wrist was a bracelet. Mingyu removed these items and found that the rings were sealed. However, her divine sense was formidable, and these seals could not withstand her assault. She easily probed inside. With just one glance, she knew she had struck it rich. But she had no time to examine them closely and toss them into her space. Mingyu lifted the woman out of the crystal coffin and summoned little fire to burn her. This clothing is a treasure. If she had come out a minute later, she would have been buried inside. Although she was a golden core cultivator and would not have been killed or injured, being discovered by the military would have left her unable to explain herself. How could Mingyu bear to part with this spiritual vein? She grabbed it with her divine sense, gave it a sharp pull, and extracted the vein, storing it in her peach blossom space. As soon as the crystal coffin was removed, the spiritual vein beneath was exposed. With the vein extracted, the formation that had supported this space collapsed with a roar, and a passage appeared ahead. It was the passage that had been sustained by the spiritual vein. She knew that the commotion she had caused here would surely alert the military. So, as soon as the passage appeared, she stepped onto her 5 elements fan and rushed out. The passage led straight to a cave entrance, and almost as she burst out, the passage behind her collapsed with a thunderous roar. To Mingyu's surprise, even though the woman had been burned to ashes, the moon-white garment remained intact. Mingyu collected the garment and, after a moment's thought, also took the crystal coffin. She had a feeling that this crystal coffin was also a treasure. After bursting out of the cave, she found herself by a river. She was about to soar into the sky and fly back when a sharp pain struck her head, nearly causing her to lose control of the 5 elements fan. She realized that the injury in her sea of consciousness had flared up. She had pulled the strange fire into her sea of consciousness, and though it was only for a moment, the fire had burned it. At the same time, she had devoured most of that woman's soul energy but had not fully digested it, as she had come out worrying about her body being unprotected in the cave. Now, she had to find a place immediately to heal the injury in her sea of consciousness. Otherwise, if she fell from the sky mid-flight, she would be dead. She took out 5 transmission talismans and sent one each to Opengfei, Lida, Luyin, Gumingsing, and Haishui. Then, looking around, she plunged into the river. Of course, once she entered the water, she went into her space. End of this chapter. Chapter 1564, Gumingsing's martial arts training exposed. In the space, all the spirits were sleeping soundly. This time, they had all gained great benefits. Their souls were digesting the absorbed energy, and their bodies had naturally fallen into slumber. Mingyu let out a bitter laugh. She couldn't even find someone to discuss things with. But at this moment, she couldn't afford to worry about that. Her head was splitting with pain, so she dove into the thatched cottage, entered the bedroom, climbed onto the bed, and fell asleep. The best cure for a spiritual injury was sleep. Hai Shui was sleeping in a high-end hotel for the first time. Being a bit fussy about beds, she didn't sleep well and woke up just past 5 o'clock. She decided to get up, but as soon as she entered the bathroom, a light bird flew in through the window. The bird spoke to her. "Auntie, I'm Nan Mingyu. I've run into a small matter outside and need to be delayed, at least 10 days, at most half a month, and I'll be back. I've already sent a martial arts expert to protect you around the clock, so don't worry. If anything comes up with the Chu family, seek out Chu Pengfei. He's my disciple, and you can trust him." The light bird repeated this 3 times before dissipating. Hai Shui, still shaken, stood frozen for a long time. Only then did she realize that this light bird had been created by her future daughter-in-law. Though she knew her future daughter-in-law could fly, as Mingxing had said, this was still too miraculous. Of course, what she cared about more was the message she had left. From the moment they entered the station checkpoint, her heart had been pounding, but with her future daughter-in-law there, she hadn't been afraid. Now that she was gone, panic began to creep in. Hai Shui had originally wanted to tell her daughter the news she'd received, but when she reached her daughter's room, she heard Mingyu's message again. However, in the message to her daughter, Mingyu mentioned something about a congenital master protecting them. That eased her mind a little. "Minryu, when did you become Mingyu's disciple?" But how could she not know that her daughter had become Mingyu's disciple? Gu Mingxing had just opened the door when a light bird rushed in front of her, and Mingyu's voice came from it. "Mingxing, Master has some small matters and won't be coming for now, at least 10 days, at most half a month. Calm your mother down and don't let her worry." Gu Mingxing knew, from her mother knocking on her door and hearing Master's message together, that her apprenticeship could no longer be hidden. "Today, the Chu family will come to pick you up. If it's Chu Pengfei, go back to the Chu residence with him, but don't stay overnight, continue staying at the half hotel, where it's safe. Also, Luda is the person I've arranged to protect you. He's a congenital master. If he appears and tells you to do something, follow his arrangements." Hai Shui panicked when a knock on her daughter's door. "Yesterday, the people who tried to take us away at the station checkpoint were from the Overlord gang. Be wary of them." She sighed. "Mom, don't you like that I took a master?" "Mom, let me tell you, my master, my sister-in-law, is an incredibly capable person. Last time, when I was almost trafficked, she saved me. I thought that only by becoming strong myself could I avoid always waiting for others to save me when trouble comes. If no one saves me, I'll suffer. So I wanted to become strong, and I learned ancient martial arts from her. Back then, Mom, you didn't like her, so I had to hide it from you and train with her. I've only been cultivating for half a year, and I'm already a 5th-level martial artist. Now, I can take down 10 or 8 ordinary men, so Mom, you don't need to be afraid, I can protect you." Hai Shui was stunned for a long time. So that was when her daughter had already been won over by Mingyu. End of chapter. Chapter 1565, only listening to the goddess master's teachings. However, Hai Shui was also happy that her daughter could learn skills and become stronger. She had fully realized that a woman must be able to protect herself at all times. Just like this time, when she was taken away by those 2 men at the checkpoint, and they said they would have their fun with her and Mingyu before sending them back to their hometown. How could she not understand what that meant? She was truly terrified. But Mingyu was not afraid. She protected her and then faced those 2 men alone. If she guessed correctly, those 2 men definitely did not get the better of the situation. Perhaps they had already been knocked unconscious by Mingyu and thrown into some corner, or even killed by her. But she did not think Mingyu was wrong. Those 2 had such intentions, and even killing them would not be excessive. Since Mingyu did not want her to know, she would pretend not to. So, when she heard that her daughter had taken Mingyu as her master, she was actually happy. "All right, I understand. Your mother is not an old fossil. I won't blame you. Your master just mentioned that there is an innate master protecting us in secret. What does innate master mean?" Gu Mingxing was very happy. She had been afraid that her mother would not understand. Hearing that her mother did not blame her for learning martial arts, she became excited and said, "Let me put it this way. Ancient martial artists cultivate through 9 stages of the acquired realm, from 1 to 9. Even a first-stage martial artist is stronger than an ordinary person. Your daughter is at the 5th stage, so I am a 5th-stage martial artist. I can take down more than a dozen ordinary men without a problem. After cultivating to the 9th stage, there is a major barrier. Breaking through it leads to the innate realm." Mom is not afraid. Oh, Pengfei originally thought his father would call him, but unexpectedly, his father thought he was tired and cared for him, so he did not summon him for questioning. Even when the 2 drivers had an accident, he was not called. Having just obtained the cultivation method, he was eager to practice and spent the entire night cultivating. The innate realm is already extremely powerful. In our country, the number of openly known innate masters can probably be counted on one hand. The master sent by our teacher to protect us is one such innate master. Luda and Luyin also received Mingyu's transmission talismans, though the content was mostly the same. However, their transmissions had an extra sentence: be careful of the old lady of the O family. Additionally, the Luyin brought by the master is an 8th stage martial artist. So, Mom, you can rest assured. Around 5 o'clock, Mingyu's transmission talisman flew before him, waking him from his cultivation state. After hearing her daughter's words, that she was a 5th stage martial artist, that the nanny brought by Mingyu was an 8th stage martial artist, and that a nationally recognized innate master was secretly protecting them, Hai Shui gradually calmed down. Seeing the glowing bird and hearing Mingyu's voice, O Pengfei was once again stunned by such methods. The content Mingyu gave him was mostly the same as what Mingxing and the others received, except she mentioned that the 2 drivers had been silenced and that the jade pendant from Driver Go was found in the old lady's room. Additionally, she entrusted Hai Shui and Gu Mingxing to him, asking him to ensure their safety. Unless the mastermind behind the 2 incidents was uncovered, he should not rashly bring Hai Shui and her son back to the O family. She also told him to ask Mingxing or Luyin if he had any cultivation questions. O Pengfei was a bit disappointed. His master had just taught him the cultivation method and then left. He still had so many questions to ask. Although his master said he could ask Mingxing or Luyin, they were not her. He only wanted to listen to his goddess master's teachings. However, he not only had to carry out his master's instructions, but also do so seriously. The first thing was to figure out how to use the fact that Driver Go's jade pendant was found in the old lady's room to uncover who sent the assassin after his eldest aunt. Still, he couldn't help but wonder, could it be that the one who wanted to kill his eldest aunt was the old lady? This chapter ends. Chapter 1566. Send someone to investigate that person. Overlord Dragon Gang. Gang leader Wang Baolong held the phone, his expression strange. You're saying that Chu Shui checked into the Bangua hotel? Are you sure? Of course. The young master of the Chu family personally escorted her to the Bangua hotel. How could that be wrong? I remember my request was that she not be allowed into the Chu family. Hasn't she not returned to the Chu family yet? So I hope you can make a move as soon as possible. Baolong put down the phone, slammed the table, and shouted, someone, call Scar over here. A young lackey entered, reporting to the gang leader. Scar went out yesterday and hasn't returned yet. Scar, who was sent on the mission, hadn't come back, but Chu Shui had checked into the hotel. Wang Baolong felt that something was off. Go, send someone to investigate the whereabouts of Tier Mole and Scar from yesterday, and also send someone to the Chu family to see if anything has happened there. Boss, are you suspecting that Hai Shui and her daughter killed Tier Mole and Scar? How's that possible? They're 2 women, one nearly 50, the other only 12 or 20 years old. The lackey didn't believe it. I'm just having someone look into it. I'm not certain either, Wang Baolong said. Just as the lackey was about to relay the message, he added, also, send someone to test Chu Shui's daughter. But after more than 10 minutes, Hai Shui and her daughter returned to the inspection room, while Scar and the others hadn't come back. However, Hai Shui's face was a bit pale. Songzi assumed they had only been questioned, so he let them leave. In just over 10 minutes, they couldn't have gone far. Search around the checkpoint for me, find Tier Mole and Scar no matter what. Although they couldn't have gone far in 10+ minutes, after Hai Shui and her group returned to the checkpoint inspection room, Tier Mole and the others could have kept walking. How could they still be at the checkpoint after an entire night? Dead? Wang Baolong suddenly felt he might have touched on the truth. Hai Shui might not be much, but her daughter was highly likely a martial artist, which would explain how she could have killed his 2 subordinates. Songzi said that afterward, Tier Mole and Scar never showed up again, so he assumed they had already left when he wasn't paying attention. Yes, the lackey said, then went out to give orders. Wang Baolong found it strange. Since they had already detained Hai Shui, why did they let her go? Don't tell him it was because she had her daughter with her, and they went soft. Scar might be one thing, but Tier Mole, unless he was dead, would never easily let someone go. Before long, someone returned to report, reporting to the gang leader. Regarding yesterday's incident, Scar asked Tier Mole for help. The 2 of them went to the checkpoint and found Songzi, who was on duty that day. According to Songzi, Tier Mole and Scar asked him for a favor, saying they had taken a liking to a woman from the mainland named Hai Shui. They wanted him to detain her when he saw her and hand her over to them. Later, Songzi indeed found Hai Shui and detained her on the pretext that she was carrying prohibited items. Her daughter requested to accompany her, so he simply handed both of them over to Scar and Tier Mole. They took Hai Shui and her daughter away on the spot. The lackey, boss, should we only search around the checkpoint? Was this a suspicion that Chu Shui's daughter was a martial artist? The lackey quickly said, boss, they're staying at the Bangua hotel. Our people probably can't get in there, and even if they do, they can't cause trouble inside. Wang Baolong suddenly shouted, can they stay in the hotel 24 hours a day? Not come out to see the sights or go shopping? Not go to the Chu family? As long as they come out, go and test them. Got it, boss, the lackey quickly replied. End of this chapter. Chapter 1567. The Gu family wants to curry favor with the O family. The O family had spent most of the night investigating the deaths of the two drivers. O Zhongren and his two brothers didn't rest until the early hours, but some people were destined to get no sleep at all. Early the next morning, after breakfast, the O family held a family meeting. Since the meeting would cover the matter of finding the O family's missing daughter, even the women were required to attend. O Zhongren said, I've called everyone here today to discuss the development of our O group in the mainland and the search for my eldest sister. He turned to O Pengfei and said, Pengfei, you go ahead. O Pengfei gave a rundown of his work in Shenzhen, detailing in particular how the O group had established a foothold in the mainland and was enjoying strong growth. Only then did he bring up the search for their aunt. The main person responsible for this matter is Jinjin. Let Jinjin give the report. Jinjin hadn't expected her brother to give her the chance to take the spotlight. She recounted how she had searched for their aunt, how she had sought help from local authorities, how she had run into their cousin, and how she had finally found their aunt. When she mentioned finding their aunt, she noticed that the others didn't seem particularly enthusiastic about it. So she deliberately described the siblings' visit to the Gu family to acknowledge the kinship, especially the banquet at the Gu household. At the table, there was a slice of sea cucumber this big. I asked about it, and my cousin's wife said the sea cucumber was over a meter long and offered to give me one. Later, I ate a dish that looked like abalone and asked again. She said it was an abalone slightly smaller than a tire and offered to give me one if I liked it. Then she brought out authentic Da Hong Pao tea to serve us. I remarked, I finally tasted real Da Hong Pao. My cousin's wife immediately replied, if you like it, cousin. Remembering how I'd asked about the sea cucumber and she'd offered it, and then the abalone and she'd offered that too, I was afraid she'd offer the tea this time, so I quickly declined. I wouldn't dare take such precious tea. If I did, I'd definitely get a double beating from Grandpa and Grandma when I got home. Third Ando sneered, that's because the Gu family wants to curry favor with our O family, so they were buttering you up and didn't dare laugh at you. But then my cousin's wife said, I was actually just going to say, if you like the tea, cousin, then drink more of it. O Jin lifted her chin, not at all. Uncle Gu is a military commander and Cousin Gu is a regiment leader. Their family is distinguished and noble. Why would they need to curry favor with our O family? Third Ando pointed at Ojin and laughed loudly. You thought they were going to give you Da Hong Pao, but they weren't planning to give it at all. How embarrassing. Ojin said indignantly, you're all so rude. At the Gu house, they wanted to laugh too, but they held it in. Third Ando paused for a moment, then immediately said dismissively, then they must be after our O family's money. At this point, Ojin stopped speaking. The others, who had been listening with great interest, were taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter one after another. Ojin said scornfully, after our O family's money? Does our O family give away meter-long sea cucumbers? Give away abalones as big as tires? Serve authentic Da Hong Pao to guests? Then why didn't they give you the Da Hong Pao? Ojin remained disdainful. Third aunt, you shouldn't talk so big. Authentic Da Hong Pao only yields 8 taels a year. Who could casually give that away? Third Ando snorted, what meter-long sea cucumbers and tire-sized abalones, they put on a show for you. You're young and couldn't see through it, thinking they're so wealthy. Who knows how they pinch pennies the rest of the time. End of chapter. Chapter 1568. All ended up in the third branch's hands. Ojin immediately retorted, when we found the Gu family, they were hosting a banquet for their 2 sons-in-law. They had no idea we were coming that day. How could they have put on a show for us? Maybe they knew you were coming all along? Did they call you before you went? Ojin was taken aback. Indeed, Gu Dongxing had called her before that day. But how could they have known when we would arrive? They could have figured it out with a little analysis. Ojin then remembered the gift Mengyu had casually given her and took it out. Whether the Gu family was putting on an act isn't for us to say. Setting that aside, just look at the gifts they gave me and my brother. Do any of you have something like this? Oh, Pengfei couldn't bear to watch. This foolish sister of his. She had a good thing and didn't know to hide it, instead flaunting it. He had claimed earlier that he bought it for $1 million. Now that lie was exposed, wasn't it? Sure enough, Third Ando turned to O Pengfei. Didn't Pengfei say he spent $1 million to buy it? So it was actually a gift from the Gu family? Pengfei's one cost me 20 antiques. As soon as she said this, she covered her mouth and timidly glanced at Third Uncle O. I gave those broken antiques. Upon hearing that Third Aunt O had traded her antiques for O Pengfei's gift, Third Uncle O's face darkened. He snatched Ojinjin's spirit jade pendant. What kind of thing is this, worth 20 of my antiques? Third Uncle O, I'll give you 20 antiques. Third Uncle O said without hesitation, then I'll give you $1 million. But Third Uncle O was hardly willing to part with it. It's nothing, just a piece of jade. Second brother, you know I like collecting these things. Since you don't care for them, don't ask. Seeing that third Uncle O refused to show it to anyone, everyone knew it must be something valuable. Still, Oh Jinjin had gotten $1 million, so she wasn't at a loss. But the moment he held it, it felt incredibly warm and smooth. Moreover, when he brought it close to his chest, the cough he had been trying to suppress miraculously eased. Oh Jinjin wanted to cry, I don't want your junk. Oh Jinjin hesitated, and third Uncle O put it away. It's settled. I'll transfer $1 million to you later. Everyone found it strange. What kind of thing could be worth $1 million? Second Uncle O asked, third brother, what treasure is that, worth $1 million? Let me have a look. He immediately realized it was a treasure and tried to put it away. Oh Jinjin quickly said, third uncle, that's mine. Oh Jinjin was on the verge of tears, but had no choice but to agree. Fine. Then she remembered that third Aunt O had traded 20 antiques for Oh Pengfei's gift, so she looked at him. Oh Pengfei sighed and said, speaking of the gifts from the Gu family, it reminds me of something. When our family sent cars to pick up Andy. He recounted how the O family had sent 2 cars to pick up Andy's family, and how everyone wanted to hear the siblings talk about Hong Kong, so they tried to squeeze into the car driven by Driver Go. To get Driver Go to agree, the cousin's wife took out 2 spirit jade pendants and gave one to each driver. On the way, the car driven by Driver Fu got into an accident and was badly damaged, but Driver Fu came out unscathed, while the jade pendant from the Gu family shattered, and so on. Only then did everyone realize that the spirit jade pendants from the Gu family were such precious treasures. Suddenly, they thought back to the earlier conversation. The 2 treasures brought back by the O siblings, Oh Pengfei's had ended up in third sister-in-law's hands, and Oh Zhen's had ended up in third Uncle O's hands. Both had fallen into the hands of the direct third branch of the O family. End of chapter. Chapter 1569. Whoever holds Driver Go's spirit jade pendant is the murderer. Who would be willing to sell a treasure that can protect a person? Everyone looked at Oh Pengfei and Oh Zhen with sympathy in their eyes. But immediately, everyone simultaneously thought of the 2 spirit jade pendants the Gu family had given to the drivers. Wasn't the Gu family being too generous? Giving away such treasures so casually? Ask yourselves, who among them could be so generous? That said, the Gu family truly was wealthy and had no need to curry favor with the O family. Oh Pengfei then raised his head to look at everyone. The Gu family is not only wealthy, but they also hold a high status in the mainland. Gu's uncle is a military commander, and his cousin Gu Dongxing, at just 27, is already a regiment commander. His future achievements will surely surpass his father's. Therefore, the Gu family has no need to curry favor with our O family. On the contrary, our O family's recognition of this kinship will greatly protect our development in the mainland. The O family members fell silent. What Oh Pengfei said was true. Given the Gu family's wealth and influence in the mainland, they indeed had no need to flatter the O family. Conversely, although the O family held strong power in Hong Kong, they truly needed to rely on the Gu family in the mainland. Those who had previously looked down on the Gu family and regarded them as country bumpkins now reevaluated the Gu family in their minds. Even if they were country bumpkins, so what? They had money and power, and they didn't need you. On the contrary, you needed them. What more could you say? Why didn't they come directly to the O family instead of staying at a hotel? Aren't they looking down on our O family? Third Anto asked again. It's not because she looks down on the O family, but because on the way back, Anne encountered 2 assassination attempts. Oh Pengfei recounted the incidents Hai Shui had faced, including the station incident and the later incident with the sick patient and the sick car. However, as Pengfei mentioned, the Gu family gave each of the 2 drivers a spirit jade pendant. Driver Fu's pendant shattered while shielding him from a disaster, but Driver Go's pendant was never used because he wasn't attacked. He was poisoned by someone close to him. Yet last night, we didn't find the pendant on him. It should have been taken by the murderer. After hearing that the Gu family had paid a half-month deposit, everyone once again confirmed that the Gu family was truly wealthy, not just putting on airs. The car's safety pin was removed, and the tie rod screws were loosened. Everyone think about what would happen? So, Fu Miao's car accident was no coincidence. It was inevitable. Plus, the moment Driver Go arrived, he insisted that Jinjin and I take his car, indicating he also knew that Fu's car had problems. Oh Zhangren said, originally, I wasn't sure that Driver Fu Miao's car accident was man-made, but just last night, both Driver Fu and Driver Go, who were sent to pick people up, were silenced. Driver Fu's spirit jade pendant was destroyed, shielding him from one disaster. He didn't die in the car accident, but was killed at home. This is a conspiracy to harm Ant's family. And both the sick driver and the sick car were sent by our O family. Without getting to the root of the matter, how could they dare to return to our O family? So, they checked into the Bangwa Hotel and paid a half-month deposit in advance. This directly proves that someone truly wants to kill Big Sister. We can suspect that whoever holds this spirit jade pendant might be the murderer. Oh Zhengren paused here, glanced at everyone, and said, to eliminate the murderer and avoid internal strife, we will start by searching among our own family today for the spirit jade pendant. As soon as the search for the spirit jade pendant was mentioned, old Madame O, who had kept her eyes closed all along, suddenly opened them and fixed her gaze on O Pengfei. Today's 10 chapters are finished. Good night, everyone. Chapter end. Chapter 1570, Don't Search My Room. Third Aunt quickly pulled out the spirit jade pendant she had exchanged from O Pengfei. I traded 20 antique pieces for this spirit jade pendant. Third uncle scolded her. What are you taking that out for? Everyone knows you traded 20 antiques for that pendant. Do you think anyone would mistake you for the murderer? You wouldn't even dare to kill a chicken. Would you dare to kill a person? O Zhengren glanced at the third branch's family, feeling quite frustrated. Both spirit jade pendants brought back by his two children had ended up in the third branch's hands. And they had been forcibly bought or exchanged. How could he be happy about that? But he knew that once something fell into the third branch's hands, getting it back would be nearly impossible. Everyone stay here. No one is to leave. We'll start the search from the old master's room. Old Madame O, who had been silent until now, suddenly stood up. Zhengren, what did you say? Are you going to ransack my home? O Zhengren paused for a moment, then looked at the old master. The old master agreed to it. Old Madame O flew into a rage. You old fool, are you saying you suspect I sent someone to kill your daughter? The old master quickly tried to calm her down. It's just to rule things out. Just sit here quietly and let them search. What's the harm? No. I'm old and frail, and now I'm being bullied by a younger generation. If you search my room, where will I put my face? My room, don't you dare search it. She turned to O Zhengren. You're my own son, and yet you'd side with an outsider to bully your own mother? O Zhengren's head throbbed. Mother, that's not what I meant. O Zhengren was at a loss and was about to give in when O Pengfei spoke up. Since grandmother doesn't want to be ruled out, then let's drop this method of elimination altogether. O Zhengren was helpless. The car sent to pick up Big Sister was dispatched by our O family. She nearly died in that car. The two drivers, Go and Fu, were silenced because of it, and the spirit jade pendant on driver Go went missing. I just wanted to rule things out. Forget it. Your mother's room doesn't need to be searched. Start with the other rooms. The old master had the final say. O Pengfei sighed. If grandmother thinks this way, I imagine others do too. I think we should abandon this elimination method. Who didn't have secrets in their room? If he searched everyone, wouldn't the rest of the O family hate him to death? So he decided not to search at all. Then what do you mean by this? He had suggested searching the old madame's room first only because his master had said the spirit jade pendant was in her room. If grandmother's room couldn't be searched, what was the point of searching the others? O Zhengren disagreed. If we don't search the old madame's room, we can still search other people's rooms. If you start searching, doesn't that mean you first suspected your own mother before ransacking her room? I don't care, I won't have my face trampled on. My room is not to be searched. But after today's events, would the old madame destroy the spirit jade pendant or move it? Should he start mobilizing his own forces? As the heir of the O family, when he was still a child, the family had selected some talented orphans to study and grow up alongside him. When he took over the family, these children would become his support. But his words made old Madame O wary. Did this grandson know something? Impossible. She had been so secretive, even the old man didn't know. How could he possibly know? This must be a coincidence. Still, she had to find a way to dispose of that spirit jade pendant as soon as possible. She had originally kept it because she thought it was a treasure, never imagining it would become a source of trouble. Good morning. End of chapter. Chapter 1571 Is Grandma Feeling Unwell? Chapter 1571 Is Grandma Feeling Unwell? Chapter 1570 Is Grandma Feeling Unwell? Sure enough, as soon as O Pengfei said this, the others visibly relaxed, and their gazes toward him softened with goodwill. This young man was not bad. On the other hand, O Zhengren felt like vomiting blood. It was you who proposed the investigation, and now it's you who calls it off with a single sentence. Are you messing with me, your father? O Zhengren choked on his frustration, unable to rise or fall. He sighed and said, since that's the case, let's drop the investigation. We'll find other ways to look into this private case. However, he didn't know that his son had orchestrated this whole commotion targeting his own mother. Now that he wasn't investigating her, there were no leads elsewhere. Thinking that O Shui was still staying at the hotel, it seemed inappropriate if people found out that the young lady of the O family had returned to Hong Kong but chose a hotel over her home. He wanted to send someone to bring Hai Shui back, but Hai Shui refused with various excuses, staying in the hotel without even stepping out. This frustrated the Balong gang, who wanted to provoke her to test if her daughter knew martial arts, but they couldn't find any opportunity. He had no choice but to take his three brothers to the hotel to meet Hai Shui. The conversation went pleasantly, but whenever the topic of returning to the O family came up, Hai Shui always refused. Later, the old master brought Mrs. O to the hotel. Upon seeing her biological father, Haishue finally couldn't hold back and burst into tears in his arms, with the old lady also weeping on the side. But when the old lady tried to embrace Haishue only hugged her briefly before pulling away, showing none of the warmth of a reunion with family. Swear, won't you come home with your father? Haishue shook her head. Father, it's not that I don't want to go back with you, but I was abducted as a child and grew up in the high family village. I feel a kind of homesickness mixed with fear toward the O family, and I dare not go back. In truth, it wasn't homesickness at all. Mingyu had told her not to return. And now, Haishue obeyed Mingyu completely, relying on her heavily. Before I even reached home, 2 incidents happened in a row, each one trying to take my life. It's clearly meant to keep me from going home. If I go back, there might be a 3rd or 4th scheme. Father, tell me, do I still dare to go back? The second incident was when the family sent a car to pick me up. That day, driver Fu looked ill, still dizzy, yet he drove to fetch me. Moreover, the car had been tampered with. If I had gotten in, it would have ended in destruction and death. Hearing his daughter say this, old Master O felt deeply pained. His daughter had been abducted as a child, and now that she was finally found, she was afraid to go home. He said with grief and indignation, "Don't worry, daughter. I will thoroughly investigate this matter. Whoever wants to harm you, no matter who it is, I will never let them off." The old lady also urged her, "How can a daughter of the family stay in a hotel instead of coming home? No matter how good the hotel is, it's not home. Come back with your father and mother." Haishue gave a bitter smile. "Old lady, I've been married for a long time. I'm a married daughter now. Besides, since returning to Hong Kong, I've encountered trouble after trouble. The first time, at the checkpoint, someone harassed me and even tried to kill me and my daughter. I was terrified. If not for a savior, I might never have seen my father again." When he said, "Never let them off," old Master's voice turned harsh, making it clear he meant it. Anyone who dared to touch his daughter would not be forgiven. "Thank you, father." Haishue quickly expressed her gratitude. What he didn't notice was that when he said he would spare no one, the old lady beside him suddenly turned pale. Mingxing noticed and asked with apparent concern, "Grandma, are you feeling unwell?" End of chapter. Chapter 1572. I'll just study in the mainland after all. Ocean was about to pull Jia away when she saw Luin rush in. Moreover, she charged over like the wind, sweeping through that group of people like autumn leaves scattering in a gale, and in just a few moves, she knocked them all down. Gu Mingxing, seeing how formidable Luin was, couldn't help but praise her loudly. "Luin, you're amazing. I had no idea how to fight them anymore, and then you showed up. These thugs weren't even a match for you in a few moves." Luin smiled and said, "Actually, your skills are far stronger than theirs. If you had a few more chances to fight, even twice as many people wouldn't be a match for you." There was one thing she didn't say. These thugs were just experienced from street brawls. When it came to true martial skill, they weren't even first-level martial artists. Jia also stepped forward to thank Luin. "Thank you, Luin." Luin waved her hand. "No need to thank me. It's what I should do." Gu Mingxing, however, was displeased. "Jia, that's not fair. I came to save you first, and you don't thank me, but you thank Luin first." Jia had no choice but to thank her as well. "Thank you, cousin. And also, I'm sorry for what I said earlier. I shouldn't have spoken to you like that." Gu Mingxing waved her hand dismissively. "What's there to thank me for? But what you said earlier was right. I shouldn't have bought so many cheap things. In the mainland, a lot of things are still rationed, so when I saw those items, I just bought them. Only after buying did I realize that many of them are useless. I'm regretting it too. Even if they're gifts, I should have chosen better ones." Ocean was very envious. "Cousin Mingxing, your martial arts technique is amazing." Gu Mingxing felt a bit embarrassed. "What's so amazing about me? I have too little experience. Luin is the truly amazing one. Let me tell you, my sister-in-law is the real expert. Both Luin and I learned from her." So you're both disciples of our cousin's wife, your fellow apprentices," Jia exclaimed. She had been talking about hierarchy earlier, but it turned out they were fellow apprentices. What hierarchy was there to speak of? The girls were all close in age, and this incident had actually brought them closer together. But Mingxing suddenly remembered her mother. "Oh, Luin, you're here too. Where's my mom?" Luin quickly said, "Auntie Gu is still on the main street. She was worried you might be in trouble, so she asked me to come check. Let's hurry out." As she spoke, she gave Mingxing a meaningful glance. Gu Mingxing then remembered what her master had said, that Luda was secretly protecting her mother. Gu Mingxing pointed at the thugs still lying on the ground, either unable or unwilling to get up, and asked, "What should we do with them? Should we call the police?" Ocean said, "Forget it. We've already beaten them. These pests are too troublesome. Let's just leave them." Jia, however, ran over and gave each of them a few hard kicks, spat on them a few times, and then said, "You're lucky." Not long after the girls left the alley, The thugs got up, helped each other, and left from the other end. When Gu Mingxing and the others walked out of the small street and reached the main street, they found that the spot where Hai Shui had been standing was empty. But the things Mingxing had bought were still lying there. Gu Mingxing's heart sank. Where did Mom go? She looked at Luyin and saw panic in her eyes as well. Luyin hadn't wanted to go at first, but Hai Shui, worried about her daughter, had asked her to help, saying she would just stand there and be fine. Luyin had even seen Lida and signaled to him to protect Hai Shui before she left. But now, after saving Jia Yi and returning, Hai Shui was gone. If Mingxing's things had also disappeared, she could have assumed Hai Shui had taken them and left with Lida. But now, the things were still there, and she was gone. Chapter 1573, A Country Bumpkin Who's Never Seen Good Things. Jia Yi also panicked, because Mingxing had run to save her only after hearing Chuzhen call for help, and Lian had come to assist, because her aunt was worried about her daughter. But now, because of her aunt had fallen into danger. If only she hadn't been so willful and run off. Now things had turned out like this. Would her aunt be okay? If something happened, she would be guilt-ridden to death. Chuzhen had already asked around the nearby shops. According to them, a car had pulled up, the door opened, and two men jumped out, rushed onto the sidewalk, and dragged Hai Shui, who was standing there, away. But when asked about the license plate, the shopkeepers all shook their heads. Call the police, Chuzhen said. Everyone looked at Gu Mingxing. Gu Mingxing hesitated. Would calling the police even help? Meanwhile, Mingyu had fallen asleep due to the injury to her sea of consciousness. She slept for 5 months in the space, which meant 5 days had passed in the outside world. She first recalled what had happened before, remembering that she had accompanied Hai Shui to Hong Kong. First, there was an incident at the station, then a problem with the car picking them up. She had everyone squeeze into another car and gave the driver a piece of spirit jade. The faulty car had a crash, but the driver emerged unscathed. She left everyone at the Banhwa Hotel, used an invisibility talisman to follow Chu Pengfei to the Chu family home, and discovered that the 2 drivers who had picked them up had been silenced, with the spirit jade pendant ending up in the old lady's room. She took Pengfei as her disciple and protected him during his marrow cleansing and meridian purifying ritual. Thinking that the Chu family wasn't exactly welcoming to her future mother-in-law, she decided not to give away the spirit jade pendants she had originally prepared. Instead, she went out to find some jade to make ordinary, pretty, but useless worldly jewelry to give as gifts. However, unable to find good jadeite, she simply used her fan to fly into Myanmar to search for top-grade jadeite herself. Unexpectedly, she discovered a spiritual cave through a spiritual plant, caught a blue-tailed snake as thin as a chopstick to lead her inside, and was then targeted for possession. Afterward, she counter-devoured the possessing soul, took that person's treasures, extracted the cave's spiritual vein, and fled the cave, only to realize her sea of consciousness was injured. She nearly fell from the sky. Then she entered the space, collapsed onto the bed, and slept in the hut for 5 months. Oh, right, she still hadn't read that woman's memories. The moment she thought of that woman's memories, a stream of information automatically drilled into her sea of consciousness. After reading that information, she discovered that it also contained a fragment of consciousness, and that fragment was trying to assault her own consciousness, seeking to replace it as the dominant one. Startled, she quickly organized her own consciousness, separated and dissolved that fragment, and spent half a day merging the consciousness that had tried to seize control of her sea of consciousness. Just as Mingyu fully merged the woman's consciousness in a celestial cave in the immortal realm, an extraordinarily handsome man suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He roared in fury. Who harmed my Yunjiang? He calculated for a while and spat out another mouthful of blood. Damn it, they've even blocked the heavenly secrets. Fine, since the heavenly Tao protects you, you'll surely come to the immortal realm eventually. Let's see how the mortal realm's heavenly Tao shields you then. Elsewhere in the immortal realm, a female immortal was cultivating when her heart suddenly ached. She calculated and felt even more pained. My Jianger, who destroyed you, body and soul? Come, investigate, who killed my Jianger? Mingyu had no idea that she had ruined someone else's grand plan. She was busy receiving and organizing the memories from that fragment of consciousness. Chapter 1574, Let Go of My Sister. The one attempting to seize her body was none other than the stunning woman from the crystal stone coffin, named Yun Jiang. She was originally a native celestial maiden in the immortal realm. By chance, she visited the mortal world and fell in love with a man named Yu Xianjue, whom she encountered there. From then on, she followed him closely. However, Yu Xianjue had been abandoned by his fiancée in his youth, suffering from emotional trauma. He only sought immortality and had no interest in romance. He ignored Yun Jiang but never outright rejected her. In this way, he strung her along for hundreds of years. Yun Jiang provided Yu Xianjue with various cultivation resources and helped him repel all enemies who came to attack him. She also found spiritual herbs for him, transforming his mediocre talent into extraordinary aptitude. When that man reached the Mahayana stage, Yoonjeong believed he would soon ascend to the immortal realm and become her immortal companion. Who would have thought that during the tribulation, while waiting for ascension, he would encounter the woman who had once hurt him? That woman was on the brink of death, and Yu Xianjue saved her. Out of gratitude, she accepted him. Seeing that her centuries of devotion had been repaid with ingratitude, as Yu Xianjue accepted another woman, how could Yoonjeong agree to this? In her fury, she struck down that woman. When Yu Xianjue saw his beloved killed by Yoonjeong, he, in a fit of rage, killed Yoonjeong as well. What a pitiful woman she truly was. After Yoonjeong's death, Yu Xianjue recalled the centuries she had spent by his side. He regretted his actions, wept over her corpse, and vowed to revive her. He sealed Yoonjeong's soul within her body, found a nurturing spirit coffin, a crystal coffin, and placed her inside it. He set the coffin atop the spiritual eye of a spirit vein and arranged a resurrection array on it. If nourished by spiritual energy for 1,000 years, she would be revived. After doing all this, Yu Xianjue ascended. Originally, this year marked the 999th year of Yoonjeong being nurtured by spiritual liquid. Only 1 year remained before she could be revived. As a result, the seal binding her soul within her body had loosened, allowing her to even command her body to move. However, reincarnation would cause her to forget everything from her past life. She could not bear to forget Yu Xianjue. She wanted revenge. As for the treasures he had left for her, she had not yet discovered them. She stayed, waiting for her body to revive. Originally, Yoonjeong would have continued sleeping and revived in another year. Of course, even if her body revived, her previous cultivation would no longer exist. She would have to start cultivating from scratch. Therefore, Yu Xianjue had gathered a large amount of cultivation resources, placed them in a ring, and slipped it onto her finger. With the resources Yu Xianjue had left for her, she could quickly resume cultivation. In a few hundred years, she would ascend back to the immortal realm. But she was too impatient. Seeing that Meng Yu's talent was even better than her own, and despite Meng Yu having already expressed her intention to leave upon seeing Yoonjeong still wanted to seize her body. With a spirit body and a cultivation level at the golden core great perfection, she could save herself a great deal of time. Moreover, she wanted to ascend to the immortal realm to take revenge on Yu Xianjue. Doing so in her original form would not work. Yu Xianjue would be wary of her. But if she were another woman, he would not be as cautious. She could pretend to fall in love with him, follow him, and one day, she would avenge her death. However, she did not anticipate that, as a celestial soul attempting to seize the body of a golden core great perfection cultivator, it should have been as easy as catching a snail with 3 fingers. Yet, although Meng Yu was at the golden core stage, her soul, due to her cultivation of the witch god technique, was extraordinary. Instead, Meng Yu devoured her. Still, her consciousness merged into Meng Yu's consciousness, so she was not entirely annihilated. Chapter 1575, Hai Shui disappears. Meng Yu inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that the immortal pursuer had directly used a soul attack, and what caused Yoonjeong's death was that her soul had been too weak to protect her body at the time. Thus, her body was not actually severely injured. What had been nurtured in the spirit-nourishing coffin was, in fact, her soul. This was also the main reason why her attempt to possess Meng Yu's body had failed. If a true, soul-intact celestial immortal had tried to possess Meng Yu would have been long dead. Meng Yu broke out in a cold sweat. She had been incredibly lucky. Being possessed by a celestial immortal and still surviving, and even gaining all of her treasures. She took out the 2 storage rings she had obtained from that woman. Earlier, she had only glanced at them hastily before rushing off, so she hadn't examined them closely. Now that she was safe, it was time to take a proper look. She first took out one ring. Since its owner was dead, her divine sense easily penetrated it. The material of this ring was unlike anything Meng Yu had ever seen. She only knew that this ring was also a celestial artifact, capable of passing through the passage between the upper and lower realms without breaking. It was well known that when cultivators ascended, most of their belongings could not be brought to the upper realm. The main reason was that ordinary storage rings could not withstand the pressure of the ascension passage and remain intact. Therefore, most senior cultivators, before ascending, would pass on their accumulated treasures to their descendants. If they had no descendants to inherit, they would leave behind a cave dwelling, sealing their life savings and techniques, waiting for a destined person. But Yoonjeong's ring could pass through the ascension passage unscathed. That meant she could bring her savings to the upper realm, avoiding the need to work for a living right after ascending. In other words, if cultivators in the mortal world learned of this ring, they would surely fight over it madly. Inside the ring, there was an area of over 1,000 square meters, with a height of 12 meters, the largest ring she had ever seen. The largest ring she had obtained before was from Song Yun, who had delusions of becoming an emperor. That ring had over 1,000 square meters, but its height was only 6 meters. This one, however, was 12 meters high, twice as large. Inside this ring, there were stones cut into blocks like spirit stones, but they were not spirit stones. They were stones containing a higher level of energy. After absorbing Yun Zhang's memories, Mingyu learned that these stones were called immortal stones. Since Yun Jiang was only an ordinary celestial immortal, she did not have many immortal stones. There were just over 18,000 low-grade immortal stones, 531 medium-grade immortal stones, and 19 high-grade immortal stones. However, the value of immortal stones was not equivalent to that of spirit stones. One extreme-grade spirit stone contained the spiritual energy equivalent to 10 high-grade spirit stones, 100 medium-grade spirit stones, or 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. But roughly 13 or 14 low-grade spirit stones could be exchanged for one medium-grade spirit stone, and about 20 medium-grade spirit stones could be exchanged for one high-grade spirit stone. As for extreme-grade spirit stones, the exchange rate was even higher. For immortal stones, however, it was clearly established. One extreme-grade immortal stone equals 100 high-grade immortal stones equals 10,000 medium-grade immortal stones equals 100,000 low-grade immortal stones. Even so, no one was willing to exchange them. Therefore, Yun Zhang's collection of immortal stones was already considered decent. Apart from the immortal stones, there were 3 weapons, a low-grade celestial artifact sword named Shi Hong, a set of bow and arrows that even Yun Jiang did not recognize, and a set of extreme-grade spiritual artifact flying needles. Mingyu took an instant liking to this set of flying needles. These were needles she could use immediately. They could serve as acupuncture needles to heal people or as weapons to kill. This set of flying needles had been obtained by Yun Jiang from an immortal doctor in the celestial realm. Since they were spiritual artifacts and she knew nothing about medicine, she had not thought much of them. But now, they were a great boon for Mingyu. She immediately dripped blood onto them to claim ownership and then began refining them. Spending 3 days in the space house with a 30-fold time acceleration, she finally managed to refine all 360 needles. Chapter 1576, Yun Jiang. After refining the flying needles, Mingyu discovered that this set of needles could actually split and combine. When separated, they were as fine as ox hairs. When combined, they formed a cone. Mingyu named it the Feiyun Cone. The Feiyun Cone was a spiritual artifact with its own consciousness. Upon hearing Mingyu name it Feiyun Cone, it wriggled its body to express its delight. Inside Yun Zhang's ring, aside from immortal stones and immortal artifacts, there were also some jade boxes, though all were empty, along with over a dozen elixir bottles, also empty. Additionally, there was a chest of clothes. The materials differed from the garment Yun Jiang had been wearing. From Yun Zhang's memories, Mingyu learned that the garment she had been wearing, one that the strange fire couldn't burn through temporarily, was a low-grade defensive immortal robe. Worn on the body, it shielded against heat, cold, water, and fire and offered some defense against attacks below the celestial immortal level. If Xian Jue hadn't directly harmed her soul, he likely wouldn't have been able to kill her. But the clothes in this chest were not of the same type as what Yun Jiang had worn. From Yun Zhang's memories, Mingyu knew that these immortal robes were merely ordinary garments in the immortal realm, costing 1 immortal stone each. In the mortal world, however, they were treasures that protected against heat, cold, water, and fire. In other words, this chest of clothes could also shield against heat, cold, water, and fire, but lacked defensive and defensive capabilities. Still, considering that 1 immortal stone could be exchanged for 100 top-grade spirit stones, she felt they were equally valuable. Beyond these, there were various miscellaneous items. Mingyu didn't have time to examine them all closely. In any case, she had no use for them now, so she set them aside. Realizing that woman's ring was also an immortal artifact, Mingyu felt that Xian Jue had shown restraint in curbing his greed. Having just arrived in the immortal realm, he would surely need immortal stones and artifacts. Ordinary rings couldn't withstand the pressure of ascension and thus couldn't be taken along, but Yun Zhang's ring was an immortal artifact that could be worn during ascension, and yet he hadn't taken it. Mingyu then picked up the other ring. This was the storage ring Xian Jue had deliberately left for Yun Jiang, the one containing the treasures she truly needed now. With just a glance at the billions of spirit stones, various elixirs, and an array of top-grade magical tools, treasures, and spiritual artifacts, Mingyu knew she had struck it rich. And not just a little, she had made a fortune. Mingyu counted. There were over 300 million low-grade spirit stones, over 100 million medium-grade spirit stones, 30 million high-grade spirit stones, and an astonishing 1 million top-grade spirit stones. This was truly a lavish haul. Additionally, there were over a dozen each of various magical tools, treasures, spiritual artifacts, and even half-immortal artifacts, usable at the Mahayana stage, all of them top-grade, with not a single ordinary low-dash, medium-dash, or high-grade item in sight. Minyu wondered if Xian Jue had robbed an entire sect. She then examined the elixirs. All were sealed to prevent potency loss, presumably. What excited Minyu was that there were elixirs of every kind. However, most were for cultivators below the Golden Core stage. Those usable above Golden Core were scarce, enough for only about a dozen people to cultivate from the beginning to the Mahayana stage. Though Minyu could exchange for various elixirs, the required merit points were steep. She had already spent a significant portion of her hard-earned merit points on elixirs. There were also some alchemy and artifact refining materials. The refining materials could be given to Gu Dongxing, while the alchemy materials were for her own use. The sealed jade boxes contained medicinal herbs that, despite being 1,000 years old, were still usable when opened. Seeing the mountain of jade boxes, Minyu was overjoyed. She now had more herbs to refine elixirs. However, she didn't rush to start alchemy. Instead, she organized her memories and prepared to leave. Because the space and the outside world were two separate realms, her spiritual sense couldn't extend outward. She had to exit the space first. But upon emerging, she found herself in a pitch-black space with a strong, sour, rotting stench. She had ended up inside a fish's belly. Chapter 1577. The Pitiful Woman. As soon as she extended her divine sense, Minyu understood that she was now inside the belly of a large fish. It seemed that the vessel formed by her space had been swallowed by the fish, thus bringing her along into its stomach. Minyu had never known that the peach blossom space could take a tangible form in the outside world, otherwise it wouldn't have been swallowed by a fish. Did that mean that whenever she entered the space, others might discover the space vessel left behind? It appeared she would need to be more careful in the future. Still, she found it strange. How could there be such a large fish in a river deep in the mountains? From inside the fish, she could tell it was at least 12 to 13 meters long. She drew her flying sword, stabbed through the fish in one strike, and flew out. Scanning with her divine sense, she realized she was in the sea. The creature that had swallowed her space vessel was actually a basking shark. It seemed the sand-like form of her space house had been swallowed by something, which was then eaten by the basking shark. At that moment, the basking shark thrashed about for a while and then died. But unexpectedly, this basking shark wasn't alone. It was part of a group of 50 to 60. When the other basking sharks sensed their companion's death, these usually slow-moving creatures turned ferocious and attacked Minyu. Minyu felt helpless. She didn't want to cause more bloodshed, but since they were attacking, she had no choice but to fight back. Fearing that the scent of blood would attract more sharks and the like, Minyu quickly stored the dead shark into her space, then carved a bloody path and sped away. Naturally, the basking sharks she killed were also taken into her space. She focused solely on leaving that area first, moving so fast that she accidentally collided with a sunken ship. It was a single-masted lateen sailboat over 30 meters long. Seeing the ship, Minyu suddenly realized something. She had been traveling around collecting antiques to extract their essence value. With countless sunken ships on the seabed, why hadn't she thought of salvaging them? If she salvaged one sunken ship, it would surely contain various ancient artifacts. Not to mention their monetary value, the essence value alone would be immense. Minyu examined the 30-meter-long single-masted lateen sailboat before her. To be honest, she didn't recognize which era the ship belonged to. In modern times, wooden ships wouldn't typically sail the seas. Since she didn't recognize it, she decisively boarded the ship. What met her eyes were piles of porcelain, along with a considerable amount of silverware, gold items, and jade artifacts. Minyu saw plates adorned with paintings of ladies, Tang tricolored glazed horses, gold and silver tableware, ceramic wine flasks, and tea bowls. All of these things made her realize they were from the Tang dynasty. A whole ship full of Tang dynasty goods. Minyu suddenly recalled a legend. During the Tang dynasty, China had already begun maritime trade, mostly with the Arab world. It was said that ships at that time primarily transported porcelain. Her heart stirred. Tang dynasty porcelain. The essence value must be enormous. Unfortunately, Xiaodao was asleep, so she couldn't wake her up for appraisal. But she could simply store everything into her space, regardless of what it was. Thus, Minyu enveloped the entire ship with her divine sense and stored it into her space. Though she was tempted to search the seabed for more sunken ships, she knew she had been missing for who knows how many days and had to return immediately. She surfaced to the sea and realized she was in the waters near Malaysia, just a bit further to the South China Sea. Her heart tightened because she knew basking sharks were slow-moving creatures. From the point where she entered the sea in Myanmar to Malaysia, even a fast fish would take over 10 days to cover that distance, let alone a basking shark. Suddenly, her mind stirred, and she immediately sensed something. Something was wrong. Hai Shui was in danger. Chapter 1578, Striking It Rich, Part 1. Minyu immediately threw out her 5 elements fan, jumped onto it, and sped toward Hong Kong. As soon as she arrived in Hong Kong, she continuously scanned with her divine sense. Fortunately, for Hai Shui's safety, she had left her own divine sense imprint on the defensive bracelet she had given her. Sensing her own divine sense, she finally located it. The imprint was constantly moving. She flew rapidly toward the moving divine sense imprint, not caring whether the speed of her concealed formation might expose her due to the wind it stirred up. At that moment, however, Hai Shui was in a very bad state. She was being held hostage by 2 men, sitting in a Hummer that was speeding forward. What shocked Minyu even more was that both men holding Hai Shui were ancient martial arts practitioners. One was roughly at the 6th level of the Hotian stage, and the other was around the 9th level of the Hotian stage. A 9th level martial artist was already a high-level warrior in the mortal world, just 1 step away from reaching the Xiantian stage. That such a person had been sent after Hai Shui made this situation deeply suspicious. As far as she knew, the O family was merely an ordinary martial arts family, unable to produce a single martial artist above the 5th level. How could they have found someone like this to kill Hai Shui? No, that wasn't right. They shouldn't be trying to kill Hai Shui. If there had been killing intent, the protective spirit Jade would have activated. So, they probably weren't sent by the O family. But aside from the O family, who else would have a conflict of interest with Hai Shui? Minyu couldn't figure it out. Behind the car, a figure was sprinting at full speed, chasing after the vehicle. That figure was Luda. Minyu was frustrated. Luda was supposed to be protecting her, yet she had been taken hostage. What had he been doing? Had his 10+ years as a shadow guard been for nothing? No, that wasn't right either. Hai Shui was wearing her defensive bracelet, so why had she been captured? It then dawned on Minyu that the defensive bracelet's activation condition required the wearer to be under attack. These 2 men holding Hai Shui had likely only grabbed her at first, without attacking her or emitting any killing intent, so the defensive bracelet hadn't activated. But now, with a man sitting on either side of her and Hai Shui in the middle, how could she rescue her without harming her? And what about Lu Yin and Gu Mingxing? Where were they? Were they in danger? She swept her divine sense and spotted Gu Mingxing and the others. They were all wearing the protective spirit jade she had given them, so they should be fine. Still, she sent a telepathic message to Lu Yin. Lu Yin, take them back to the hotel immediately. Once there, keep an eye on Mingxing and don't let her come out. Upon hearing the young mistress's telepathic message, Lu Yin immediately felt relieved. With the young mistress around, nothing would go wrong. She quickly tugged at Mingxing and relayed Minyu's message to her. Gu Mingxing, upon learning that her sister-in-law had returned, was no longer afraid. She said to Ojin, "My mom is fine, my sister-in-law has already found her. Let's head back to the hotel first." Ojin was puzzled. "When did your sister-in-law come back? We've all been together, how do you know and I don't?" Lu Yin quickly explained. She was in a hurry to chase after Mrs. Gu, so she didn't stop to greet everyone. She only told me before leaving. Convinced that Minyu had indeed returned, Ojin also felt at ease. It had to be said that these 3 all had blind faith in Minyu. As long as she was around, they believed nothing could go wrong. One by one, they relaxed and said, "Let's go home." Only Jiayi, who didn't know the full story, was still worried and asked anxiously, "Aren't we going to look for Auntie anymore?" Chapter 1579, Getting Rich, Damn It. Gu Mingxing said, "It's not that we're not going to look for her, but my sister-in-law has already found her and has gone to rescue her. It would be useless for us to go, and we'd only cause her trouble, so she sent a voice transmission telling us to go back." Voice transmission? Jai was puzzled. Is it like the secret voice transmission described in novels? Gu Mingxing realized he had let something slip and quickly covered it up. It means she passed the message to one of her bodyguards, and that bodyguard relayed it to Lin, who is also a bodyguard, so we all found out. Jai let out an "oh" and said, "I see." Bodyguards have a special way of passing messages that can travel far, but others don't understand it. Lin and Gu Mingxing exchanged a glance and said in unison, "Right." Oh, Jai thought to herself, "Right, my ass. It's clearly the secret voice transmission of martial artists described in novels, but they're just fooling us who don't understand." She thought she had figured out their method of voice transmission and didn't ask further. Little did she know that the secret voice transmission she imagined was completely different from the voice transmission Minyu used. Secret voice transmission merely condenses sound into a thread and sends it directly to the ears of the intended recipient, who might not hear it clearly. But Minyu's voice transmission directly conveys the meaning to the other person's brain, leaving no room for misunderstanding. Meanwhile, Mingyu, who was flying through the air on her 5 elements fan, sent a voice transmission to lead, you don't need to keep chasing. First, this is too shocking to the world, and second, no matter how fast you go, you can't outrun a car. Go to the Bangwa Hotel and protect Gu Mingxing. When Lead heard Mingyu's voice, his heart finally settled. Thank goodness, with a young lady here, there's nothing to worry about. Mingyu also sent a voice transmission to Hai Shui. Andy, don't panic. I'm right behind you. In a moment, I'll use magic to kill the men holding you on either side. Don't be afraid. Try to get them to talk and see if you can find out anything. She was also buying time for herself to recover enough mental energy to condense a mental spike. Just as she was about to condense a mental spike, however, a sharp pain shot through her head. She then remembered that earlier, when she had used her mental energy to envelop and store that ship in the sea, she had expended quite a bit of it. Now, condensing a mental needle was barely possible, but a mental spike was out of the question. She felt a bit frustrated. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have bothered storing that sunken ship. Moreover, without the ability to attack with mental energy, rescuing Hai Shui would be more troublesome. After hearing Mingyu's voice, Hai Shui, who had been tense and scared but forcing herself to stay calm, finally relaxed, and her stiff body loosened. The man in his 50s sitting to her left immediately noticed her change. This woman wasn't afraid anymore. He glanced at Hai Shui, and she tensed up again. He let out a snicker. What, scared? Hai Shui sat up straight. Who are you people, and where are you taking me? By now, the car had driven out of the city, and the surroundings were becoming increasingly desolate. Shouldn't you know? The man on her right said disdainfully. Are Tiermol and Scarboy in your hands? Hai Shui looked confused. I don't know what you're talking about. You don't know? The 2 men who took you away from the station checkpoint, you're telling me you don't know. The man on the right turned to glance at Hai Shui. They took you and your daughter away, but only you and your daughter came back. And you're telling me you don't know. Chapter 1580. Hai Shui is in danger. Tiermol, Scarboy? You mean those 2 inspectors? Hai Shui breathed a sigh of relief. They did claim I was carrying prohibited items and said they needed to take me and my daughter to another inspection room for a check. But when I noticed they were leading us to a very remote area, I asked them exactly where they were taking us. Then that man said it was just the inspection room ahead. And he also said some disrespectful things. Later, when we reached the inspection room, my daughter went in first while I waited outside. In less than 3 minutes, my daughter came out and told me that those 2 inspectors were actually looking for someone. After questioning her, they realized they had the wrong person, so they let us go. We then went back to the station checkpoint, went through the station passage, and entered Hong Kong. The inspector there asked us some questions, we answered truthfully, and he let us through. Both men stared intently at Hai Shui, but since she was telling the truth, her reaction was completely natural. The 2 men nodded, seemingly convinced that Hai Shui was being honest. The man on the left said, that Scar boy was my son. Upon hearing this, Mingyu finally understood why a 9th-level martial artist would come after Hai Shui. It was because she had killed Buzzy. Hai Shui was stunned for a moment before saying, your son, you look so imposing. Why would your son be a thug? She didn't say it out loud, but her eyes betrayed her thoughts. The man closed his eyes briefly and said, I divorced his mother. He grew up with her. Oh, then you, she almost said my condolences, but stopped herself. I sense that Scarboy is dead, the man said again. This time, Hai Shui visibly stiffened. He's dead? That's impossible. How could it be impossible? Your daughter is an ancient martial arts expert. The man stared at Hai Shui, speaking each word slowly, his eyes filled with deep-seated hatred. She killed my son. Hai Shui's eyes showed shock. Impossible. My daughter is very well behaved. How could she kill someone? How could she not? My son had his eye on you. The man's hawk-like eyes fixed on Hai Shui with a sinister glare. Tell me, where is my son's body? Hai Shui shook her head. I don't know. I never saw my daughter kill your son. My daughter is so well behaved, how could she possibly kill anyone? Besides, my daughter was inside the room for only about 2 or 3 minutes before coming out. How could she have killed your son? And even if she did, how would she have had time to hide the body? If you don't believe me, ask the inspectors at the station checkpoint. We were only gone for about 10 minutes, and the walk itself took that long. We were first-time visitors, how could we dare to kill someone, and how would we have the means to hide a body? So you must be mistaken. My daughter really didn't kill him. The 9th-level martial artist looked at Hai Shui, seeming somewhat convinced that she and her daughter weren't the killers. The car had already stopped, naturally in a remote place where no one would pass by. Where is this? Let me out. This is the fishing village where my son grew up. He's dead now, and I can't even find his body, but his soul will surely return to the place where he grew up. So you have to go down. Because you must go down to accompany my son. But don't worry, I'll give you both a proper and dignified wedding. The man spoke in a gentle tone, uttering words dripping with blood. Chapter 1581. Hai Shui taken hostage. Hai Shui was terrified. This man actually wanted to kill her to arrange a ghost marriage for his son. No, I told you, your son wasn't killed by my daughter. Why do you still want to kill me? Hai Shui screamed. Because my son likes you. Get out of the car. Don't make me carry you out, that would upset my son. Though you're too old, my son likes you, so I'll have to settle for sending you down to accompany him. As the man spoke, he opened the car door and waited for Hai Shui to get out. A voice sounded in Hai Shui's ear. Auntie, get out of the car. Hai Shui pretended to be scared, unwilling to get out, but another man pushed her out. She feigned reluctance as she stepped out. However, her foot landed not on the ground but on the edge of a fan. Immediately, an arm wrapped around her and a voice whispered in her ear, "Don't be afraid, Auntie. It's me, Mingyu. I've come to save you. You're on my flying device now, you're safe." In an instant, her vision shifted, and her body began to rise. Hai Shui turned her head and saw Mingyu. Never had she felt such warmth at seeing Mingyu as she did now. The fear she had been holding back erupted into sobs. "Mingyu, he wants to kill me. He wants me to accompany his dead son." She wept. Mingyu patted her back. "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. I'm here. I've been following you the whole time and you're wearing the protective bracelet I made. Even if they tried to hurt you, they couldn't. But now I need to deal with them, so I'll seal off this area. Don't worry, nothing will happen." Hai Shui's figure vanished the moment she stepped out of the car. The three men stared in horror. The more terrified they became, the louder they shouted. "Who? Come out. Who's playing tricks? Come out now." The ninth-level martial artist paused, then suddenly shouted, "There are no ghosts or gods. You're a cultivator, aren't you?" Mingyu let out a surprised, "Oh, how do you know?" She revealed herself openly, standing in midair on the Five Elements fan. However, she kept Hai Shui hidden and isolated from sight and sound. Seeing Mingyu standing in the air on a fan, holding Hai Shui by the shoulder, the three men were stunned. Immediately, they became as alert as if facing a great enemy, each reaching for the short firearms tucked at their waists. The ninth-level martial artist exhaled heavily. Cultivators must not interfere in mundane affairs. "Are you trying to violate the cultivator code?" Mingyu was astonished. "You even know about the cultivator code?" Facing Mingyu in the air, the ninth-level martial artist slipped a hand into his pocket. "I know because my uncle is a cultivator just like you." He pointed at Hai Shui. "She's just a mortal. Why are you protecting her?" He wasn't afraid of Mingyu. His master had said that in today's world, with thin spiritual energy and scarce resources, cultivation progressed slowly. Most cultivators could only reach the late Qi refining stage at best. Breaking through to foundation establishment was harder than reaching the heavens. In reality, cultivators below foundation establishment were less formidable than ancient martial artists. This girl looked young, likely not even at the mid-Qi refining stage. She had only managed to rescue someone by surprise. In a real fight, she would surely be no match for him. That was why, despite having spiritual roots, he had chosen to practice ancient martial arts instead of cultivation. And indeed, at just 40 years old, he had already reached the peak of the earth rank. With one opportunity, he could step into the Xiantian realm. Chapter 1582. Are the Tear Mole and Scar Boy in your hands? Mingyu said leisurely. "You ask why I'm defending her?" "Because she is the mother of my Dao companion, which makes her my mother-in-law." "So tell me, how could I not defend her?" The ninth-level martial artist was puzzled. "No way. I checked her information. Her son isn't married." Mingyu chuckled. "Since you understand the cultivation world, you should know that cultivators don't care about secular weddings or a piece of paper. What matters is the Dao companion contract. Once that's formed, they are true Dao companions. Otherwise, even with a marriage certificate, it's just worldly formality. Her son and I have already formed a Dao companion contract, meaning we are effectively husband and wife. So tell me, shouldn't I be involved in her matters? And you say you want to kill her, how could I stand by?" Hai Shui heard this for the first time too, that her son and Miss Mingyu had formed a Dao companion contract, making them Dao companions, commonly known as husband and wife. The ninth-level martial artist stared at Hai Shui with a sinister gaze. "But my son died because of her. I must send her down to accompany my son. Alas, I don't want to kill anyone." "Why are you forcing me to kill you?" Mingyu sighed. "You? Kill me?" The ninth-level martial artist threw his head back and laughed. "Do you think that just because you're flying in a spirit stone-powered vehicle, you're some kind of immortal? If you've got the guts, come down here and I'll beat you to a pulp." "Heh, truly ignorance is bliss." A voice rang out. Immediately after, a handsome youth appeared beside the vehicle. Mingyu was delighted. "Shaoli, you're awake. You've come?" Shaoli bowed to his master. "Yes, master, Shaoli is here. These two scoundrels aren't worth your personal effort. Let Shaoli handle them for you." The ninth-level martial artist found it strange that this youth called Mingyu master. This girl didn't seem much older than the boy. How could she be someone's master? Wait, in the path of cultivation, One couldn't take disciples before reaching Foundation Establishment, right? Could this girl have reached Foundation Establishment? Impossible. He had checked the information. The Goof family members entering Hong Kong this time were mostly Hai Shui, and the other 3 children were all under 20. So this master might just be a casual title. At that moment, Mingyu was looking at Xiaoli with a peculiar expression. She felt that Xiaoli had changed, become different from before, but she couldn't quite pinpoint what had changed. As Xiaoli's voice faded, a charming young girl stepped out from a nearby alley. And me, master. This was Xiao Tao. The 9th-level martial artist was startled again. Master. In this day and age, someone who could be called master was likely no ordinary person. Mingyu was also taken aback when she saw Xiao Tao. Xiao Tao, how did you become so alluring? Xiao Tao shot Mingyu a flirtatious glance, making Mingyu's heart skip a beat. She cursed inwardly. Xiao Tao, are you trying to bewitch even your master? Xiao Tao laughed triumphantly. The 3 men, upon seeing the seductive Xiao Tao, all lost their wits. If Xiao Tao wanted to kill them now, they probably couldn't resist. Mingyu was about to speak when a black dog and a white dog ran over, barking at her. Woof, mama, mama, let us handle it. Xiaoli scoffed. You 2 little ones haven't even lost your baby fat yet. What can you do? Xiao Bai and Xiao He protested. Brother Xiaoli, you underestimate us. We're already 1 year old. Chapter 1583, sending you down to accompany him. The 3 men had been dazzled by Xiao Tao, but upon seeing the black and white figures, and one tilting its head up calling Mingyu mama, while speaking human language, they were jolted back to their senses in fright. But the next moment, 2 white birds flew down from the sky, landing on Mingyu's shoulders, one on each side, also chirping mama, mama, clamoring for Mingyu to allow them to strike. This time, even Dabai and Dahei joined in the mockery. Xiao Feng and Xiao Huang, what can you 2 do? We can call out. We'll cheer you on, and we can peck out their eyes. Hearing that these 2 little birds specialized in pecking out eyes, the 3 men were startled again. These little creatures looked pretty, but were their hearts too vicious? Mingyu was pleasantly surprised. Xiao Huang, are you fully recovered? Xiao Huang had never left the space before. Seeing it come out today, how could she not be delighted? Xiao Huang nodded, chirping noisily. Mama, I was lacking soul energy before, so I dared not come out. After devouring that celestial soul energy that day, I got better. Mingyu looked at her spirit pets with surprise. These creatures either all stayed dormant or all woke up at once. If they had woken earlier, she wouldn't have had to waste so much time dealing with these men to rescue Hai Shui. What surprised her even more was that after devouring the soul energy of that celestial immortal, their intelligence had evolved, and they could now speak. Watching the sudden appearance of the young girl and boy, along with the dogs and white birds, all clamoring to deal with them, the 3 men were utterly terrified. Were these all spirits? Wasn't it said that spirits were forbidden after the founding of the nation? The 9th-level martial artist finally found his voice. You have so many people. Winning like this is dishonorable. Mingyu found it amusing. Weren't you 3 planning to gang up on me just now? Don't think I didn't notice you exchanging glances and reaching into your pockets for firearms. You were waiting for your signal to whip them out and shoot me, weren't you? The 9th-level martial artist actually blushed because Mingyu had exposed their plan. Indeed, they had intended to use firearms against her. Cultivators weren't true immortals. They could die from being shot. Those truly impervious to blades and bullets were extremely rare. Seeing his plan exposed, the 9th-level martial artist simply pulled out his firearm, aiming at Mingyu. Since you've called it out, I won't hide it anymore. Your body can't withstand bullets, can it? Surrender obediently, hand over this wretched woman, and let me send her down to accompany my son. As for you. The 6th-level martial artist leered with a lascivious look. Boss, since you don't want your daughter-in-law's daughter-in-law, just give her to me. In truth, their earlier fear was merely from never having seen a dog talk before. With firearms in hand, they feared nothing. Xiaoli, hearing this man dare to covet his master and teacher, flew into a rage. Master, I can't hold back anymore. He shot a glance at Xiao Tao, then in a flash appeared before the 9th-level martial artist. The latter instinctively tried to pull the trigger of the firearm aimed at Mingyu, but Xiaoli was too fast. Just as his finger began to squeeze, a powerful force kicked him away, followed by a shadow-like pursuit that subdued him and disarmed him of his firearm. Almost simultaneously, Xiao Tao seized the 6th-level martial artist's firearm and subdued him. Dabai bit the driver's hand holding his firearm, snatching it away, while Dahei pounced on him, pinning him down. Xiao Feng and Xiao Huang had no targets left to deal with, so they circled around them, calling out, "Beat them up! Beat them up!" Chapter 1584, Cultivators must not interfere in mundane affairs. 3 men, and in just one encounter, they were subdued by Mingyu's spirit pets. The 9th-level martial artist was caught by Xiaoli and struggled desperately, but he couldn't move at all. He cursed loudly. You won unfairly. You'd better let me go, or when my master comes, he won't spare you. Also, the Cultivator Code stipulates that you cannot harm mortals. When his master had let him choose between learning immortal cultivation or ancient martial arts, the Cultivator Code was one reason he didn't want to cultivate immortality. Now, not only was there no spiritual energy or resources for cultivation, but even if he managed to cultivate, he'd be under the Cultivator Alliance's control and bound by the Cultivator Code. If he couldn't harm mortals, what was the point of learning it? So he simply chose ancient martial arts, ruling supreme in the mortal world. Who dared to control him? Mingyu sneered. You're still bringing that up at a time like this? Don't forget, you were the one who shot at me first. This is self-defense. What's more, I just said I can also seek justice for my family. Whether for myself or for my relatives, I have the right to deal with you. The 9th level martial artist regretted it. If only he'd known she could not only bypass the Cultivator Code, but also find legal grounds, he wouldn't have personally gone after Hai Shui. Now that things had come to this, what should he do? Would she kill him? The 9th level martial artist deeply regretted why he had driven to this remote, deserted place and even had people block anyone who might walk by, all to make it easier for him to kill. Now, the place he'd chosen for his own convenience was also convenient for her to kill him. But after saying all that, Mingyu didn't bother talking to him further. If they hadn't attacked her, she might have held back, but since they had, she felt fully justified in dealing with them. Yes, these 3 men, each with hatred in their eyes, and the leader carrying a murderous aura, clearly stained with blood debts. Though the other 2 weren't, she didn't intend to spare any of them. Even if it cost her merit points, she would accept it. However, before killing them, she interrogated them first. Tell me your backgrounds and intentions, all of it. The 9th level martial artist refused to speak. Don't even think about it. Seeing their leader stay silent, the other 2 naturally wouldn't talk either. Mingyu sighed. I gave you a chance to speak voluntarily as a final opportunity. Since you don't want it, I'll have to resort to soul searching. She directly lowered the 5 elements fan and placed her hand on the 9th level martial artist's head. A look of pain appeared on his face, twisted with agony. This 9th level martial artist was named Shang Xiyuan, or more accurately Murakami. His ancestors were from Country R, who had come before Country R's invasion of Huaxia, taking root and bearing fruit there. Shang Xiyuan himself had encountered a stroke of luck as a child and was taken in by a cultivator. After Country R surrendered, his father remained in hiding, continuously sending intelligence back to Country R. After his father died, he took over as a spy for Country R. The men here today were all spies he had developed within the country, and Mingyu had wiped them out in one fell swoop. Though there were still some low-level lackeys who traded information for money, Mingyu didn't intend to handle them personally. Instead, she used her mental power to write several letters of accusation, detailing their deeds, and sent them to the relevant authorities. The authorities who received the letters found it strange. These letters had no sender or signature. Who was reporting this? But following the leads in the letters, they indeed uncovered several spies. However, when they tried to dig deeper, they found their leaders had vanished. After years of investigation with no trace of the leaders, the case had to be closed. And so, this den was wiped out. Chapter 1585, Evolution of the Spiritual Pet's Intelligence. Thinking that this villager came to find Hai Shui because of the Balong gang, Mingyu grew angry. Although she believed that a strong dragon should not suppress a local snake, she could no longer ignore the Balong gang. Yes, from the memories of this 9th level martial artist, Mingyu learned that it was the Balong gang who had passed the information to him, embellishing it and persuading Shang village to seize Hai Shui and give her to his son as a woman. They even had people watching Hai Shui and her group, ready to create trouble for them if they went out, harassing Gu Mingxing, and then using the chaos for Shang village to grab Hai Shui and take her to the fishing village to be sacrificed to Bazai. However, Jiayi had a conflict with Gu Mingxing, and Jiayi ran off willfully, with Chujin chasing after her. They were blocked and harassed by people sent by the Balong gang. Gu Mingxing heard Chujin's cries for help and stepped in to rescue her, eventually causing even Lian to leave. Meanwhile, the Balong gang's lookout immediately called Shang village, who drove over and abducted Hai Shui. They struck suddenly when they were right next to Hai Shui, so even Luda couldn't save her in time, and she was taken away. Luda had been chasing the car earlier, and they planned to lead him on a long run until he was exhausted, then kill him too. But unexpectedly, he stopped chasing. Although they found it strange, they never imagined that someone was following them from the air. When the car door opened, because he and the other 2 men already saw Hai Shui as Bazai's woman, they didn't pull her out but let her get out on her own. After all, sending a woman to their deceased son required a ritual, and he couldn't kill her directly in the car. Yet they never considered that someone was hiding invisibly, and as Hai Shui stepped out of the car, she stepped onto Mengyu's flying device and was swiftly taken into the sky. Finally, Mengyu withdrew her hand, took out a handkerchief to wipe it, and tossed it onto the now idiotic 9th-level martial artist. She directly ordered Xiaohua, burn them. In the end, the 3 men were killed, burned by Xiaohua, and their ashes were rolled into a ball by the wind, plunged into the water, and thrown into the sea to feed the fish. The spiritual pets, seeing their master kill so decisively, were somewhat unable to accept it. Had their master changed? Only Xiao Tao, after a moment of shock, said, "Congratulations, master, for obtaining 10,200 merit points." Mengyu raised an eyebrow. That much. That Shang village was a spy, lurking in China for decades. He didn't directly kill many people, but if he hadn't died, he would have continued to harm others. However, that's not the main point. The main point is that the intelligence he sent out could alter political directions, affecting the nation's fortune. So, master, killing this 9th-level martial artist earned you 10,100 merit points. The other 2 combined only gave 100 merit points. Mengyu was puzzled. Isn't it said that cultivators must not interfere in politics? Killing this spy gave so many merit points. Xiao Tao shook her head. Although cultivators must not interfere in politics, you weren't interfering. You killed him because he attacked you. So, killing him doesn't count as political interference. However, by killing him, you avenged those he had harmed, and they naturally thank you, so you deserve this merit. Additionally, by killing him, you prevented others from being killed, and those spared also give you merit. Mengyu understood this, as she had gained merit this way when killing evil people. Could it be that besides killing evil people and saving ordinary people, there were other ways to obtain merit? Chapter 1586. Celebrating their defeat. Xiao Tao continued, whether it's those who have been killed or those about to be killed, the merit gained is limited. But if the person being killed could affect the nation's fate, even a slight disturbance to that fate impacts countless people. What Shang village did was precisely something that influenced the nation's fate. By killing him, the master ensured the nation's fate wouldn't be affected by the village's actions. That is the greatest merit. Although the 2 assistants hadn't killed anyone, they were involved in this matter, so killing them also brings merit. Mengyu had thought that by killing people today, she might have her merit points deducted. She had seen the murderous aura on Murakami, but the other 2 men had none, and only Murakami had fired at her, the other 2 hadn't. Yet, to eliminate future trouble, she killed them as well. She had initially estimated that killing the 9th-level martial artist might yield some merit, hoping it would be enough to offset the deduction for killing the other 2. She never expected to gain over 10,000 merit points. After all, merit is hard to earn. Saving a person only gives 10 points. Mengyu stored the Hummer in her space, along with all her spirit pets, then stepped onto the 5 Elements fan, carrying a bewildered Hai Shui into the sky, heading toward the Banhwa Hotel. Since they flew back directly on the fan, they returned to the hotel before Gu Mingxing and the others had arrived. Relying on the fan's concealment function, they flew to a street close to the hotel, where they found a crowd gathered to watch some commotion. They suddenly appeared among the crowd, then walked back to the hotel. "Hai Shui, still shaken?" asked Mengyu. "We're back just like that?" "Yes, we're back. Auntie, you're safe." Hai Shui said urgently, "Why are you calling me auntie? You should call me mom." Mengyu was stunned. She and Gu Dongxing were only engaged, weren't they? Hai Shui said, "Didn't you say that for cultivators, forming a Dao partner pact is equivalent to marriage? So, you should call me mom, right?" Mengyu looked at this woman, who had once been solely focused on driving her away, now eagerly wanting her to call her mom. She felt a mix of emotions. Moreover, when she was exchanging words with that Murakami, she remembered activating a barrier formation, yet the sound still got through. Had she forgotten to set up the barrier and only used the concealment formation? "Auntie, we're in the secular world now, so we must follow secular customs. Dongxing and I are only engaged. If I called you mom, people would laugh at us." Hai Shui paused for a moment. "Yes, only engaged." But she quickly asked, "So, does that mean that forming a Dao partner pact counts as marriage among cultivators?" Mengyu nodded, a blush creeping onto her face. Not only were they married, but they had even spent their honeymoon together. Hai Shui felt relieved. A daughter-in-law so capable and wealthy, engagement alone wasn't enough. Now, she no longer wanted her son to climb the social ladder. She genuinely liked Mengyu. Counting this time, Mengyu had saved her twice. Moreover, Mingxing also owed her a life-saving debt. Their whole family should treat her well and repay her kindness. I'm just anxious. Dongxing is 28 this year. Others his age already have several children. So, I hope you two get married as soon as possible. Mengyu suddenly felt a bit guilty. As a cultivator, and a golden core cultivator at that, getting pregnant was difficult. It seemed that Hai Shui's hope of holding a grandchild was something she might not be able to fulfill. Chapter 1587. Wiped out a nest. Xiaodao suddenly spoke up in the space. Master, it's not difficult for you to conceive a baby. First, you are a wood spirit body. Wood is the essence of life, so nurturing life is easy. Second, you have cultivated the witch god technique, so your body contains the primordial energy of heaven and earth. Besides, don't you know, Master? You're already pregnant. Xiaodao had no idea that her words were like dropping a bombshell. What? I'm pregnant. Mingyu was stunned. Xiaodao wanted to roll her eyes. Master, you didn't take any contraceptive measures that month, and you're a wood spirit body. Isn't it normal to get pregnant? Mingyu frowned. I thought it would be hard for me to conceive. She was still studying. How would people look at her if she showed up at class with a pregnant belly while unmarried? Mingyu immediately checked her own pulse. It felt like rolling beads, a clear sign of pregnancy. She was indeed pregnant. Xiaodao dropped another bombshell. Master, you're not just pregnant, you're carrying twins. Hearing that it was twins, Mingyu was overjoyed. The family planning policy had already started, allowing only one child per family. Having two in one go was wonderful. As for whether they were boys or girls, she didn't care at all. As long as they were her children, she would love them regardless of gender. Of course, one boy and one girl would be ideal. As for attending university with a pregnant belly, if it really came down to it, she could do as Gu Dongxing suggested, hide in the space and give birth first. Xiaodao, connected to her master's mind, naturally understood her concerns. She giggled. Master, you're carrying a dragon and phoenix twins. Also, don't worry about looking awkward with a big belly at school. You're a wood spirit body, and your husband is a thunder spirit body. The children you conceive will definitely have excellent spiritual roots. The better the spiritual roots, the longer the pregnancy. Based on my estimate, you'll need to carry them for at least 3 to 5 years before giving birth. Moreover, you can use your will to expand your womb into a space-like area. That way, no matter how big the children grow, your belly won't show. That's possible? But then she thought about it. Her head was only so big, yet her sea of consciousness was boundless. Her lower dantian was only so small, yet it could also be vast. Expanding her womb was probably just a matter of will. Hai Shui saw Mingyu suddenly frown and check her own pulse. Worried, she asked, what's wrong? No sooner had she asked than she noticed Mingyu's face light up with joy. She immediately said, are you pregnant? Mingyu hadn't planned to say anything, but since Hai Shui had guessed, she had to tell her. I just felt something off with my body. I checked my pulse, and it seems like I'm pregnant. Hai Shui was overjoyed, so I'll be a grandmother next year? She immediately grabbed Mingyu's arm. Oh dear, and today you. Mingyu smiled wryly. Auntie, don't rush. It's not certain yet. Besides, I'm a cultivator. It's normal for cultivators to be pregnant for several years. Hai Shui grew worried again. That long? Can it be like ordinary people born in 10 months? Mingyu shook her head. The baby has better conditions inside the womb than outside. The longer the pregnancy, the better for the child. Hai Shui quickly said, then let it be longer. But we still need to hold the wedding banquet. Mingyu smiled wryly again. Auntie, I'm not yet 20. I can't get a marriage certificate. Hai Shui didn't care. Let Gu Dongxing figure it out. Even if we can't get the certificate, we'll hold the wedding first. That's settled. She added, we won't go back to the Chu family for now. Let's go home tomorrow. With a grandchild on the way, Hai Shui was content. She wanted her daughter-in-law to go home, eat well, and rest well. Chapter 1588. Unexpected Merits. Mingyu was about to say that Gu Dongxing was a soldier and had to submit a report to get married, but then she heard Hai Shui say she wanted to go back, and she couldn't help but be surprised. Auntie, your mother left you 50% of the Chu family shares. This matter hasn't been clarified yet, so we should probably not go back for now. Hai Shui, however, was indifferent. You and Dongxing are both cultivators now, and Mingxing is your disciple. What would I do with those shares? Besides, I've already encountered the third wave of assassination attempts since returning to Hong Kong. Am I supposed to stay here waiting for someone to kill me? Go back. We'll go back tomorrow. In truth, she was worried about her daughter-in-law, who was pregnant. How could she let her stay mired in the Chu family's quagmire? Her grandchild was the priority. Mingyu thought for a moment and said, Auntie, even if we're going back, we should make the Chu family pay you the dividends for these 43 years. Otherwise, people will think we're afraid and don't want these shares. That would mean the culprit behind the scenes has achieved his goal. Hai Shui, upon hearing Mingyu's words, felt she was right. Otherwise, it wouldn't be worth the 3 times she had suffered. But you're pregnant. Mingyu smiled. Auntie, I'm a cultivator. Do I look like I'm pregnant at all? If I hadn't mentioned it today, you wouldn't even know I'm carrying a child, right? Don't worry, I'll take care of myself and won't let anything happen. I'll just use my words. I have people around me. Hai Shui recalled how, when Mingyu saved her, there were voices, and it seemed her daughter-in-law indeed didn't act personally, her subordinates did. It was just that those people were nowhere to be seen until needed, and usually invisible. Still, her daughter-in-law was like a celestial being. She would let her have her way. She felt reassured. All right, but promise me, you can only talk, not take action yourself. A gentleman uses words, not fists. Mingyu chuckled. All right, I'll be a gentleman. A hint of sarcasm appeared on her face. Besides, if the water isn't stirred, the fish won't jump. Now that you've said you want to leave, certain fish might jump out under this provocation, and we can catch them. She was certain that if Haishue said she wanted to leave, those who wanted to kill her would make a move. And since she was here now, she didn't believe they could escape her surveillance. However, punishing the Overlord gang would have to wait. Never mind, she would handle it alone later. After all, the Overlord gang had successfully provoked her this time. After a while, Gu Mingxing and the others returned to the hotel. As soon as she saw Haishue, Gu Mingxing hugged her mother and cried, "Mom, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have abandoned you." Haishue patted her. "It's not your fault. Under those circumstances, you wanted to act, and that's understandable." Loin also admitted fault. "It's my fault, I shouldn't have left." Then she said to Mengyu, "Please punish me, Mississippi." Haishue quickly interjected, "It's not your fault either. I was too worried about Mingxing at the time, so I told you to help her." Who would have thought that in that brief moment, someone would come to kidnap me? Mingyu sighed and said, "In that situation, Mingxing shouldn't have left without saying a word, and Luin, since Mingxing had already gone over, you should have stayed to protect Auntie. You shouldn't have left the person you were guarding because of other factors. So, go back and accept your punishment." Jiai, hearing that the two were to be punished, felt terrible. "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have been willful and reckless. Punish me instead." Since Jiai wasn't one of her people, how could Mingyu punish her? Chapter 1589. Haishue urges marriage. Ojin knew that Mengyu couldn't really mean to punish Jiai, so she said, "After we return, I will report today's events to the family, and let the O family discipline my cousin." Mengyu, however, replied, "There's no need to punish her. Someone wants to kill your aunt, and they'll always stir up trouble, otherwise, how would they manage to take her away? But there's something I'd like you to relay to the O family. Your aunt and I plan to head back to the mainland tomorrow." Ojin and O Jiai were shocked. Why would they leave so suddenly? They hadn't even formally returned to the O family yet. Jiai grew anxious. "Sister-in-law, it's all my fault. Punish me however you see fit, but please don't rush back because of me." Ojin also pleaded, "And, sister-in-law, there's no need to leave in such a hurry. Since you arrived, you've been staying at the manhwa hotel and haven't even come home yet." Mengyu calmed them down. "We're going back because there are always people trying to kill your aunt. Like today, if I hadn't returned, she would have been in danger. So, once this matter is cleared up, we'll come back." The two recalled the day's events and felt a deep sense of fear. They couldn't understand why, when their aunt had only just returned for the first time, someone would keep trying to kill her. Thinking that their aunt would only be safe back in the mainland, both fell silent. "What? Schwer wants to go back to the mainland?" Old Master O was stunned. She hasn't even been formally acknowledged by the family yet. Although they had already met and recognized each other, formal acknowledgement required opening the ancestral hall. Did something happen to them again yesterday? Yes, yesterday Jinjin and Jiai went shopping with them. When they reached a fork in the street, Jiai first entered a small alley and encountered some thugs who dragged her into a side lane. Gu Mingxing rushed to help, but she couldn't fight off 7 or 8 big men alone, so Schwer sent her bodyguard, Yuin, to assist. Just after Yuin left, a car pulled up beside Schwer and abducted her. Apparently, they planned to take her to a checkpoint, using an inspection as a pretext to kill her as a sacrifice for the slain assassin, Botzi. She's only been here for less than a week, and there have been repeated assassination attempts. How could she stay? She has no choice but to go back. Third Anto asked, "Did she say anything about how to handle the 50% of the shares?" Oh Zharan sighed. She didn't say anything about how to handle them. Second Anto asked, "How can she leave it unresolved? If she doesn't deal with it, does she mean she doesn't want them?" "No, she's already told Pengfei to have the lawyer handle it." The old lady couldn't hold back her anger. This ungrateful wretch. Has she forgotten that she's part of the O family? She actually wants to file a lawsuit? "Pengfei, you mustn't go along with this and really help her hire a lawyer." Oh Zharan sighed again. "Mom, big sister leaving this to the lawyer doesn't necessarily mean she's going to court. She just doesn't want to handle it herself. After 3 narrow escapes from death, what else can she do but let the lawyer deal with it?" Pengfei shook his head. She didn't say she wanted to deal with the shares, only that the dividends from the past 43 years must be paid to her in full. "But I think there's no way she'll give up the shares." The O family members fell silent upon hearing this. Who could remain completely unbothered about returning to a family after decades away, only to face repeated attempts on their life? And even less likely would they willingly give up the shares that rightfully belong to them. But it's not like we O family members are the ones trying to kill her. After all, what benefit would we get from killing her? Third aunt nodded, although she wasn't particularly welcoming of her return, who would be foolish enough to kill her. If she died, half of the O family's assets would be handed over to charity. Chapter 1590. Pregnant with twins. Where is Pengfei? Why isn't he attending the family meeting? Call him here quickly. Oh, Pengfei walked in, grandpa, grandma, father, second uncle, second aunt, third aunt, and all the clan elders. Big Aunt said to let us take back her dividends from the past 43 years that belonged to her. And the 50% of the shares? Third aunt asked. She only said she wants to take the dividends from the shares. She didn't mention the shares themselves, Oh Pengfei said uncertainly. If she didn't mention the shares, then naturally she doesn't want them, third aunt thought. Could it be that this 50% of the shares could be divided? She was even calculating how much her family might get. Impossible, right? Second uncle and third uncle said in unison. This was 50% of the shares. How could anyone give that up so easily? The O family's group company had assets of over 4 billion. 50% would be over 2 billion. How could she bear to just hand that over? Moreover, although the company's assets were only over 4 billion, in terms of development potential, the actual market value was likely over 10 billion. Doesn't the O family have a rule that daughters can only take dividends and cannot manage the company? She probably knows this and can only take dividends, third aunt added. Everyone looked at Old Master O. Old Master O said, taking out the dividends from these 43 years should not be a problem. That is, if she didn't take the shares. The problem was the shares. No one would stand by and watch her take half of the O family's legacy. Old Master continued, although Schwer hasn't been home in the past, I knew she was still alive. Every year, I had someone deposit her dividends into a Swiss bank account. Athu, first bring out Schwer's dividend ledger and calculate how much it should be. Back then, Gu Weiwei had requested that if her child died young, the 50% of the shares would be donated to charity. If the child went missing, the shares would be managed by her father, but the annual dividends had to be deposited into a Swiss bank account. If the child was found, the money would belong to the daughter. If the daughter was never found, the deposits would be donated to charity. After O Shui went missing, some family members proposed dividing the 50% of the shares. But the lawyer came and produced the contract, demanding it be executed. Old Master O also didn't want to distribute the shares to everyone. In his view, the shares belonged to his daughter. Why should they be given to others? After that, Old Master O had someone deposit O Shui's dividends into a Swiss bank account every year. Over more than 40 years, it should have grown into a massive fortune. Steward Fu hesitated for a moment and said, It's hard to calculate clearly right now, Master. However, Mingyu's spiritual sense detected that when the dividends belonging to O Shui were mentioned, although Steward Fu's eyes remained downcast, making it hard to read his expression, she still caught a flicker of panic in his eyes. This Steward Fu had a problem. Old Master O said displeasedly, the annual dividends are all recorded there. Schwer has never withdrawn any. It's just adding up 43 years of dividends. What's so hard to calculate? If there's no ledger, what about the deposit slips? Can you just take out the deposit slips and add them up? Steward Fu bowed and said, Yes, I'll go find them right away. But Old Master O took out a small notebook and said, Forget it, you can look for them later. Fortunately, I have a record. I've already done a rough calculation. Over these 43 years, the accumulated dividends total 1,985,320,000. Chapter 1591. Still water doesn't stir the fish. Uncle Fu was startled to discover that the old master had actually kept track of the numbers every year, but he quickly lowered his head again. Second Uncle Chu, third uncle, and the others were all a bit stunned when they heard this data. Back then, Gu Weiwei had sold off her massive dowry for 200 million and invested it in the Chu family's business. Over 40 years later, just half of the dividends alone amounted to nearly 2 billion yuan, close to half of the entire company's total assets. No wonder Chu Shui had demanded the dividends from these 43 years instead of the shares. Still, she had been short-sighted. The company's assets were only a little over 4 billion, but with its promising market outlook, its market value was far more than that. Suddenly, second Uncle Chu realized something. The contract Gu Weiwei had signed with the Chu family still had a loophole. The contract only stated that if Chu Shui died, her Chu family shares would go to a charity. If she went missing, her dividends would be held for her until she was found and returned to her. But it never specified who the dividend money would belong to if Chu Shui were first made to disappear and then killed. Mingyu, who was monitoring the Chu family, suddenly thought of this too. She had been so careless. How had she overlooked the accumulation of dividends over these 40 years? Everyone's eyes had been fixed on the shares, but no one had considered how much the dividends would amount to after decades of accumulation. In other words, if the Chu family killed Chu Shui now, even though they would lose the shares, the dividends from her 43 years of shares would be enough to compensate for the loss. They could take most of the dividends, buy back half of the Chu family shares from the charity, and still have over 1 billion yuan easily in hand. Earlier, the insistence that the Chu family wouldn't resort to murder had been based on not calculating the dividends Chu Shui was entitled to. If Chu Shui really died, the manager of her shares, Old Master Chu, would get those dividends. The one who benefits the most is the most likely to be the problem. Though everyone thought it, no one said it out loud. But suddenly, a voice in the crowd shouted, "Kill Chu Shui and the money goes to the Old Master." The clan members looked at each other, wondering who had said that. But no one knew who had spoken, and they quickly stopped trying to find out, instead turning to consider whether Old Master Chu really might have ordered the repeated attempts on Chu Shui's life. Seeing the suspicious looks directed at him and unable to identify the speaker, Old Master Chu grew furious. "Shuier is my daughter by my first wife, my eldest daughter. I'm already halfway in the grave. Would I send someone to assassinate my own flesh and blood for a bit of money? How would I face Shuier's mother in the afterlife? Besides, if I had intended to take this money, why would I have spelled it out so clearly just now?" Meng Yu, monitoring the Chu family, couldn't figure this out either, so she concluded that Old Master Chu could probably be ruled out as a smart man. He wouldn't do this. As for Chu Jingren and his two brothers, she had already ruled them out long ago. That left only old Madam Chu. But one clan elder glanced at the old madam and said, "You may not have sent anyone, but can you guarantee that no one else did? After all, if Chu Shui dies, your direct line stands to gain the most." Once the elder said this, it wasn't just Old Master Chu who became a suspect. His 3 sons were also possibilities. After all, if the money ended up in their father's hands, they would all get a share in the end. Old Master Chu had only 3 sons, who else would he leave it to? Chapter 1592, demanding 43 years of dividends. Oh, Zhongren said discontentedly, "What kind of talk is that? Before today, we never imagined that half of our family's shares were in our eldest aunt's name. We only knew about the annual dividends based on shares, but we had no idea that the dividends over these 43 years would be so enormous. Moreover, Shuier was brought back by my 2 children. If we truly wanted to harm her, why bother bringing her back? If we really wanted her dead, we could have simply sent someone to kill her on the mainland. That would have been done without anyone knowing, so why go through all the trouble of inviting her back in such a grand manner?" Upon hearing this, everyone felt that Oh Zhongren's words made some sense. However, Oh Zhongren wouldn't kill his eldest sister, but what about old Lady Oh? Stepmothers and stepchildren rarely have good relationships. As the current wife of the old master, could she possibly have any goodwill toward the children left by his previous wife? Adding to that, the fact that old Lady O had previously refused to allow a search of her house made people look at her with changed eyes. But old Lady O just rolled her eyes. "What are you all staring at me for? Do you suspect I did it? The O family's business has never allowed women to participate, and the family's property has never been in women's hands. Otherwise, why would Gu Weiwei have to demand half of the O family's shares when using her own dowry? Don't tell me I did this for my son. You men of the O family should know that sons are taken away from birth. I'm just a tool for childbirth. My son was taught from a young age to stay away from me, his mother. What kind of bond could I possibly have with him? Would I risk everything and take on the charge of murder for his sake? Finally, I want to say this. Women have no status in the O family. My family has no money, so I couldn't bring much of a dowry. That means, even though I live in a wealthy household, I have almost no money of my own. They say money makes the world go round. Without money, can I command anyone? If I can't command anyone, how could I, a woman confined to the inner quarters, possibly commit murder?" Everyone was stunned again. Yes, the O family had once declined because of women. As a result, a family rule was established. Women of the O family were not allowed to interfere in the family's business. Unless they brought property into the family upon marriage, they had no right to manage the family's assets. They were merely tools for reproduction in the O family. To prevent women from using their sons to control the family, sons were taken away at birth, handed over to male elders who hired wet nurses to care for them, and raised and educated by male elders from a young age. Only when they gave birth to daughters were they allowed to raise them themselves. As a result, the sons they bore had little to no emotional connection with them. Even if they had bonds with their daughters, the O family's property had always belonged only to the men. Daughters would receive a dowry, but they could never own shares in the family. Thus, even if old Lady O killed O Shui, she wouldn't get a single cent. Realizing this, everyone became confused again. Yes, even if O Shui's 43 years of dividends ended up in old Master O's hands, old Lady O still wouldn't gain anything. Since there was no benefit, why would she commit murder? Upon hearing old Lady O's words, Ning Yu was secretly shocked. She hadn't expected that a family like the O family would still have such rules in this day and age. If that were truly the case, no matter how wealthy the O family was, the women would still be poor. Then what difference was there between marrying into the O family and marrying into a poor family? At most, it was just a guarantee of food and clothing. She suddenly felt sympathy for the women of the O family. However, she still remained wary of Old Lady O, because she felt that something was off about this old lady. Chapter 1593, taking 43 years of dividends home. Yes, Minyu felt that the old lady was off. Not just because the spirit jade pendant had appeared in her room. She also noticed that the old lady harbored a subtle, almost imperceptible hatred toward old Master O. Although she hid it well, aside from the words she spoke when she was suspected just now, she usually appeared gentle and virtuous. But if she hated old Master O, how could she possibly kill O Shui? Killing O Shui would only help old Master O, wouldn't it? No. Mingyu suddenly snapped to attention. If she killed O Shui, from the perspective that the one who benefits most is most likely to be suspected, old Master O would be the prime suspect. Was she trying to frame old Master O? That wasn't impossible. Also, earlier, when old Master O had Uncle Fu bring out O Shui's account books, Uncle Fu's attitude had been problematic. Yes, these two people needed to be investigated closely. Previously, although Mingyu had visited the O family, she had only observed the people and hadn't conducted a search, since at that time she couldn't be sure the O family members were involved. Moreover, her main purpose then had been to protect O Pengfei during his cultivation, so she hadn't had time to look into things carefully. But now, sensing the anomalies in Old Lady O and Uncle Fu, she naturally had to conduct a thorough and meticulous investigation. The next moment, Minyu's divine sense swept through the old lady's room, carefully examining every corner. Although the old lady and old Master O lived in the same small building, judging by the room's layout, they had likely been sleeping separately for a long time. After learning about the O family's rules, Minyu understood how difficult it was to be a woman in that household. However, it was clear that old Master O treated the old lady fairly well. Her room was elegantly decorated, and the materials used were of very high quality. Minyu's divine sense quickly finished searching the entire room, but the spirit jade pendant that had been in that box last time was gone. Could there be a basement? At first glance, the old lady's room showed no hidden passage. But with her divine sense, Minyu searched downward and indeed found a basement. The old lady's room was also less damp because of it. The entrance to the basement was very hidden. It was actually under the bed. Through the passage, it extended downward to the basement. Inside the basement were some boxes, and it was surprisingly dry. The boxes contained antiques and jewelry. Minyu immediately sensed something was wrong. A basement couldn't be this dry. Could there be another basement beneath this one? Her divine sense probed further down, and sure enough, there was another basement below the first one. Moreover, in that lower basement, there was a tunnel. The tunnel led to another room. Minyu followed it with her divine sense and found that it led to a servant's quarters in the front courtyard, a small compound separated by a covered corridor. It was clearly the kind of place where high-ranking servants lived. That room also had a basement, and in that basement, Minyu discovered some account books. Needless to say, this was the steward's residence. No, even a steward wouldn't take account books back to his room. Account books should be locked in the accounting office, not stored in a steward's basement. Minyu used her divine sense to examine the account books and found that they belonged to Jinhui Group. Her heart sank heavily. Jinhui Group. Wasn't this the rival of the O Group? However, it was said that no one knew who the owner behind the scenes of Jinhui Group was. But ever since it was established over 20 years ago, after gaining a foothold in the market, it had grown with strong momentum. It always seemed to know the O Group's moves in advance, always seizing opportunities first and snatching them away from the O Group. Chapter 1594. The beneficiary is the most suspicious. If it weren't for the O family's deep roots in Hong Kong, they might have been crushed by Jinhui. Even so, Jinhui has grown from an insignificant small enterprise over 20 years ago into a large conglomerate today, subtly showing signs of rivaling the O Group. Some even predict that in a few more years, Jinhui might surpass the O family. Yet, why would the account books of the Jinhui Group be stored in the second basement level of the O family butler's room? Could it be that the behind-the-scenes boss of the Jinhui Group is this butler named Afu? A mere butler, and yet the behind-the-scenes boss of a large conglomerate? If he had that much money to start a company, why would he stoop to being a lowly butler in the O household? The disparity in status between a big boss and a private butler is far too great for anyone to connect the two. But if he isn't the behind-the-scenes boss of Jinhui, how else can the account books in this room be explained? Minyu continued to probe with her divine sense and finally uncovered evidence that Butler Fu was one of the behind-the-scenes bosses of the Jinhui Group. Many documents bore his signature. Digging further, Minyu found the company's initial materials. The legal representative was clearly written as O Shui. Did O Shui know about this? Minyu gasped sharply. This was a major revelation. O Shui actually owned a large conglomerate in Hong Kong. Suddenly, Minyu recalled when old Master O asked Butler Fu for the account book of his daughter's dividends deposited in a Swiss bank, and Butler Fu replied, "It's hard to calculate all at once, sir." A bold conjecture flashed through her mind. Butler Fu had taken O Shue's dividends to start a company. Then, he deposited the money back. But old Master O wasn't foolish. He wouldn't let the butler deposit money without asking to see the deposit slip. And once deposited, the money couldn't be withdrawn without the old master's seal. 10 years ago, who could have gotten the old master's seal? The old lady. Connecting the two rooms via a tunnel, Mingyu was certain that the other company's big boss was the old lady. It was very likely that Butler Fu deposited the money, then turned around and withdrew it. Or, when depositing new funds, they withdrew the old funds and invested them into the company they had set up together. As for why they used O Shue's name, it was probably to leave themselves an escape route. If things went wrong, they could claim it was done on the orders of the late Mrs. Gu Weiwei to establish a company for O Shue. If her guess was correct, then at most, only the past year's dividends from O Shue's share were still in the Swiss bank. The rest had been withdrawn. Thus, it wasn't hard to deduce their motive for killing O Shue. It was likely because they had used all of O Shue's dividends for the company. Although the company was registered under O Shue's name, they could never let her know that the company was established in her name. To keep the company forever, they had no choice but to kill her. Another reason for killing O Shue was that the dividends they had used couldn't be pulled out in time. When O Shue returned, the first thing she would demand was her dividends. But if they killed O Shue, the dividends wouldn't be withdrawn immediately. Instead, they would first have to deal with O Shue's affairs, or wait until a distribution plan was made before withdrawing the dividends. That would give them time to handle the situation. Chapter 1595. Something is off about this old lady from the district. As for the issue of interest, it simply doesn't exist. Swiss banks have long been regarded as the most trustworthy banks in the world, and it's said that about a quarter of the world's personal wealth is stored there. In a sense, Swiss banks manage money for the entire globe. Strangely enough, because they take in so many deposits, depositors not only earn no interest on their savings, but actually have to pay management fees to the bank. If Uncle Fu withdrew this money and used it, then deposited it back when the time was right, as long as the person handling it was still him, Uncle Fu, it would truly be done without anyone knowing. No wonder he panicked when it came to discussing Chu Shue's dividends. No wonder he could arrange a patient transport vehicle to pick up Chu Shue, the eldest daughter returning from afar. No wonder the jade pendant she gave to driver Go ended up in the old lady's room. All these signs basically confirm that Uncle Fu is colluding with old lady Chu. They've been using Chu Shue's money to invest in companies and make a fortune. When Chu Shue suddenly returned, they couldn't scrape together enough funds, so they simply decided to kill her. But what puzzled Mengyu was this: old Master Chu, as the former head of the Chu family, was such a shrewd man. How could he be so easily schemed against? And with his daughter being repeatedly targeted for assassination, hadn't he uncovered anything? How strange. Could it be that, bound by the contract, he had to deposit half of the dividends into the Swiss bank, but in reality, he resented it and deliberately turned a blind eye, letting his wife and the steward collude to take his daughter's dividends and start a company? Otherwise, how else could one explain him entrusting the deposit certificate to Uncle Fu for safekeeping? True, the Chu family's assets were managed by Steward Fu, but those were Chu Shue's dividends. He should have kept them himself. Yet he handed the dividends over to Steward Fu to handle. I suspect that every time he looked at the deposit certificate after a deposit, it was just for show, wasn't it? In any case, no matter how big or successful the company became, in the end, all he had to do was expose the steward, and the company would naturally fall into his hands. Perhaps, even the steward and old lady Chu's plot to kill Chu Shue might have been known to the old master, maybe even condoned. Or maybe, at first, she didn't intend to kill Chu Shue, but when she saw the company run by Uncle Fu and the old lady thriving, with a market value rivaling the Chu group, she grew tempted. Only with Chu Shue dead could she get her hands on the Jinhui group. It was just that today, when Chu Shue demanded to take her dividends, the old master deliberately had the steward produce them, perhaps as a warning shot? The more she thought about it, the more terrifying it became. But she had to admit, only this could explain why Chu Shue, upon her return, faced assassination attempts one after another, while the Chu family did nothing. Originally, Mengyu only intended to help her future mother-in-law reclaim the 43 years' worth of dividends, but that was when she wasn't sure whether old Master Chu had ever harbored murderous intent toward Chu Shue. Now, however, it seemed that not only did the old lady want to kill Chu Shue, but even the old master was letting the old lady and the steward act freely, planning to swoop in and claim the fruits of victory. Earlier, Gu Dongxing had only wanted his mother to acknowledge a prominent maternal family, to intimidate the elders of the Gu family and give her a stronger backing. But if this backing wasn't a support at all, and instead was constantly ready to devour his daughter's wealth and life, then such a backing was better off abandoned. Though Mingyu couldn't make decisions for Chu Shui, her own attitude had already shifted. She had been very polite before, but now, she would first seize the Jinhui group and leave the old master's plans in ruins. Chapter 1596, Discovering the Ledger. Mingyu sent a telepathic message to Pengfei. I found out who's behind the assassination attempts on your aunt. If this person involves your family, what do you plan to do? Expose them and let the family handle it, or persuade your aunt to drop the matter and return home? If you intend to expose them, touch your nose with your left hand. If you want your aunt to let it go, touch your nose with your right hand. Pengfei hadn't expected that after days of investigation with no progress, his master would uncover the truth in just half a day. He wanted to ask who it was, but he didn't even know where his master was, so he couldn't ask. After a moment's hesitation, he touched his nose with his left hand. Persuade his aunt to return home? He hadn't even considered it. She had been attacked 3 times. Urging her to let it go and keep the peace wasn't something he could do. What if this person later targeted him? Seeing that Pengfei hesitated before touching his nose with his left hand, Mingyu breathed a quiet sigh of relief. If he had done it without hesitation, she would have thought him too ruthless toward his family. If he had used his right hand, she would have immediately disowned him as a disciple. What use was a disciple who couldn't tell right from wrong? Alright, since you've made your decision, I'll tell you. The ones who ordered the attacks on your aunt are your grandmother and the steward, Afu. Pengfei nearly gasped aloud. His grandmother and the steward wanted to kill his aunt? Don't be shocked. Keep your expression neutral. Your grandmother and Uncle Fu collaborated to withdraw your aunt's years of dividends from the Swiss bank and use them to start a company, Jinhui Group. Pengfei was stunned again. Jinhui Group, which had repeatedly stolen opportunities from the family business, was founded by his grandmother and steward Fu? Could Fu really manage a company and grow it so large? Impossible. Mingyu continued, Fu's abilities aren't enough for that, but your grandmother is a remarkable woman. The company is likely run by her behind the scenes. With her overhearing the family's plans at home, it's easy for her to snatch opportunities ahead of you. Pengfei struggled to calm himself. He wanted to ask his master what he should do, but then he heard her telepathic instructions on the next steps. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the surge of awe and gratitude toward his master. He suddenly asked Fu, Uncle Fu, how much of my aunt's dividends are still in the Swiss bank? Fu instinctively replied, about over 9 million. The clan members were shocked. Aunt Oshua's total dividends over 40 years amounted to nearly 2 billion. Earlier, old Master O had said that her dividends were deposited annually into the Swiss bank. How could there be only 9 million? Realizing his mistake, Fu quickly corrected himself. I meant the 9 million from the most recent dividend deposit. The crowd relaxed. So it was the 9 million deposited last year. Last year's net profit was over 200 million, and after deductions, and Oshua's share was 9 million. But Pengfei pressed on, didn't grandmother once entrust you to take aunt's money and start a company to make it grow? And haven't you already done that, using her dividends to set up a company? The family members were shocked. Hadn't Gu Weiwei's money all been invested in the group? Was Steward Fu actually using her funds to run another company? Chapter 1597, The Motive for Killing Shui. When Uncle Fu heard Pengfei say this, his heart stirred. Today, the old master had already stated the amount of dividends Shui was entitled to and said they would be given to Miss Shui. But Shui's dividends had all been taken by him to the old lady and invested in the company. Where could he possibly come up with the money? Butler Fu knew that if he couldn't produce Shui's dividends and had no good reason, he would be dead today. However, Pengfei's words happened to align with the path he and the old lady had set years ago, to pretend that Gu Weiwei had entrusted them to conceal the fact that the family was using Shui's dividends to run a company. This way, even if the old master discovered they had borrowed Shui's money, they would have a fallback plan. By claiming the company was established under the orders of the late Madame Gu Weiwei, his diversion of Shui's dividends would be justified. Still, he was puzzled. Why would Pengfei say this? Was he a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, or did he know about their plan? If he knew about their plan, why didn't he expose them instead of covering for them? That must be it. The old lady must have told him to say this. He wanted to look at the old lady again, but realized that Pengfei, standing there, was blocking her. He couldn't pay too much attention to the old lady either, lest people suspect collusion between them. No cooperation. Thus, he sighed and said, yes, before Madame Gu passed away, she was indeed pregnant and instructed me that if she died early, I should take some of her money and set up another company in her name, to be left for her descendants when her child grew up. Later, after Madame Gu gave birth to Miss Shui and passed away, I decided to invest Miss Shui's dividends into the company I was running for the madam. So, over the years, Miss Oh Shue's dividends have actually all been invested into the company that belongs to her. At this point, Uncle Fu bowed to the old master. I'm sorry, old master. I didn't report this to you because it was Madame Gu's request. As for whether listing Miss Oh Shue as the legal representative and making the company public today would end up benefiting someone else, he wasn't worried at all. The company was in the old lady's hands, the accounts were in his hands, and the old lady had long instructed him to create a separate set of accounts. What did he have to fear? He would give Oh Shue the fake accounts, take the company's major assets, and leave her an empty shell. No, he didn't even need to leave her the shell. He could just make another set of accounts, find a way to make her believe the company was deeply in debt, and make her unwilling to take it over, crying and shouting for him to keep it. Fortunately, the old lady had planned ahead, having the company maintain two sets of accounts. The real accounts were stored in his basement, while the ones in the company were for outsiders to see. Moreover, on paper, the company's success over the years relied entirely on subsequent investments. These investments were actually the company's real profits, but he had reinvested them under the pseudonyms of himself and the old lady. As a result, he had squeezed Oh Shue's shares down to just 30%, while the remaining 70% had all fallen into the hands of him and the old lady under their pseudonyms. On the other side, Mingyu told Oh Shue what she had discovered about the Oh family and finally said, "Aunt, that's the situation. What do you plan to do now?" Oh Shue's head was spinning. She had somehow become the legal representative of a large group company? But her role as legal representative was just a facade. The actual benefits were all in the hands of the old lady and Butler Fu. Chapter 1598, Waiting to Reap the Fruits. Mingyu said again, however, I have already found the real ledgers he hid. With these real ledgers, I can make them willingly give up the company. Even, if you want, I can have the two people who repeatedly tried to murder you killed. For Mingyu, since she now knew that Hai Xue's repeated assassination attempts were all the work of old Madame Oh and Butler Fu, and that the first time at the station, she herself had also been a target. Moreover, she and Gu Dongxing were officially life and death partners, and Hai Xue was already considered her mother-in-law, so she could avenge her. Therefore, killing old Madame Oh and Butler Fu would not bring any karmic consequences to her. Hearing about killing people, Hai Xue was a bit scared. I don't want to kill anyone. Mingyu knew this would be the case. Her mother-in-law was actually overly kind. But they are the masterminds behind the repeated assassination attempts you've suffered recently. Are you sure you don't want to kill them? Hai Xue asked. I didn't die, so they don't deserve death. Can't we bring them to justice? Mingyu sighed. Bringing them to justice would be much harder than killing them. Because killing them only required her to confirm their crimes, while bringing them to justice required evidence. All right, I'll try my best. Mingyu had no choice but to agree. After thinking for a moment, she asked, what about the company founded with your dividends and your 50% stake in O Corporation? What do you plan to do with them? Hai Xue wanted to say that all these assets had caused her to be targeted for murder, so perhaps she should just give them up. But then she thought of her son and daughter. She could do without them, but since she had given birth to two children, she had to think about their future. After thinking it over, she said, if I take over the company, can I move it back to the mainland? Mingyu nodded, of course, you can hire professional managers to run the company or set up a branch in the mainland. In short, once you get the company back, you can do whatever you want with it. A complex look appeared in Hai Xue's eyes. Getting the company back wouldn't be easy. Relying on herself and Gu Mingxing, they definitely couldn't reclaim it. To get it back, she would have to depend on Mingyu. The girl she had once looked down upon had now become her support. She sighed and said, all right, help me take back this company. And what about the 50% stake in O Corporation? Mingyu asked again. Hai Xue sighed once more and said, one should know when to be content. I've already taken the Jinhui Group. It wouldn't be right for me to also take the 50% stake in O Corporation. The company was founded with dividends belonging to Oh Shue, not in the hands of the Oh family. If Hai Xue took it, the Oh family might be envious but wouldn't hate her. However, the Oh family had never given shares to women. Back then, they only accepted Gu Weiwei's plan because they were on the verge of bankruptcy, allowing her to hold a 50% stake. Now that Hai Xue had developed it into a group, if she tried to take the 50% stake, the Oh family would surely never agree. Mingyu also knew that, logically speaking, Hai Xue taking the Jinhui Group, which was founded with her dividends from O Corporation, and then also claiming the 50% stake in O Corporation, wouldn't be wrong. But emotionally, if she took the Jinhui Group and then also demanded the 50% stake in O Corporation, everyone in the O family would probably hate her to death. Moreover, the O family had a clan rule that women could not hold O family shares. Therefore, it was normal for her to want to give up these shares. Chapter 1599, Following Gu Weiwei's Orders. But after how the Chu family treated you, are you really willing to leave the shares to them? Hai Shui thought for a moment and said, I don't want to have any more financial entanglements with them. How about I give these shares to Peng Fei and Jinjin? Through her interactions over the past few days, she had also realized that among the Chu family members, the ones who treated her best were Chu Pengfei and Chu Jinjin. Mingyu sighed. The Chu family rules state that to prevent the loss of Chu family shares, daughters are not allowed to hold Chu family shares. For this reason alone, she didn't approve of Hai Shui returning to the Chu family. What was the point of going back to a family that didn't treat women as people? Hai Shui thought for a moment and said, the Chu family rules are just afraid that the family company will fall under outside control. In that case, I'll give Pengfei 30% of the shares and Jinjin 20%, but Jinjin's 20% will be managed by Pengfei, and the profits will be distributed to her afterward. Hai Shui paused, then continued, after the Jinhui group is reclaimed, Gu Dongxing will hold 60% of the shares, and you and Gu Mingxing will each hold 20%. Mingyu was taken aback. This future mother-in-law was actually giving her 20% of the group company's shares? After all, the company's assets were already worth over 5 billion and 20% would be 1 billion. Was she really that generous? Auntie, Gu Dongxing and I will be husband and wife in the future. What's his is mine. That means we'd hold 80%, leaving Mingxing with only 20%. That doesn't seem fair to Mingxing. Hai Shui was firm. There's no helping it. There's no fairness in this world. Without you, this company wouldn't have been recovered at all. I believe Mingxing will understand. Gu Mingxing quickly nodded. My mom is right. Without sister-in-law, our family wouldn't have been able to get this company back. I think 20% is already a lot. She paused and added, I know sister-in-law is wealthy. Even if it were tens of billions, hundreds of billions, or even thousands of billions, sister-in-law could get them if she wanted. But this Jinhui group is something you deserve. Please don't refuse. Mingyu thought for a moment and said, but Mingxing, you also said I don't lack money. In modern society, men and women have equal inheritance rights. So Dongxing and Mingxing should be treated the same. Shouldn't Auntie and Uncle Gu also hold shares? Economic foundation determines the superstructure. Auntie, you should keep the shares for yourself. What she was thinking was that she and Dongxing would eventually enter the immortal sect, and Mingxing would be the ones staying in this world to fulfill their filial duties. So, in the end, the company would have to be handed over to Mingxing. But Hai Shui clearly favored her son over her daughter. Only by making this suggestion could she get Hai Shui to agree. Hai Shui thought that if she and Gu Ming each held 40%, they could later give it to their son. So she said, then let's split it so that your father and I, along with you, Dongxing and Mingxing, each hold 20%. No more arguing. Mingyu knew what Hai Shui was thinking. This division seemed fair, but in reality, Mingxing still only had 20%. She shook her head. Give my 20% to Mingxing. The company will need Mingxing to manage it in the future anyway. Hai Shui was anxious. The company was only recovered because of Mingyu. She couldn't manage it on her own, and both she and Mingxing owed Mingyu a debt of gratitude for saving their lives. Now that they finally had a chance to repay even a fraction of it, how could she let Mingyu refuse? No. I truly see you as family. If you don't take the shares, does that mean you don't see yourself as part of the Gu family yet? Mingyu saw Hai Shui raising the stakes and felt helpless, so she had no choice but to accept. And so, before the Jinhui group had even been reclaimed, the spoils had already been divided. In that case, let's go to the Chu family and finalize this, Mingyu said. Hai Shui was puzzled. Previously, Mingyu had insisted on her not going to the Chu family. Chapter 1600, 2 sets of account books. Mingyu comforted her, before, we didn't know who was trying to harm you. The enemy was in the dark while we were in the light, so we couldn't go to the Chu family. But now that we know who in the Chu family is behind this, we can go. Besides, before we head home, we have to visit the Chu family anyway, so let's take this opportunity. Hai Shui naturally followed Mingyu's lead. Alright, even if the Chu family is a den of dragons and tigers, we'll still make the trip. Gu Mingxing curled her lip. With my sister-in-law around, what's a den of dragons and tigers? Hai Shui tapped Mingxing. You can't rely on your sister-in-law for everything. You need to learn from her. Mingyu agreed. Mingxing should indeed learn. In the future, this company of ours will depend on you to manage it. Gu Mingxing was stunned. What? Rely on me to manage it? No, I can't do it. Mingyu couldn't help but tap her again. Never say you can't do it. Besides, if you don't manage the company, who will? Your brother? He's in the military. How could he manage it? Me? I don't even have time to manage my own companies. Do you want your mother to do it? Gu Mingxing's eyes lit up. Mom is still young. It's not like she can't manage it. Hai Shui was taken aback. Mingyu nodded. Auntie doesn't have a job right now, so it's not impossible. She could start by learning to manage alongside the company and gradually take over. Hai Shui shook her head repeatedly. No, I really can't manage it. Mingyu thought of her tendency to be easily swayed and grew a bit concerned. Managing a company isn't charity work. Being soft-hearted won't do. Charity? Mingyu's eyes lit up. Auntie, I've noticed you're quick to learn and get things done. How about I set up a charity hall for you to manage? Haishue was curious. A charity hall? What would it do? A charity hall can do so much, Mingyu enthusiastically explained. For example, helping the needy, building roads and bridges, providing disaster relief, setting up an orphanage for abandoned children, running free schools for kids who can't afford tuition, establishing a nursing home for the elderly with no one to care for them. In short, all kinds of good deeds to accumulate virtue. I see. Haishue's eyes grew brighter. Can I do it well? You definitely can. After we get home, we'll set up a charity hall, start small, gain experience, and gradually expand it. Mingyu guided her patiently. Haishue was very tempted. But where will we get so much money? Don't worry about that. One pill I refine can sell for over 100 million, so you don't need to worry about funds. You just need to help me spend the money in this way. Dongxing has killed many in the military, so by doing this, Auntie, you'll be accumulating virtue for me, Gu Dongxing, and the child in my womb. Just be careful not to be deceived. Upon hearing that it was for the sake of her son, daughter-in-law, and unborn grandchild, Haishue immediately agreed. All right, once we're back, I'll help you set up the charity hall. Mingxing, seeing her mother easily persuaded by Mingyu, protested, Mom, didn't we agree that you'd also manage the Jinhui group? Haishue patted her. Your sister-in-law said the Jinhui group must be managed by you. So you focus on getting into university, study business management, and once you graduate, run the company well. Chapter 1601, you help me get this company back. Gu Shui pulled a long face. Do I have to manage the company? But I still have to study. Mingyu said again. Before you graduate, I will first transfer someone from the Nan family to manage it for you. Back then, in order to compete for the position of family head, Nan Ming had trained 100 shadow guards. These shadow guards had learned not only martial arts, but also management, intelligence gathering, and various other skills. Those 100+ people had their memories of Nan Ming erased by Mingyu, but their skills were not erased. At that time, Nan Cheng had wanted to hand over those 100 people to her, but Mingyu only took Luin. Now that she needed a few management talents, Nan Cheng certainly wouldn't refuse. So, Mingyu immediately used a communication talisman to contact Nan Cheng. Family head, I want some of the shadow guards trained by Nan Ming. Oh, it's Mingyu. How many do you want? Nan Cheng sent back a message. Those 100 people were originally trained by Nan Ming to usurp the position of family head. However, when he attempted the coup, Mingyu thwarted him, not only saving Nan Cheng's life but also erasing the memories of those 100 people who were loyal only to Nan Ming, whom Nan Cheng didn't know how to handle, thus avoiding disaster. Nan Cheng had originally wanted to give those 100 people to Mingyu, but she didn't want them. Now that she was asking for them, how could he refuse? All right, how many do you want? I want 10. Please help me select them. Their martial arts don't have to be top-notch, but their corporate management and intelligence-gathering abilities must be excellent. I'll give each person 10 Peiyuan pills. Nan Cheng was even more delighted. Mingyu's Peiyuan pills were all ancient method pills made by her master. At the Huaxia Dragon auction, they sold for 600 million per set. By giving one set per person, Mingyu was essentially offering an opportunity to cultivate to the innate level. Training one's own people from scratch was far better than those half-trained ones Nan Ming had cultivated. It was only because Mingyu temporarily had no one to use that she was asking for these people. All right, I'll select them for you immediately. Send 2 to Hong Kong today to report to Lida. Got it. I'll handle it right away. At the Chu family home. Old Master Chu smiled as he looked at Butler Fu. You were working for my first wife, so no wonder. But in reality, his heart was bleeding. Mingyu's guess was correct. Butler Fu had colluded with his wife to take Chu Shue's dividends and set up a company. How could the old family head not know? Not only did he know they had set up a company, but he also knew the company was Jinhui, and that his wife had been secretly running it all along. He hadn't expected his second wife to have such talent, managing the company so successfully that it rivaled the Chu Group. No, he had secretly investigated and found that Jinhui Group's assets had reached over 5 billion, with even better development prospects than the Chu family. Old Master Chu had originally planned to wait until the old lady and Butler Fu killed Chu Shui, then step forward to avenge her, and the company would become his. But now, they hadn't killed Chu Shui, which put him in a difficult position. None of the conditions he wanted to exploit had materialized. He even cursed his wife inwardly for her incompetence. However, after meeting Chu Shui and seeing her survive 2 assassination attempts, it was clear someone was protecting her. He realized that the old lady and Butler Fu probably couldn't kill Chu Shui. So, when Chu Pengfei brought up Chu Shue's demand for 43 years of dividends, Old Master Chu decided to use this opportunity to send a warning to Butler Fu, forcing him to hand over the company. Although Jinhui Group's assets were only over 5 billion, given its promising market prospects and intangible assets, its actual market value was at least 40 billion. How could he let go of such a company? Chapter 1602, Dividing the Spoils. But the old man hadn't expected that while he had knocked on the mountain to scare the tiger was indeed startled, just not in the way he wanted. Uncle Fu had directly made the company public. Moreover, he had explicitly stated that the company was established on the orders of his lawful wife, for Oh Shue's sake. If that was the case, how could he still take the company over? Some things could be done but not spoken of. Could he really demand the company in front of everyone? His gaze shot toward Oh Pengfei. Was it him who had first brought up the company? Did he also know that his grandmother and Uncle Fu had colluded to embezzle Oh Shue's dividends to set up the company? Was he trying to get a share of the pie, or was he trying to get a share of the pie? The veins on Old Master O's temples were throbbing. Was everyone rebelling now? Oh Pengfei, however, acted as if he hadn't seen the look Old Master O was giving him. He directly said to Uncle Fu, and already knows. Jinhui Group is the company you set up for her. She plans not to return to the mainland today, but to go take over the company instead. You should go to the company first and meet my aunt. His master had told him that she had already obtained the company's documents and account books, and she wanted him to send people to help her take control of the company. The people he had grown up with, trained to be his right-hand men, could finally be put to use. Of course, his master had also said that she had already called the Nan family to send people. Oh Pengfei had originally been the young master of the O family, but in recent years, the Shi family, his second uncle's wife's clan, had risen. His second uncle had risen with the tide, gaining a higher status in the company. Especially 5 years ago, when the O family faced a crisis and sought help from the Shi family. The Shi family seized the opportunity to propose that they could help, but their money would count as a 10% investment, recorded under the second uncle's name. The O family's shares had originally been divided as follows. Oh Shue held 50%, Old Master O held 20%, Oh Zhengren held 8%, Oh Zhengyi and Oh Zhengli each held 5%, Oh Pengfei held 2%. And the remaining 5% was distributed among other family members. The 10% that the Shi family demanded came from Old Master O giving up 5%, the three brothers Oh Zhengren giving up 2%, the other brothers giving up 1% each, and the clan members giving up 1%. These 10% shares were recorded under the second uncle's name. This gave him a total of 14% of the shares, making him the second largest shareholder after Old Master O. Thus, the second uncle's shares surpassed those of the family head, giving him greater influence in the company. He became ambitious and began planning to take over as the family head. Meanwhile, the second uncle's son, who was older than O Pengfei, was studying abroad for a doctorate and was also gearing up to become the young master of the O family. This made Oh Zhengren, the current family head, uneasy, and it also made Oh Pengfei, the young master, uneasy. But now, Oh Pengfei was about to become the largest shareholder. Because Mingyu had just sent him a telepathic message, saying that his aunt intended to transfer her 50% shares in the O group to him and Ozhin. Given the rule that the O family's shares could not be passed to daughters, Ozhin's shares would be recorded under Oh Pengfei's name, with the understanding that he would give her the dividends she was entitled to at the end of the year. Thus, Oh Pengfei would become the largest shareholder of the O family. Although he had no intention of taking his aunt's shares and had only agreed to manage them for her, with her 50% shares under his control, who else would he fear? Oh Pengfei was about to soar. Therefore, he completely ignored the daggers Old Master O was shooting at him. When Uncle Fu heard that Oh Shui was going to take over the company, he panicked and instinctively looked toward the old lady. Chapter 1603, The Idea of Establishing a Charitable Hall. The old lady shot a sharp glance at Uncle Fu. Using Chu Shue's name as the legal representative was a last resort, a card to be played only when there was no other option. But that fool Uncle Fu had thrown out their trump card from the very start. Once that card was played, the company was no longer hers. Although she still held the majority of the shares, the name was fake, and the identity was naturally fake as well. She couldn't step forward to seize the company herself. As for Uncle Fu himself, he couldn't act in his capacity as a shareholder either. Thus, in the end, the company would fall into Chu Shue's hands, and she herself could at most only receive dividends. She was a capable woman, yet she had been forced by her family into marriage with the Chu family, a family that treated women merely as tools for childbirth. Her talents had no outlet, which was why she had secretly established this company, a place to showcase her abilities. Now, under her covert management, the company had surpassed the Chu Group Corporation. How could she allow her hard work to fall into someone else's hands, becoming a wedding dress for others? She absolutely could not hand over the company. She suddenly stood up. I'm feeling unwell. I'll go to my room first. Seeing the old lady about to leave, one of the clan elders grew displeased and immediately called out, the matter of Chu Shue's shares hasn't been resolved yet. The old lady can't just leave, can she? Old Madam Chu turned to look at the clan elder. Chu Qingyin, what exactly do you want? Chu Qingyin smiled faintly. It's not about what I want. Since Chu Shui said she wanted to claim dividends, and now those dividends have been taken by Uncle Fu to set up a company, just saying it was done on Chu Shui's behalf doesn't make it so. Who knows if the young master is covering for him? Uncle Fu looked righteous. I have a clear conscience about setting up the company for Chu Shui. If you don't believe me, I can produce the business license and documents. The legal representative on the company is Miss Chu Shui. Chu Qingyin stared intently at Uncle Fu. Seeing that his gaze didn't waver, he wondered inwardly, could it really be a company set up for Chu Shui? If so, wasn't he afraid of working for someone else's benefit? He turned to Chu Pengfei. Pengfei, this is no joke. Is the legal representative of Jinhui Group really Chu Shui? Chu Pengfei nodded. That can't be faked. Chu Qingyin snorted. Even if the dividends were used to set up the company, what about Gu Weiwei's 50% of the shares? Are the Direct Line planning to keep it all for themselves? The old patriarch frowned. That 50% of the shares belong to my daughter. Back then, if Gu Weiwei hadn't used her dowry to save the Chu family, the Chu Corporation would have gone bankrupt. So, when she sold off her dowry, she had already signed an agreement with the family. Gu Weiwei would hold 50% of the Chu family shares, and they would only be passed down to her descendants. A family meeting was held at the time, and everyone agreed. Only then did Gu Weiwei sell her dowry and invest it in the Chu Corporation. Now, although Weiwei is no longer with us, the agreement still stands. Are you all planning to tear it up? Chu Qingyin smiled. I'm not trying to tear up the agreement. But the Chu family has a clan rule. Chu family shares cannot be passed down to women. In other words, in the Chu family, women cannot inherit shares. So, Chu Shui cannot claim that 50%. Other clan elders nodded repeatedly. That's right, that's the principle. Yes, our Chu family has ancestral teachings. Exactly, women are not allowed to enter the company or inherit Chu family shares. Is Chu Shui not a woman? Exactly. Chu Shui cannot inherit the shares. Chapter 1604, Waiting for them to kill O Shui. Gu Shui grimaced. Am I the only one who can manage the company? But I still have to study. Minyu said again, before you graduate, I will first transfer someone from the Nan family to manage it for you. Back when Nan Ming was vying for the position of family head, he had trained 100 shadow guards. These guards had learned not only martial arts, but also management, intelligence gathering, and various other skills. Those 100+ people had their memories of Nan Ming erased by Mingyu, but their skills were not erased. Back then, Nan Cheng had wanted to hand those 100 people over to her, but Mingyu only took Lain. Now that she needed a few management talents, Nan Cheng certainly wouldn't refuse. So, Mingyu used a transmission talisman to contact Nan Cheng. Family head, I want some of the shadow guards trained by Nan Ming. Oh, it's Mingyu. How many do you want? Nan Cheng replied via transmission. The O family. Old Master O smiled at Butler Fu. You were acting on behalf of my first wife. No wonder you did what you did. Old Master O had originally planned to wait until the old lady and Butler Fu killed O Shui, then step forward to avenge her, and the company would become his. But in reality, his heart was bleeding. No, he had secretly investigated. The assets of Jinhui Group had reached over 5 billion, and its development prospects were even better than those of the O family. Send 2 of them to Hong Kong today to report to Lida. Nan Cheng had originally wanted to give those 100 people to Mingyu, but she had refused. Now that she was asking for them, how could he disagree? All right, how many do you need? All right, I'll handle it right away. He even cursed his old wife in his heart for her incompetence. Raising his own people from a young age, this was far better than those half-trained ones Nan Ming had cultivated. All right, I'll select them for you right away. Mingyu guessed correctly. How could the old family head not know that Butler Fu had colluded with his wife to take O Shui's dividends and set up a company? He not only knew they had set up a company, but he also knew that company was Jinhui, and that his wife had been secretly managing it all along. Nan Cheng was even more delighted. The Peiyuan pills Mingyu offered were all ancient method pills from her master. At the Huaxia Dragon auction, they sold for 600 million per set. For Mingyu to give 1 set per person was essentially offering an opportunity to nurture a Xiantian-level expert. Those 100 people were originally trained by Nan Ming to usurp the family head position. But when he attempted the coup, Mingyu thwarted him, not only saving Nan Cheng's life, but also erasing the memories of those 100 people who were loyal only to Nan Ming, people Nan Cheng didn't know how to handle, thus averting disaster. But now, they hadn't killed O Shui, putting him in a difficult position. None of the conditions he wanted to exploit had materialized. I want 10. Help me select them. Their martial arts don't have to be top-notch, but their skills in corporate management and intelligence gathering must be excellent. I'll give each of them 10 Peiyuan pills. He hadn't expected his second wife to have such talent, managing a company so successfully that it rivaled the O Group. It was also because Mingyu had no one available at the moment that she asked for these people. However, after meeting Oh Shui and seeing her survive 2 assassination attempts, it was clear someone was protecting her. He realized that his old wife and butler Fu probably couldn't kill Oh Shui. Therefore, when Oh Pengfei proposed that Oh Shui take her 43 years of dividends, old Master Oh planned to use this opportunity to shake the tree and scare the snake, to pressure butler Fu into handing over the company. Though Jinhui Group's assets were only over 5 billion, given its promising market prospects and intangible assets, its actual market value was at least 40 billion. How could he let go of such a company? Next chapter update time, 8 p.m. End of this chapter. Chapter 1605, Oh Pengfei is about to soar. But the old man never expected that while he had knocked on the mountain and startled the tiger, the outcome was not what he wanted. Uncle Fu had directly made the company public. Moreover, he clearly stated that the company was established on the orders of his first wife for Oh Shui's sake. If that was the case, how could he still take the company over? Some things can be done but not spoken of. Could he openly demand the company in front of everyone? His gaze shifted to Oh Pengfei. Was it he who first brought up the company? Did he also know about his grandmother and Uncle Fu colluding to embezzle Oh Shui's dividends to set up the company? Was he trying to get a share of the pie, or was he trying to get a share of the pie? The veins on Oh Laoye's temples throbbed. Was everyone going to rebel? But Oh Pengfei acted as if he hadn't seen the look Oh Laoye gave him. He directly said to Uncle Fu, and has already found out. Jinhui Group is the company you set up for her. She plans not to return to the mainland today, but to go take over the company instead. You'd better go to the company first and meet my aunt. His master had told him that she had already obtained the company's documents and account books, and asked him to send people to help her take control of the company. The men who had grown up with him and been trained as his right-hand men could finally be put to use. Of course, his master had also said that she had called the Nan family to send people over. Oh Pengfei was originally the young master of the Oh family, but in recent years, the Shi family, his second uncle's wife's clan, had risen. His second uncle had ridden that wave and gained a higher status in the company. Thus, his second uncle's shares had surpassed those of the family head, giving him greater say in the company. Ambitious, he began planning to become the family head. The 10% that the Shi family helped secure came from Oh Laoye contributing 5%, Oh Zhengren 2% among the 3 brothers, the other brothers 1%, and the clan members 1%. Meanwhile, his second uncle's son, who was older than him, was studying abroad for a doctorate and was also gearing up to become the Oh family's young master. Especially when the Oh family faced a crisis 5 years ago and sought help from the Shi family seized the opportunity to propose that they could help, but their money would count as a 10% investment, recorded under the second uncle's name. The Oh family shares had originally been Oh Shui 50%, Oh Laoye 20%, Oh Zhengren 8%, Oh Zhengyi and Oh Zhengli 5% each, Oh Pengfei 2%, and the remaining 5% divided among other clan members. But now, Oh Pengfei was about to become the largest shareholder. This unsettled Oh Zhengren, the family head, and also unsettled Oh Pengfei, the young master. And that 10% of shares was recorded under the second uncle's name. That gave him 14%, making him second only to Oh Laoye in shareholding. Because Mingyu had just sent him a telepathic message saying that Ant's 50% stake in the Oh Group was to be transferred to him and Oh Zhen. Given the rule that Oh family shares couldn't be passed to daughters, Oh Zhen shares would be recorded under Oh Pengfei's name, and he only needed to give her share of the dividends at year-end. Thus, Oh Pengfei would become the largest shareholder of the Oh family. Although he hadn't planned to take Ant's shares and only agreed to manage them for her, with Ant's 50% under his control, who else did he have to fear? Oh Pengfei was about to soar. Therefore, he simply ignored the sharp looks Oh Laoye shot at him. When Uncle Fu heard that Oh Shui was going to take over the company, he panicked and instinctively looked at the old lady. End of chapter. Chapter 1606. Women cannot inherit the Oh family shares. The old madam shot Uncle Fu a sharp glare. Using Oh Shui's name as the legal representative was the last resort when there was no other option, but that fool Uncle Fu had thrown out their trump card from the very start. Now that this card had been played, the company was no longer hers. Although she still held the majority of the shares, that name was fake, and naturally the identity was fake as well. She couldn't step forward to seize the company herself. As for Uncle Fu, he certainly couldn't act in his capacity as a shareholder either. Thus, in the end, the company would fall into Oh Shui's hands, and she herself could at most receive dividends. She was a capable woman, yet her family had arranged for her to marry into the O family, a family that treated women merely as tools for childbirth. All her talents had no outlet, which was why she had secretly established this company, giving herself a place to showcase her abilities. Now, under her covert management, the company had surpassed the O Corporation. How could she allow her hard work to fall into someone else's hands, only to benefit others? She absolutely could not hand over the company. She suddenly stood up. I'm feeling unwell. I'm going back to my room. Seeing the old madam about to leave, one of the clan elders immediately voiced his displeasure and called out, the matter of O Shue's shares hasn't been resolved yet. The old madam can't just leave, can she? The old madam of the O family turned to look at that clan elder. O Qingyin, what do you want? Yes, women are not allowed to enter the company or inherit O family shares. Now that Wei Wei is gone, the agreement still stands. Are you trying to tear it up? That's right, our O family has ancestral rules. Uncle Fu said with righteous indignation, as for helping O Shue set up the company, I have a clear conscience. If you don't believe me, I can produce the business license and documents. The legal representative of the company is Miss O Shue. O Qingyin smiled slightly. I'm not trying to tear up the agreement. It's because our O family has a clan rule. O family shares cannot be passed down to women. In other words, in the O family, shares cannot be inherited by women. So, O Shue cannot claim that 50% of the shares. The old master frowned. That 50% of the shares belong to my daughter. Back then, if Gu Weiwei hadn't used her dowry to save the O Corporation, it would have gone bankrupt. Other clan elders of the O family nodded repeatedly. That's right, that's the logic. So, when she sold off her dowry, she had already made an agreement with the family. Gu Weiwei would hold 50% of the O Corporation shares, and they would only be passed down to her descendants. A family meeting was held at the time, and everyone agreed. Only then did Gu Weiwei sell her dowry and invest it in the O Corporation. Qingyin snorted. Even if the dividends were used by you to set up the company, what about Gu Weiwei's 50% of the shares? Are you direct descendants planning to take it all for yourselves? O Qingyin looked seriously at Uncle Fu. Seeing that his gaze did not waver, he wondered to himself, could it really be that he set up the company for O Shui? If so, wasn't he afraid of working for someone else's benefit? He turned to O Pengfei. Pengfei, this is no joking matter. Is the legal representative of that Jinhui group really O Shui? O Pengfei nodded. That can't be faked. O Qingyin said with a slight smile. It's not about what I want. It's that since O Shui said she wants to claim dividends, and now the dividends have been used by Uncle Fu to set up a company, just saying it was done for O Shui doesn't make it so. Who knows if the young master is covering for him? Isn't O Shui a woman? Exactly. O Shui cannot inherit the shares. Chapter 1607. O Shui's identity questioned. Old Master O's temples were throbbing with veins. He had already planned out those shares. He hadn't been able to bring it up during his last meeting with his daughter, but the next time they met, he intended to tell O Shui to transfer the shares to him. His plan was to use the O family ancestral rule that women could not inherit O family shares as a reason to have her transfer the shares to him, promising to give her the dividends afterward. But in reality, once the transfer was done, how much dividend he gave her would be entirely up to him, wouldn't it? But now, what were these collateral relatives saying? However, those were his daughter's shares, so naturally he could covet them, no, manage them, but he would not allow these collateral relatives to covet that 50% of the shares. Just then, a voice interjected. I heard that at the time, the O family was nothing but a hollow shell, deeply in debt, and on the verge of bankruptcy. It was Gu Weiwei who liquidated her dowry to save the company. If Gu Weiwei hadn't invested the funds, but had instead waited for the company to declare bankruptcy before using her dowry to buy it out, the company would have belonged to her alone. Everyone, am I right? The assembled relatives fell silent for a moment. Because this person was right, if Gu Weiwei had waited for the O family to go bankrupt and then bought it back with her own money, it would have been hers alone. Wait, that voice didn't belong to any member of the O family. Looking up, they saw 4 people walking in from outside. Someone wanted to question O Shui's identity, but was silenced by the sight of her face, 8 parts resembling Gu Weiwei and 2 parts resembling Old Master O. O Shui walked toward Old Master O. Father, grandmother, I'm back. Old Master O hadn't expected his daughter to return at this moment. He nodded. It's good that you're back. He turned to the relatives. This is my daughter, O Shui. These 4 people were none other than the eldest legitimate daughter of the O family, O Shui. Hereafter Hai Shui will be referred to as O Shui, her daughter Gu Mingxing, her prospective daughter-in-law Nan Mingyu, and the shadow guard Lane. But the shock only lasted a moment before someone raised a doubt. Is she really Gu Weiwei's child? Or did you just find any woman with a cinnabar mole on her forehead and claim she's Gu Weiwei's child? The one who had spoken earlier was O Shui's prospective daughter-in-law, Nan Mingyu. O Pengfei, however, acted as if he hadn't heard O Qingyin's words. Seeing his master enter with his aunt and cousin, he quickly stepped forward to greet them. Aunt, cousin-in-law, cousin, you're here. Who are you? What does this have to do with you? Are the guards outside dead? Oh Qingyin said discontentedly. The relatives had never seen Oh Shui before. Oh Shui calmly pulled her collar down slightly, revealing a red mole just above her collarbone and below her neck, directly aligned with the one on her forehead. I imagine there are many people with a cinnabar mole on their forehead. But those with a cinnabar mole on their forehead, another on their neck below the collarbone, and both aligned in a straight line are exceedingly rare, aren't they? Not only do I have 2 cinnabar moles in corresponding positions, but I also bear a striking resemblance to my mother. That is absolutely unique. Oh Shui raised her gold lock. Moreover, I have this gold lock that I've worn since childhood, bearing the Oh family crest and engraved with the character Shui. No one dared to question her further. Indeed, as Oh Shui had said, many people had a cinnabar mole on their forehead, but someone who resembled Gu Weiwei and had cinnabar moles on both her forehead and above her collarbone was absolutely unique. And on top of that, she had a gold lock representing her identity. End of this chapter. Chapter 1608. Can the Nan family interfere in our Oh family's affairs? Now, does anyone still doubt my identity? Oh Shui stood there gracefully, looking down at everyone with pride. She now had Mingyu as her support. Her daughter-in-law was a celestial being, so who else did she have to fear? No one dared to question her identity any longer. Oh Shui continued, since Uncle Fu, on my mother's orders, used the dividends from the shares left to me to establish a company, and the company is doing very well, I am satisfied and will accept it. With that, Oh Shui cast a cool glance at Uncle Fu. I will send someone to take over everything concerning the company. As for the 50% of Oh family shares my mother left to me. Oh Shui looked at the clan members. I want to clarify 2 things. First, my mother, Gu Weiwei, signed a legally binding contract with the family. Therefore, this 50% of shares belongs to my mother, and after her death to me. There is a contract and a will to prove it. Someone interrupted her, but our Oh family ancestral rule states that women cannot inherit Oh family shares. Oh Shui was momentarily speechless. Mingyu glanced at that person and spoke up for her future mother-in-law. When Gu Weiwei signed the contract with the Oh family, that 50% of shares no longer belonged to the Oh family. Right, who are you? What does Oh family business have to do with you? Upon hearing Mingyu's words, the Oh family members were both shocked and angered. You're talking nonsense. How is that possible? Nguyen said, this is Nan Mingyu, the eldest daughter of the Nan family's main branch. The Oh group is a family corporation. If it doesn't belong to the Oh family, whose does it belong to? Old Master Oh stood there, watching Oh Shui and the others, saying nothing. The shadow guard Yuan raised a token engraved with the Nan family emblem. This token was gold, representing the Nan family's direct line, only 1 rank below the purple token representing the Nan family head. What? That 50% of Oh group shares no longer belongs to the Oh family? Do you think my mother-in-law would have easily accepted the Oh family heir's invitation without confirming the bloodline? Although my Gu family is not a prominent one, it is not unknown either. And my maternal family, the Nan family, is far from obscure. Do you think we would need to falsely claim Oh family blood ties? Some even wanted to rush forward and strike Mingyu. Mingyu locked onto that person with her divine sense and said, my mother-in-law has already made it very clear. The former Oh family head, the current Oh family head, and the Oh family heir have all acknowledged my mother-in-law. By saying this, are you accusing the former, current, and next heads of the Oh family of being blind? Oh Shui quickly stepped in front of Mingyu and shouted, she is my daughter-in-law. What's wrong with her speaking for me? Mingyu gently pulled Oh Shui behind her, holding the contract up in her hand. Everyone, look clearly. This contract states very plainly that when this 50% of shares was signed over, it belonged solely to Gu Weiwei personally, not to your Oh family. Someone shouted, who knows if she is really Oh Shui? Maybe she's an imposter. Throw her out. Among the clan members attending the meeting, all were people of some standing. When they saw the token Yuan raised, they recognized it as the Nan family's direct line token. And when they heard Yuan announce Nan Mingyu's identity, everyone was stunned. The Nan family, even in Hong Kong, was known to be no ordinary family. A younger clan member shouted, so what if it's the Nan family? Can the Nan family interfere in our Oh family's affairs? End of chapter. Chapter 1609, is this going to court? But as soon as the young man said this, he was immediately scolded. Shut up. Mingyu glanced coldly at the young man and said, I mentioned my family only to tell you that the in-laws of our Nan family would never stoop to impersonating someone else's bloodline. If my mother-in-law were not a blood relative of the Chu family, we would not have come to the Chu family. Moreover, I am not here on behalf of the Nan family to meddle in the Chu family's affairs, but to speak for my mother-in-law. Chu Shui immediately stated, what my daughter-in-law said is exactly what I mean. Everyone exchanged glances. Those who had been determined to pressure Chu Shui into handing over her shares had only done so because they thought she had no one to rely on. Now that they learned her daughter-in-law was from the Nan family, they somewhat backed down. When Fu Bo heard that Chu Shui had become an in-law of the Nan family, his mind buzzed with alarm. The Nan family, with them involved, would they allow him and the old lady to swallow up the eldest daughter's property? Could he keep the shares he had taken under false names? The answer was no. Could it be that he and the old lady had truly been making preparations for someone else all along? He couldn't accept it. If only he had transferred the assets earlier. Unfortunately, over the years, the company's profits had been reinvested by the old lady, turning into shares for him and her. If it were just Chu Shui, he dared to say she wouldn't have the ability to see through it. But if the Nan family sent someone? What if the Nan family found out that he and the old lady had used the company's profits for reinvestment, squeezing Chu Shui's shares down to almost nothing? Would the Nan family let him off? Absolutely not. Old Master Chu finally spoke. Shuer is my daughter, there is no doubt about that. He looked at Mingyu. Since you are my daughter's daughter-in-law, you are my junior. If there's anything to say, let your mother-in-law speak. If he hadn't been gripping the chair for dear life, he would have collapsed. Mingyu swept her gaze over the crowd, a faint smirk on her lips, and said, there are some things my mother-in-law finds hard to say, so I, as her daughter-in-law, must speak them. The 50% of shares left by my mother-in-law's mother were clearly stipulated in the agreement as belonging to my mother-in-law. So, from the moment that contract took effect, that 50% of shares no longer belonged to the Chu family, but to the Gu family, Gu Weiwei's Gu. Everyone had to admit that Mingyu had a point. At the time they signed the contract with Gu Weiwei, that 50% of Chu family shares no longer belonged to the Chu family, but to Gu Weiwei. Therefore, what my mother-in-law inherited was not shares of the Chu family, but her mother Gu Weiwei's shares. Gu Weiwei's massive dowry saved the Chu family group in exchange for 50% of the Chu family shares. Essentially, that 50% of shares was equivalent to Gu Weiwei's dowry. It is only natural for Gu Weiwei to leave her dowry to her own daughter. Thus, the contract signed between Gu Weiwei and the Chu family was a valid contract. It cannot be rendered invalid just because Gu Weiwei has passed away. If that were the case, I would have to ask, which of you ladies brought a dowry that cannot be passed down to your own daughters? If you don't answer, then I'll have to go ask a judge. What she said made sense. Who would dare say that Gu Weiwei's dowry couldn't be passed to her own daughter? And whose dowry was ever handed over to the clan instead of being passed to their own children? Being a daughter of the Chu family was already unfair enough. They couldn't inherit the Chu family shares. A mother, pained for her daughter, could only give her own dowry as compensation. What wrong had Gu Weiwei done by giving her dowry to her own daughter? End of this chapter. Chapter 1610. Who does Pengfei think he is? After hearing Mingyu's words, everyone fell silent. They were afraid that if they spoke up, their own daughters' lives would become even more difficult in the future. The men, however, felt guilty. When Mingyu said she would go ask the judge, was she talking about taking this to court? If it really went to court, with the contract in hand, the O family would definitely lose. With the Nan family backing her, even if they wanted to pull some strings, they couldn't. What's more, they couldn't afford to lose face. What worried them most now was that O Shui held 50% of the O family shares, making her the largest shareholder. What would happen if she wanted to manage the company? Of course, old Madame O wanted to speak, but the moment Mingyu entered, she had already exerted pressure on her. Now, she couldn't say a single word. She could only stare wide-eyed at Mingyu as if seeing a ghost. However, Mingyu made a turn, lifting everyone's hearts again. However, my mother-in-law feels she has no time to manage the company and doesn't want to interfere in its operations. So, she is willing to entrust all the shares under her name to O Pengfei and O Zhen for management. Upon hearing this, the clan members breathed a sigh of relief. If O Pengfei was managing it, and he was the young master of the O family, then the O group would still be in the hands of the O family. Good. As for O Zhen, they ignored her. According to the O family rules, women were not allowed to inherit shares or participate in management. If Mingyu had said from the start that she would give 50% of the shares to O Pengfei, the O family members would definitely have refused. His maternal family had already declined and couldn't support him. Who did he think he was? First, to provide hardship assistance for clan members in financial difficulty based on Hong Kong's basic living expenses. Mingyu said this also for O Pengfei's sake. Mingyu also breathed a sigh of relief. Third, to cover medical expenses for clan members with serious illnesses who couldn't afford treatment. After review, the maximum medical subsidy could reach $300,000. Second, to subsidize tuition and basic living expenses for clan members who couldn't afford school. Tuition would be paid according to actual expenses, and living expenses would be calculated based on the average meal costs at school. Until O Shui nodded and said, "What my daughter-in-law says is what I think." No more worrying about not having money for school. Fifth, to encourage entrepreneurship. If a clan member had a reasonable plan and concrete actions, they could apply for a startup loan with a maximum of $300,000. The loan must be repaid within 10 years, interest-free. Fourth, to encourage clan members to attend university. If a clan member was admitted to a key university, they would receive a reward of $20,000, regardless of gender. The crowd cheered. Great. She cleared her throat and raised her voice, saying, however, my mother-in-law is a kind-hearted person. She has decided to allocate half of her annual dividends from the O Group as a support fund for the entire O family. The fund will serve the following purposes. Moreover, this was also O Pengfei's intention. How could he simply accept his aunt's vast assets? Therefore, he only agreed to manage his aunt's shares, but did not agree to accept ownership of them. As Mingyu listed each of the 6 points, the clan members gasped and kept glancing at O Shui, afraid that Mingyu was making things up. Sixth, to encourage family unity and cooperation. Each year, based on the state of family unity, a year-end evaluation would be conducted, selecting 10 harmonious families to receive rewards ranging from $10,000 to $100,000. And so, the clan members, who had originally wanted a share of the spoils, accepted that O Shui had taken back everything she deserved, though they still felt deeply unwilling. No more worrying about getting sick and not having money for treatment. There's even startup capital. I had my eye on a project after graduating from university, but I was just short of startup funds. Good morning. This chapter ends. Chapter 1611, who would dare to look down on him now? Although the O family was large and prosperous, like other big families, its wealth was concentrated in the hands of a few. In reality, the O family all descended from the same ancestor, but the ancestors strictly distinguished between the direct and collateral lines. Property was only passed down to the direct line. When members of the collateral line came of age and married, they were sent away with very little property. Over 100 years, the rich grew richer and the poor grew poorer. As a result, many clan members still lived in the O family's territory, but were so poor they couldn't even afford a full meal. The direct line had always looked down on the collateral branches. Despite possessing vast wealth, they rarely helped their impoverished relatives. Consequently, the direct and collateral lines had never gotten along. O Shui's decision was a groundbreaking move. A clan member couldn't wait to ask, when will this assistance fund start? Who will be in charge of the review? Everyone stared eagerly at O Shui, knowing that the reviewer position was a highly lucrative one. O Shui looked at O Zhengren. As for the fund, I can withdraw last year's dividends deposited in my Swiss bank account and start it immediately. As for the reviewer, I'll leave it to you, my younger brother Zhengren. Coincidentally, although O Shui had never run a business and was soft-hearted, she wasn't stupid. O Shui nodded. Yes, although the most respected person is my father, and he should manage the fund, he is advanced in age. How could I trouble him? I'll have to rely on you, my younger brother. Being able to raise 2 children so well meant the father must be good. Moreover, others saw that the second brother had backing and assumed he would take the position of family head. But in her view, the second brother's maternal family was probably not simple either. The 10% of shares seemed to be in the second brother's hands, but who really knew? Upon hearing that it could start immediately, the clan members were delighted. Hearing O Shui's words, everyone turned strange looks toward O Zhengyi. Besides, everyone had just heard Uncle Fu say that the funds deposited in the Swiss bank last year amounted to 90 million. Taking half would be 45 million. O Zhengren pointed at himself. Me? Now, by handing the reviewer role to her younger brother, she was effectively letting him gain the support of the entire clan. Since the O family head was also the clan chief, the second brother's ambition to become family head would naturally fail. From now on, half of my annual dividends will be directly taken by Pengfei and handed over to Zhengren for management. All fund reviews and distributions will also be handled by Zhengren. I believe you, my younger brother, can shoulder this responsibility. With her final words, O Shui smiled at O Zhengren. Those who eat from others have short tongues, those who take from others have short hands. If the second brother became family head and his maternal family said something, could he ignore it? That probably wouldn't be good for the O family either. Ever since O Zhengyi, the second son, obtained 10% of the O family's shares with the help of his wife's family, he had been suppressing O Zhengren, the family head. Old Master O had not openly supported his eldest son either, seemingly inclined to support Zhengyi as family head. Because O Zhengren's maternal family had not only fallen into decline, but his wife had also passed away. His maternal family could offer no help to the O family. Without the old master's support, and with his younger brother being aggressive, O Zhengren had been living as a rather humiliated family head. Some even said that when O Zhengyi's son returned from his studies, it would likely be the day O Zhengren was ousted. But now, Oh Zhongren's eldest son had gained management rights over the 50% of shares given by his aunt, and he himself had obtained management rights over the family assistance fund given by his elder sister. Who would dare to look down on him now? End of this chapter. Chapter 16:12. You're hoping your daughter gets killed, aren't you? Oh Zhongren's position was instantly secure. But Oh Xingyi's long-sought position as family head was now in jeopardy. Oh Xingyi's expression turned somewhat grim, and Aunt Oh glared fiercely at Oh Shui. The position of family head had been within her husband's easy reach, but now the cooked duck had flown away. The Oh family didn't know, but she herself was clear. Other men in the Oh family had little affection for their wives, but Oh Xingyi was truly good to her. Because she had a strong natal family. Although her son was taken away and raised by her husband, when she went to see her husband, he wouldn't drive her away, and she could legitimately care for her own son. Thus, her son wasn't like other Oh family children who only listened to their father. He listened to both parents. Therefore, she was willing to help her husband. However, even while helping her husband, she still saw some things clearly. That was money. She had to keep it firmly in her own hands. The money her natal family had helped the Oh family with had been converted into 10% of the Oh family shares, ostensibly under Oh Xingyi's name. But in reality, they had a separate agreement. Those shares all belonged to her, and all dividends from those shares had to be handed over to her completely. And she herself bore another mission, to help her husband obtain the position of family head, then align with her natal family, and even obey them in the future. Like a bomb exploding over the old man's head, old Master O's mind shook violently. Who was speaking to him? And why did no one else react to these words? Old Master O, your wife and Uncle Fu used Oh Shui's dividends to set up a company, with your secret help, didn't they? The Oh family rules stipulated that the family head could not be over 65 years old. Therefore, old Master O could only pass the position to his eldest son. But now, Oh Shui was using 25% of the share dividends to buy the hearts of the clan members. How could she still help her husband rise to power? It wasn't just Oh Xingyi. Even old Master O's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. However, the crowd thought about how old Master O had managed his daughter's dividends for over 40 years without handling them well. Before, it was called tacit approval. Now, it was directly called secret help. If his daughter hadn't borrowed the influence of the eldest miss of the Nan family, could she have taken the company back? Old Master O didn't know what the crowd thought of him. He looked at his daughter and said, actually. Logically, Oh Shui was his daughter, and her dividends had always been managed by him. But now he had handed this foundation over to his eldest son to manage. This was a sign of distrust. Earlier, Oh Pengfei had said that Steward Fu, on Gu Weiwei's orders, had taken his daughter's dividends to set up a company. Any sharp-eyed person could see through that at once. It was nothing but a conspiracy. A voice suddenly rang in his ear. Old Master O, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Uncle Fu and your wife colluded to embezzle your daughter's dividends to set up a company. Without your tacit approval, they couldn't have gotten the money out, could they? So, do you think you still have the right to manage your daughter's money? Who was it? How did they know the secrets in his heart? Old Master O suppressed his fear and looked around. He had already confirmed that only he could hear those words. This was the most miraculous technique in the martial world, sound transmission into the ear. Who was transmitting sound into his ear? Also, Old Master O, you must have known about Uncle Fu and the old lady's plot to murder Oh Shui, right? You knew, but you didn't stop it. You're hoping your daughter gets killed, aren't you? End of chapter. Chapter 16:13. Driven to madness by fear. Old Master O was on the verge of losing his mind. Who on earth was this person, seeing through his heart so thoroughly? And exposing it in such a way? That person transmitted a voice message again. Old Master O, back then, Gu Weiwei was also killed by you, wasn't she? Just to get her 50% stake in the O family, you used the opportunity of her giving birth to kill her. The first sentence was still a question, but the second was a statement. Old Master O was greatly shocked and panicked. Yes, his first wife, Gu Weiwei, who had brought a massive dowry, was killed by him. He personally added saffron to her labor-inducing medication, causing her to hemorrhage to death after giving birth to the child. She had only suspected that Old Master O killed Gu Weiwei for her dowry, without being certain. It was merely a guess based on his actions against his daughter and elderly wife this time, suggesting that Gu Weiwei's death was not simple. Because once Gu Weiwei died, who from the outside would care about contracts or not? Minyu's divine sense tightly locked onto Old Master O's eyes. Sure enough, his shock and panic indicated that her guess was correct. Gu Weiwei's death had Old Master O's hand in it. Therefore, you wanted a company of your own, not one belonging to the O family. That's why you orchestrated this scheme spanning over 40 years. In reality, your goal was to let your wife build the company well, and then you would swoop in to reap the rewards, right? He had never let anyone know about this. How did this person find out? The one transmitting the voice to Old Master O was, of course, Mingyu. So, you devised another plan. This plan exploited your current wife's unwillingness to accept the family rule that women could not inherit company shares or interfere in company affairs. Dissatisfied and eager to prove her own abilities, she colluded with Uncle Fu to secretly take out Shue's dividends and start a company. They also conspired to murder your daughter, which was orchestrated by you, wasn't it? Because you felt that the Jinhui group, like a ripe fruit, was ready to be harvested. Her understanding of Old Master O's cold-heartedness deepened. The men of the O family were all devoid of emotion and compassion. Mingyu continued transmitting, Old Master O, you killed your first wife, Gu Weiwei, to get her shares, but you didn't expect her to leave a will with her lawyer, thwarting your plans. So, you sent people to the mainland to find your daughter, intending to bring her back and provoke your elderly wife and Uncle Fu into panicking and killing her. Because the head of the O family could only serve until age 65 before having to step down, but you were unwilling to relinquish power, even if it passed to your son. Yet you couldn't defy the family rules. Your plan was to let your elderly wife and Uncle Fu kill your daughter, then step in to avenge her, and the company would fall into your hands, right? Old Master O, to obtain undeserved wealth and power, you first killed your first wife, then schemed to kill your daughter, and planned to use the pretext of avenging her to kill your second wife. Your cruelty is truly unprecedented and unmatched. Hearing the transmission, Old Master O was engulfed in boundless terror. This voice revealed his innermost secrets one by one, driving him to the brink of madness with fear and panic. He desperately tried to locate the source of the voice. This chapter ends. Chapter 1614, not good? The O family was an ordinary martial arts clan. Old Master O himself had cultivated the family's inherited martial arts. Although the essential parts of the family's techniques had been lost, he had still heard of the skill of sound transmission. Old Master O knew that the technique of sound transmission required extremely profound inner strength to condense sound into a thread and deliver it to the intended person's ear. But no matter how deep one's skill, their lips would still move when transmitting sound. From the moment he heard the second transmission, Old Master O had been searching for someone whose lips were moving but who wasn't making a sound. The first person he suspected was naturally the one his daughter had brought back. But at that moment, Shui was speaking with Zhangren and Ping Fei about the foundation. Her daughter and daughter-in-law occasionally interjected. When they spoke, they made normal sounds. When they weren't speaking, their mouths were tightly shut. As for the female bodyguard, her eyes were constantly darting around, vigilantly observing the surroundings, like a qualified bodyguard protecting Shui. When he heard the transmission at his ear, her mouth was tightly closed. So it couldn't be her. Old Master O was about to go mad. He couldn't find them. Who exactly was transmitting the sound? He forced himself to calm down. This person had revealed the whole truth, but only through transmission, not out loud. That meant she had no evidence. Since there was no evidence, she couldn't do anything to him. But then Old Master O's head began to ache. How was he supposed to answer this? He had to understand that the O family was large, with 500 or 600 people. Only a few families held shares and had money. The others gained nothing from the clan. At most, they'd get a group meal at the end of the year or during clan meetings. Mingyu was the first to look at him. Patriarch, you said don't. Don't what? Do you disagree with my mother-in-law using half of her dividends to set up this clan assistance foundation? No, don't. Old Master O cried out in shock. But the next sentence from the transmitter made him tremble all over with fear. So, you are unworthy to be a father and even more unworthy to be a husband. But Shui can have a malicious stepmother, and the O family can have a disloyal servant, but Shui cannot have a father so vicious as to kill his wife and daughter. So, I won't expose you openly, but one night, you will die of a heart attack in your sleep. Thinking of this, Old Master O gradually calmed down. His shout drew everyone's attention. From now on, they wouldn't have to worry about not being able to attend school, afford medical treatment, or even start a business with a low starting point. With such good benefits, if he said he disagreed now, the entire clan would hate him to death. Of course, sometimes, if a clan member was truly destitute, the clan would offer some relief, but that was one-off. The foundation plan Mingyu proposed today was a blessing for the entire clan, especially for the poorer members. So he could only suppress the fear caused by the transmission and sighed, my Shuer is so compassionate, willing to take her own wealth to improve the clan's welfare. I can only support it, how could I oppose it? When I said don't, it was because the old lady wasn't feeling well and almost fell. She wanted to go back to her room to rest earlier. How about this? I'll take her back first, and you all discuss and decide on the foundation matters, alright. At this point, if it were someone else, seeing the elder being so agreeable, they would naturally say yes. They might even take the initiative to care for the elderly and escort them back. But Mingyu shook her head. Not good. Old Madame O's heart sank. She said not good? End of this chapter. Chapter 1615. Why didn't she die? Old Master O hadn't expected Mingyu to play by unconventional rules, and his surprise was impossible to hide. Mingyu pointed at the old lady and said, I want to ask her, what exactly did my mother-in-law do to wrong her, that she would try to murder my mother-in-law time and again? Mingyu's words were like a depth charge, stunning the clan members. Did she just say the old lady tried to murder O Shui? That couldn't be true, could it? The clan knew that O Shui, the eldest daughter of the O family's main line, had returned from the mainland but had faced repeated assassination attempts. As a result, she hadn't dared to return to the O residence and had been staying at the relatively safe Half Nation Hotel. But now, O Shui's daughter-in-law was actually asking why the old lady wanted to kill O Shui. Everyone stopped talking and stared at the old lady. Minyu continued, was it you who sent driver Fu, that sick man, to pick us up? The car's safety pin was pulled by Uncle Fu, and the screws were tightened by him too, right? Also, after they came back, was it you who had your servant deliver food to them, poisoning them to death? You tried twice and still couldn't kill my mother-in-law, so why did you have to try a third time? The Ba Long gang couldn't kill her, so you had the Ba Wang gang hire a martial arts master to do it. What grudge do you have against my mother-in-law? Why do you want her dead? That was a top-tier master, why didn't he manage to kill you? Everyone was stunned. It really was the old lady trying to murder O Shui, and she was brazenly admitting it. Uncle Fu was involved in the murder too? And that servant of the old lady's, was it she who poisoned the two drivers? The room was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. What I can't figure out most is the third time. I gave the Ba Long gang the idea, told them about Shang Xiyuan's former lover who had borne him a son, then bribed that woman to claim Ba Zai as her son. She went to Shang Xiyuan crying, saying we killed his son, and got Shang Xiyuan to avenge him for her. She looked at Mingyu. Who exactly are you? Is it because of you that O Shui didn't die? The old lady lifted her head and spoke her first words since Mingyu and the others had entered the room. Why? I want to ask why too. I did so much. I acted myself. The Ba Long gang acted. A martial arts master acted. Why didn't she die? The Ba Long gang leader swore he'd kill her before she entered Hong Kong, but she got past that checkpoint. I thought sending Fu Miao, who had just taken cold medicine and was groggy, to pick you up would seal your fate, but you all crammed into the other car. Tell me, why did you have to be so lucky? The clan members stared at the old lady in horror. It really was her trying to kill O Shui again and again. Didn't she know that if O Shui died, her 50% of the shares would no longer belong to the O family? Right, she was jealous of the old master's ex-wife, Gu Weiwei, wasn't she? Jealous that she had such a powerful family that could provide so much money for her dowry. Even after she died, she could still leave her daughter 50% of the shares. So she took that envy and hatred out on her daughter? But the old lady was looking at Mingyu, frowning, her face full of confusion. She couldn't understand why. This girl seemed so harmless, so why did she have such a strong presence and even defeat a top-tier master? End of chapter. Chapter 1616. Just want to prove she is a person. Mingyu frowned slightly. She is the old lady's daughter-in-law. If she comes along, naturally she seeks to protect the old lady. Although she had hypnotized the old lady to make her speak her true thoughts, the effect was too good, wasn't it? And why, in her heart, was she questioning why her own people hadn't died? Protect the old lady? Why? That daughter-in-law has never had that awareness. They have never regarded that old lady as anything. After a moment's thought, she added, not just the daughter-in-law, even the son never regarded her as anything. Because, in their eyes, a mother is merely a womb that gave birth to them, nothing more, with no other use. To say they have any feelings for their mother, that doesn't exist. Old Master O seemed stunned. He pointed at the old lady with a trembling hand. It's me, it's actually me. Why did I want to kill his Schwer? He finally found his Schwer again. Why did I want to kill her? Tell me. Her laughter was mournful, and it seemed to have a contagious power. In an instant, it infected every woman in the room, their faces also tinged with the same sorrow. Old Master O suddenly radiated a fierce aura. It seemed that the old lady wanting to kill his daughter had crossed his bottom line. No one knew that making the old lady kill her daughter was not his intention. A highly educated man who studied abroad married me, a country bumpkin. He thought the O family had the O group, thought I was the head of the O family, and that he could fulfill his lifelong ambitions. The old lady fixed her gaze on the old master, cold and devoid of any emotion. She suddenly burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Why did he do that? Wasn't he forced by us? The old lady stopped laughing, her eyes on old Master O without a trace of warmth. But how did I treat him? Saying it was the O family's ancestral rule, women cannot interfere in company affairs. Fine, he accepted that, so he would just be a good wife and mother. That was the lot of most women in the family. But why? Why did we even deprive him of the right to be a wife and mother? We took the son he carried for 10 months and gave birth to away from him, wouldn't let him breastfeed, wouldn't let his son see him. a newborn child, and we separated mother and son. The son he carried for 10 months and gave birth to never even had a sip of his milk. When he opened his eyes, the first people he saw were the wet nurse and his father. When they grew up, only then were they allowed to see him. Seeing the child he raised for 10 months treat him like a stranger, do we know how much pain and suffering he endured? Fine, the O family needed an heir. I had to groom an O family heir from childhood. The eldest son was taken away from us. Surely the second son was allowed to be raised by him? But no, his second son, his third son, I still wouldn't let him raise them. What did I take him for? Did I see him as a person? In my eyes, he was nothing but a womb, a tool for bearing children. 22 years ago, after he gave birth to a daughter, he finally earned the right to raise her. But he knew the O family rule: daughters cannot inherit shares. So he had to start a company for his daughter to pass on to her later. But more importantly, he wanted to prove that his abilities were no less than those of us O men. We O people are inhumane, not treating women as people. But he could not afford not to see himself as a person. So he joined forces with Uncle Fu, using the property left by O Shue's mother to establish Jinhui Company, to fulfill his life's ambitions. He wanted to show us that women are not just wombs, that they are just as much people as we are. End of chapter. Chapter 16-17, Women Are Not Human. Everyone stared at the old lady in astonishment. Hadn't they been told that Jinhui was established by Uncle Fu on the orders of the late Mrs. Gu? How did it become the work of the current old lady? Was Uncle Fu mistaken, or were their ears playing tricks on them? The old lady met everyone's gaze calmly and said, "We didn't mishear. Jinhui Group was founded by him after he stole the old master's seal of trust and had Uncle Fu withdraw Chu Shue's dividends. It was indeed established in Chu Shue's name. The legal representative is Chu Shue." Everyone looked from the old lady to Uncle Fu, their eyes filled with inquiry and doubt. There's no need for us to question his relationship with Uncle Fu. He was nearly dead at the age of 8, and Uncle Fu saved him. So, Uncle Fu may be wrong in his loyalty, but aside from taking Chu Shue's money and handing it over to him to start the company, in all other aspects, he has been loyal to the Chu family. As for taking Chu Shue's money, the Chu family suffered no loss. He believes that if Gu Weiwei knew what he had done, she would certainly approve of his actions. Haha, I am not wrong. Yes, I am simply carrying out the ancestral teachings. History is full of instances where women were not treated as human beings. In 14th century Europe, men once held special meetings to discuss whether women were human. Some among them believed that women were soulless animals. Others argued that if women were not human, how could they give birth to those great men? If women were not human, then what they gave birth to should not be human either. But the men who believed women were not human said that women were like land. Without the seeds provided by men, women could not give birth to humans. In particular, the old lady was not a woman who had studied abroad, absorbed foreign knowledge, and possessed capability and ambition. The old lady glanced at old Master Chu. If I only needed a womb, I should have married a woman without thoughts, without education, who sees her husband as her heaven. But why did I marry that female student who had filled her head with knowledge overseas and was preparing to return home to realize her ambitions? She is not a piece of wood, nor is she a sow, she is a person. After marrying her, I neither allowed her to fulfill her lifelong ambitions nor even granted her the right to educate her own son. Did I treat her as a human being? All the Chu family members were mulling over the old lady's words. She simply wanted to use facts to prove that women are not just wombs, but upright, dignified human beings. Yes, which woman would be willing to be merely a womb? He used Chu Shue's dividends to buy a small company, and in just 20 years, it grew into the present Jinhui Group, with assets exceeding 5 billion, stronger and larger than the Chu Group itself. He simply wanted to use facts to prove that women are not just wombs. I ask you, was he wrong? Old Master Chu's face was wooden, a flicker of guilt passing through his eyes. But he immediately straightened his back. That is the ancestral teaching of the Chu family. As a descendant of the Chu family, he must carry it out. Where's the fault in his execution of the Chu family's ancestral teachings? Yes, they were both seeds of humanity. They discovered the sperm provided by men, but they failed to discover the egg provided by women, which is 50 times larger than sperm. They did not know that the union of two seeds is required to conceive a child. They simply assumed that once sperm landed in the womb, a child could be conceived. So, they denied that women were human, concluding that women were soulless animals. Initially, they held a vote on whether women were human. In the original vote, the side that believed women were human and had souls won by a margin of half a vote plus one, establishing the conclusion that women are indeed human. We find it amusing, don't we? When he heard that anecdote, he found it utterly ridiculous. To actually say that women are not human and to need a vote to decide whether women are human. But, end of this chapter. Chapter 16-18, was I wrong? But after he married into the O family, he realized that there were men in the O family who were even more ridiculous than the men of 14th century Europe. Because in 14th century Europe, nearly half of the men, missing just one vote, believed that women were not human. But that was their past. Modern European men respect women. But what about us, the O family? We live in tomorrow, yet our thinking remains stuck in 14th century Europe. We completely deny the role of women's eggs, which are 50 times larger than men's sperm. We believe that children belong solely to men, and that women merely provide a womb to carry the child. That is why we so confidently take children away from women who have just endured 10 months of pregnancy and given birth. Because of our ridiculous and ignorant ancestral teachings, we strip women of everything to highlight men's greatness. That is the man of the O family. We do not trust women, we look down on them. Therefore, we do not allow women to interfere in family affairs. We keep them like livestock, and the only thing they can do is continue the O family lineage. He remembered that the book The Union of Yin and Yang, between men and women, discussed how men often attribute women's success to luck and fate. I'm afraid that, even now, we believe that his Jin We group's complete victory over our O group was due to his luck and fate, right? Furthermore, we guard against outsiders more than we guard against our own. Let us ask ourselves, did he ever have the opportunity to eavesdrop on O's commercial secrets and seize opportunities that belonged to O? Even more so, some of us might think that Jin We group's success came from stealing the secrets of our O group, thereby taking opportunities that should have been ours for development, right? Mingyu suddenly realized, yes, the O family guarded against women. They even took away newborn sons right after birth, forbade women from participating in business meetings, so how could they allow women to uncover commercial secrets? He seized the initiative multiple times, captured the market, and took not O's opportunities, but opportunities from the people of Tiandong. If anyone is to blame, it is the leaders of the O family for lacking sharp minds and foresight. He knew that was how he thought. I'm afraid that after learning that Jinwi was founded by him, many outsiders thought the same way. But who knows that being close to the water did not give him the first chance at the moon. Because O's commercial secrets were guarded not only against outsiders, but even more so against insiders. Mingyu was startled. Even she had assumed that Jinwi Group had stolen O Group's commercial secrets to seize their development opportunities. Had she wronged Jinwi? Looking at the expressions of the crowd, the old lady chuckled twice. So, his achievements have nothing to do with gender. They are because he is a smart person, a person with business acumen. And we, the men of the O family, using gender to exclude women from O's business affairs, how irrational is that? If we had hired talent without restrictions, would O be in the state it is now? Everyone fell silent. If the O family had not suppressed women, had not used gender as a criterion for employment, and had allowed the old lady to participate in the management of the group company, would the O group have developed even further? The old lady looked at the women of the O family and said, "Women of the O family, if it weren't for discussing O Shue's matter tomorrow, we probably wouldn't even have the right to hold a family meeting. Because in the O family, we don't even enjoy the rights of being human. Now, let me ask him, he worked hard to prove his worth and bring honor to women. Did he do wrong?" This chapter ends. Chapter 16:19. Do you know the origin of the O family's ancestral teachings? The women looked at the old lady, and for a moment, no one answered. The old lady turned her gaze to Mingyu, calling her by name. "Nan Mingyu, the eldest daughter of the Nan family, now you tell me, was I wrong? Where was I wrong? If you had married into a family like the O family, what would you have done?" Mingyu, being singled out, let out a long sigh. Indeed, the O family's ancestral teaching that women are not treated as human beings should have been changed long ago. She looked at the old lady and sighed inwardly. Don't be fooled by this old lady being a strong woman. In truth, she is also a pitiable woman. Old lady, your premise doesn't exist, because I wouldn't marry into the O family. But even if I did, I wouldn't be you. I wouldn't embezzle my stepdaughter's dividends to start a business. The moment I learned of the O family's ancestral teachings, I would break free from this cage and be myself. Even if I didn't plan to leave the cage, I would rely on myself to carve out my own space, rather than hiding at home and using my stepdaughter's dividends to get things done. Since you have the ability, you should have been able to start from scratch and then build step by step. I believe that, given the O family men's contempt for women, as long as you didn't touch the O family's assets, you would have had enough time to build your own career. Mingyu sighed again and said slowly, "But you are not me, because with my abilities, making money is as easy as bending down to pick up a button. Still, no matter what, you're a man among women and a woman among men. In some respects, you didn't do wrong. What was wrong was the O family's ancestral teachings. You felt unrecognized for your talents, you weren't treated as a human being by the O family, so you used improper means to express yourself and prove that you were more outstanding than the O family men. I can understand all of that. Do you know the origin of the O family's ancestral teachings?" Mingyu asked again. The old lady suddenly lifted her head, her piercing gaze fixed tightly on Mingyu. I started a company to prove my abilities, just to change the O family men's view. Women are not just wombs. Women can also create wealth. The great man told us to use talent without sticking to one pattern, but the O family's ancestral teachings use gender to shut out all female talent. So you hated, you resented, I can understand all of that. The old lady looked at the O family men, and sure enough, she saw no trace of any thought that the ancestral teachings should be changed on their faces or in their eyes. On the contrary, they were more relieved that they had such teachings. Relieved? They were actually relieved? The old lady couldn't understand. But Mingyu shook her head and pointed at the O family men, asked them, would they think the ancestral teachings should be changed just because you built a Jinwi group that surpassed the O family group? Mingyu raised her head and swept her gaze over everyone. But what did you do to change the O family's ancestral teachings? The old lady shook her head. She didn't know. She only knew that the O family's ancestral teachings were inhumane, even devoid of humanity. They had caused her to be separated from her child, severing familial bonds. Mingyu said, although I'm not clear on the origin of the O family's ancestral teachings, I guess that the ancestor who set such teachings must have married an exceptionally strong woman, whose abilities overshadowed those of the O family men. She looked down on the O family men, and even did things that hurt them, driving them to despair. That's why such inhumane ancestral teachings were left behind, and such cruel clan rules were established. Today's 10 chapters are finished. Thank you, dear readers, for your support. Good night. End of this chapter. Chapter 1620. The greater the ability, the greater the harm. Mingyu spoke while looking at the few old men of the Chu family. Sure enough, a look of, how do you know, appeared in their eyes, making her realize she had guessed correctly. She could even tell that they were relieved that she was not a woman of the Chu family. Otherwise, the Chu family would be in trouble again. Don't ask her how she knew, she just did. The old lady was stunned. So that was the reason? Then everything she had done was not only unhelpful in changing the Chu family's ancestral rules, but had even made the Chu men more determined to enforce them. Are you trying to say that if this is the case, they could just marry women who are not smarter than them? Why marry smart women and then suppress them? That's because they need the genes of smart women to produce intelligent offspring. On one hand, they refuse to acknowledge that women contribute seeds to the child, believing that their seeds alone grow into a child in the woman's womb, so the child belongs only to them. On the other hand, they deeply understand that a woman's intelligence can be passed down to the child. So they have no choice but to marry smart women. However, to prevent smart women from using their abilities to harm the family, they must limit women's power. And to avoid children becoming tools of their mothers, they sever the bond between mother and child. I know you kept this hidden only because you didn't want the Chu men to stop you, so I can somewhat understand. But what I cannot understand is why you tried to murder us when we arrived. They act this way not only because of the trauma smart women caused their ancestors, but also because your intelligence wounded their pride as men. Because my mother-in-law's dividends didn't affect their interests, I believe that with your intelligence, you should have been able to persuade them. The old lady's mouth fell open. She had vaguely sensed all of this, but refused to acknowledge it, so it had never been so clear. But what did you do? You bribed the Overlord gang to kill Chu Shui, and even personally sent a car to murder us, once, twice, 3 times. But you chose to hide it. You chose to use improper means, exploiting your life-saving favor with Uncle Fu to make him do your bidding, taking out Chu Shui's dividends to start a company for you. You say the Chu men don't treat you as a person, but did you treat us as people? When they marry smart women, they also have to guard against the Chu family's wealth flowing outside and diluting their interests. That's why they can only limit women's power. Yes, you're very smart, but what did you do? When you started the company, you shouldn't have secretly taken my mother-in-law Chu Shui's dividends. If you had no money, you should have openly proposed it to the head of the Chu family, stating that you wanted to use Chu Shui's dividends to start a company. If, after learning that Chu Shui had been found, you had immediately approached her and frankly told her about using her dividends to start the company, Chu Shui, understanding your difficulties, would surely have forgiven your actions and even built the Jinwi group with you. But to protect the Jinwi group, you feared becoming a stepping stone for others, so you dared not let Chu Shui return home. You tried to murder her repeatedly, and even now you remain unconvinced, believing that she survived only because she had a capable daughter-in-law. Is this what you call fighting for women's rights? No, this is fighting for shamelessness and malice. So, your actions only prove that the smarter you are, the more capable you are, even surpassing the Chu men. And the Chu men will only admire their ancestors' reasoning. Women, the greater their ability, the greater the harm. Do you think your behavior can change the Chu family's rules? Good morning. Speaking of this issue of reproduction, I once read a male-oriented novel where the author said that during a great disaster, men's seeds would be frozen and later thawed to simulate a womb environment to cultivate babies. I laughed so hard my stomach hurt. This male author actually thought that a man's seed alone could produce a child, as if planting seeds in the ground would grow a baby. Remember, biology class taught us that a man's sperm and a woman's egg must combine to form a fertilized egg to conceive a child. In early human history, women were revered for their ability to bear children, but it wasn't understood that women couldn't have children without men. Later, when it was discovered that men were necessary for reproduction and sperm was identified, men's role was exaggerated. People began to believe that only a man's sperm could create a child, ignoring the egg, which is 50 times larger than sperm. They didn't realize that both a man's sperm and a woman's egg are needed as two seeds to conceive a child. Of course, with scientific progress, it may one day be possible to cultivate a child from a single cell, without needing a man's or a woman's seed. This chapter ends. Chapter 1621. She is a person full of love in her heart. The old lady felt it hard to breathe. She opened her mouth but couldn't speak because Mingyu was too right. Mingyu paused here and smiled. You just mentioned that in the book Yin and Yang United, between men and women, it talks about men's views on women, saying that women succeed because of luck and fortune. Did you forget that the book also says many women themselves think the same way? That is, many women themselves look down on women deep down. And you, Madam O, are one of those women. So, you didn't believe that Shui would agree with your ideas, and you didn't even believe that we could escape your schemes. That's why, from the very beginning, you couldn't understand why the strong men you sent couldn't handle a few of us little women. Madame O stared at Mingyu in surprise, as if trying to see through her mind. This woman, clearly not seeming too intelligent, why could she understand so much? Mingyu continued, originally, you had a chance to make your identity public, to bring your position as general manager of Jinhui Group from the shadows into the light, becoming a powerful businesswoman dominating Hong Kong. But because of your narrow-mindedness, because of your violation of the law, you lost that opportunity forever. Madame O looked at Mingyu, then at Shui, and thought about Shui's plan for the O Family Support Fund. She had to admit that Mingyu was right. Shui hadn't developed the cold and ruthless nature of the direct line. She was a person full of love in her heart. If she hadn't initially decided to kill Shui to protect Jinhui, she might have agreed to let herself continue as president of Jinhui Group, becoming a public powerhouse in Hong Kong's business scene. Unfortunately, some mistakes can be turned back from, but some cannot. Her mistake was too great. She closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, they were much calmer. She looked at Shui. Shui, when I say I'm sorry, I'm not asking for your forgiveness. I know you can't forgive me. Mingyu hadn't expected the old lady to give up so readily. Someone like that wasn't entirely bad. When Mingyu heard this, she shook her head inwardly. Her mother-in-law was too kind. Acting like this would let others bully her in the future. Shui continued, but Driver Fu and Driver Go are already dead, so I'm afraid they can't forgive you. She looked at her mother-in-law in surprise, so she had more to say. Still, if her mother-in-law hadn't forgiven her, she probably wouldn't have done this, right? I'm sorry. A person like Shui was bound to earn others' love. But Shui said, no, I am willing to forgive you, because I'm still alive, and because what you wanted to do is somewhat understandable. Besides, you inadvertently handled Jinhui Group for me. Madame O sighed, you're right. I made a wedding dress for you. Jinhui Group has a bright future. From now on, I hand it over to you. The visible account books are all fake. The real ones are with Uncle Fu. The names Xinghua and Wenqing in them are false, and all the increased investments came from the company's profits. So let's consider our debts and grudges settled. She nodded inwardly and interjected, I've already obtained the real account books that Uncle Fu kept on the negative second floor. Uncle Fu was still silently blaming the old lady for revealing all the truth with money, what couldn't be done. But hearing Mingyu's words, he was startled again, so they had already gotten the real account books. What more could he say? Madame O was also shocked. She thought that revealing this would be a favor to Shui, but it turned out they didn't need it at all. Still, thinking back to how she had been so suppressed earlier that she couldn't even open her mouth, she felt that for such extraordinary people, nothing was impossible. End of chapter. Chapter 1622, Your happiness makes me jealous. Yes, the old lady spoke the truth so easily, partly due to Mingyu's mental inducement, but more importantly, the pressure she felt made her realize that this granddaughter had a powerful figure by her side whom she could not resist. Thus, she cooperated so fully and poured everything out. Of course, she also clung to a sliver of hope. She suddenly thought of something and said, however, I assure you, your disappearance back then had nothing to do with me. Shui smiled faintly. I don't blame my disappearance back then. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had parents who loved me, a husband who loved me, adorable children, and such an outstanding daughter-in-law. Mingyu looked at Shui. She was truly content. But thinking back on her life, she had indeed always been loved. Loved by her husband, even after divorce, he still loved her. Moreover, the Hai family, her adoptive parents, had cherished her like a precious gem. Loved by her children, Gu Dongxing and Gu Mingxing's respect and affection for her were unwavering. Even she herself, despite disliking Oh Shue's snobbery and her weak will, couldn't help but want to take better care of her and please her after learning of her experiences and seeing her change her mindset. And Oh Shue's shares had all fallen into Oh Pengfei's hands, with no one daring to speak up. Thinking of how she had returned from studying abroad with skills, only to be confined in the back courtyard of the Oh family, seen by men as merely fulfilling the function of a womb, unable to openly pursue her ambitions or, like a housewife, manage a family and raise children, the suffocation was unimaginable. If it's not real, could it be fake? Haven't you seen that the entire Jinwi group is already theirs? Does she still lack this bit of money? She had long noticed that the two people who brought Oh Shui back had already sided with her. Looking at Oh Shui, bathed in the holy light of love, the old lady suddenly smiled. Your happiness makes me jealous. That's right, you should thank the person who let you go missing back then. Otherwise, growing up in the Oh family, you would never have been as happy as you are now. You can't say that. Which rich person isn't stingy? Mingyu understood that she still wanted to make her abilities known to the world. These people left as they pleased, abandoning the Oh clan members in the family's gathering hall. What's there to arrange? Let's go. Pengfei and Jinjin will come with us, the old lady said. Wasn't this Oh Shui a rich person before? Still, everyone hadn't come away empty-handed, because with that 50% of the shares, half of the future dividends would go to the Oh clan members, and a support fund had been established. These people had originally come to claim a share of Oh Shue's stocks and dividends, but now the dividends had turned into the Jinwi group, and under that Miss Nan smooth talk, the old lady had handed them over. Hey, do you think Oh Shui will really give up half her dividends for a support fund? Could it be that she's just a magnet for love? She had to admit, some people were simply born to be loved. It was precisely because of the Oh family's environment that she was forced to secretly embezzle Oh Shue's money to found the Jinwi group. She turned to Mingyu. Miss Nan, I have a request. I want to go openly to the Jinwi group and hand over the company to you. Mingyu naturally wouldn't refuse her that. All right, we'll arrange it. Let's go to the company today and announce this news. Regardless, she still wanted to make the secret of being the company's founder known to the world. She wanted the world to acknowledge her talent. She knew that among Oh Shui and the others, the one in charge was still this Miss Nan of the Nan family. Yeah, I heard she was raised in the countryside of the mainland after being abducted. She knows the hardships of the poor, which is why she's so compassionate and generous. It's a good thing she wasn't raised in Old Men's family. Old Men, the nickname for Old Master O. Chapter 1623, Returning to Dream Heaven. The company handover went smoothly. As the old lady had anticipated, the people taking over the company were Oh Pengfei and Luda. Oh Pengfei was the successor groomed by the family. Judging from the fact that the family sent him to Shenzhen to develop the mainland market, it was clear he was already a capable individual. Having him assist with the takeover naturally minimized the risk of errors. Luda had interned at the mainland gun and company for a while and discovered he had an innate sensitivity for business. This time, since he happened to be accompanying Mingyu, she let him take over Jinwi company first. As for the gun and company, they could only temporarily have the Nan family send someone to manage it. Of course, the Nan family later sent two people to work with Luda in managing Jinwi. After all, Oh Pengfei still had a Shenzhen enterprise to run. However, Mingyu demanded that Pengfei cultivate a successor within 3 years. Whether it was the Jinwi group or the Oh family group, they would gradually be handed off, and his main focus would shift to cultivation. Originally, Mingyu had also wanted to teach the Balong gang a lesson, but Oh Shui stopped her. You're carrying a child now. Mingyu thought it over. With so many people around, it wouldn't be convenient to handle things anyway. She would come back alone to deal with it later. As for the old lady and Uncle Fu, she didn't intervene and left them to the Oh family to handle. Unexpectedly, the lofty Nan Mingju had actually ended up working as a hostess in a nightclub. Just after returning to Shenzhen, Mingyu suddenly remembered her agreement with the Lei family. The Oh family was now firmly under her father's authority, so she had no more worries. Although it hadn't been a full month yet, since she happened to be passing through, she wanted to take care of this matter so she wouldn't have to dwell on it. Her divine sense swept out and she spotted Lei Qi inside. Just as she was about to head toward the entrance of Dream Heaven, she suddenly froze. She had spotted Nan Mingju sitting in the lobby. It so happened that Oh Pengfei had invited her aunt to visit the company, so they decided to stay in Shenzhen for 1 day and take the train north the next day. The next day, Mingyu and the others left Hong Kong. Of course, Luda stayed behind to manage the Jinwi group. After lunch, while Oh Shui and Gu Mingxing were touring Oh Pengfei's company, Mingyu told Oh Shui she had some business to attend to and went alone to the Dream Heaven nightclub. As for old Master O, his crimes had not been exposed, but Mingyu had already planted a baleful energy inside him. He would die of a heart attack one night. Moreover, judging by Nan Mingju's appearance, it seemed she had become a hostess there. Nan Mingju, hadn't she fled after kicking Song Jiang'an to death? The new year had passed, and the work he needed to do on the mainland was about to begin. What a disgrace to the Nan family. No, wasn't she a martial cultivator? How could she stoop to being a hostess? There could only be one possibility. She had been sold into it. A surge of anger rose in her heart. Hadn't seventh brother promised her that the hostesses here had to be voluntary? Were they paying lip service? That day, once the all-clear was given, Mingyu and her group went on a massive shopping spree. Oh Pengfei went with Mingyu. He also needed to return to the Oh family company in Shenzhen. Mingyu, in particular, took advantage of her storage space to buy a large quantity of items that still required ration coupons on the mainland, having them delivered to a warehouse Pengfei had temporarily provided for her. After all, she had her storage ring and could pack it all away. Mingyu stormed up to the entrance, about to barge in, when she was stopped. "We don't open during the day." Suppressing her anger, Mingyu said, "Call seventh brother out here." The guard glanced at her sideways, seeing she had come demanding to see seventh brother. "And who are you to him?" Mingyu fumed. "Why ask so many questions? Just call him out." End of chapter. Chapter 1624. Someone came to cause trouble. "Oh, you've got quite a temper, girl. You want to see our seventh brother, isn't it, because you've taken a fancy to him? Our seventh brother is a young hero who doesn't indulge in women. You can't just see him whenever you want. How about we two brothers keep you company instead?" With that, he reached out to touch Mingyu's face. Seeing that these two gatekeepers had mistaken her for that kind of woman, Mingyu, furious, reached out, grabbed the outstretched hand, and twisted it. A sickening crack was heard, followed by the man's scream. His hand was broken. The other gatekeeper, seeing Mingyu injure his companion, shouted angrily, "Someone's here to cause trouble," and charged at her. Mingyu didn't hold back. She kicked out, sending him flying. But his shout had drawn people from inside. Seeing one gatekeeper kicked away and the other with a broken arm, they all rushed at Mingyu with shouts. "Damn it, where's this wild girl from, coming alone to cause trouble? She's a beauty, isn't she? Aren't you here looking for your big brother? If you're looking for a brother, wait until night. Aren't you a bit early? Such a pretty girl, wanna work as a hostess at our dream paradise?" Seventh brother hurried out, and the girls sitting in the hall quickly stood up, all coquettish and sweet, calling out, "Hello, seventh brother." Seventh brother was on the phone in his office. "Hello, I'm looking for Nan Mingyu." "What? School hasn't started yet." "Oh, sorry, I got it wrong." Seeing seventh brother come out, they quickly followed. His subordinate was shocked. Seventh brother going personally? Wasn't that too much face for that person? "What? Someone dares to cause trouble at my place? Who is it? Have they got a death wish?" Just then, someone reported, "Seventh brother, someone's here to cause trouble. I heard it's a girl of 17 or 18, very pretty." Suddenly remembering the pretty girl he'd mentioned earlier, could it be that seventh brother had finally come around? Mingyu listened as their words grew more and more explicit. She bit her lip, said nothing, and kicked them away one by one. Before long, over a dozen security guards lay on the ground. "Hello, is Nan Mingyu there?" "She's not? Did she say when she'd be back?" "No?" Forget it. I was being impatient." "Demands?" The man was a bit annoyed. "I didn't ask." Seventh brother was on edge. He only had a verbal agreement with Nan Mingyu. What if she didn't sell him the pills? He'd already gathered the money and wanted to find her early, just to get the Peiyuan pills and Huichun pills in hand. Only then could he rest easy. Seventh brother's heart instinctively skipped a beat. "What did you say? A pretty girl of 17 or 18 is causing trouble. Did she make any demands?" Seventh brother didn't bother. "Go ask." But before the man could move, he waved his hand. "Forget it. I'll go ask myself." "Hello, seventh brother." Mingyu stood there, waiting for seventh brother to come out. After the scene she'd caused, could he still sit still? Just then, another group of security guards came out, surrounding Mingyu in a circle, but this time they didn't dare to make a move. "Seventh brother, you're out?" Nan Mingju also greeted seventh brother. "Seventh brother, I heard some woman is causing trouble. Go teach that bitch a lesson." Seventh brother stopped and looked at Nan Mingju. "Miss Ming, I heard you almost put on an inappropriate show with a guest in the private room last night." Nan Mingju twisted her waist. "I was just satisfying the guest's request. And there was no actual action." End of chapter. Chapter 1625. Nan Mingju became a prostitute. Seventh brother said with disgust, "Our dream heaven is a legitimate establishment, not a brothel. Be more careful from now on. If you want to sell yourself, go outside with the customers." He turned to the head waiter and said, "Keep an eye on your people. Don't let me find this happening again." The head waiter replied with a yes, then glared angrily at Nan Mingju. Mingyu, observing all this with her divine sense, was stunned. Was this woman still Nan Mingju? Could she be a fake? The lofty Nan Mingju had actually become a prostitute? Also, she seemed to have misunderstood. Nan Mingju didn't appear to be forced, rather, she seemed willing. As soon as seventh brother walked out the door, he saw Nan Mingyu standing outside, and his heart immediately raced. Oh my god, it really is her. Had she come to find him? He rushed over eagerly. Miss Nan, why are you here? As soon as the words left his mouth, he wanted to slap himself. What useless nonsense was that? I mean, suddenly, he looked at the security guards surrounding Mingyu, and the ones lying on the ground, finally snapping back to reality. What's going on here? Oh heavens, the one causing trouble was actually Miss Nan. Mingyu tilted her head. Are we friends? Seventh brother swept his gaze over those men, and they all immediately lowered their heads, not daring to meet his eyes. He understood, they had mistaken Mingyu for a troublemaker. Mingyu pointed at the security guards sprawled on the ground. Your way of welcoming friends is quite special. Seventh brother pointed at the few with broken arms or legs. Take them to the hospital and settle their wages. They don't need to come to work anymore. The security guard with the broken arm, already in pain, started trembling even more. He stammered for a long time without getting the words out. No, please. Mingyu glanced at seventh brother. This man had sharp instincts. He could tell from their injuries alone that those people had offended her the most, so he punished them accordingly. Without needing to be told, he knew that since Mingyu had dealt them such heavy blows, they must have wronged her. So, he decisively fired them. Seventh brother's mouth twitched. Didn't you tell them you were my friend? The security guards were already stunned when they saw seventh brother greet Mingyu respectfully. They exchanged glances, then finally pointed at the guard whose arm Mingyu had broken. It was him. He said someone was causing trouble, so we all came. Mingyu snorted. I came to find you and asked them to call you out. Instead, they said not just anyone could see seventh brother, and while saying that, one of them reached out to me, trying to be disrespectful. I couldn't help but break his arm. Another saw that and charged at me, so I kicked him flying. Then this broken-armed one yelled that someone was causing trouble, and everyone rushed out. I figured I'd teach them all a lesson, and they ended up on the ground. Seventh brother put on a hurt expression. We've already done business twice, of course we're friends. But they had already been dragged away, unable to plead for mercy. A smile spread across her face. Seeing this, seventh brother knew he had judged correctly. He bowed and invited her. Miss Nan, please come in. Mingyu originally didn't want to enter this place again, but after thinking it over, it was more discreet inside, so she walked in. Once in seventh brother's office, he poured her a cup of tea, and then asked eagerly, Miss Nan, what brings you here today? This chapter ends. Chapter 1626. What to do with so much money? Mingyu blew on the tea leaves in her covered bowl, took a sip, and said, I went to Hong Kong, and on my way out I suddenly thought of you, so I decided to come see you. I didn't expect it to be so hard to get in through the main gate of this place. When seventh brother heard that Mingyu was just passing by, he felt a bit disappointed. So, she didn't have the goods with her? He had thought his prayers were answered, and that she had come specifically to deliver. Seeing his disappointed expression, Mingyu found it amusing. The things you want are actually right here with me. She took another sip of the aged tea. Have you prepared the payment for the goods? When he heard her ask about the funds, his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that her visit on the way was also a delivery on the way? Seventh brother's mind was in turmoil. He cautiously asked, Miss Nan asking about the payment, could it be? Mingyu stopped teasing him. I brought it. Of course, fixed assets didn't count. Even their working capital had been drained, and the Lei family, which never borrowed money, had to take out a loan this year. Seventh brother immediately stood up and laughed heartily. Haha, that's great. Then, realizing he had lost his composure, he quickly suppressed his excitement and leaned closer to Mingyu. Miss Nan. Seeing Mingyu casually pull out so many precious elixirs, he was both shocked and overjoyed. Thank you. This is a deposit slip I opened in your name at a Swiss bank. You can withdraw it at any Swiss bank worldwide whenever you need, or transfer it directly to another account. Mingyu was pleasantly surprised. She had never deposited money in a Swiss bank before, and now she had 80 billion just like that. With so much money, how should she spend it? As a Jindon stage cultivator, she really had no use for this much money. With that, she took out 4 bottles of Peiyuan elixir, each containing 30 pills, and another bottle with 4 Huichun pills. It's all here. According to the originally agreed price, 120 Peiyuan elixirs and 4 Huichun pills should have cost 84 billion. Buying them for 80 billion was a huge bargain for him. Mingyu stepped back a little. Please call me Miss Nan or Lady Nan. Mingyu found it strange. Wasn't it agreed earlier that it would be 100 Peiyuan elixirs and 4 Huichan pills? He leaned in a bit closer. May I ask, Lady Nan, how many Peiyuan elixirs did you bring? Mingyu immediately understood his intention. Fine, I'll give you 2 extra sets. You'll get 120 Peiyuan elixirs. Well, I mean, my grandfather had me bring 80 billion US dollars as payment. 80 billion was the Lei family's savings over the years. Seventh brother suddenly remembered that the hostesses at Menghuantian were now all referred to as Miss, so he quickly corrected himself. Yes, Lady Nan. Mingyu thought of her original plan and suddenly asked, do you have an account in Japan? Seventh brother was puzzled. Lady Nan wants to deposit money in Japan? Mingyu shook her head. To be honest, I want to use this money for charity, but my own charity organization isn't set up yet. I've only sent people to do some good deeds, and I don't need this much money for that. Since depositing it in a Swiss bank earns no interest, I plan to use this 80 billion to speculate in the Japanese stock market. As for why Japan, and not somewhere else, it was 1982, the perfect time to invest in Japan's stock market. By 1987, it would peak, with growth multiplying several dozen times over. But she couldn't say that outright. End of chapter. Chapter 1627, Lei 7 plays the stock market. Seventh brother was puzzled. Their country stock market was doing well in previous years, but since last year, it seems to have taken a downturn and hasn't recovered yet. Mingyu gave him a knowing smile. That's precisely why we buy in when it's bad. If we wait until it's good, can we still make money? Seventh brother's heart skipped a beat. Miss Nan is clearly no ordinary person. If she's doing this, there must be a reason. Why not follow her lead a little? But he had just given away 8 billion. He had no money now. Thinking of the 8 billion, Lei 7's heart jolted again. He glanced cautiously at Mingyu and said, Miss Nan, I'd like to invest in our country stock market too, but I don't have the funds. Could I go back and say I paid you the full price? Of course, in return, I'll help you break your 8 billion into smaller amounts and channel it into our country stock market. Mingyu hadn't expected this guy to be so sharp. She had reduced the Lei family's payment by 400 million to build goodwill with them. But now that this young man had intercepted the benefit, her goal of using that 400 million to win over the Lei family was thwarted. Still, given Lei 7's character, decisive, cunning yet principled, it was better to invest in him as an individual than in the family. Besides, she really did face difficulties in funneling 80 billion into our country stock market. But with seventh brother solving that problem, it also relieved her of a major headache. After returning, he indeed told his family about the number of Peiyuan pills and Huichan pills he had obtained. The family allocated another 400 million to him from other sources. He took that 400 million, along with the 80 billion Mingyu had entrusted to him, and converted it all into our currency. Since he had been upfront about it and agreed to handle her stock trading, she went along. Fine, after you break the 80 billion into smaller amounts and put it into the stock market, give me the certificates. After the funds were withdrawn, seventh brother noticed that our currency had appreciated. Previously, over 250 our currency could exchange for 1 M currency, but now only 140 our currency was needed. He considered converting all the money into M currency. Seventh brother was overjoyed. Thank you, Miss Nan. Through this operation, their funds grew by 92 times. Afterward, he handed the certificates to Mingyu and assigned someone to monitor the stock market. Whenever he saw Mingyu selling stocks, he would follow suit. Until October 14, 1987, when Mingyu gave him the certificates and instructed him to sell quickly and withdraw the funds promptly. At that time, the R currency depreciated, with 1 M currency exchanging for 250 R currency. The 8.4 billion M currency converted into a substantial amount of R currency. Seventh brother broke the money into multiple accounts and invested it piece by piece into the R country stock market. Of course, which stocks to invest in was decided by Mingyu. But Mingyu refused to convert more, stopping after exchanging only 1 billion M currency. She said that since the R currency was on the rise, the unused money could just sit there for now. In reality, she knew from her past life that the R currency would keep appreciating until 1995, when it would reach 79 R currency to 1 M currency, before starting to depreciate again. Unused money was better kept in R currency, as it was more profitable. After all, Swiss banks could hold any currency. Of course, she still exchanged 100 billion M currency, because by then, her charity organization was well established. Since she didn't want to be subject to oversight, her charity accepted no donations, which meant it consumed more funds. The tens of billions she had earned from the Huaxia Dragon auction had already been spent, so she used part of this money to exchange 100 billion M currency for charity expenses and various investments. The rest remained in our currency at the Swiss bank. End of chapter. Chapter 1628. Let her go. Seeing Mingyu's method of saving money, seventh brother wanted to follow her example. However, the Lei family's funds had been drained too much, constantly robbing Peter to pay Paul, and 5 years later, the family business faced a funding crisis. Only then did he confess to his family that Mingyu had accepted 4 billion less back then, and he had used that money to follow her in stock trading in Country R, earning over 600 billion US dollars. Leiqi earning over 600 billion US dollars for the family was an unprecedented achievement for the Lei family. Coupled with his backing from the eldest daughter of the Nan family, his precarious position as the young master of the Lei family was immediately stabilized, and he later became the family head, but that is a story for later. At this moment, Mingyu gave that 80 billion to seventh brother, letting him use it for stock trading. And so, Mingyu once again became a hands-off boss. She suddenly remembered seeing Nan Mingyu in the hall and asked, "I think I saw Nan Mingyu just now." Leiqi frowned. "Nan Mingyu? There's no such person." Mingyu thought about it. Since she was working as a hostess in a nightclub, she must have changed her name. "The person you scolded in the hall today is Nan Mingyu. They borrowed money from me and work here to pay it back. But my establishment has been cleaned up. It's a legitimate place, and I absolutely do not allow harboring women for prostitution. Of course, if a hostess chooses to leave with a client, we can't control that." By saying this, he was essentially telling her, Nan Mingyu, that he had investigated her. She nodded. "That's Nan Mingyu. But although she stole my identity, she herself is still of Nan family blood. So let her go." She paused for a moment and asked, "How much does she owe you?" "So, this Mingyu, I really didn't force her. On the contrary, if she does certain things in the private rooms, we actually punish her. She goes by Ming with the given name Zhu." Leiqi suddenly changed expression. "She's not from your Nan family, is she?" Nan Mingyu, however, didn't mind. Doing business worth billions with someone, of course she would be investigated. The fact that the eldest Miss Nan had her identity stolen as a child and grew up in a rural area in the south was not exactly a secret, but not everyone knew about it. "Nan Mingyu? The Nan Mingyu who swapped identities with you." As Leiqi said this, he immediately felt awkward. Mingyu had heard Leiqi scolding Nan Mingyu earlier, so she naturally realized she had misjudged him before. "Leiqi, I paid the trafficker 10,000 to buy her freedom, and then the costs for her training and accommodation don't count." Mingyu thought for a moment and said, "I'll pay off her debt to you. Let her go." Leiqi smiled bitterly. "Miss Nan, you said we must not force women, and I've always followed that. This Mingyu was indeed sold in by someone, but I made it clear from the start that I was just lending her money to sever ties with the trafficker. After all, we can't catch traffickers, and we can't just redeem people for no reason." Mingyu nodded. "That's right. Her surname isn't Ming, it's Nan. Nan Mingyu." Mingyu wasn't trying to help her. Rather, a Nan family bloodline working as a hostess would tarnish the family's reputation. The grudges between them had been settled after she punished Nan Ming and took all of Nan Mingyu's assets, then saw her miserable state after being sold to the Dream nightclub. Unless Nan Mingyu crossed her again in the future, she had no intention of going after her anymore. Leiqi, however, said, "Miss Nan, there's no need for you to pay off her debt. It's only 10,000, I'll waive it and let her go. But I'm afraid she might not want to leave herself." Nan Mingyu's behavior had been rather disgraceful, enough to disgust Leiqi. End of chapter. Chapter 1629, Nan Mingyu's transformation. Mingyu sighed and said, "I'll still repay her debt. I want to use this to settle this karmic tie. Also, I'll give you another 10,000. Give it to her on my behalf. After that, she can go wherever she pleases." Repaying her debt was only to prevent her from disgracing the Nan family. Giving her 10,000 was to keep her from straying again. Leiqi was straightforward. "All right, I'll have someone send her out right away. She can take the money she earned during this time. I'll add another 10,000 to make it 20,000 for her. That way, she can start a small business if she wants." Leiqi wanted to give Nan Mingyu money, and Mingyu naturally wouldn't stop him. If Nan Mingyu could support herself, that would be best. If she insisted on wallowing in degradation, Mingyu couldn't control that. At that point, she would simply refuse to acknowledge her as a member of the Nan family. Mingyu immediately took out 30,000 RMB and handed it to Leiqi. Leiqi called over a lackey, took 20,000 from the 30,000 Mingyu had given him, and handed it to the lackey with specific instructions. Nan Mingyu listened as the lackey informed her that her contract with Ming Guanshan had been terminated. As for the 20,000 she owed Ming Guanshan, a benefactor had repaid it for her. Moreover, that benefactor had also given her 10,000, and the boss had given her another 10,000, totaling 20,000. In the past, she wouldn't have given 2,000 a second thought, but now, looking at the newspaper-wrapped bundle the lackey brought, she was moved to tears. Though she had seemed carefree at Ming Guanshan, she had never truly suffered a major loss. It was just that some people couldn't stand her beauty and aristocratic air and deliberately targeted her. Only after being sold to Mingguanshan and enduring the coldness of the world did she understand what real commoner life was like. She realized that the world didn't revolve around her, and no one was obligated to cater to her. If a trafficked woman had cultivation, the traffickers would naturally use drugs. Otherwise, if she broke out, who could control her? That was also why Nan Mingju dared not leave freely without the antidote. She would die if she went out. But now, someone had repaid her debt and given her money. How could she not be moved? She also realized how despicable she had been in the past and how good Nan Ming had been to her. She had wronged Nan Ming so much. Nan Ming had treated her so well, yet she had taken all his assets. She suddenly longed to return to the capital, to go back to the Nan family. Even if it meant facing the harshest punishment, she wanted to go back. Now that Mingguanshan was releasing her, they would naturally give her the antidote. If she catered to the guests' demands, she would earn more money, allowing her to repay her debt to Mingguanshan sooner and get out earlier. Nan Mingyu had never wronged her. It was she who had taken everything from her. The lackey, seeing no resentment in her eyes, only gratitude, handed her a bottle of antidote. This is the antidote. Take it, and the poison in your system will be neutralized. Your cultivation will recover. Song Jiang and hadn't wronged her much, yet she had kicked her severely, nearly killing her. She didn't even know if Song Jiang and had truly died. As soon as Nan Mingju saw the antidote, her eyes lit up. She almost snatched it from the lackey's hand and immediately took it. Feeling her cultivation slowly recover, her heart stirred with excitement. She felt even more grateful to the benefactor who had saved her. Lackey, can I meet my benefactor? I want to thank him in person. The lackey shook his head. That benefactor said she hopes you'll use this money to start a small business after you leave, live a self-sufficient life, and hold your head high. There's no need for a meeting. Today's 10 updates are done. Good night. Chapter end. Chapter 1630. This is repaying grievance with virtue. Can you tell me whether the benefactor who helped me is male or female, and what their name is? Nan Mingzu asked urgently. Seeing the lackey hesitate, she quickly added, I really just want to repay the kindness. I have no other intentions. The lackey thought for a moment and said, I heard seventh brother call her Miss Nan. It turned out to be Nan Mingyu. Nan Mingju never expected that when she was at her lowest, when she most longed to be rescued, it would be Nan Mingyu, the girl whose identity she had stolen, who came to save her. She remembered that yesterday in the private room, when the guest touched and kissed her, she felt sick to her stomach, but seeing the several large bills he stuffed into her bra, she endured it. She just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. As long as she held on to her bottom line, she didn't care about anything else. She even thought that if someone could help her get out of here, she would be willing to repay them. When she saw Lei Qi, she even considered seducing him, hoping he would waive her debts and let her go. As long as she could leave, she would grit her teeth and sacrifice herself once if she had to. Therefore, she also bore responsibility for the suffering Nan Mingyu had endured. Father, yes, in her heart, she had long understood that Nan Ming treated her as his daughter. She didn't know that Nan Ming was actually her biological father. And so, she cried, wailing loudly. Although impersonating Mingyu's identity wasn't her doing, she had usurped her status as the eldest miss of the Nan family for over a decade, enjoying her treatment and resources. Meanwhile, the real eldest Miss Mingyu had suffered hardships since childhood because of her father's actions. She had done so many unforgivable things to Nan Mingyu, yet at the darkest moment of her life, it was Nan Mingyu who extended a helping hand to her. Afterward, she had sent Gan Hua to threaten her, to bribe her with money, forcing her to come forward and admit she wasn't a member of the Nan family. If she truly reformed, she could return part of Nan Ming's assets to her. After all, she was Nan Ming's biological daughter and had the right to inherit his property. But now, without doing anything, without sacrificing anything, she could leave, and her heart was filled with complex emotions. This Nan Mingju had been spoiled since childhood, acting recklessly without restraint. Now that she finally seemed to regret her actions, it remained to be seen what she would do in the future. Moreover, upon hearing about Nan Mingyu, her first thought to protect her own position had been to capture Mingyu and send her overseas, ensuring she could never return. I'm sorry, Mingyu, I'm so sorry. Knowing it was Nan Mingyu who had saved her, she understood that Mingyu would not want to see her. Mingyu observed all of this with her divine sense. Although she had given Nan Mingzu one last chance, if Nan Mingzu harbored resentment toward her, she naturally wouldn't let a tiger return to the mountain. But seeing that she was genuinely repentant, she breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking about what she herself had done, and then looking at what the other had done, she felt ashamed. The other party, this was repaying grievance with virtue. Moreover, she had no face to meet her. Fortunately, she wasn't another Jiang Huayu. Thinking of Jiang Huayu, she remembered the troubles she had stirred up from behind the scenes. But since she had dealt with Shuiyu, Jiang Huaiyu had lain low, taking no action recently, perhaps brewing some grand scheme. She didn't believe that after using up all the people she could exploit, Jiang Huaiyu wouldn't show herself. As long as she dared to appear, she would kill her. Good morning. This chapter ends. Chapter 1631. Gu Ming's Displeasure. When Mingyu and the others got off the train, they saw Gu Ming and Gu Dongxing, father and son, waiting at the exit. Gu Ming walked over to Chu Shui and asked with concern, did the recognition visit to the Chu family go smoothly? As soon as Gu Dongxing saw Mingyu, he gave her a bear hug. Wife, you seem thinner. He was so overjoyed that he spun Mingyu around in a circle. Seeing Gu Dongxing's dangerous move, Chu Shui immediately pushed Gu Ming aside and rushed over, steadying Mingyu and shoving Gu Dongxing away. Be careful. Don't bump into my precious grandchild. Gu Dongxing looked at Mingyu in shock. Wife, then he asked cautiously, is it true? Mingyu blushed and nodded. It's twins. They weren't even officially married yet, and she was already pregnant. How could she not feel shy? She had no idea what her future father-in-law would think of her. Gu Ming was also stunned. His future daughter-in-law was pregnant? Gu Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. He and Gu Dongxing were different people. Gu Dongxing was somewhat rebellious and not so bound by rules. But Gu Ming was a serious, almost rigid man. He even developed a subtle displeasure toward Mingyu for being pregnant before marriage. Mingyu sensed this slight displeasure, but she didn't care much. After she had done everything she could, whether they liked her or not was beyond her control. Gu Ming, however, pulled Gu Dongxing aside. Dongxing, you two aren't married yet, and she can't get a marriage certificate. If she gives birth without being married, others might criticize your lifestyle. This was a big problem. If his future daughter-in-law were old enough, it would be fine, but she was only 18 this year. He glared at his son. But Gu Dongxing was too absorbed in his joy to pay attention to the glare. After all, it was rare for cultivators to conceive, and his wife was pregnant, with twins. He was truly impressive. He wanted to pick up his wife and spin her around again, but Chu Shui stopped him. Be careful. Mingyu laughed and cried. What kind of person am I? It's not that serious. Besides, Xiaoming was a cultivator. If she was pregnant, she would carry the babies for 3 to 5 years before giving birth. We'll get married when Xiaoming turns 20 in 2 years. The babies will definitely be born within the marriage. Gu Dongxing immediately became cautious and moved to carry her into the car. Wife, let's get in the car quickly. Let's go home. He was now at the Golden Core Great Perfection stage. Who would dare to say anything about him? As for Mingyu's studies, she barely attended classes, and her medical skills surpassed those professors. She was just getting a diploma anyway. What was there to fear? Mingyu and I are cultivators. We formed a Dao Companion Pact, which makes us husband and wife among cultivators. Since we're married, who would dare to criticize my lifestyle? Gu Dongxing then remembered that his wife was a cultivator. He scratched the back of his head and grinned foolishly. This is my first time being a father, after all. But seeing his son's joy, Gu Ming couldn't bear to scold him. Gu Dongxing didn't care. Who would dare to come after me? After all, she tried to please them for Gu Dongxing's sake. As long as Gu Dongxing understood her efforts, that was enough. Besides, there was Chu Shui, who now listened to her in everything and genuinely cherished her. In the days that followed, Mingyu became the center of protection. Gu Dongxing took care of her in every way, but he also became overly restrictive, forbidding this and that. Even when she wanted to visit the courtyard her father had left her to check on the progress of the reconstruction after the fire, he didn't want her to go. Instead, he took the blueprints and went himself. It wasn't until Mingyu lost her temper that Gu Dongxing backed down, but he still clung to her, doing everything for her and trying not to let her lift a finger. End of this chapter. Chapter 1632, Fetal Movement plus Unable to Enter the Space. Gu Dongxing now stepped on the flying cloud and came and went freely. He was now at the great perfection of the Golden Core stage. From G City to the capital, it would normally take him only half an hour. If he inserted a top-grade spirit stone, he could get there in just a few minutes. Therefore, as long as there was nothing urgent at the factory, he would rush back every night to stay by Nan Mingyu's side. For this reason, Nan Mingyu's plan to teach the Overlord gang a lesson had to be put on hold. As for her mother-in-law's enemies, Gue Xiaofeng and Yang Guiying, Gu Dongxing forbade her from getting involved. He handed all the materials over to Gu Ming. After Gu Ming obtained the investigation materials from Les Wei, he quickly uncovered deeper evidence and handed it directly to Gue Xiaofeng's husband's rival. Armed with the evidence, the rival immediately brought down Gue Xiaofeng's husband. Gue Xiaofeng lost her backing. With the wall collapsing and everyone pushing against it, Gu Ming hadn't even made a move before others stepped in. Her problems were exposed, including the fact that she had once taken Oh Shui's military discharge certificate without returning it to her. Moreover, her actions of spreading rumors in the high family village that Shui was expelled due to overseas connections were also revealed. However, what Shui hadn't expected was that Gui Xiaofeng's mother, in a plea for Shui to spare Gui Xiaofeng, revealed a secret. Back then, Hai's adoptive parents hadn't found Shui by chance. They had made a deal with someone, taken money, and raised her on behalf of others. In other words, Hai's parents had known who Shui was from the very beginning. Shui felt deeply saddened. Hai's parents had kept her true identity hidden all along. If they had told her earlier, could her tragedy have been avoided? Still, thinking of how they had cherished her like a precious gem, she couldn't bring herself to blame her adoptive parents. Besides, they had already passed away, and their deaths were somewhat connected to her return to High Family Village. As her love radiated outward, the two faint spiritual fluctuations grew stronger. They even actively reached out to touch Nan Mingyu's spiritual essence, expressing their joy. But on the left side of her abdomen, another bulge rose up. My precious ones, Mommy loves you. You love Mommy too, right? Nan Mingyu continuously poured out a wave of love through her spiritual essence. Moreover, because Nan Mingyu persistently emitted love, the fluctuations of those two spiritual essences grew increasingly intense. This meant their consciousness was becoming stronger. They even entangled themselves with Nan Mingyu's spiritual essence, radiating excitement. How could she possibly hold any resentment toward them? One morning, after waking up, she felt a movement in her belly. She tentatively touched her stomach and indeed found a bulge on the right side. When she sensed her hand touching it, the bulge disappeared. Nan Mingyu knew this was the other child being playful. What delighted her even more was the presence of two faint spiritual fluctuations. Though they couldn't express anything specific, she could feel a sense of joy. Thus, she only felt a brief moment of frustration before letting it go, focusing wholeheartedly on caring for Nan Mingyu. She tried to send her spiritual power into her womb and indeed saw two fully formed children moving. Her heart instantly softened into a puddle, and she attempted to communicate with them. My precious ones, I am your mother. Nan Mingyu was also overjoyed, experiencing the feeling of becoming a mother for the first time. After communicating with the two small spiritual essences for a while, Nan Mingyu felt a bit mentally exhausted and wanted to enter the space to rest. However, she thought that with a single thought, she could enter the space. But now, after several attempts, she still hadn't managed to get in. She panicked. End of this chapter. Chapter 1633. The World Origin of the Space. Xiao Tao, what's going on? Why can't I enter the space? Xiao Tao was also helpless. Master, it's because your babies have already formed souls, and their consciousness has been awakened by you. Although they are still not sensible, they already have human perception and can be considered proper people. And as long as they are human, they cannot enter the space. Unless they are unconscious. With two people existing in your womb, naturally, you cannot enter the space. Mengyu was very frustrated. She questioned Xiao Tao, then why, back then, did so many people live in the Peach Blossom Spring? Xiao Tao sighed. At that time, the Peach Blossom Space was actually a world, so it could accommodate so many people living inside. But later, someone took away the world origin of the Peach Blossom Space. Without the world origin, the Peach Blossom Space became just an ordinary space, and everyone had to be driven out so the space could properly nurture itself. So, from the time the world origin was stolen, the space could only allow the master and the master's spiritual pets to enter. Others could not. Mengyu asked anxiously, then what needs to be done to make the space allow others to enter? At least, let my family enter. Xiao Tao said, retrieve the world origin, or nurture it for 10,000 years to regenerate the world origin. 10,000 years? Mengyu almost spat blood. What kind of person would dare to steal the world origin of the Peach Blossom Space? After a moment, Xiao Tao said, if there are spiritual objects, this process could also be shortened. For example, if the space absorbs enough essence value, it could restore the treasure. Later, she found antiques and gave the essence value to the space, which gradually made the space larger. Now, it already has mountains, water, and forests. In front of the river was a stretch of sand, and in front of the sand was a piece of land, over an acre in size. On the land grew a peach tree, bearing more than a dozen red and white peaches. Under the peach tree was a thatched hut. Only 1/3 of the peach tree was visible, with most of it hidden in thick fog. Thinking of the spiritual veins she had placed inside, Mengyu asked eagerly, so, if I find more spiritual veins to bring in, can the space be repaired faster? Can spirit stones also speed up the repair? By the way, last time she brought in a small spiritual vein, and behind Xiao Tao's main body peach tree, a large peach grove appeared. Mengyu understood. No wonder. When she first obtained the space, it only showed half a mountain emerging from the white mist, with a waterfall flowing down from the mountain and a river below. But because so little was exposed, it looked more like a pond. Xiao Tao hesitated. wanting to say something, but ultimately didn't. With her master's current level of skill, retrieving the world origin of the peach blossom space was only a dream. Xiao Tao smiled bitterly. Master, what the space lost is its origin, not spiritual energy. This origin can only be repaired with the essence of the sun and moon. The spiritual vein you brought in last time expanded the space, not because of its spiritual power, but because it had existed in the outside world long enough to form a spiritual vein, absorbing enough essence from the sun and moon. Mengyu was embarrassed, so the spiritual vein's effect is no different from ordinary antiques. Not entirely, Xiao Tao said. It adds spiritual power to the space, which also has some nurturing effect. Mengyu understood. Then from now on, we need to step up our efforts to collect antiques. End of this chapter. Chapter 1634. Gu Dongxing, you cannot marry Nan Mingyu. Nan Mingyu began assigning additional tasks to her apprentices, urging them to collect all kinds of antiques as quickly as possible. Naturally, she also gave each of them plenty of money. Consequently, every apprentice hired people to gather various antiques, which caused the prices of antiques in the market to rise. As for Nan Mingyu herself, she started focusing her energy on her twin babies. Every day, she would extend her spiritual power into her womb to check on the two little ones. Each time she probed with her spiritual sense, the two small spiritual entities would cling to her, expressing all kinds of joy and affection. Gradually, she left other matters to her apprentices. Apart from attending classes, she devoted herself entirely to nurturing her pregnancy. Yes, she went to classes. Since she was carrying children in her womb, she could no longer cultivate and could only nourish her qi. She wanted to do things, but Gu Dongxing restricted her. Therefore, the only thing she could do now was attend classes. Consider it a pastime. Yuan was arranged by Gu Dongxing to enter the school as her classmate, responsible for her close protection. She could no longer practice martial arts now, for fear of accidentally harming the fetus during training. Yet the fetus needed to absorb spiritual energy, which could only come from the mother's body. So she could only drink spiritual liquid and eat spiritual fruits every day. Her cultivation level was not increasing but decreasing, dropping from the peak of the golden core stage to the late golden core stage. This was precisely why female cultivators were unwilling to bear children during pregnancy. Not only could they not cultivate, but their realm also declined. As for Cheng Jioha, as Nan Mingyu's acknowledged elder brother and maternal cousin, he attended as a representative of her family. She had been lying low for 2 years, and they feared she might be brewing some grand scheme. Gu Dongxing's factory was under military-style management, employing retired soldiers, so no one dared to cause trouble easily. When it was his turn to speak, he pulled Nan Mingyu aside and said a touching speech. Mingyu, my little sister, you were born to be my sister, and you will always be my sister. In my heart, you will forever be the most capable, most beautiful, and most considerate sister. 2 years had passed. Because the mother's body provided them with abundant spiritual energy, the children showed no sign of wanting to come out. Nan Cheng, the head of the Nan family, arrived. He was Nan Mingyu's uncle, so at least there was an elder from the woman's side present. Gu Dongxing's parents were both there, but Nan Mingyu's mother had passed away, and her father, Nan Xiao, did not show up. In his eyes, since the Dao companion contract had already formalized their marriage, this secular wedding was optional and not worth wasting his right to use the teleportation array. The reason for holding the wedding at the factory was twofold. First, Nan Mingyu was pregnant and didn't want a grand affair. Second, they feared Jiang Huayu would cause trouble. The wedding began with a speech by the factory party secretary, followed by speeches from the officiant and the witness. Then the bride and groom vowed to both sets of parents to thank them for their nurturing. On Nan Mingyu's 20th birthday, she and Gu Dongxing finally received their marriage certificate. They held a simple yet lively wedding at Gu Dongxing's factory. The wedding took place in the Army's assembly hall, which was packed with officers and soldiers in green uniforms. Fortunately, Nan Mingyu and Gu Dongxing shared their cultivation levels. While Nan Mingyu didn't cultivate, Gu Dongxing could still do so, and he bore most of the spiritual energy absorbed by the two children. He then took Gu Dongxing's hand. Boss, I'm entrusting my little sister to you. You must treat her well. If she's wrong, you must forgive her. If she does good deeds, you must praise her. You must always hold her as the treasure in your palm. If you wrong her, don't blame me, your brother, for turning against you. Also, from now on, you're officially my brother-in-law. You have to call me big brother or cousin. No more hitting me, fining me, or enslaving me. What started as heartfelt became increasingly absurd, drawing laughter from the crowd. The wedding proceeded smoothly until the officiant, Division Commander Ma, was about to announce the marriage of Gu Dongxing and Nan Mingyu, when a voice suddenly rang out. Gu Dongxing, you cannot marry Nan Mingyu. This chapter ends. Chapter 1635. Don't you want your own flesh and blood? With the sound of a voice, a woman holding a beautiful child of about 3 years old entered the wedding venue. That woman was Yi Rushue. Everyone turned to look at the woman, all feeling very puzzled. Why was she showing up at this moment? Yi Rushue looked up at Gu Dongxing, who was on the stage. Gu Dongxing, don't you want your own flesh and blood? Only then did the crowd shift their gaze to the child held by Yi Rushue's hand. Even Gu Mingxing found the child strange upon seeing him. Gu Ming and Oshue looked at the child with affectionate eyes, while Gu Dongxing also stared at the child in slight daze. This only made the crowd's suspicions grow stronger. Someone finally remembered that back in 1982, Yi Rushue had claimed to be Gu Dongxing's friend and moved into his house. But later, she was driven away by Nan Mingyu. What puzzled everyone was that the child she was holding bore a striking resemblance to Gu Dongxing. Combined with Yi Rushue's earlier words, Gu Dongxing, don't you want your own flesh and blood? A look of understanding appeared in everyone's eyes. Could it be that Gu Dongxing really had a son with that woman? Gu Dongxing looked at the child, but in his mind, he wondered if the child in Nan Mingyu's womb would look like that when born. But he quickly denied it. No, although that child was very beautiful, he had no spiritual root. The child he had with Nan Mingyu was confirmed to have a spiritual root and was already growing. It was now 1986. If she brought the child now, and everyone calculated the time, if Yi Rushue had conceived Gu Dongxing's child back then, wouldn't the child be about 3 years old? But they had all forgotten that when Yi Rushue moved into the family compound, Gu Dongxing wasn't there. By the time he returned, Yi Rushue had already been driven away by Nan Mingyu. How could she have gotten pregnant? Seeing the child who was a spitting image of Gu Dongxing, even the presiding officiant, President Ma, who had wanted to scold her, shut his mouth and involuntarily looked at Gu Dongxing. What was going on? When Gu Ming and Oshue first saw Yi Rushue, they felt a hint of disgust. But when they saw the exquisite and beautiful child, they were stunned. That child looked exactly like Gu Dongxing when he was little. Their eyes toward the child unconsciously softened with affection. But what shocked everyone even more was that the child looked so much like Gu Dongxing that no one would believe he wasn't his son. Nan Mingyu saw Yi Rushue appear with the child and sighed inwardly. So this was the big move Jiang Huayu had been holding back? Nan Mingyu glanced at the Gu family. They still didn't realize how serious the problem was. Nan Mingyu guessed that Jiang Huayu had brought a child who looked very much like Gu Dongxing to the wedding for several purposes. First, to drive a wedge between her and her husband. Any bride who saw a child at her wedding that looked so much like her groom would suspect the groom had deceived her. The bride might even confront the groom on the spot, causing a scene and ruining the wedding. Second, if Yi Rushue, the mother of Gu Dongxing's son, made a scene, wouldn't Gu Dongxing have to give her some justice? Maybe by tomorrow, the bride would be someone else. That way, his contract with her would be dissolved. How heartbroken would Nan Mingyu be? And if Nan Mingyu was heartbroken, Jiang Huayu would be happy. Third, if Gu Dongxing had an illegitimate son before marriage and the bride wasn't the child's mother, that was clearly a moral issue. His flourishing career would definitely be affected. End of this chapter. Chapter 1636. The one marrying Gu Dongxing today should be me. Mingyu saw Gu Dongxing looking at the child with tenderness in his eyes. Although she knew he must be probing something, she still felt dissatisfied. Can't you explain first before exploring? If she weren't a cultivator and couldn't see that Yi Rushue's body carried no trace of Gu Dongxing's presence, and that the child had no blood relation to him, even she would have suspected whether Gu Dongxing had truly fathered this child with her. Why hasn't he explained yet? Gu Dongxing didn't step forward, and the Nan family members were already showing anger, so Mingyu had to handle it herself. She pointed at Yi Rushue and asked, "What are you doing here, bringing someone else's child?" Hearing this, everyone was stunned. The child looked so much like the groom, yet the bride claimed he was someone else's child. She was denying that the child belonged to Gu Dongxing. Indeed, no one in Mingyu's position would want to admit that their groom had been involved with another woman and had a 3-year-old son. But with the father and son's resemblance so obvious, could she deny the truth just by refusing to acknowledge it? Yi Rushue smirked. Someone else's child? This is Gu Dongxing's child, born by me. She looked at Mingyu with a triumphant smile. Anyone with eyes can see this is Gu Dongxing's child. Can you deny it? Nan Mingyu, Gu Dongxing and I already have a child, yet you still inserted yourself between us and stole my man. How shameless. Get down quickly. The one marrying Gu Dongxing today should be me. Hearing Mingyu's words, Yi Rushue's eyes flashed with panic. Yes, a woman who has given birth, even if she maintains her original weight, will have some changes in her figure. She had never given birth, so how could her figure be unchanged? But she quickly retorted, "You're just a young girl. What do you know about childbirth?" Indeed, she studied medicine, so she naturally understood such knowledge. Mingyu laughed again. "Have you forgotten? I study medicine." I entered the traditional Chinese medicine academy in the second half of 1981 and have been studying for 3 years now. Do you think I don't understand? Moreover, you don't need expertise. Just look at the difference between a woman who has given birth and one who hasn't. Can they be the same? Minyu burst out laughing. You gave birth? When a woman gives birth, all her bones shift and the pelvis opens to facilitate delivery. After birth, although things return to their place, traces of the bone displacement remain, and most don't fully recover. As a result, a woman's figure changes somewhat after childbirth. But your bones have never shifted, and your figure and skeleton show no deformation, proving you've never given birth. A woman who has never had a child dares to pretend to be the mother. Everyone recalled the women they knew. The figures of those who had given birth were indeed different from those who hadn't. For the same person, before childbirth, with the pelvis unopened, the hip shape was much more perfect. After childbirth, the hip shape changed. Seeing the expressions on people's faces, Yi Rushui realized they believed Mingyu's words, and her panic grew. You just said some change a lot and some change little. I'm just the type that changes little, so little you can't see it. So your argument is invalid. This child is truly mine and Gu Dongxing's. Mingyu sneered inwardly. She wasn't judging with her naked eyes, but with her divine sense. How could she not tell? Chapter end. Chapter 1637. You will never be pregnant in this life. Mingyu pointed at Yi Rushui. But as it happens, my eyes can observe the finest details. Not only has your pelvis shown no change whatsoever, but I also know that your menstruation is irregular. You haven't had your period for at least 4 months. Yi Rushui was shocked. How does she know I haven't had my period for 4 months? Even an investigation couldn't uncover that, could it? Could she have planted someone by my side to watch me at all times? The thought of being constantly monitored sent a chill through Yi Rushui. Did that mean she also knew about her contact with that person? Mingyu looked at Yi Rushui with disdain. Do you know why? Normally, a woman's period comes because the uterine lining thickens each month in preparation for pregnancy. If no fertilized egg implants, the lining sheds, and the bleeding from that shedding is menstruation. From your facial diagnosis, I can see that your uterine lining is very thick. That's because it keeps thickening without shedding, since your body hasn't been ovulating, and the signal to shed the lining never arrives. You must have had oophorytis at some point, which spread to your fallopian tubes. Without proper treatment, it caused adhesions that blocked your tubes. So your body's signals became chaotic, manifesting as irregular periods, sometimes once a month, sometimes not for 6 months or even a year. As a woman's seed, the egg, you can't even release it from your fallopian tubes, let alone send it to your uterus. You will never be pregnant in this life, so how could you possibly have given birth to Gu Dongxing's child? You're lying. None of what you said has any basis. Who says I can't have children? This child is mine. Had this Mingyu seen her medical records? She remembered disposing of that evidence cleanly. No one should know about it. Yi Rushui had gone to the hospital for a checkup, and they told her fallopian tubes were blocked, preventing eggs from being released, making pregnancy impossible. She was despised by her in-laws, and when she happened to see the war hero Gu Dongxing giving a report, she divorced her husband and pursued him instead. Hearing Mingyu expose her condition in public, Yi Rushui was on the verge of hysteria. She was utterly panicked. She had been married into the Xing family for 4 years without a child, scorned by them, with her former mother-in-law repeatedly calling her a barren hen. This disaster stemmed from when she was 13 and was raped by a thug on her way to school, causing tearing injuries. He threatened to kill her if she told anyone, so she didn't dare inform her parents. He then took advantage of her repeatedly. Later, she felt a dull pain in her lower abdomen and even noticed foul discharge, but she still didn't dare speak up and just took some random medicine on her own. Who would have thought that the harm she suffered in her youth would lead to a lifelong regret? Whether I'm lying or not, you know yourself. Of course, the doctors know too. All you have to do is go to the hospital for a checkup, and it will be clear. Moreover, your blocked fallopian tubes are related to losing your virginity too early. Your first sexual experience must have happened before you were an adult. Originally, Mingyu didn't want to expose someone's privacy, but since Yi Rushui had brought a son to steal Gu Dongxing to frame him, what reason did she have to keep it secret? Hearing this, the crowd looked at Yi Rushui with contempt. This woman had been messing around before she was even an adult. You're slandering me. Yi Rushui screamed. You have no evidence for your wild accusations. I'll sue you. Dear readers, the 30-day 10-chapter sprint is over. Updates will return to normal starting today, 8 chapters today, and from tomorrow onward, 6 chapters daily. Of course, I'll occasionally release extra chapters based on voting results. End of this chapter. Chapter 1638. Who let them in? Is it you slandering me, or me slandering you? Nan Mingyu looked at Yi Rushui with disdain. If you weren't slandering me, why would you show up on my wedding day with some child you picked up from who knows where, crashing the ceremony to steal my man, claiming that Gu Dongxing shouldn't marry me but should marry you instead? And calling me shameless for taking your man? If you weren't slandering me, why would you, being unable to bear children yourself, bring a child and claim it was born with Gu Dongxing, pinning the blame on him? Yi Ruxue, who sent you here to break up me and Gu Dongxing and ruin his reputation? Yi Ruxue shouted unwillingly. I didn't. He fathered my son and then refused to acknowledge it. When he saw you became the eldest daughter of the Nan family, he abandoned me to marry you. If you don't believe me, look at this child. How is he not like Gu Dongxing? If he weren't Gu Dongxing's son, how could he look so much like him? The crowd shook their heads as they looked at the child. So alike, truly too similar to Gu Dongxing. It was hard to say they weren't father and son. Yet, based on what they knew of Gu Dongxing, he wasn't that kind of person. At that time, paternity testing wasn't widespread. People mostly judged father-son relationships by appearance, temperament, and heredity. This child looked so much like Gu Dongxing. Could you prove he wasn't his son? Nan Mingyu knew the boy wasn't Gu Dongxing's son because their bloodline similarity was only around 10%, far from being father and son. But she couldn't say that. No one would believe her. Nan Mingyu let out another cold laugh. Yi Ruxue, the child you brought clearly had plastic surgery on his face. Are you treating all of us like fools? Hearing this, the crowd was shocked again. Plastic surgery? Knife work? Everyone then remembered that Gu Dongxing's factory operated under military management, and this residential compound had guards on duty. How did Yi Ruxue get in? Years ago, Yi Ruxue had lived in this compound as Gu Dongxing's girlfriend. Could it be that because she had lived here before, the guards recognized her and let her in? Her father had once been a high-ranking military officer, and some of his former subordinates worked at Gu Dongxing's factory after retiring. Claiming to be Gu Dongxing's girlfriend, it wouldn't have been hard for her to get in, or even to demand to stay in his house when he wasn't around. Seeing Gu Dongxing finally take charge of the matter, Nan Mingyu naturally stepped aside and let him handle it. Yi Ruxue fumed. Nan Mingyu, you say the child had plastic surgery. What proof do you have? Looking more closely at the child's face, indeed, some features seemed off, as if they had been altered with a knife. At that moment, Gu Dongxing stopped observing the boy and looked up at the crowd. Who let them in? But later, when Gu Dongxing's fiancée arrived, she was driven away. Afterward, some incidents occurred, and Gu Dongxing ordered that Yi Ruxue was never to enter the compound again. So how did she get in now? A guest frowned and said, the issue now isn't who let her in, but the relationship between you and this child, isn't it? He glanced at Gu Dongxing, then at the child. You two look too much like father and son. Is he your son or not? How about a blood test? Good morning. This chapter ends. Chapter 1639. Speak with evidence. Gu Dongxing then turned his attention to this guest and noticed that he was from the Gu family's elder branch, named Gu Ouyang. Ouyang, the reason I asked who let her in is that whoever did so had ill intentions. He pointed at Yi Ruxue. Everyone should know that this woman came to the compound in 1983 and even stayed in my room. But you should also know that when she stayed in my room, I was still out on a mission. Who gave her the right to move into my house? I didn't investigate at the time because my fiancé came and drove her away as soon as she arrived. After that, whenever I wasn't on a mission, I spent my time with my fiancée until she left our compound. He swept his gaze across the crowd. Aside from her staying in my room, I have had no other involvement with her. After she returned to the capital, she never contacted me again. I have no feelings for her, so how could I have fathered a child with her? Do I look like some beast who would casually father a child? When the crowd heard Gu Dongxing's words, they recalled the conflict between his fiancée, Miss Nan, and Yi Ruxue. Miss Nan had been so fierce that she had grabbed Yi Ruxue and thrown her out the door the moment she arrived. An unforgettable scene. Yes, at that time, Gu Dongxing had shown nothing but disdain for Yi Ruxue. How could he have fathered a child with her? When Gu Ouyang heard Gu Dongxing say the word beast in reference to fathering the child, his face turned extremely ugly. Gu Dongxing, if you say you have no relationship with Yi Ruxue, then how do you explain this child looking so much like you? Don't say the child had plastic surgery. Our country doesn't have the technology to make such a young child look so much like you. Most people didn't know, but Gu Dongxing's trusted confidants were well aware of the Gu family's affairs. The Gu family originally had assets, but due to poor management, they never improved. In contrast, Gu Ming's branch, Gu Chen's enterprises and Gu Dongxing's own factory, had been thriving. However, his words also made sense. Even if someone took the child for plastic surgery, how could they make him look so identical? In everyone's understanding, plastic surgery only altered the skin and flesh, it couldn't change the bones. Thus, while plastic surgery could make someone more beautiful, it couldn't completely change a person's appearance. Recently, however, the business had been growing. The elder branch of the Gu family naturally felt envious and proposed consolidating all family assets to establish the Gu Corporation. Since Gu Dongxing's initial capital for his factory came from the Gu family, he couldn't exactly refuse. Gu Dongxing's words carried a deeper meaning. Although the Gu family was domineering, they understood that the manager had to be a capable person. Otherwise, it would be better not to establish the Gu Corporation at all. Gu Dongxing lifted his eyelids and gave Gu Ouyang a cold look, then suddenly let out a sneer. How dare you say that? Have you already had her tested to confirm that he shares the same blood type as me? But if the Gu Corporation was established, who would become its chairman would be a matter of debate. This child looked too much like Gu Dongxing, it was impossible to ignore. Hearing Gu Ouyang's words, the crowd realized he was trying to accuse Gu Dongxing of moral misconduct. So, even if this child isn't yours with Yiru Hui, he must be yours with another woman. Otherwise, would you dare to have a blood test with this child? At present, only Gu Dongxing and Gu Ouyang were competing for the position of manager of the Gu Corporation. By saying this, Gu Dongxing was implying that Gu Ouyang was behind the scheme, using this child to frame him in order to secure the chairmanship. Gu Ouyang was enraged. Gu Dongxing, you need to speak with evidence. Gu Dongxing said coolly, the evidence is that this child's actual appearance bears some resemblance to you. He should be your nephew or cousin. Someone slapped a face similar to mine onto him to frame me. But everyone found it strange. The child clearly looked very much like Gu Dongxing, so why would he claim there was some resemblance to Gu Ouyang? End of chapter. Chapter 1640. The child is a shameless brat. Gu Dongxing suddenly walked toward the child. Yi Rishui warily hugged the child, turning her back to Gu Dongxing. Gu Dongxing, what are you trying to do? Are you going to kill him to silence him? Gu Ouyang also rushed over quickly, blocking Gu Dongxing. Gu Dongxing, stop. But at that moment, a young girl suddenly appeared beside Yi Rishui and snatched the child from her arms. Yi Rishui felt her hands go numb as she held the child, and when she came to her senses, the child was already in someone else's hands. She immediately shouted, my child. Nanmingyu wants to take my child. As she yelled, she lunged at the girl. Everyone looked and saw that the person who had taken the child was none other than the young girl who had been standing behind Nanmingyu. No wonder she was shouting that Nanmingyu wanted to take her child. Could it be that Gu Dongxing and Nanmingyu really intended to harm the child? Luyin, seeing how noisy Rishui was, reached out and tapped her, rendering her unable to speak. Then, she successfully carried the child onto the stage and brought him to Nanmingyu's side. The child was strange too, no matter how he was passed around. He just stared with wide eyes, neither speaking nor crying, but also not smiling. Gu Ouyang wanted to take the child back, but Gu Dongxing blocked him. Gu Dongxing stared at him steadily. Whether he is your son or not, everyone will see with their own eyes. Nanmingyu glanced at him coolly and said, didn't you say he is my husband's son? What's wrong with me checking? But looking at the child, although he was handsome, he had a dull expression the whole time, which was indeed a bit off. She reached out and pulled a red string from around the child's neck, revealing a jade pendant with what seemed to be a drop of blood in the middle. She casually removed the pendant. What? Drugged? She glared angrily at Yi Rishui. You people are truly vicious, drugging such a small child. Then, she also removed the pin from the child's collar. As Nanmingyu held the child's hand, she could tell that he had been drugged. When Gu Ouyang saw Nanmingyu remove the pin as well, he grew anxious and tried to push past Gu Dongxing to snatch the child back. But Gu Dongxing sidestepped again to block him. Gu Ouyang, my wife is just examining the child. What are you in such a hurry for? Or is it that this child you brought really is yours, and you're afraid? As soon as Gu Ouyang saw Nanmingyu pull out the jade pendant from the child's neck, he panicked and snapped, you're a grown adult. Why are you trying to take the child's things? Give it back. Gu Dongxing suddenly changed his expression, looking at Gu Ouyang. Could it be that I was wrong? Is this child not your nephew or cousin, but your son? At these words, Gu Ouyang, who had been calm and composed, reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Gu Dongxing, you're slandering me. My lifestyle is perfectly fine. How could I have an illegitimate child like you? But Nanmingyu was pondering Gu Dongxing's remark about Gu Ouyang, making a face for the child that looked like his, and she began to examine the child carefully. See with their own eyes? See what? Suddenly, she sensed something was off and noticed that the bride was peeling a layer of skin off the child's face. If a layer of skin could be peeled off a person's face without bleeding, what did that imply? After Nanmingyu peeled off a human skin mask from the child's face, the child's features were still handsome, but he no longer resembled Gu Dongxing. This child had indeed been disguised to frame Gu Dongxing. End of chapter. Chapter 1641. Unable to explain despite 100 mouths. What surprised everyone was that this face was at least 60% similar to Gu Ouyang's face. Could it be that this child was really Gu Ouyang's son, and, because he resented that the Gu group was under Gu Dongxing's management, he deliberately had the child wear a mask disguised as Gu Dongxing to frame him? Guo Yang was also stunned. Hadn't that fairy-like woman said her method was foolproof? She said that the human skin mask she personally made and put on the child could not be removed by anyone else. With her pendant and brooch on, no one would be able to see through it. Even if a blood test were required, she gave him a calming pill, saying she would help him make the child's blood match Gu Dongxing's. Moreover, he had checked it himself over and over again. The child was a perfect miniature version of Gu Dongxing. So why was he still exposed? He remembered asking at the time, what if someone removed the pendant and brooch? She said then that the pendant and brooch were just a precaution. Even without them, no one could tell. So he felt reassured. Guo Yang had indeed examined it carefully. The child wasn't wearing the pendant or brooch, and there was no sign of a human skin mask. He even personally removed the pendant and brooch and tried every method, but couldn't peel off the mask from the child's face. But why did Gu Dongxing's bride manage to remove it? The strangest part was that this child wasn't his. He had only bought him from a human trafficker through Yuruhui, and the child's appearance was ordinary. So why had he become so beautiful now, with a 60% resemblance to himself? If she and Gu Dongxing weren't both golden core cultivators, and she didn't have nascent soul-level divine sense, their framing of Gu Dongxing would have succeeded. Even for cultivators, if their divine sense hadn't reached the nascent soul stage, they couldn't break that person's divine sense restriction or remove that mask. Gu Dongxing naturally saw through his wife's little spell clearly. He hadn't expected that with just a word from him, she would act on it. What perfect. Xu Shue's gaze toward Yu Ruhui even carried hatred. She had always been good to her back then, even once considering having her son marry her, yet she came to harm her son like this. And she was a woman who couldn't bear children. If Nan Mingyu heard him say that, she would surely spit in his face. I wanted to harm you. Fortunately, their Dongxing didn't like her. Didn't you want to use this child to frame Gu Dongxing? Then I'll make you taste the feeling of being framed and unable to explain despite 100 mouths. When Gu's father and mother saw the child's face change, their hearts relaxed. But at the same time, they developed a strong aversion to Yuruhui, who had brought a child with a fake face to frame Gu Dongxing. The human skin mask the child wore was a top-grade magical artifact. How could a mortal possibly remove it? She recalled Gu Dongxing's words about the resemblance to Guo Yang, so while removing the mask, she cast a small spell on the child's face, transforming him to look 60% like Guo Yang. Wasn't this harming him? Xu Shui looked at Nan Mingyu. Her own daughter-in-law was the best, not only beautiful but also pregnant with twins. At that moment, everyone stared at the child, who bore a 60% resemblance to Guo Yang, their expressions growing increasingly strange. President Ma was the first to point at the child and ask sternly, Guo Yang, this child looks so much like you, what do you have to say? Wasn't this what they call the Wheel of Fortune turning? Earlier, Guo Yang had been interrogating Gu Dongxing, and now he was the one being interrogated. He finally understood the feeling Gu Dongxing had experienced earlier, unable to explain despite 100 mouths. Next chapter update time, 8 p.m. Chapter end. Chapter 1642. How do you explain? Nan Mingyu immediately chimed in, yes, Guo Yang, how do you explain why this child looks so much like you? Don't say he's had plastic surgery. Our country doesn't have the technology to make such a young child look this similar to you. So, even if this child isn't yours with Yu Shui, he must be yours with some other woman. The crowd found this line oddly familiar. Thinking back, wasn't this exactly what Guo Yang had said to Gu Dongxing? Except the name Gu Dongxing had been swapped for Guo Yang. Everyone chuckled knowingly. However, recalling how Guo Yang had been so eager to pin the blame on Gu Dongxing earlier, they all understood. Guo Yang was truly disgusting. He lived a dissolute life, fathered an illegitimate child, and then tried to frame Gu Dongxing with it to undermine him. If that had worked, the Gu group would have ended up in his hands. Guo Yang's face flushed bright red, but he couldn't utter a word. Seeing no response, President Ma asked again, Guo Yang, answer my question. Sweat beaded on Guo Yang's forehead. Report to the leader. This child isn't mine. As for why he looks like me, I don't know either. He then turned to Gu Dongxing. Gu Dongxing, your appointment letter came down yesterday. You're already the vice president of the Folk Culture Research Association. I didn't tell you before because I wanted to save it for your happy occasion today. You've got double blessings. If he'd known Gu Dongxing was appointed vice president yesterday, why would he have stirred up trouble today? Not only had he failed to bring Gu Dongxing down, but he'd also trapped himself. President Ma snorted. Don't know? I think you know perfectly well. You want to be the president and run the company? I doubt you can even handle being a department manager. You're suspended for self-reflection, and your position will be temporarily filled by someone else. Although Gu Dongxing was already a gene cultivator, he had always lived in the mortal world, so he didn't share the typical cultivator's disregard for fame and fortune. Moreover, the work he was most passionate about was the Folk Culture Research Association, a seemingly ordinary, but actually the highest organization for folk cultivators. Gu Ouyang hadn't expected that after all his scheming, not only would Gu Dongxing remain unaffected, but he'd also become the vice president of the Folk Culture Research Association. Hearing that he'd been appointed vice president, Gu Dongxing was quite pleased and immediately saluted. "Thank you, secretary. I will work hard and live up to the organization's training." With a child who looked so much like him, and given his earlier claim that the child resembled Gu Dongxing, he was now utterly unable to defend himself. Don't underestimate this folk organization. Though he'd never been there, he'd heard that those who entered it were people of great prestige. Seeing Gu Ouyang's expression, Nan Mingyu realized he had fallen for Jiang Huayu's trap. Her spiritual sense detected Yi Rushui trying to slip away while everyone's attention was elsewhere. How could she let Yi Rushui go? She said to Gu Dongxing, "Honey, I remember that at the start, Yi Rushui dragged this child in and interrupted our wedding, claiming he was yours and that I was the third party between you two, demanding you marry her. Now it's proven this child isn't yours at all. She slandered you, trying to destroy our marriage. We got our marriage certificate a month ago." "Honey, doesn't Yi Rushui's behavior count as obstructing marriage and family?" Chapter 1643, It was Jiang Huayu. Everyone's attention was successfully drawn to Yi Rushui, who was trying to slip away quietly. Gu Dongxing cast a cold glance at Yi Rushui and said decisively, "Of course it counts." "What? The crime of disrupting marriage and family?" Yi Rushui was stunned. She had thought that, given her status and position, even if she did something wrong, she would at most face criticism and education. But now, Gu Dongxing, as the head of a highly respected civilian organization, would not say something he didn't mean. Could it be that she was really going to jail this time? "No." Yi Rushui shouted in panic, "Nan Mingyu, it wasn't me who wanted to do this. It was Jiang Huayu, it was Jiang Huayu. She gave me the mask, the pendant, and the brooch. She said that as long as I did what she told me, Gu Dongxing would definitely have to marry me without tarnishing his moral reputation." Nan Mingyu's heart pounded. It really was Jiang Huayu. That human skin mask of hers was actually a magical artifact that could transform into any appearance according to one's will. Could it be that she had fallen for Gu Dongxing? Was she willing to sacrifice these treasures just to break them apart? Suddenly, another thought struck Nan Mingyu. It seemed that the first time Gu Dongxing appeared at the school, Jiang Huayu had looked at him like a lustful woman. The pendant emitted an energy shield that blocked spiritual sense. But if the entire person were shielded from spiritual sense, it would surely be easy for her to detect. So they added the brooch, which could fix the range of the spiritual sense blockage. That was also why the child's brooch wasn't worn on the chest, but pinned to the collar. Thus, she had used the brooch and pendant again. Gu Dongxing, innocently implicated, looked at Nan Mingyu with a hint of grievance on his face. But when he noticed someone watching his embarrassment, he quickly put on an icy expression again. Of course, this mask couldn't block a cultivator's spiritual sense. Nan Mingyu speculated, could the remnant soul that had once resided in Jiang Huayu be an artifact refiner? But was Jiang Huayu using these items on a child just to break her and Gu Dongxing apart? Didn't she think it was a waste? Nan Mingyu suddenly realized something. It seemed that since she and Gu Dongxing had formed the life and death pact, Jiang Huayu had not made a move. Thinking of Gu Dongxing, who attracted trouble like bees to honey, Nan Mingyu glared fiercely at him. Nan Mingyu turned back to look at Yi Rushui. "If you didn't want to break me and Gu Dongxing apart yourself, would you have done what she said?" With this set of magical artifacts, she could change forms endlessly, making it impossible for even a golden core cultivator like her to detect her. But hadn't her storage ring been taken by her? How did she still have such artifacts? No wonder she couldn't find her no matter what. Jiang Huayu was certain that as long as their pact remained, she would be hard to deal with. So she wanted to first make them dissolve their Dao partner pact? Could it be that Jiang Huayu knew she and Gu Dongxing had formed a life and death pact, that they shared their lives? If they were together, she couldn't defeat them. If they were apart, killing either one would be difficult because of the shared life. And if she couldn't kill them in one blow, she wouldn't get a second chance? Yi Rushui was taken aback. How could that be? She instinctively replied, "I'm not stupid." Nan Mingyu sneered. "Huh, you're not stupid. So you wouldn't do anything that didn't benefit you. In the end, it was still you who wanted to destroy my marriage with Gu Dongxing. That's why you listened to Jiang Huayu and brought a child to pretend to be Gu Dongxing's son, forcing him to abandon me and marry you. So, in the end, you wanted to break me and Gu Dongxing apart. Tell me yourself, isn't your behavior disrupting marriage and family?" End of chapter. Chapter 1644, Position Determines Stance. Even if Yi Rushui brought up Jiang Huayu, her intention to break up Gu Dongxing and Nan Mingyu was obvious, and she had even taken action. She could not shake off the charge of obstructing marriage and family. If not for Gu Dongxing's keen observation today, noticing something strange about that boy, He would have been unable to explain himself no matter what he said. In the end, either the couple would have been torn apart, or Gu Dongxing would have been disciplined, or even expelled from that civilian organization. But aren't you fine? I apologize to you. Please let me go. Yi Ruhui simply fell to her knees, begging Nan Mingyu bitterly, I can't go to prison. If I go to prison, my whole life will be ruined. I'm sorry to you. I apologize. Please let me off. She cried with a flood of tears and snot. The onlookers couldn't help but feel pity for her. Their gazes toward Nan Mingyu turned somewhat strange. Some family members whispered among themselves, is this bride made of stone? Yi Ruhui is begging her like this, and she's still unmoved. Yeah, it's not like anything really happened to her. Right, it was just a prank. Didn't she say she was tricked by someone else? If one's own husband befriended a female college student destined to become a doctor, would one's position still be secure? Those family members grew anxious. Yeah, making a big deal out of such a small matter, wanting to send someone to jail, this bride is too vicious. Doctors are always the most welcomed people. Sister-in-law, we were just joking. Don't take it seriously. Among the family members, some had brought their own younger sisters, having seen Gu Dongxing before. Hearing that he had married a girl from the countryside, they felt that as city dwellers, they were more qualified to marry him. All the family members felt a jolt, their expressions changing. Everyone knew Nan Mingyu was a college student, so her classmates were naturally college students too. Among them, some came from the city, some from the countryside, but no matter where they came from, one thing was clear, they couldn't compare to young, vibrant college students, especially medical students. On the other side, some female soldiers attending the wedding also gloated. Though they didn't gossip like the family members and their sisters, the looks in their eyes condemned Nan Mingyu's hard-heartedness. Sister-in-law, my husband doesn't need you to introduce any female college student friends. Hearing the murmurs and seeing the looks, Nan Mingyu's anger flared. She looked at the family members and said with a smile, ladies, the Gu group offers great benefits. I have many classmates who would love to make friends with elites in the Gu group. I imagine that since you've come with your husbands to the Gu group, they must be elites here, right? How about I bring my classmates next time to meet and get to know the elites of our Gu group? There were also family members from the countryside who had brought their younger sisters, thinking that since Gu Dongxing had taken a liking to a rural girl, they might have a chance too. So these people didn't hesitate to badmouth Nan Mingyu. She wanted to shout loudly, but after quickly circulating her spiritual energy through a small cycle, she calmed down. Oh, I was joking too, hee. It's not like there's anything else to do. Sister-in-law, I'm sorry. I misjudged earlier. I didn't really mean it. I just went along with everyone. I was just joining in the fun. Nan Mingyu sighed. People never put themselves in others' shoes until something affects them personally. Only when their own interests are touched do they stand from the same perspective. Thus, the old saying holds true. The seat determines the mind. Where you sit decides your stance. End of chapter. Chapter 1645. Yi Rushui's actions are unacceptable. These people saw Nan Mingyu being confronted by Yi Rushui, who brought a child to steal her husband. They merely gloated, after all, why should a girl from the countryside marry the president of the Gu group, not only the youngest and most renowned entrepreneur, but also a vice president of the most prestigious civilian organization? So they grew jealous, and once jealousy took hold, they couldn't control their tongues. But now, with just a single light remark from Nan Mingyu, they realized that if this happened to them, they too would find it unbearable. With this shift in perspective, they naturally felt that Yi Rushui's actions were intolerable. I was wrong just now too. A woman like Yi Rushui, not only trying to steal another woman's man but also using a fake child to frame someone else's elder, it's utterly despicable. Exactly. A woman like that can't even bear her own child, yet she brings someone else's kid to pretend it's her husband's. In the old days, she'd be drowned in a pig cage. Forget the old days, even now, in my hometown, if a woman really had something with another man, she'd be too ashamed to show her face, hiding at home. How could she be like her, brazenly bringing a child to crash someone's wedding and steal her husband? Fox spirits are the worst. She should be stripped naked and hung for 3 days. A woman like that deserves to be paraded with worn-out shoes. Her family would have dung thrown at their door. Any family with a daughter like that would be cursed for 8 generations. Nan Mingyu smiled. I just said I'd introduce my classmates to the elites of the Gu group. I didn't say I'd introduce them to your husbands. Right, sister-in-law, our husbands are rough men. They wouldn't be friends with college students. Yeah, sister-in-law, I was right, wasn't I? Next time, don't introduce your classmates to my husband. Exactly. Anyone who dares to destroy a marriage should rot in prison. Sister-in-law, if you think I'm wrong, I'll say it again. After venting about Yi Rushui, the family members didn't forget to curry favor with Nan Mingyu. Sister-in-law, do you think I'm right? My husband's the same. This Yerushue should be taken to court. These family members, coming from rural areas, had no qualms about speaking their minds. Nan Mingyu smiled again. You're all right. The women who had sympathized with Yerushue over her pitiful act all switched sides. Right, in our village, women who seduce other women's husbands get. Yerushue's face grew uglier and uglier. In reality, it was my Dongxing who said the Gu Group's elites spend all their time on the company's business, missing out on finding partners, so he asked me to bring some female classmates to make friends with the older single elites in the compound. Nan Mingyu glanced back. Old Gu, isn't that right? Gu Dongxing nearly spat out blood calling him Old Gu. Oh no, he was in for it when they got home. Seeing Nan Mingyu looking at him with a half-smile, he immediately remembered his promise to her. No other woman would come before her to disgust or annoy her. But today, Yerushue had disrupted their wedding. He smiled bitterly and nodded. Yes, my wife's classmates are all bright female college students, future doctors. Next time, we'll arrange a mixer with their school to give the older single youths in the compound a chance to meet some young women. The family members all breathed a sigh of relief. So it was just for the older singles. Seeing the comments today, some readers said they'd send knives. So, 8 chapters today. But folks, don't forget to vote for me. Chapter end. Chapter 1646. Is this spoiling his wife to the heavens? Gu Dongxing turned back to look at Yeruhue, thinking about how she had disgusted his wife. His expression immediately changed. He stepped forward and grabbed Yeruhue by the throat. Yeruhue, I warned you long ago. Don't provoke me. Don't provoke my wife. If you touch Xiaoming, I will choose to kill you rather than marry you. Did you take my words as wind in your ears? I never provoked you, never touched you, yet you brought a child wearing a mask disguised as my childhood self to disgust me. Let me tell you, hearing your name makes me nauseous, let alone having any connection with you. What you did today successfully disgusted me. Even if I can't find evidence, even if the worst consequences occur, even if I'm shattered to pieces, I will not choose to marry you. Understand? Yeruhue wanted to speak but couldn't, wanted to nod but her throat was gripped, unable to move, her face flushed red. She had never known Gu Dongxing had such a side, it was terrifying. President Ma quickly advised, Dongxing, don't do anything foolish. Even the dragon head had tried several times to take him away, promising to give him an official position as soon as he came over. Otherwise, he wouldn't have promoted him directly from member to vice president, all to retain talent. The family members who had previously felt sorry for Yeruhue and thought Nan Mingyu was heartless now lowered their heads. The family members looked at Gu Dongxing, their eyes shining one by one, domineering, this is how a husband should be. However, the girls who had harbored some thoughts about Gu Dongxing were now frightened. With his words, who would dare to set their sights on him in the future? What if his wife attacked first without caring about consequences, injuring or crippling them? Even President Ma felt it was excessive. This Gu Dongxing, was he trying to spoil his wife to the heavens? Gu Dongxing said this, then harshly threw Yeruhue down and swept his gaze over the crowd. Gu Dongxing nodded at Zhu Junkai and continued to Yeruhue. What you did today has already violated the law. If you can avoid severe legal punishment just by crying and begging today, then tomorrow if someone commits murder, can they also cry and beg to escape legal punishment? Then what use is the law? The crowd gasped in shock. Was this Gu Dongxing trying to spoil his wife to the heavens? Gu Dongxing returned to the stage, took Nan Mingyu's hand, and said, from now on, if you encounter any woman who uses underhanded schemes to steal your husband, just hit her. If she's injured or crippled, your husband will take responsibility for it. If it were someone else, he might have been able to intervene, but with Gu Dongxing like this, he really couldn't manage it. Being merciful to an enemy is being cruel to yourself. As a leader of the Gu family, the last thing you should do is indiscriminately show sympathy. And as the wife of a Gu group elite, this truth is equally important. This was the treasure of their Folk Culture Research Association. With him around, there was nothing to worry about. Moreover, he was a guest of honor in the Dragon Group, often borrowed for their use. He looked at Gu's father and mother, but they only looked at Gu Dongxing with pride, without any sense that their son was wrong. Even their gaze toward Nan Mingyu was infinitely affectionate, giving the impression that if their son didn't spoil her enough, the two elders would take over. This Nan Mingyu, marrying such a man, marrying into such a family, she was truly lucky. Yeruhue and Gu Ouyang were both taken away. The wedding continued, and President Ma finally announced the marriage of the two. Good morning. The end. Chapter 1647, Reluctance. Gu Dongxing had someone bring 3 wild boars yesterday, and today they slaughtered them for a group feast. Almost everyone could toast the bride and groom. Gu Dongxing accepted every toast without refusal, but would not let Nan Mingyu drink a single drop. He drank all the wine meant for her himself. When Cheng Jioha offered to drink on Nan Mingyu's behalf, Gu Dongxing refused, insisting on drinking for his bride himself. He even brazenly said, "My wife, of course I drink for her." Nan Mingyu knew they were all afraid that drinking would affect the baby's growth. In truth, she could drink and simply evaporate the alcohol, but since her husband and brother forbade it, she had no choice but to comply. Gu Dongxing had requested a new house. They were eligible for an apartment in a building, but they chose a single-story house with a courtyard instead, because a single-story house had earthly energy. Qing Jioha and another elite from the group escorted a drunken Gu Dongxing into the bridal chamber. The colleagues who had planned to tease the newlyweds saw Gu Dongxing so drunk and left without causing any trouble. After everyone had gone, Nan Mingyu closed the door. When she turned around, she found Gu Dongxing sitting on the edge of the bed, his eyes clear and sharp, without a trace of drunkenness. Wife. Wife. Gu Dongxing reluctantly climbed off his wife. Yes, we're married. Go ahead and tell the babies, Nan Mingyu said with a smile. With that thought, he managed to control his emotions again. If a mortal with a lifespan of 120 years conceived a child that took 280 days to gestate, then a golden core cultivator's pregnancy would take 5 times as long, meaning over 3 years, nearly 4. Although they could still engage in marital relations during this time without affecting the baby's growth, Gu Dongxing couldn't help but think about how, when he acted, his little brother would approach the garden gate they occupied, going in and out, while the baby's spiritual bodies watched from the side. He dared not even entertain the thought. Husband, do you want the 2 babies to watch the dragon exploring the sea? Though Nan Mingyu didn't show her pregnancy, the babies had been in her womb for 2 years and were already aware. When Gu Dongxing had free time, he loved to interact and play with the spiritual bodies of the 2 babies. Gu Dongxing's burning desire was instantly doused with cold water. Wife, tonight is our wedding night. Nan Mingyu knew what he meant but pretended not to understand. Wife. Heavens, he still had to endure so long. Others could be shut out, but his 2 babies were inside his wife's body, occupying the garden he wanted to enter. Even if he only approached the gate, it still felt wrong. Nan Mingyu frowned. Husband. Gu Dongxing was overjoyed. He pulled Nan Mingyu into his arms and rolled over, pressing her beneath him. Wife, today we got married. In truth, Nan Mingyu knew today's situation wasn't his fault, but she still wanted to punish him. Who was more pitiful than him? On his wedding night, with his beautiful wife sleeping beside him, he could only look but not touch. Moreover, he had searched his memories of a past life. If a mortal's natural lifespan was 120 years, a golden core cultivator had 5 times that. How was he supposed to consummate the marriage? I know. Today you can spend the whole night communicating with the babies, Mingyu continued to play dumb. But then he thought about how he and Nan Mingyu were no ordinary mortals with only 100 years together. They could be together for thousands or even tens of thousands of years, so this bit of time didn't seem so significant. Yet punishing her was also punishing himself, because she was equally helpless. Gu Dongxing sighed. Was this his wife's way of punishing him? Nan Mingyu was also troubled. In the space, no one except the owner was allowed to enter unless they were unconscious. So now, because she was pregnant, she couldn't even enter the space herself. Fortunately, though she couldn't enter, she could still use the space, store things, retrieve things. Otherwise, with all her food stored there, it would be a real problem if the space became unusable. Wife, Gu Dongxing held Nan Mingyu close, his heart full of reluctance. End of chapter. Chapter 1648. Wanna pack you up and take you away. Nan Mingyu saw Gu Dongxing's expression and knew he had something on his mind. She asked, are you going on another mission? Gu Dongxing nodded. This mission sets off in 3 days. It'll take a while. Moreover, it was abroad. Given his current position, he normally wouldn't have to go, but this mission was no ordinary one. Even ordinary innate masters couldn't handle it, so he had to be sent. But he couldn't tell Nan Mingyu any of this. Even though he didn't say it, Nan Mingyu could tell from his demeanor that the place he was going was no ordinary one. She said, I'll refine some fasting pills for you. With that, she went into the space house. Yes, she couldn't enter the space itself, but she had taken out the space house and could use it. Plus, it had a 30-fold time acceleration. Gu Dongxing quickly stopped her. No need, no need. I have plenty of cooked food in my ring, I can just take it out and eat. Besides, I'm a golden core cultivator, I don't need to eat. Nan Mingyu shot him a glance. You don't need to eat, but what about your companions? Aren't you afraid they'll hold you back? Gu Dongxing wrapped his arms around Nan Mingyu. Wife, don't bother. How about I pack you up and take you away? Because the spiritual vein had been extracted by Nan Mingyu and placed into the space, and since the space wouldn't accept Gu Dongxing, she couldn't reveal it. So she could only say, I found it in Jiang Huayu's storage ring. She had originally wanted to give him some spiritual liquid, but couldn't explain its source, so she let it go. After all, she had refined so many qi supplementing pills for him, and there were spiritual crystals for emergencies. That was enough. Additionally, she had Little Peach swap out a 10 cubic meter treasure pouch, filled entirely with wine brewed from space spirit fruits that Gu Dongxing loved. She had infused it with spiritual liquid, turning it into spirit wine. Of course, cooked foods like dried meat and meat buns made from flood dragon meat were also prepared in large quantities, ready to eat straight from the ring. Fortunately, Gu Dongxing knew her space house included a medicinal garden with spirit fruits and herbs, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to explain their origin. Gu Dongxing sighed. This kind of thing can only be made by setting up formations around a spiritual vein. The one who possessed Jiang Huayu must have an extraordinary background. She thought for a moment, then took out a pill bottle and filled it with a few spiritual crystals that could be taken directly to instantly replenish qi. Gu Dongxing, of course, knew he was no ordinary person. But when he saw the spiritual crystals, he asked very seriously, where did these come from? Gu Dongxing felt helpless. His wife was right, he didn't need them, but his comrades did. Just like last time, when he was held back by Mengli. If he had had one more fasting pill, he wouldn't have been so exhausted. Gu Dongxing received a large number of pills and felt deeply grateful. With a wife like this, what more could he ask for? Nan Mingyu stayed in the space house for 3 days, refining a large quantity of fasting pills, along with over 30 bottles of qi supplementing pills, more than 10 bottles of healing rejuvenation pills, and antidote pills. Nan Mingyu was startled, then laughed through her tears. Her husband actually wanted to take her with him. I mean it, Gu Dongxing said, kissing Nan Mingyu's forehead. Just like in my past life when I was emperor, I refined the imperial palace into a treasure and took you, the empress, with me everywhere to search for longevity medicine. Nan Mingyu was very tempted. Traveling everywhere with Gu Dongxing, how romantic that would be. But after thinking it over, she knew it wasn't realistic. No, husband. You're on a mission now. That would distract you. Besides, I'm carrying 2 children in my belly. And your mission must have some confidentiality. If the organization found out you were taking me along, it wouldn't be good for you. This chapter ends. Chapter 1649. Better to strike while the iron is hot. Gu Dongxing had only been reluctant to part ways in the moment when he said that. In reality, he regretted it as soon as the words left his mouth. This mission was very dangerous. How could he let his wife and children get involved out of his own selfishness? The two reached a consensus, and in the end, Ningyu was not packed up and taken away by Gu Dongxing. Amid endless instructions and warnings, Gu Dongxing reluctantly left, carrying a large supply of pills and food that Mingyu had prepared for him. Mingyu stared at the doorway where Gu Dongxing had disappeared for a long time. She lowered her head to look at her belly, gently stroking it as she said, "My little treasures, your father has gone on another mission. This time, his mission might take a little longer. But don't worry, Mommy is here with you too. You need to be good." The 2 spiritual entities immediately clung to her, unaware of the pain of separation, so they simply expressed their joy. And through the spiritual connection with her 2 babies, Mingyu slowly tucked Gu Dongxing away in the depths of her heart. When Shui heard that Gu Dongxing had gone on a mission, she immediately moved in. However, she had to touch Mingyu's belly at least a dozen times a day, telling the 2 babies inside, "My little darlings, I am your grandmother." Sometimes she would mutter, "Why don't you seem to be growing?" Then she would go find all kinds of tonics to stew for Mingyu to drink. After Gu Dongxing left for his mission, school started not long after. Mingyu grew tired of Shui constantly trying to stew tonics for her. She couldn't refuse those tonics, but in truth, how could they compare to the things in her own space? Since she couldn't cultivate, she simply moved back to the school dormitory, using the excuse that commuting back and forth was troublesome, and that Shui was busy managing the charity hall anyway. Yes, after they returned from Hong Kong, they had set up a charity hall. Mingyu directly injected 100 million in funds and let Shui run it as she pleased. Mingyu had been away from the school dormitory for so long that she barely recognized her roommates anymore. Her bed in the dormitory had been kept since she had paid for it, so all she needed to do now was replace the bedding. "Don't worry, Mom. Our school has a small cafeteria. As long as you have money, you can eat anything. I won't shortchange myself." But Shui was worried that Mingyu wouldn't get enough nutrition from the school cafeteria. Shui finally felt reassured. Over the past 2 years, the number of orphans they had taken in kept growing, and they ran out of space. Mingyu gave her several of the unused courtyards she had bought, and Shui became busier and busier. Using this as an excuse, Mingyu left Shui with no choice. Shui couldn't very well forbid Mingyu from living on campus since, as she said, commuting back and forth every day was indeed troublesome. The children needed care, so they hired a nanny. There were also household registrations to handle and schooling arrangements to prepare for the children, keeping Shui busy running around. Over these 2 years, Shui had first been delivering supplies to the orphanage. When she found street children, she would send them there, but the orphanage said it was too small to take in so many people. So she simply turned her own purchased courtyard into an orphanage and took in the homeless children. Classic beauty Zhu Chunhua, straightforward beauty Hong Jinxiu. Also Wang Yan, Zhou Wenmei, and Lin Xiuji. She greeted each of them one by one and gave them small gifts she had bought in Hong Kong, like pretty hair clips and electronic watches. Her roommates were thrilled to see Mingyu back. The straightforward Hong Jinxiu exclaimed, "Haha, now we have someone generous to treat us again." Mingyu didn't mind the expense and immediately said, "No problem. Better to strike while the iron is hot. This afternoon, I'll treat our dorm mates to a big meal outside." "Great, great." Hong Jinxiu cheered, but then she hesitated and asked a bit sheepishly, "Can I bring my boyfriend?" Next update time, 8 p.m. Chapter end. Chapter 1650, is this classmate of yours very rich? Mingyu was taken aback for a moment, then quickly said, Sure. One more person just means one more pair of chopsticks. Hong Jinxiu cheered, "Ah, that's great. Wang Yan and Wenmei have boyfriends coming too." Mingyu suddenly realized that in 3 years of college, everyone had found a boyfriend. School had just started, so couples would definitely want to meet up, and she was the one treating them to a meal. Wasn't that asking for trouble? But since she had already decided to treat them and had informed everyone, she couldn't just cancel on a whim. So she said, "Hey, how many beauties in our dorm have boyfriends?" "Well, those with boyfriends should bring them along. If you don't have a boyfriend, bringing a male friend is fine too." Hong Jinxiu naturally raised both hands in agreement. She was someone who loved a lively crowd. In the end, when everyone gathered, there were 4 couples, Hong Jinxiu and her partner, Wang Yan and hers, Zhou Wenmei and hers, and Lin Xiuji and hers. Lin Xiuji's pair was a temporary arrangement, not a real couple. The guy had just come to find Lin Xiuji, heard that her dorm mates were having a gathering and could bring male friends, so he tagged along. Everyone introduced themselves. Hong Jinxiu's boyfriend was Zhao Dequan, a graduate student at the same institute. Wang Yan's boyfriend was Jin Sanyu, a senior in the same institute. Zhou Wenmei's boyfriend was Li Biao, a junior like her and also from the same hometown. Beijing roast duck, it had a big reputation, but it was said to be very expensive, and none of them had ever tried it. Naturally, they all wanted to taste it if they could. But today, Mingyu was the host. Everyone looked at Mingyu. The male classmate Lin Xiuji brought was Qin Xiangshan, a junior from the art academy. On Mingyu's side, she also called her apprentices Wang Huilan and Huang Zifeng, as well as Yuyin, whom Gu Dongxing had arranged to bring in. In total, there were 13 people. Zhou Chunhua didn't bring a male classmate, but she had always been a classical beauty who didn't socialize much, so it wasn't surprising that she didn't have a boyfriend. The male classmate Lin Xiuji brought, Qin Xiangshan, suggested, "Since we're all gathered here and there's no class tomorrow, why don't we go eat roast duck? My treat." The male classmates, upon seeing Mingyu, were all a bit surprised. Why couldn't they clearly make out her features? This was because Mingyu didn't want any trouble and hadn't shown her true face, so naturally, they couldn't see clearly. Mingyu looked at Qin Xiangshan. Judging by his clothes, she could tell he was wealthy. Was he trying to show off his riches and knowledge, or did he have some other motive? No matter how she looked at him, Qin Xiangshan was just an ordinary person, so Mingyu didn't take him seriously. He was probably just trying to score points in front of the girl he was pursuing. But from the look in his eyes, it didn't seem like he had much affection for Xiuji. As soon as Qin Xiangshan saw that Mingyu had agreed, he immediately became excited. "Great. Let's go eat roast duck. I'll call right now and have my family send a car over to pick up all the classmates." Did he have another motive? Or did he have another motive? She smiled faintly and said, "I overlooked that. I haven't had Beijing roast duck either. Since that's the case, let's all go eat roast duck today." Mingyu waved her hand. "No need to trouble yourself. Yuyin, go and bring our car over." Yuyin acknowledged and went out first. Mingyu then turned to the classmates. "I brought some bedding over today, so I had classmate Yuyin drive a car. Everyone, walk to the school gate and get in." Qin Xiangshan seemed a bit disappointed. His eyes flickered, and he asked Lin Xiuji, "Hey, I wanted to give you some face, but it turns out she brought her own car." Then he asked Lin Xiuji, "Is this classmate of yours very rich?" This chapter ends. Chapter 1651, this male classmate is not quite suitable for you. Lin Xiuji smiled. Classmate Mingyu is naturally the wealthiest among us. Oh, there's even a car to pick us up. We're getting the VIP treatment today. Hong Jinxiu called out with a laugh. Her tall and sturdy boyfriend Zhao Dequan looked at her adoringly. "You like cars that much?" "Of course. I wish I had a car too." Hong Jinxiu's eyes sparkled. "Don't worry, you will someday," Zhao Dequan said. At this time, private cars were not yet everywhere like in later generations, so having a minibus was already a matter of great prestige. This car was naturally the shuttle bus Mingyu had bought for the kindergarten. Everyone walked to the main gate, where Yuan was already waiting in the car. They all got in, but realized the car only had 12 seats, while there were 13 of them. Qin Xiangshan's eyes darted around, and he immediately suggested, "How about you all go first? I'll have my family's car come pick me up. I already know the address anyway. We'll meet at the roast duck restaurant." But Qin Xiangshan insisted, "It's uncomfortable for everyone to squeeze. I'll just call for a car." Lin Xiaoji suddenly felt that since Qin Xiangshan had come with her and now wanted to leave separately, she should probably go with him. "Up to you." Mingyu didn't try to persuade him further. But inwardly, she had become wary of this Qin Xiangshan. Lin Xiaoji was quite displeased when Hong Jinxiu spoke ill of the male classmate she had brought. "He and I aren't boyfriend and girlfriend. We just happened to run into each other, and when he heard we were having a gathering, he tagged along." Turning to Lin Xiaoji, "Xiaoji, you need to see clearly. This male classmate, though he looks decent on the surface, I feel he's not quite suitable for you. You're so innocent, don't let him fool you." Mingyu was taken aback. "Lin Xiaoji, what are you saying? You're not very familiar with that Qin Xiangshan." She had thought they were already quite close, just still in the pursuit stage. But honestly, she wasn't very familiar with him either, and going out with him alone as a girl didn't feel right. So she stayed behind. After the car drove off, Hong Jinxiu pursed her lips. "So pretentious. What's wrong with squeezing a little? He just had to drive himself, as if showing off how rich he is." Mingyu glanced at her and said, "Actually, the back row of 5 seats could squeeze in 6 people. Why bother with the trouble?" Lin Xiaoji rolled her eyes. "He's not from our college. How familiar could I be with him? He came to our college to visit a male classmate who happens to be my hometown acquaintance. I mentioned tonight's gathering to my hometown friend and invited him to come along. My hometown friend said he already had plans with other classmates, so he turned me down. This Qin Xiangshan then said he felt a liking for me at first sight, and since I could bring a male companion, he asked to come. I didn't want to bring him, but he pestered me relentlessly, so I had no choice but to bring him along." Everyone was left speechless by Lin Xiaoji's words. How could anyone be so thick-skinned? This male classmate was clearly using her to attend an all-female gathering. Could it be that this Qin Xiangshan is trying to pursue you? Hong Jinxiu asked. Lin Xiaoji hesitated for a moment, then said, "I don't think so. I only met him for the first time, so I didn't want to bring him. But when I went to find my hometown friend, I said I was just bringing a male companion, so I wouldn't feel left out since everyone else had boyfriends. Who knew my hometown friend already had an invitation?" The chapter ends. Chapter 1652. What is his purpose? Mingyu observed Lin Xiaoji's demeanor and saw that she had no particular feelings for this Qin Xiangshan. Instead, she seemed to have her eye on her fellow townsman. But that fellow townsman was also quite cunning. As soon as he heard her mention that all her other roommates were bringing boyfriends, yet she came to invite him, it clearly hinted that she wanted him to be her boyfriend. However, her fellow townsman probably wasn't interested in her, so he used the excuse of already having plans to turn her down. Lin Xiaoji likely understood his meaning as well, which was why, when Qin Xiangshan pestered her, she brought him along out of spite. Or perhaps she was also somewhat attracted to this male classmate's appearance, which is why she brought him. But this Qin Xiangshan, though his gaze toward Lin Xiaoji carried a hint of flattery, absolutely lacked any affection. So, what was Qin Xiangshan's purpose in crashing their gathering? Could it really be just to get familiar with the female classmates? Thinking about how he kept showing off his special traits, he was probably trying to pick up girls. Forget it. Men gravitating toward women and women toward men are normal things, just driven by hormones. Regardless, as long as he didn't provoke her, she could just ignore him. If he dared to have other motives, she wasn't someone to be trifled with. But what Mingyu didn't notice was the flash of amazement in this male classmate's eyes when he first saw her. The car arrived at the roast duck restaurant, and as everyone got out, they saw Qin Xiangshan already waiting there. Clearly, he must have taken a shortcut to get there first. Of course, the male classmates weren't too happy about it, shooting daggers at Qin Xiangshan. When Qin Xiangshan saw the beauties heading toward him, a standard smile immediately appeared on his face. He subtly glanced at Mingyu, even thinking about how he would politely reject her if she confessed her feelings to him, to appear gentlemanly. But Hong Jinxiu bypassed Qin Xiangshan and called out toward the car, "Wow, what a beautiful car." The smile on Qin Xiangshan's face froze. The straightforward Hong Jinxiu rushed over as soon as she got out of the car. Everyone laughed, and even the classical beauty Zhu Chunhua couldn't help but smile, though it was the kind that didn't show her teeth. The funniest part was Zhao Dequan, who was embarrassed by his girlfriend's ridiculous behavior. But while she wasn't impressed, the other female classmates were. They looked toward Qin Xiangshan, their eyes sparkling with interest and curiosity. A fancy car and a beauty, Mingyu almost burst out laughing, but held it in. Qin Xiangshan, however, didn't seem to realize how much he was hated. He still leaned against his car with that standard smile, watching the female classmates walking toward him. He had changed clothes, now in a suit and leather shoes, with delicate features. He lounged lazily against his Santana, wearing a host's smile, giving off a vibe of a fancy car and a beauty. Mingyu finally let herself laugh, but she still had the decency to quickly call everyone. All right, stop staring. Let's go inside. If we're any later, our roast duck will fly away. Qin Xiangshan quickly seized the opportunity to save face. Yes, yes. I've already called and had them prepare the roast duck we ordered. We won't have to wait long before we can eat. Everyone was stunned. Qin Xiangshan didn't ride with them because he stayed behind to call and order the roast duck. This roast duck restaurant was so popular that you had to pre-order. If you just showed up, you'd have to wait a long time to eat. They had decided to come for roast duck on a whim, so even if they called right away, it wouldn't be that fast, would it? Did Qin Xiangshan have some kind of inside connection? But the biggest feature of this roast duck restaurant was, first, that its roast duck was the best, and second, that it was the fairest place. What kind of connection could Qin Xiangshan possibly have? End of this chapter. Chapter 1653, box number 8. Chapter 1653, box number 8. Chapter 1652, box number 8. At this time, going through the back door was a popular term. Unlike the 1970s, when it was a derogatory term, now being able to go through the back door meant you had connections. And there was another saying at this time, connections are also a form of productivity. Therefore, everyone looked at Qin Xiangshan with newfound respect. Mingyu shook her head. No need to wait. Once we go in, we can eat directly. No need to wait? Eat directly? This Nan Mingyu was even more impressive than Qin Xiangshan. Could it be that they arrived early today? It was only 5:30 p.m. Maybe the restaurant gave them the box first, and after they finished, it would be used by the next group? That didn't make sense either. No matter how late others came, it wouldn't be past 7 p.m., right? Were they supposed to eat in a rush and then be kicked out? Qin Xiangshan couldn't help but ask, classmate, are you sure you haven't been deceived? This roast duck restaurant is so popular. I only got priority among those waiting in line because of my connections. Eating directly? That's impossible. Mingyu ignored him and walked straight into the roast duck restaurant, heading toward the box area. Wang Huilan shot Qin Xiangshan a glance. Whether it's possible or not, we'll know once we get into the box. Huang Zifeng also glared at Qin Xiangshan. How dare he doubt her master? Since Mingyu was treating everyone, they naturally followed her. For example, at this roast duck restaurant, the minimum consumption for box number 8 was 888 yuan. Otherwise, they would rather leave it empty than let anyone in. Afterward, numbers related to 8 were reserved for the wealthy or privileged classes. For instance, license plates with 8s or phone numbers with 8s were no longer accessible to ordinary people. Hong Jinxiu, walking behind, chuckled, classmate Qin, we're not here to be treated by you today. A hint of irritation flashed in Qin Xiangshan's eyes, but he quickly suppressed it and followed the group inside. The other classmates hesitated when they heard Qin Xiangshan, but seeing Mingyu continue forward, they followed. Mingyu walked all the way to box number 8 and stopped. Qin Xiangshan, seeing her stop at box number 8, finally understood why she said they could eat directly. Because this was box number 8. In the past few decades, no one in the country considered 8 an auspicious number. But since the reform era Shenzhen became famous, certain southern customs spread nationwide. For example, 8 sounded like prosperity in the local dialect, and it was hailed as the most auspicious number. In restaurants, box number 8 was designated as the most luxurious box, with better furnishings than others. Naturally, the consumption there was also higher. In an era where a typical meal cost a few dozen yuan and 100 yuan was considered extravagant, an 888 yuan banquet was enough to scare off many people. However, box number 8 was also special. For instance, once you entered box number 8, you didn't have to wait in line. You could order directly, and the dishes would arrive in less than 5 minutes. This female classmate actually brought everyone to box number 8. Truly, ignorance is bliss. She probably had no idea that the minimum consumption here was 888 yuan. A male student standing at the box entrance smiled and asked, "Excuse me, miss, do you know the rules of box number 8? His tone and demeanor were polite, but his eyes carried a hint of disdain. Another clueless student from the countryside, trying to take advantage of someone's connections? Today, still 8 updates. Good night, everyone. End of chapter. Chapter 1654. Qin Xiangshan sweated. The male waiter thought he had hidden his emotions well, but he didn't realize that Mingyu had already seen through his gaze with her spiritual sense. Mingyu ignored him and simply said, I know. The minimum consumption is 888 yuan. The young man was startled and immediately opened the private room door, making a gesture for her to enter. Mingyu turned around and called out, everyone, please come in. Qin Xiangshan quickly followed. As he walked up to Mingyu, he sighed and said in a low voice, The minimum consumption here is 888 yuan. Let me treat everyone to this meal. As he spoke, he glanced at the door number of the private room to confirm that it was indeed room 8. In fact, just by looking at the TV in the room and the soft sofa for resting, it was clear that this was room 8. Mingyu noticed the eager look in Qin Xiangshan's eyes. She had initially wanted to refuse, but raised an eyebrow and said, "All right." After everyone entered, she said to the waiter at the door, "I heard your standard packages here are divided into high, medium, and low levels. Since we're students, it wouldn't be appropriate to order the high level, and ordering the low level would be too embarrassing. Let's go with the medium standard." The male waiter's eyes lit up. The ordinary standard for room 8 was 888 yuan, the medium standard was 8,888 yuan, and the highest standard was 88,888 yuan. He broke out in a cold sweat. What was he supposed to do? After everyone sat down, they realized the table was very large, capable of seating 16 people. After the 13 of them sat down, the waiter removed 3 sets of chairs and utensils. She seemed completely unaware of how much the medium standard cost. Qin Xiangshan hadn't noticed Lin following the boy. When he heard Mingyu say she wanted the medium standard package, he groaned inwardly. But since Mingyu had asked him directly, he had no choice but to agree. Knowing that this girl even brought an attendant when going out, he became even more respectful. "All right, please wait a moment. The dishes will be served in 10 minutes. With that, he walked away briskly. He had just said he would treat everyone, and now Mingyu had ordered the medium standard. The medium standard for room 8 cost 8,888 yuan. How could he possibly have that much money? Qin Xiangshan almost hated himself. Why did he have to show off? If he hadn't said he would treat, or if he had ordered the dishes himself after offering to pay, it would have been fine. But now she had agreed to let him treat and ordered the medium standard. The highest standard was just for show, no one had ever ordered it. Even the medium standard was rarely chosen. Most people who came to room 8 just ordered the ordinary standard. Qin Xiangshan groaned inwardly, but he couldn't let it show on his face. This classmate Nan Mingyu had said that the high standard was too much for them, and the low standard would be embarrassing, so she chose the medium standard. What more could he say? He was about to ask for payment up front when he saw a girl waving from the hallway. Only then did he remember that the girl had been following behind this young woman. He could only nod and say, "All right." Then he looked at Qin Xiangshan. "Classmate Qin, what do you think of my choice?" He had assumed that besides Qin Xiangshan, the rest of Mingyu's group were just students, so ordering the ordinary standard would have been good enough. But Mingyu had gone for the medium standard. In reality, the private room's standard packages weren't divided that way. They were actually called the high standard, medium standard, and ordinary standard. There was no such thing as a low standard. Sure enough, it was room 8. Not long after they sat down, the dishes were quickly brought out. The first to arrive was naturally the roast duck, followed by the other dishes. Since it was the 8,888 yuan standard, the food was very lavish. Each time a dish was served, the waiter, Xiao Song, announced its name. There was chicken and sea cucumber soup, 8 treasure abalone, shark fin Buddha jumps over the wall. The classmates listened to the names of the dishes and watched as they were placed on the table, their eyes dazzled. Mingyu didn't forget to remind her classmates, if it weren't for classmate Qin's suggestion today, we wouldn't be able to enjoy such good food. Good morning. This chapter ends. Chapter 1655, Get the hell out of here, now. The chubby young man said, "I kindly told them I'd cover today's banquet costs for them and suggested they pack the food to take home, but they didn't show me any respect at all. I graciously allowed her to stay and drink with you, Master Cheng, but she said, who does Master Cheng think he is? He's not even worthy of tying my shoes, and yet he dares to ask me to drink with him." Mingyu looked at the chubby young man and sneered, "What a fine servant who twists right and wrong." She turned to Master Cheng. "We, a group of classmates, we're having a proper gathering here, paying for our meal. Why should we give up our seats for you? Is this how men raised by the Cheng family behave bullying the weak?" Qing Jioi looked at Mingyu and furrowed his brow. He felt a faint trace of danger emanating from this girl. Could she also be a martial artist? No, there was no such girl among the ancient martial arts families. After a moment of thought, Cheng Jioi said, "Forget it. You can leave. I won't hold this against you." The arrogant chubby young man beside him was astonished. How could this be? This wasn't Master Cheng's style. Master Cheng was usually easygoing when he wasn't in the right, but once he felt slighted, he became difficult to deal with and wouldn't spare anyone's feelings. Normally, if someone had taken his reserved private room, Master Cheng wouldn't let them off easily. Yet today, he was just letting them go. He glanced at Mingyu, thinking he'd found the reason, and immediately chimed in, "Master Cheng is letting you off the hook. Why aren't you scramming?" Qin Xiangshan quickly said, all right, we'll go right now." As he spoke, he signaled Mingyu with his eyes to take the opportunity and back down. The others were a bit scared and glanced furtively at Mingyu. But Mingyu, as if she hadn't noticed his look, said calmly, "We haven't finished eating yet. Why should we leave? Come on, classmates, let's keep eating. Don't let anyone ruin our appetite." Seeing that Mingyu still refused to yield even knowing he was from the Chung family, and seemed unafraid of them, Chung Jioi's face darkened with an unreadable expression. The chubby young man glanced at Master Chung, rolled his eyes, and took the initiative. "You can stay, but the others have to leave." Heh, Mingyu laughed. "Waiter, call your manager over. I want to ask him, in your restaurant, is it the rule that guests are kicked out halfway through their meal?" The waiter, Xiao Song, lifted his eyelids and glanced at Mingyu. "This rule also varies from person to person. Meaning, students like you naturally can't compare to others." Mingyu nodded. "Fine. Then call your boss here. If he dares to say that your restaurant's rule is that guests in the VIP room who've ordered the mid-tier Jiang wine set and are halfway through their meal get kicked out when someone else shows up, then I'll leave immediately. My friends and I will never come back." The chubby young man scoffed. "Just a few students. Never coming back, big deal." The waiter Xiao Song rolled his eyes and said, "All right, I'll call the boss right now." With that, he scurried off. This was Master Ching, likely the future head of the Chung family. Even if the general manager came, he'd surely approve of his actions. Besides, how would a female student know who the general manager was? Before long, he returned with a stern-faced, pot-bellied bald man into the private room. "Who wanted to see me?" "Oh, it's Master Chung." "Hello, Master Chung." The stern-faced man put on a fawning smile. "What brings you to our humble establishment today?" Master Chung furrowed his brow almost imperceptibly. He had thought the waiter Xiaosong had actually called the boss, but instead, he'd brought this imposter. Chapter 1656, Just You Wait. Ching Jioi let out a sigh. A few friends came up from down south and wanted to try some of the capital's signature dishes. I thought of your place and wanted them to taste your standard offerings. But the young fatty told me that the private room we had originally booked had already been taken. I came to negotiate with them myself and even agreed to cover the cost of their meal, asking them to pack it up and take it home. But these students refused to leave, and we couldn't find a good solution for a while. When Mingyu heard Chung Xiao say the word "you," she realized that this pot-bellied man was not the owner of the roast duck restaurant. Mingyu swept her divine sense across the entire establishment and saw that the business license hanging inside belonged to a young person, definitely not this man. However, this was still a time before the whole nation had embraced private business. Some people who originally held positions in state-owned units wanted to dive into the business world and make money, but they couldn't use their own names. As a result, many enterprises had one person as the legal representative, while the actual owner was someone else. Thus, Mingyu couldn't completely rule out the possibility that this pot-bellied man was the restaurant's owner. Moreover, she spotted someone in the office where the business license was hung. That person was Chen Xinyu, whose husband had once sought her help for medical treatment. The pot-bellied man cast a menacing glare at Mingyu and her group. When his eyes landed on Mingyu, they lit up briefly, but he quickly resumed his stern expression. He furrowed his brows. "You've forcibly taken someone else's reserved private room. Why haven't you left yet? Do you even know who you're messing with?" "Heh, what a fine example of a shopkeeper twisting the truth." Mingyu sneered. "Let me ask you this. When I came to your restaurant to eat and ordered this private room, did your staff tell us at the time that it had already been reserved?" "Of course. They hadn't otherwise. How could she have booked it? Was there someone guarding your private room? If it was truly reserved, why didn't you say so? Instead, you served us a standard mid-tier meal. We were halfway through our meal when you came and told us the room was taken and asked us to leave. If it were you, would you believe that?" The pot-bellied man was momentarily at a loss for words after hearing Mingyu's response. "I admit, our restaurant made a mistake. But since it was a mistake, it must be corrected. This room was reserved first, so you have to leave." "Heh, your restaurant made a mistake. Why should we, the customers, bear the consequences? I paid up front before eating. What gives you the right to kick us out halfway through? What gives us the right?" "Because my boss is one of the 4 young masters." The young fatty couldn't help but interject. Mingyu let out another cold laugh. "So, your restaurant really does bully customers based on status, favoring whoever has higher standing, completely disregarding first come, first served?" The pot-bellied man nodded bluntly. "That's right. Your status isn't as high as young Master Chang's, so you should leave." The young waiter immediately chimed in, "Esteemed guest, you said earlier that if our boss came to tell you to leave, you would definitely go. Now that our boss has said so, please leave quickly." Mingyu suddenly burst into laughter. "Boss? Is he the boss? Haha, you're killing me. Do you even know what will happen when your real boss finds out you've brought in an imposter to bully customers?" A flicker of panic flashed in the pot-bellied man's eyes. "What nonsense are you talking? I am the boss. I have the final say in this restaurant. Leave now. If you don't, I'll call security." "Fine, go ahead and call them." You're only acting like this because the real boss isn't here, daring to impersonate him and bully customers. Let's see who dares to throw me out today. Wayne, throw these people out and close the door. Don't let them disturb our meal. Yes, miss. Wayne replied, grabbing the nearest young fatty with her left hand and the waiter Xiaosong with her right, tossing them out before going for the pot-bellied man. Chapter 1657, Who said to make Chung Jioi look bad? The pot-bellied man, seeing that Lane had effortlessly thrown both little fatty and the waiter Xiaosong out, grew frightened and shouted, Don't come near me, don't come near me. He quickly ran out on his own. Once he was out of the private room, he fled directly. His flight further proved he wasn't the owner. Lane turned to Ching Jioi, the last one who hadn't spoken. Are you leaving on your own, or do you want me to throw you out? Ching Jioi's face flushed red with anger. He pointed at Lane. You're audacious. How dare you speak to me like that? Lane looked at Mingyu, who said coldly, throw him out. Lane immediately grabbed for Chung Jioi. Relying on his status as a 5th-level martial artist, Chung Jioi intended to subdue Lane first. But having just seen her easily toss out little fatty and Xiaosong, he feared she might be a strongman. In this cramped private room, his martial arts couldn't be fully utilized, putting him at a disadvantage against raw strength. So, thinking to capture the leader first, he rushed toward Mingyu, aiming to seize her and threaten Lane. Unexpectedly, as he sidestepped and charged at Mingyu, Huilan, who was beside Mingyu, struck out with a palm, sending Chung Jioi flying out of the private room door. A mere 5th-level martial artist dares to lay a hand on my elder sister. Little fatty, thrown out of this private room for the 2nd time today, usually relied on Chung Jioi to bully others like a fox using a tiger's might. Now he was the one being bullied. Lying on the ground, he cried out, Boss, you've got to avenge me. In truth, Lane had been restrained, merely tossing him out without injuring him. He stayed down deliberately to play the victim. After all, this was the private room area, and the hallway was mostly empty. But just as his words fell, someone came crashing down on him. He tried to dodge, but since he hadn't gotten up, he couldn't avoid it. The impact nearly broke his back, and he groaned in pain while still managing to curse. Which bastard smashed into me? Get lost. A voice rang out. Who are you cursing at? Little fatty looked up and met a pair of icy eyes. He was shocked. Boss, how is it you? In little fatty's memory, the boss had always been the strongest, invincible, no one could beat him. Though he wasn't the eldest son of the Chung family, everyone said that the future head of the Chung family would surely be his boss, Chung Jioi. After all, his brother Chung Jionian couldn't beat the boss. As for the true eldest son of the Chung family, being a son from a previous wife, he was never taken seriously by the family, and no one paid him any mind. But now, the boss's mighty image had crumbled in his mind. The boss had actually been thrown out by that damned woman too. Boss, are you being chivalrous and refusing to hit women? But once a woman has martial arts, you can't treat her like a woman anymore. See, sticking to that rule of not hitting women, you've suffered for it, haven't you? Little fatty couldn't believe that woman could beat the boss. The only explanation was that the boss wouldn't fight women, but that woman showed no courtesy and threw him out anyway. Shut up. Ching Jioi snapped. I told you to book early, why didn't you come sooner? When you arrived, was it already taken? He found it strange that these students were so aggressive about occupying someone else's private room. Little fatty cried out in grievance. Boss, I called to book as soon as you said it. Usually, rooms 8, 18, and 888 are hardly ever taken. But today, 2 of those 3 rooms were already reserved. Only room 8 was left, so I booked it straight away. I never thought these students would dare to snatch the room. I figured the restaurant must have given it to them because they came earlier and we came later. So I told Xiaosong to make them leave, but little fatty didn't dare admit he'd arrived late, insisting stubbornly that he'd booked first. He thought he could use money to deal with these students, but they'd already paid. Then he tried intimidation to scare them off, only to hit a brick wall instead. Chapter 1658. Rules also vary from person to person. Lane closed the door of the private room, and Mengyu waved her hand, silencing the noise from outside. Mengyu clapped her hands and said, All right now, we can eat in peace. Everyone looked at Lane. Lane glanced left and right, then at herself. Why are you all staring at me? Eat. If you don't eat, the food will get cold. Hong Jinxiu quickly said, It won't get cold. Each dish on this table has a small electric stove underneath, keeping it warm. That was the advantage of this private room. In other places, food would turn cold after a while, but here, the table was embedded with over a dozen small electric stoves. Thin stone slabs sat on top of the stoves, not hot enough to burn anyone but keeping the dishes warm. Lane shot Jinxiu a glare. You sure notice everything. Hong Jinxiu said smugly, Of course. I not only notice everything, I also eat with full understanding. What are you all looking at? Eat. If you don't eat such delicious food, I'll finish it all. With that, She unceremoniously grabbed a large piece of shark fin and put it into Zhao Dequan's bowl, then handed her own bowl to him. "Help me get a bowl of bird's nest porridge." Zhao Dequan fondly patted her head, took her bowl, and filled it with bird's nest porridge. "Don't eat too much, or you'll have trouble digesting it." Hong Jinxiu snorted. "I'm not afraid. It's rare to have such good food. If I don't eat my fill, I'll regret it." Her words made everyone laugh. Hong Jinxiu was a bit of a live wire, lifting everyone's spirits. Before long, the atmosphere in the private room was lively again. Wang Yan asked Mingyu, "Mingyu, you spend money like water. Does your family give you all that money?" As fellow classmates, one person could have endless money because of a good family background, while she herself didn't even have enough to buy extra snacks. Mingyu smiled slightly. "No, all my money is earned by myself." You earned it?" Hong Jinxiu exclaimed. "How did you earn it? Tell us quickly, so we can earn some too." Everyone looked at Mingyu, hoping to hear her share the method of making money. Especially Lin Xiuji and Wang Yan, who came from rural areas. Their families couldn't give them much money. Although they didn't have to pay tuition and the school offered scholarships and grants, that money was barely enough to keep them from starving. How could it be sufficient? Mingyu pulled an ancient mirror out of her pocket. "I help people collect antiques. As long as I find genuine antiques and sell them to a certain person, that person gives me money. I earn the difference in the middle. I can make a few thousand yuan a month without any problem. If I'm lucky and get good items, I can make tens of thousands or even more." Mingyu had originally assigned tasks to her apprentices, but there were only a few of them. So, she thought of getting her classmates to help her collect antiques. When the classmates heard that Mingyu could make a few thousand yuan a month, and in good months, tens of thousands or even more, that meant she could earn hundreds of thousands a year. Wasn't that incredibly tempting? But doesn't this require capital? We don't have any capital. And we don't know antiques. What if we buy fakes? Well, at first, that boss lent me money to collect antiques. Later, I sold the antiques to him and deducted the borrowed money. After I had money, I didn't need to borrow anymore. Besides, everything comes with risks. It depends on whether you have the courage. The classmates listened to Mingyu's words and began to feel tempted. Yes, everything comes with risks. Moreover, this boss even lent money, like providing a boat for shipping goods. Although they had risks, the boss's risks were even greater. A few male classmates were the first to speak up. "Mingyu, can you introduce us to that boss?" Mingyu shook her head. "No, he doesn't want to see anyone except me." The classmates immediately felt disappointed. Chapter 1659, Just because my boss is one of the 4 young masters. Mingyu then said, "But I can handle things on behalf of the boss." Zhao Dequan immediately caught on. "You mean you'll be the second boss?" Mingyu shook her head and then nodded. "My boss doesn't want to see you, but he's willing to see me. I'll lend you the money, you go collect the antiques, and then I'll help you sell them to the boss. I'll take a 10% cut. If you're willing, I'll sign a contract with you. Also, I can give you a booklet on antique appraisal. Once you learn from it, you can use it directly as a reference when collecting, saving you from taking detours. No need to put up capital, and there's a booklet to guide them." Where else could they find such a good deal? In the end, except for Qin Xiangshan, everyone signed a contract with Mingyu. Mingyu had money on her, so she immediately lent each person 1,000 yuan. It wasn't that she didn't want to lend them more, but they themselves didn't dare borrow more. During this period, while there were few fakes among antiques, they still existed. However, Mingyu told them to go door-to-door collecting, as it was easier to find genuine items. Mingyu instructed them, "When you collect items, don't worry about whether they're intact. The older the antique, the more the boss likes it. Also, larger items are preferred by the boss." She only cared about the essence of the sun and moon attached to the antiques, so completeness didn't matter to her. While Mingyu and the others were noisily signing contracts in the private room, chaos had erupted outside. Being thrown out by a woman. How could Chung Jioi accept that? He kept thinking that if he hadn't been caught off guard by the martial artist beside Mingyu, he wouldn't have been thrown out by Huilan. If it came to a real fight, he wouldn't have been easily thrown out. Moreover, after being thrown out, he initially felt unable to move, but after recovering, he found his body completely unharmed. He became even more convinced that the other party had no real skill and had only used leverage to throw him out. He didn't know that Mingyu had instructed her people not to use magical power or harm ordinary people when dealing with them. That's why Wang Huilan hadn't gone hard on him. Thus, after confirming with a chubby guy that the private room was indeed booked by him first, Chung Jioi shouted at the waiter Xiaosong, "These students are too much. Open the private room door and kick them out." But Xiaosong hesitated because the claim that the chubby guy had booked the room first was false. The chubby guy, who had been humiliated twice, said worriedly, "Boss, let's just forget it. That woman is too fierce." Cheng Jioi said angrily, "Forget it? My friends are about to arrive. If the private room isn't free by then, where will I put my face?" Yes, a man's face is the most important thing. How could they let a woman look down on them? Should I call some people? The chubby guy asked. Ching Jioi looked at the waiter Xiao Song. The woman in this private room forcefully took the room I booked and locked the door. Aren't you going to call security? He really wanted to kick the door open, but he was well aware that the owner of this roast duck restaurant wasn't simple. Otherwise, a shop in such a prime location with booming business would have been taken over long ago. So, he didn't dare damage the private room door. But, if he couldn't kick it, he could have someone else do it. Xiao Song grumbled inwardly. Asterisk, what do you mean your booked room? When your people came to book it, the others were already eating. Asterisk. Of course, he didn't dare say that out loud. The man before him was one of the 4 young masters of the capital and possibly the future head of the Qing family. He believed that if the owner were here, he would also follow Ching Jioi's orders. So, he had no choice but to call security. Soon, Xiao Song brought the security captain, Old Chin, along with a team of security guards, because Xiao Song had said someone was causing trouble in the private room. However, looking at the closed private room door, the security captain glanced at Xiao Song in confusion. Asterisk, didn't you say there was trouble? The door is tightly shut. How does that look like trouble? Asterisk. Chapter 1660, the boss was actually thrown out by that damned woman too. Xiao Song said nothing. The chubby guy came over, hands on his hips in an arrogant stance, and said, our boss booked this private room, but some woman barged in and took it over. We came to reason with her, and she threw us out. She even shut the door. You need to get that door open right now and kick those people out. In reality, they had been thrown out, but he was too embarrassed to say it, so he just said they were kicked out. Old Chin was puzzled. This is a specialty private room, right? How did they manage to take it over? Don't ask why Old Chin was confused, because this room, whether occupied or not, always had someone guarding it. If the person guarding the room didn't open the door, how could anyone else get in? Even if they did get in, without anyone serving food, they couldn't just sit there doing nothing, could they? He looked at the waiter, Xiao Song. Xiao Song pulled at the corner of his mouth. The front desk made a mistake. They didn't realize room 8 had already been booked and gave it to them. They ordered a mid-range standard package and I served the food. Later, when we found out the error, we came to tell them and asked them to leave. They refused. The chubby guy even offered to pay for their meal and let them pack the food to take away, but they still wouldn't budge. They even said some nasty things and kicked us out. Old Chin muttered to himself, so it was their own mistake. People who come for a specialty private room aren't usually hosting guests. If someone's in the middle of eating and you come to kick them out, who would listen to you? Besides, anyone ordering a mid-range standard package is well off. Would they really care about the cost of the meal? What's more, Xiao Song said the front desk made the mistake, but who knows if that's true. This is a specialty private room. If it was really booked, could the counter easily mess that up? Old Chin was sharp and quickly saw through the issue. Just one look and one listen, and he knew this was Cheng Jioi trying to use his connections to force people out. The chubby guy added, our boss's guests will arrive at 6 o'clock. You need to clear this room out as soon as possible. Otherwise, the consequences of our boss's anger won't be something you can handle. Xiao Song chimed in, yeah, Captain Chin, hurry up and open the door. The door was closed and bolted from the inside. Opening it normally was clearly impossible, leaving only a forceful entry. That was one of the reasons Xiao Song had called the security guards. Old Chin glanced at the chubby guy, then at Ching Jioi, and felt extremely torn. He hadn't seen the people inside and didn't know if they could be offended, so he just said, Xiao Song, it's better to resolve this peacefully. You try to persuade the people inside first. I'll go call the store manager. With that, he ran off. Xiao Song was bitter. How else could he persuade them? He could only knock on the door again. You people inside, open the door. What you're doing isn't right. But after Mingyu had used her spiritual power to throw people out and shut the door, she had already set up a barrier on it, cutting off everything outside. So no matter how loudly they shouted outside, the people inside couldn't hear a thing. Of course, that didn't apply to Mingyu, Huilan, and Zifeng, who were cultivators with spiritual sense. Xiao Song knocked harder. If you don't open up, we'll break the door down. If we have to come in and drag you out, it won't be pretty. Still no response from inside. Xiao Song got angry and started speaking recklessly. I'm telling you, if you don't come out now, I'll call the police and have every single one of you arrested and thrown in jail. By now, it was almost dinner time, and more guests were arriving to eat. Seeing Xiao Song knocking on the door with no response from inside, they were curious. How could a meal lead to talk of calling the police? Someone asked, could there be criminals eating in there? What? Criminals eating here? No way. Otherwise, why would they mention calling the police? Oh, there are criminals eating in room 8? Chapter 1661, Tempting Ways to Make Money. Soon, news spread that there was a criminal eating in the number 8 private room of the roast duck restaurant. Several guests went to the front desk to demand a refund. The receptionist patiently explained to them, there is no criminal dining in our restaurant. If there were, we would have called the police long ago. The situation with the number 8 private room was a mistake. Someone had reserved it earlier, and later another group came wanting that room. We didn't realize it was already booked, so the two parties ended up conflicting. The first group closed the door and started eating. When the ones who reserved it arrived and tried to kick them out, they refused to leave. So our staff is currently mediating. In short, there's no criminal in there. You can eat with peace of mind. The front desk was also very frustrated. It clearly wasn't their fault, but now they had to admit the mistake themselves, claiming they had let someone into an already reserved room. Although most of the people demanding refunds were persuaded, a few insisted on leaving, arguing that the restaurant was bullying its customers. We don't want to be halfway through our meal when someone else shows up claiming they reserved this room first. Don't tell me the number 8 room was a mistake. That's a specialty room. How could you not know whether it was booked or not? You probably let the later guests in because they're special, forcing the earlier ones to leave. Exactly. Getting kicked out mid-meal would ruin everything. We have to leave and eat somewhere else. Hearing this, even those who had been persuaded by the front desk began to waver. Indeed, who comes to a restaurant for no reason? People come to dine because they're hosting guests, and hosting is tied to gift-giving. Usually, the host either needs a favor from someone, wants to thank them, or aims to strengthen their relationship. If the guests you're hosting are enjoying their meal when someone comes to kick you out, it's better not to have hosted at all. No wonder they wanted to change venues. The front desk staff repeatedly assured them that no one would be kicked out mid-meal, but several tables among the crowd still insisted on leaving. Normally, aside from the specialty rooms, seats in this restaurant had to be booked 3 days in advance to secure a spot. Yet now, nearly a dozen tables were demanding refunds. How could the front desk not panic? They had no choice but to call the shop owner. And the one causing all this was, naturally, Nan Mingyu. Although she had placed a barrier on the door to block outside sounds, her spiritual sense extended outward, watching the actions of the restaurant staff. Seeing that the entire restaurant viewed her table as a group of students and insisted that Chung Jioi had booked the room first, trying to drive them away, she deliberately planted suggestions in the minds of those preparing to dine, prompting them to cancel their meals. In truth, Mingyu could have revealed her identity as the eldest daughter of the Nan family. At the very least, the restaurant staff wouldn't have dared to look down on her. But she didn't want to rely on the Nan family's name just to enjoy a meal. If she did, what else could she accomplish in the future? Moreover, if she did that, rumors would likely spread quickly in society about the Nan family's eldest daughter throwing her weight around. The Nan family had always kept a low profile, and she didn't want to break that reputation. For matters that could be resolved with reason and fists, why should she invoke the name of the Nan family on land? She also had no intention of befriending the owner of this roast duck restaurant. A roast duck restaurant wasn't worth her doing that. Just as the crowd of diners crowded around the counter demanding refunds, the shop owner finally returned. What surprised Mingyu was that the shop owner wasn't the legal representative on the business license, but someone she knew. Chapter 1662, A Man's Face is the Most Important Thing. This shop owner was none other than Xia Hongjun, the father of the child Jiang Huayu had given birth to in her previous life. In her past life, although Gu Dongxing married Jiang Huayu, it was an arrangement made by their fathers. Jiang Huayu was not someone he loved. On the second day after their wedding, he was called away on an urgent mission and was gone for over half a year. During that time, Jiang Huayu had an affair with Xia Hongjun and became pregnant. When Gu Dongxing returned and found his wife pregnant, he knew she had been unfaithful, so he never touched her. After she gave birth to another man's child, he had even less reason to be intimate with her. He had married her only to repay a debt of gratitude to his father's generation. Since her heart was not with him, he didn't care much and simply stopped coming home often. When Jiang Huayu realized that Xia Hongjun didn't truly love her, she tried to turn back, only to find that her husband didn't love her either and wouldn't touch her. She often picked fights with Gu Dongxing over trivial matters. Each time, Gu Dongxing tolerated her helplessly. As long as she didn't mention divorce, he wouldn't either. Jiang Huayu, unwilling to give up the status Gu Dongxing provided and with money from Ling Xiangyu, the two of them lived like that for decades. Because of the child she had with Xia Hongjun, Jiang Huayu never completely cut ties with him, even before Mingyu's rebirth. Mingyu sighed. In this life, because of her rebirth, many things seemed to have changed. For example, Xia Hongjun had changed a lot. She remembered that Xia Hongjun's father had fallen ill due to being entangled by his childhood betrothal partner. He came to Mingyu for treatment, and she told him the root cause of his illness. To give his betrothal partner belated justice, Xia Hongjun's father divorced his mother. After the divorce, Xia Hongjun's mother blamed Mingyu for it and wanted revenge. However, since Mingyu held leverage over her, she demanded that her son take revenge for her. The most absurd revenge method Xia Hongjuan's mother came up with was to have him pursue Jiang Mingyu, toy with her, and then ruthlessly dump her. Xia Hongjun agreed to carry out his mother's bizarre revenge plan because he had heard that Jiang Mingyu was Gu Dongxing's fiancé. Gu Dongxing was the other people's child that parents always praised. Without comparison, there would be no harm. Having been constantly hurt by such comparisons, it was easy for the child being compared to develop rebellious feelings. You're the renowned military god, aren't you? Since I can't surpass you in other areas, I'll compete with you in charm, I'll seduce your woman. If he could take Gu Dongxing's woman, then he could boast. So, what if you're so impressive, Gu Dongxing? Your woman still ended up in my bed. Because of this, Xia Hongjun had pursued Mingyu for a while. But Mingyu ignored him completely, leaving him no way to win her over. And since he didn't truly love her, even if he had developed some genuine feelings after several rejections, especially after learning about Mingyu's background from Jiang Huayu, he felt it was unfair to toy with such a pitiful girl. So he gave up on his mother's revenge plan and returned to the capital, no longer bothering Mingyu. In her previous life, Xia Hongjun, realizing he could never surpass Gu Dongxing's military achievements, went into business. He took a lot of money from Jiang Huayu to invest and eventually became a successful businessman. Mingyu never expected that this roast duck restaurant was run by Xia Hongjun. Had he started his business so early? Or had her rebirth, like a butterfly flapping its wings, altered the course of events, causing Xia Hongjun to enter the business world much sooner? At that moment, seeing Xia Hongjun, Mingyu felt deeply emotional. Truly, life is full of soap opera moments. What shocked Mingyu even more was that Xia Hongjun was now a cultivator. However, he was only at the second level of qi refining. Chapter 1663, Arresting You All One by One. Seeing Xia Hongjun, Mingyu suddenly remembered Chen Xinyu, whom she had met in the office with the business license hanging up. She found her own slowness amusing. Wasn't Chen Xinyu Xia Hongjuan's mother? Since the store manager was Xia Hongjun, it made sense that Chen Xinyu would be in the office. At the time, she had sensed that the pot-bellied man was sent by Chen Xinyu, but she hadn't thought much of it because she assumed the roast duck shop's owner couldn't be Chen Xinyu. Now, seeing Xia Hongjun and hearing everyone call him the owner, she finally understood. Why, when Cheng Jioi was clearly bullying others, would Chen Xinyu send that pot-bellied man to make things difficult for her? And why the entire store was united in trying to bully her? Chen Xinyu had always held a grudge against Mingyu. So, even when the little fat guy was clearly in the wrong, she made the front desk admit they had made a mistake, claiming that the number 8 private room was actually reserved by the little fat guy. No wonder. Since this store belonged to Xia Hongjun, his mother naturally had some authority. Even when Mingyu said, "Call your store owner here. If he dares to say that your store's rule is that a guest dining in your premium private room with a mid-range Jiang wine set can be kicked out halfway through when someone else shows up, then I'll leave immediately," they sent a pot-bellied man to pose as the owner. Their goal was to use power to oppress, driving Mingyu and her group, who were halfway through treating their classmates to a meal, out of the store. She wanted to see what Xia Hongjun would do, whether he would let his mother continue her antics or persuade Cheng Jioi to leave. Xia Hongjun arrived at the front desk and asked, "What's going on?" Xia Hongjuan's strikingly handsome face was now radiating coldness. Even the ring of pink around his eyes had turned bluish. His store was always in high demand, with reservations hard to come by. Yet today, over a dozen tables were demanding to cancel. This was highly unusual. Here's what happened. The front desk manager reported the entire incident to him from start to finish. These people heard that the server Xiao Song in the number 8 private room said, "I'm telling you, if you keep this up, I'll call the police and have you all arrested one by one." So they assumed the people eating in our number 8 private room were criminals. We explained to them that the number 8 private room had been reserved earlier, but someone else came later and asked for it. Our front desk staff mistakenly thought it wasn't booked and gave it to them. When the person who actually reserved it showed up, they wanted to kick the current occupants out. The current occupants refused to leave, and our staff was mediating. But these people were worried that they, too, might be kicked out halfway through their meal, so they insisted on canceling. The dishes were already prepared, and canceling over a dozen tables would cause huge losses for the store. We didn't agree, and now we're stuck in this stalemate. The veins on Xia Hongjuan's temples bulged. I don't recall hearing that someone reserved a private room at the front desk, and you still managed to mess it up and let someone else take it. I think you're unfit to be the front desk manager. Hearing this, the front desk manager panicked. She couldn't afford to lose her position. She quickly said, "Store manager, it wasn't our mistake. The Chung family demanded we say that. We didn't make a mistake, but we can't afford to offend the Chung family, so we had to follow their orders." Is that so? Xia Hongjun gritted his teeth. Are you telling me that because the Chung family pressured you, you caved and let them bully our customers? What have I always told you? No matter how unfair things are elsewhere, in my store, everything must be fair. Whether they are nobles or wealthy merchants, I only go by the order of arrival. And now you're telling me that because of the Chung family, you let people think our store bullies its customers. Chapter 1664. The shop owner finally returns. The front desk manager grew even more panicked. No, it's not that we're afraid. It's the madam. She couldn't keep hiding it any longer, or she'd be fired today. Xia Hongjuan's temples throbbed again. The madam? What is she doing here? Ever since his mother divorced his father, she had been causing trouble. She used to be gentle, virtuous, and generous, but now she had become narrow-minded and selfish. Not only that, she would often come to his restaurant to stir up trouble, either forcing him to hire someone, or bringing in a bunch of unreliable people to eat without paying. He could afford to support her, but the real problem was that she frequently cut in line with her guests. Those special private rooms were actually set up out of desperation because she kept bringing people to jump the queue. They were essentially a measure to prevent her from cutting in line. She brought someone to eat here, the front desk manager said helplessly. When that little fat guy started causing trouble, she overheard and told us to cooperate with him in faking it. But we never expected. They never expected that the group of students in room 8 would be so tough, unafraid of the Chung family, and even dared to close the door and eat on their own. They never expected that Xiaosong would run his mouth and say things like having them arrested and thrown in jail. They never expected that the people who had already booked the private rooms and were about to eat would demand to cancel their reservations, as if they had all agreed to do so. Xia Hongjun immediately concluded that someone must be pulling the strings behind this. Otherwise, such a small matter wouldn't have escalated like this. He knew that the most critical issue now wasn't the cancellations, but how to handle room 8. It wasn't even 6 o'clock yet. Once 6 passed, the impact wouldn't be as severe. The worst time would be the dinner rush. He pinched the bridge of his nose and said to the guests demanding to cancel, "Our roast duck restaurant values fairness above all. Since it has been confirmed that the students arrived first, we will certainly not allow anyone to forcefully take over their private room. So, please rest assured." With that, he walked toward room 8. The guests who wanted to cancel were still a bit uneasy after hearing Xia Hongjuan's words, so they followed him to room 8. It seemed they wouldn't agree to stay unless they saw Xia Hongjun handle the matter fairly. They had all forgotten how long they had waited in line to get their seats. Outside room 8, after Old Chen had left, the security guards refused to break down the door by force. Instead, they stood in 2 rows like posts, blocking anyone from getting close to the room. The little fat guy and Xiaosong, after knocking on the door and shouting for a while with no response, were now kicking the door in frustration. Cheng Jioi stood nearby with an expression that warned others to stay away. Seeing the scene, Xia Hongjun felt a throbbing pain in his head. "Who told you to kick the door?" Xiaosong immediately lowered his head upon seeing the shop owner. "Shop owner." The little fat guy, however, spoke arrogantly. "The shop owner is here. Perfect. This room 8 was originally booked by us, but a bunch of students took it over. Our boss's guest will arrive at 6:30. You need to have the security guards break down the door and kick those people out right now. Otherwise, if our boss's dinner is delayed, you won't get off easy." Xia Hongjun ignored him and walked toward Cheng Jioi instead. "Young Master Cheng, I apologize. Our roast duck restaurant has always followed the principle of first come, first served. You arrived late, so I'm sorry. Please move to the main hall. A guest there just canceled their reservation." Chapter 1665. Drama Everywhere in Life. "What? You want our boss to treat everyone in the lobby?" The chubby young man found it unbelievable. "I clearly made the reservation first." Cheng Jioi also looked at Xia Hongjun. "Shopkeeper Xia, you said it yourself, first come, first served. Even though our people haven't arrived yet, we reserved the private room first. Your front desk made a mistake and gave our reserved room to someone else. What do you have to say about that?" Xia Hongjun took a deep breath to calm himself before asking, "What time did you call to reserve the private room?" The chubby young man immediately said, "We called at 5:30, no, 4:30. Xia Hongjun reached out to the front desk manager. "Phone records." The front desk manager handed him the phone log. He flipped through it and said, "You called at 5:29 p.m. Then he asked the front desk manager, "What time did those students arrive?" The front desk manager said, "They arrived at 5:10 p.m., and their food was served at 5:20 p.m. She looked at Cheng Jioi. "So, by the time you called to reserve room 8, they had already been eating for over 10 minutes. Our front desk immediately informed you over the phone that room 8 was already occupied. Less than 10 minutes later, this young gentleman showed up and demanded we make those students leave and vacate the room. He also offered to cover their expenses. At the time, since he seemed sincere about paying for the students' meal, we had a server take him to negotiate with them. But unexpectedly, the negotiation failed, and then the old lady got involved, and that's how things ended up like this." Xia Hongjun handed the phone log to Cheng Jioi. "The phone records are logged sequentially and cannot be altered. So, you indeed called to reserve the room after they had already started eating. If you don't believe me, you can check the phone company's records. Ching Jioi's expression turned grim. He stared at the chubby young man. Why did you lie to me? Saying you reserved it first. It turned out that the reason he had been so furious in demanding the students vacate was that the chubby young man had repeatedly assured him that he had reserved the room first and that a group of students had taken it over. Moreover, the front desk staff had admitted fault, so he believed it. As young Master Chung, he couldn't be bullied, so naturally, he wanted the room back. The chubby young man looked guilty. I was afraid you'd blame me for not handling things well. Ching Jioi was deeply embarrassed and said to Xia Hongjun, I'm sorry. My people were causing trouble. If it had been anyone else, Xia Hongjun wouldn't have let it slide so easily, but since it was the Chung family, he couldn't push too hard. He simply said, let's knock on the door and apologize to the people in room 8. The chubby young man protested, make our boss apologize? Those poor students don't deserve it. Ching Jiozhang shot a glance at the chubby young man, who immediately shrank back. I misspoke. I mean, their door is tightly shut. Even if we wanted to apologize, we can't. But just as he finished speaking, the door to the private room opened, and Yuin stood at the entrance. Are you here to apologize? Go ahead. We're all listening. The chubby young man, seeing Yuin, the one who had thrown him out twice, immediately jumped behind Cheng Jioi. Who wants to apologize to you? You're just a bodyguard. Yuin scoffed. Even if you wanted to apologize, I wouldn't accept it. You're just an errand boy. You, the chubby young man felt insulted. What gives you the right to call me an errand boy? Chapter 1666. She wanted to see how Xia Hongjun would handle it. Leine rolled her eyes at him. Then what makes you say I'm a bodyguard? The chubby boy sneered disdainfully. You are a bodyguard. If you weren't, how could you be so skilled? Leine shot back, and you're just an errand boy. If you weren't, and since it wasn't your treat, why were you jumping around forcing us to give up the private room? As the door opened, the students naturally saw the scene outside. But having witnessed Li Yin's prowess earlier, and later discovering that Wang Huilan was also skilled, and knowing that Mingyu was the eldest daughter of the Nan family, they no longer felt afraid. However, seeing more people arriving now, they couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. Still, hearing the exchange between Leine and the chubby boy, they realized this time they had come to apologize. But as the door opened, the shop owner caught sight of Mingyu and was momentarily stunned. Mingyu had already spotted Xia Hongjun through her spiritual sense, so she wasn't surprised to see him. Xia Hongjun stared straight at Nan Mingyu, his heart pounding wildly. He recalled how he had pursued her on his mother's orders, and after meeting her several times, especially after learning about Mingyu's background, he had genuinely developed feelings. Yet he felt that whether it was his mother's plan to win her over and then abandon her as revenge, or his own secret desire to take away Gu Dongxing's woman, both were a desecration of this girl. Afraid of falling too deep, he had hurried back to the capital, trying to rein in his restless heart. But now, meeting this girl in the capital under such circumstances, where his own restaurant staff had bullied her, and he had come to apologize, why was his heart still racing uncontrollably? He stared fixedly at Mingyu, momentarily forgetting why he had come. It wasn't until the front desk manager tugged at his sleeve that he snapped back to reality. He took a deep breath, suppressing his racing heart, and then bowed deeply to everyone in the private room. I am the owner of this roast duck restaurant. On behalf of the restaurant, I apologize for what the staff did to you earlier. I'm sorry. He straightened up and looked at Mingyu. To express my apologies, please allow me to waive the bill for your lunch today. Mingyu smiled faintly. We accept your apology, but there's no need to waive the bill. Although we're poor students, we can still afford this amount. Xia Hongjun quickly said, Miss Nan is joking. This amount is nothing to you. I'm waiving the bill only to express my apologies for today's incident. He turned to the front desk manager and instructed, return the deposit Miss Nan paid. Aside from his initial lapse of composure when they first met, Xia Hongjun now acted entirely like a gentleman. As for Cheng Jioi, he was stunned the moment Xia Hongjun addressed her as Miss Nan. The person he had been forced to give up the private room for was actually Miss Nan? He couldn't help but feel ashamed. Although the chubby boy had concealed the fact that he arrived after Mingyu and her group, Cheng Jioi realized that if he had thought it through, he would have understood that the roast duck restaurant had strict rules and rarely made mistakes. How could they have given the private room to these students after he had booked room 8? But since the front desk was willing to take the blame and even helped pressure the students into giving up the room, he hadn't bothered to dig deeper. If he had known earlier that the private room was being used by the eldest daughter of the Nan family to treat her classmates to a meal, even if the chubby boy claimed he had booked it first, he would have thought twice and investigated further, rather than letting the chubby boy act recklessly without a second thought. Chapter 1667. Someone must be pulling strings behind this. In Cheng Jioi's view, Setting everything else aside, the Nan family was his elder brother's maternal relatives. His Chung family could have what it had today largely because of the Nan family. Even though his mother and elder brother didn't want to admit it, he dared not forget his roots. This eldest Miss Nan was also his elder brother's biological cousin from the same father but different mother, so he should call her cousin as well. He had always wanted to meet this cousin, but his elder brother rarely came home. Since his elder brother's mother, Nan Lon, died early and the Nan family had cut off ties with the Chung family, he had no way to make her acquaintance. But unexpectedly, today, misled by little Fatty, he had bullied someone, and it turned out to be the very cousin he had long wanted to meet. Ching Jioi, who had been somewhat reluctant to apologize, quickly stepped forward and bowed toward Mingyu. On behalf of myself and little Fatty, I apologize to you. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have jumped to conclusions without knowing the facts, just because I boasted about treating friends from other provinces to a meal at the roast duck restaurant. I ignored that you were already eating and tried to drive you away. To express my apology, please allow me to cover the cost of your next meal here. He initially wanted to offer to pay for today's meal, but remembering that the owner had already said their meal today was free, offering to pay for today would seem insincere, so he mentioned the next time instead. Seeing that he didn't shift the blame to little Fatty, but directly apologized on behalf of himself and little Fatty, and even offered compensation, Mingyu thought slightly better of Chung Jioi. Indeed, as her brother had said, among the two Chung brothers, Chung Jionian was selfish and greedy, but Chung Jioi's actions were still somewhat measured. Her brother had described it as a good shoot sprouting from a bad bamboo. Today, he barely passed the test. But then, Hong Jinxiu burst out laughing. We said earlier that next time we go for the high-end standard package. Can you afford that? The high-end standard package cost 88,000 yuan. It was listed in the restaurant only as a formality. No one had ever ordered it. In fact, they hadn't even prepared it. Hong Jinxiu said this deliberately to make things difficult for Ching Jioi, since he had tried to grab Mingyu earlier. Ching Jioi was momentarily embarrassed. He really didn't have that much money. In fact, even when he came to treat guests in the number 8 private room, he had only planned to order the standard package. Mingyu glanced at Hong Jinxiu with a smile and said, "Don't scare young Master Ching like that. His family isn't in business. If he took out that much money to treat me, his parents would be summoned by the disciplinary committee for tea. Besides, we only said we'd buy similar ingredients and cook them at home. We didn't decide to come here to eat." The Chung family's wealth came mostly from the dowry her aunt brought when she married into the family. The real Chung family didn't have much money. Even if they had some collections before, they had likely been used up over the years by the two Chung brothers practicing ancient martial arts. As for her aunt's dowry, her brother had forced them to hand over what remained. Now, they probably had little money left. Ching Jioi breathed a sigh of relief. He had almost trapped himself again. Fortunately, this cousin was kind-hearted and didn't make things difficult for him. "Thank you, cousin." Xia Hongjun, seeing that Mingyu had accepted their apology and recalling that the first wife of the Chung family head was from the Nan family, also relaxed and said, so you're cousins. This really is a case of flood washing over the Dragon King's temple family not recognizing family. However, he wasn't so lenient with Xiaosong. Go collect your salary for this month. You don't need to come back. Chapter 1668, Those poor students don't deserve it. When Xiaosong heard the shop owner address Mingyu as Miss Nan, his mind went blank. The poor student, he had assumed she was turned out to be the eldest daughter of the most mysterious family, the Nan family. If he had known that among these students there was someone of such high status, how would he have dared to help the little Fatty drive people away? Oh heavens, please don't hide things like that. Do you know how much harm it causes? But he never got the chance to say these words, because as soon as shop owner Xia Hongjun finished speaking, 2 security guards immediately dragged him away. Seeing Xiaosong get fired, the little Fatty began to panic. Xiaosong had only done that to help him. He looked at Ching Jioi. Would the boss still let him stay by his side from now on? Earlier, the boss hadn't made him apologize, but had apologized himself, even apologizing on his behalf. That already felt like a bad sign. Clearly, Chung Jioi wouldn't keep him around either. Sure enough, he turned to the little Fatty and said, "Xiaopeng, you should go back too." "Boss." The little Fatty cried out in grief. He didn't want to leave, because only by following Chung Jioi could he throw his weight around and be respected. Though he knew he was just a fox borrowing the tiger's might, the feeling of being flattered everywhere he went was too wonderful to give up. He couldn't bear to leave Chung Jioi. Ching Jioi sighed. "I said from the very beginning that the first quality of anyone by my side must be honesty. But what you did today has disappointed me deeply. So, you're dismissed." Seeing Chung Jioi send the little Fatty away, Xia Hongjun nodded inwardly. This Chung Jioi was an arrogant man. He would never forgive his subordinates for playing tricks on him. If he hadn't found out, fine, but now that he knew the little fatty had deceived him, he naturally wouldn't keep him around anymore. He then asked Chung Jioi, "What time do your guests arrive?" Chung Jioi let out an ah and said, "Around 7? Earlier he had said 6:30, but he had actually moved it up by half an hour. Xia Hongjun immediately turned to Mingyu. "I see you started around 5, so by then you'll probably be just about done eating. How about I treat you all to some disco dancing? I know a place holding a disco party tonight." At that time, there were no formal disco halls yet. Most were house parties, which were all the rage, but not many could afford to host such parties. For students, disco dancing was also a trendy thing, and the school's youth league committee sometimes held events too. As soon as Hong Jinxiu heard about going to disco, she got excited. Great, let's go disco dancing later." Qin Xiangshan immediately stepped forward to grab some attention. "Hey, my cousin's place is having a disco party tonight too, not far from here. Why don't you all come with me to my cousin's place?" Mingyu glanced at Qin Xiangshan, then said to Xia Hongjun, "Thanks, but you've already waived our bill today. No need to treat us again, we'll go on our own." Thinking back to Xia Hongjun's past advances, how could she possibly go dancing with him? Knowing she still had shadows from his earlier pestering, Xia Hongjun didn't insist. The other students had originally planned to chat a bit more after dinner, but since they were eager to go disco dancing, their gathering ended at 6:30, and everyone followed Qin Xiangshan to the disco. By the time Mingyu and the others had disappeared from sight, Xia Hongjun was still staring in the direction they had gone, as if hoping for something. Qing Jioi walked over and put his hand on his shoulder. "What, got your eye on her? Is she the reason you've never married? Let me tell you, she's my cousin. If you want to court her, you'll have to bribe me first, preferably with a free pass to your shop." Chapter 1669, It's Actually Miss Nan. Xia Hongjun shot Chung Jioi a glare. "And you call yourself her cousin? Don't you know she's Gu Dongxing's woman?" Although Xia Hongjun hadn't appeared around Mingyu, he had always kept an eye on her. How could he not know about the big moves Mingyu and Gu Dongxing had made? He had watched from the sidelines as they dated, got engaged, and married. He had also thought about competing with Gu Dongxing for Mingyu, but considering Gu Dongxing's methods and realizing how deeply Mingyu loved him, he never dared to act on that thought. Though he didn't go out of his way to remind Mingyu of his existence, he had grown fond of following her life. He thought, maybe they would break up? If Gu Dongxing ever wronged Mingyu in the slightest, the moment they split, he would be the first to appear by her side. But not only was Mingyu Gu Dongxing's woman, she had also become sworn siblings with his elder brother, Chung Jioha. He couldn't even try to make his presence felt. By the time they got engaged, he knew he had no chance. When they married, he realized he was completely out of the picture. Still, a tiny sliver of hope lingered in his heart. Maybe one day they would break up? That was one of the reasons he had never dated or married. Qing Jioi was stunned. "What? She's Gu Dongxing's woman." Gu Dongxing, his elder brother's close friend, had actually become the son-in-law of the Nan family? Yeah, it's been 4 years already. They're married now. Maybe she was even pregnant, Xia Hongjun added silently. Though Xia Hongjun hadn't yet cultivated spiritual awareness, he had strong intuition. He could sense another life form within Mingyu. She was pregnant. She was carrying Gu Dongxing's child. Xia Hongjun felt a pang of gloom but quickly suppressed his emotions. He was a cultivator now. He shouldn't dwell on romantic attachments. That was the second reason he hadn't dated or married. Qing Jioi patted Xia Hongjun on the shoulder without saying more. After watching the cleanup of Booth 8, he went to make a phone call. Xia Hongjun stood there for a while before returning to the office. In the office, Chun Sinyu was watching TV while eating hot pot. Seeing her son come in, she quickly called out, "Son, you're back. Come have dinner." Xia Hongjun looked at her. "Mom, don't meddle in the shop's affairs anymore." Chun Sinyu paused, setting down her chopsticks. "What, has that fox spirit bewitched you again? Back then, I told you to pursue her and then dump her, not to fall for her, trap yourself, and refuse to marry. Are you planning to live like this forever?" Xia Hongjun sighed in frustration. "Mom, you need to be reasonable. She never did anything to wrong you. But you. How hasn't she wronged me? If it weren't for her, would your father have divorced me? Would you have run away and almost never come back? Don't expect me to forgive her. I'll always remember, she's the one who tore my family apart." If anyone overheard this, they would surely misunderstand that Mingyu had an affair with his father. But who knew the truth? She had merely exposed the fact that his mother had caused the death of his father's childhood betrothed. Besides, back then, if he hadn't sent his father to beg Mingyu for help, she wouldn't have brought up those old matters for no reason. Yet, if not for Mingyu, his father would have died 4 years ago, and she would still be a widow. But in Chun Sinyu's eyes, she would rather be a widow than a discarded wife. Sigh. Asking someone for medical help and then holding a grudge against them, there was no one quite like her. Chapter 1670, Xiao Song Gets Fired. Xia Hongjun was also angry. Mom, don't forget, we were the ones who brought Dad to Mingyu to ask for her help. Apart from revealing the truth and explaining Dad's illness, she did nothing else. It's wrong for you to target her like this. But he didn't know that his mother would rather his father had died 4 years ago. She would have preferred being a widow than being abandoned by her husband. Yes, I'm wrong. I'm wrong for letting you pursue her. Shinsinyu was heartbroken too. That girl was a vixen. She had completely bewitched her son. She had thought her son was above such things, that none of the women in the municipal compound could catch his eye, that he could resist their seduction. That was why she had told him to charm that girl and then ruthlessly dump her, so she could taste what it felt like to be abandoned by someone she loved. But she never expected that in chasing the dog to hunt, even the dog wouldn't come back. Enough, Mom. Don't say another word. If you keep this up, go back to your husband and stop coming to my place. Shinsinyu was choked. You're my son. This place belongs to me. You've remarried, Xia Hongjun reminded her. Your home now is with the Zhu family. That man who pretended to be the shop owner today, he's your husband, isn't he? Don't let me see him in my shop again. Shinsinyu was hurt again. Son, he's your stepfather. Stop, Xia Hongjun said firmly. I told you, you can remarry, but I won't acknowledge him. I only recognize you as my mother and my biological father. Deep down, he was very dissatisfied with his mother. She had used underhanded means to win his father back then, only to not cherish him. She often used the man who had always pursued her, never marrying, to provoke his father. Back then, if she had been willing to give that woman some money when she came begging for help, that woman's son wouldn't have died because of it, leading to both mother and son perishing and turning into vengeful spirits that haunted his father. What made Xia Hongjun even more resentful was that after his father divorced his mother to seek justice for that woman, his mother remarried another man before his father had even moved on, completely ignoring his objections as her son. Fine, if she insisted on marrying, she should live her life properly. But why did she keep coming to shop every few days to cause trouble? This shop was bought with his father's savings. Of course, if it weren't for his extraordinary encounter, this roast duck shop wouldn't be doing so well. Yes, the reason Xia Hongjun had rushed back to the capital so quickly was actually related to something else. He had obtained a great opportunity in Mingyu's hometown. After learning about Mingyu's background from Jiang Huayu, he went to her hometown to investigate. He even climbed the rocky mountain where Mingyu was said to have gathered firewood as a child. But he accidentally slipped through a crevice and fell into a cave dwelling. Inside that cave, there was a skeleton. He buried the skeleton and obtained the cultivation legacy left behind by the deceased. From then on, he embarked on the path of immortality. On the finger of that senior was a ring containing a planting space of about 30 acres. It should have been filled with spiritual herbs, but because the senior had drawn too much spiritual power during a duel, all the herbs in the space had died. However, because a spiritual vein was buried in the space, the spiritual spring within still contained spiritual energy. Moreover, after centuries of natural recovery, the spiritual energy in the space was slowly reviving. Chapter 1671. The little fatty was also sent away. But Xia Hongjun's planting space no longer had any spiritual herbs. He wanted them, but lacked the ability to gather them. With his current level of cultivation, venturing into deep mountains and vast marshes would be nothing short of delivering himself as prey. By chance, he learned of a very hidden underground black market where medicinal materials were often auctioned. Thus, he needed a large amount of money to buy medicine. For this reason, he quit his job outright and opened this roast duck restaurant. By applying a layer of spiritual spring water to the ducks before roasting them again, the flavor of the roast duck became exceptionally good. Of course, he diluted the spiritual spring water, adding it to the sauce. The spiritual energy within was so faint that, even after roasting, he himself couldn't detect it. Therefore, he had no fear that others might taste it. If it weren't for how delicious the roast ducks he handled were, the restaurant wouldn't have become so famous. Because his restaurant was profit-driven, not intended for currying favor with the wealthy and powerful, he implemented a very strict system. Wealthy patrons could enjoy the special private rooms, but the principle of first come, first served was strictly enforced. Think about it. Wasn't it because he, Xia Hongjun, hadn't met Nan Mingyu first that Gu Dongxing got ahead of him and became her husband? Since that was the case, then in his restaurant, the principle of first come, first served must be strictly upheld. Unless one day Gu Dongxing and Nan Mingyu broke up, but he knew that was impossible. Forget it. As long as you're happy, that's enough. I can't wish for your breakup. Shinsinyu didn't understand her son's feelings. All she knew was that her son's soul had been bewitched by that fox spirit. Thus, the hatred she had long forgotten resurfaced after seeing Nan Mingyu today. Son, I don't care whether you acknowledge your father or not, but as long as you were born from me, you will always be my son. I'm telling you, stay far away from that fox spirit. Don't you dare marry her. Xia Hongjun didn't oppose her words. Don't worry, she doesn't see your son as worthy. He sighed. She's already married. Because Mingyu and Gu Dongxing didn't hold their wedding in the capital but instead had it at Gu Dongxing's military unit, people in the capital didn't know that Gu Dongxing and Nan Mingyu were already married. What? She's married. Qin Xinyu grew even more furious. How could she, after ruining her happiness, go on to live a happy life herself? Yes, though she remarried quickly, she was not happy. Back then, when Director Xia divorced her, she married a man who had pursued her for decades in a fit of anger. But after marriage, she learned the truth. That man had never married, not because of her, but for another shameful reason: he was impotent. He had even pretended to be a devoted lover, staying unmarried for her sake, only to have a public excuse for his condition. When Chen Xinyu divorced and wanted to marry him, he couldn't refuse. But on their wedding night, he fled, and afterward, he kept avoiding her. How could Chen Xinyu not realize that his love for her was fake and his impotence was real? People say women are like wolves at 30, tigers at 40, and at 50, they suck the earth dry. She was only in her 40s, married to a man who couldn't perform. How could her life possibly be happy? Yet she couldn't divorce him. Now that she knew his secret, he naturally refused to let her go. She could only swallow her teeth and blood. As for Mingyu, who had destroyed her happiness, her hatred for her was bone deep. Chapter 1672, You Must Be Reasonable. How could Xia Hongjun not know what kind of person his mother was? Seeing the deep-seated hatred in her eyes, he said, Mom, let me tell you, Dad divorced you because of what you did back then. Don't take it out on Mingyu and try to retaliate against her. Her husband is already a division commander. If you do anything to her and her husband comes after you, exposing what you did back then, and you end up in jail, I won't bring you meals. Don't say I didn't warn you. Qin Xinyu was taken aback. She knew that what she had done back then had indeed broken the law. She began to cry. What kind of son have I raised? Other people's sons protect their mothers with all their hearts, but my son protects a fox spirit he can only look at but never have. Mom? Xia Hongjuan's forehead veins bulged, but he had no way to deal with her. Finally, he could only order, from now on, you are not allowed to enter the roast duck restaurant, and you definitely cannot bring that old man here. As for how Xia Hongjun argued after Mingyu and the others left, she naturally had no idea. They followed Qin Xiangshan into a private courtyard. This courtyard was not like an ordinary Sihiyuan, but a blend of a Sihiyuan and a European-style villa. Yes, where the main house of the Sihiyuan once stood, a European-style villa had been built. The original east and west wing rooms had been demolished and turned into a garden, with green vines climbing up the courtyard walls. The front yard's partition wall had also been removed, leaving only a gatehouse, though it had been remodeled into a European style. This medium-sized Sihiyuan had become a garden leading to a European-style villa. It was late August, and various flowers were still in bloom. A flower-lined path led to the villa. That evening's family dance was being held in the first-floor hall of the villa. Qin Xiangshan, like a proud rooster, introduced Mingyu and the others to his cousin. These are all classmates from the traditional Chinese medicine college. Then he introduced his cousin to everyone. This is my cousin, Lu Feng. This villa belongs to him. Among the 13 of them, there were only 4 boys, and the other 9 were girls. Their family dance happened to be short on girls, and these girls were all female college students. Therefore, Qin Xiangshan's cousin, Lu Feng, was very satisfied with the people his cousin had brought. Lu Feng acted very gentlemanly, shaking hands with each of them and expressing his welcome. Mingyu, however, quickly extended her spiritual sense throughout the entire villa. First, the first-floor hall. More than a dozen young people were already sitting there, mostly boys, with fewer than half being girls. The dance hadn't started yet, so everyone was sitting on chairs against the wall. In front were low tables with candies and melon seeds. The center area had been cleared. Against the north wall stood a set of floor-standing combination stereo system with dual cassette decks and an amplifier, with 2 large speakers on each side. At that moment, the speakers were playing soothing music. Mingyu could tell at a glance that this stereo system was likely imported, costing around $400 US, showcasing the owner's taste. Mingyu scanned each person with her spiritual sense. The young people of this era were already relatively open-minded. A few among them seemed a bit frivolous, but none appeared depraved or evil. Thus, she confirmed that there was no issue with anyone here. Mingyu then looked elsewhere. The second floor had bedrooms, 6 rooms in total. The third floor had 2 rooms plus a rooftop garden, planted with various flowers and plants. Throughout the entire courtyard, Mingyu found no problems at all. Chapter 1673, Xia Hongjuan's Extraordinary Encounter. Mingyu thought, perhaps Qin Xiangshan was simply trying to pick up girls, which was why he brought them to this house party. It wasn't that Mingyu was overly cautious, but Jiang Huayu had been scheming behind the scenes all along, making her jump at shadows, even turning an ordinary house party into a potential conspiracy in her mind. Since there seemed to be no problem, she let everyone enjoy themselves. Still, Mingyu quietly released Xiaofeng and Xiao Huang into the garden, having them perch on the rooftop as guards, just in case. If Qin Xiangshan tried anything shady, she wouldn't let him off easy. After that, she shot a glance at Yuan, who went out and returned with a large bag of fruits. Mingyu handed the bag to Lu Feng. These are fruits we brought ourselves. I forgot to take them out at the roast duck restaurant. Perfect timing, everyone can have some when they get tired from dancing and need a boost. Lu Feng was quite surprised. This group had actually brought their own fruits. Still, he wasn't about to refuse. Although the party didn't include a meal, the host was supposed to provide candy and melon seeds. Since his cousin had brought these people on short notice, he hadn't prepared enough sweets, cigarettes, or seeds. But with the large bag Mingyu had given him, there was more than enough. Moreover, the fruits were exceptionally fresh and out of season, exuding a rich fragrance that made one feel revitalized just by smelling them. Displaying such fruits would certainly be a matter of great prestige. Then I'll gratefully accept, Lu Feng said, immediately handing the fruits to the household maids to wash, cut, and distribute. The party began. A few young men and women started off by dancing a segment of disco in the center, seemingly as a demonstration. Then everyone, whether they knew how to dance or not, joined in. Those who could dance moved with ease, while those who couldn't flailed about like a bunch of wild spirits. For a moment, the party was swept up in the lively atmosphere, infecting everyone. All of them got up to dance. Minyu's classmates all went down to dance, but Minyu herself didn't feel like joining in. It wasn't that she didn't know how, she simply didn't want to. After all, her soul didn't belong to this era, and this kind of disco didn't resonate with her. She just wanted to quietly soak in the most popular disco dance of the 1980s. Besides, although she hadn't detected any issues, she still felt a bit uneasy. Tonight, she was the host, after all, so keeping watch over everyone wasn't too much to ask. Seeing that Mingyu wasn't dancing, Lu Feng danced over to her. Why aren't you joining in? Mingyu smiled. I don't know how to dance. Oh. Lu Feng laughed. When it comes to disco, there's no such thing as knowing how or not. Even if you don't know a thing, just jump and twist to the rhythm of the music. As for moves, you can turn any everyday action into a dance. Look, shake your hands, shake your feet, swing your hips, scrub your back like you're bathing, reach up to pick stars, stomp down like you're treading water. As long as you hit the beat and have rhythm, you can dance however you want. Disco is the freest dance of all. Come on, come down and join in. Everyone's dancing. If you're the only one left out, you'll stand out too much. Minyu looked around and saw that, indeed, everyone had gone down to dance. Staying behind alone would make her seem odd, so she followed along. True, in her past life, she had been sold right after getting into college and had never danced disco. In this life, she hadn't learned it yet, but she had a natural sense of rhythm. Once she started dancing, her movements were indescribably pleasing to the eye. In the end, she even felt the two little ones in her belly moving along with her. It seemed they enjoyed this feeling too. Chapter 1674, She hated Mingyu to the bone. The music continued for a full 15 minutes before stopping, and everyone went to the side to drink tea, eat snacks, and have some nuts. Well, you said earlier that you couldn't dance, but I didn't expect you to dance so well, Hong Jinxiu said, seemingly having caught Mingyu in a slip. As she spoke, she tried to tickle Mingyu. Mingyu laughed and dodged. I really couldn't before, but later Mr. Lu said it was fine to just jump around as long as I kept the rhythm, so I just danced randomly. The next dance was a waltz, and Qin Xiangshan came over to invite Mingyu. Classmate Nan, may I have this dance? Mingyu declined. Sorry, I don't know how to dance. She thought to herself, weren't you following us under the pretense of pursuing Lin Xiuji? Why haven't I seen you invite Lin Xiuji to dance? Besides, in this ballroom dance, everyone was inviting their own girlfriends. What was he thinking by inviting her? Rejected, Qin Xiangshan wasn't embarrassed and went to invite Lin Xiuji instead. Lin Xiuji, however, was annoyed that he had invited her only after being turned down by Mingyu, so she also rejected his invitation, using the excuse, I'm still tired, rather than saying she didn't know how to dance. Her gaze toward Mingyu carried a hint of resentment. Mingyu found it amusing. Was she blaming her? Hadn't she been indifferent to Qin Xiangshan at first? Now that she saw him turning his attention to Mingyu, she felt uncomfortable. But Mingyu didn't plan to console her. She didn't have that much energy. Because her mental focus was still on the surroundings. There was no danger at all, yet she couldn't shake the feeling of unease. Mingyu sensed the unease, but nothing seemed wrong around her, so she extended her mental scan further away. The people eating in the building across the street seemed to occasionally glance over at this courtyard. Mingyu immediately directed her mental energy toward them, and sure enough, among the diners, she noticed two plainclothes individuals with short firearms at their waists. These were public security officers. Why were public security officers monitoring this place? Home dance parties weren't banned. Mingyu couldn't figure it out, so she left a thread of mental energy there. After the waltz, there was another round of disco. Halfway through the disco, someone knocked at the courtyard gate. Lu Feng hurried out. Mingyu's spiritual sense noticed 3 people outside the gate, including 2 blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigners. Clearly, these people had heard the music from inside and wanted to join the party. Lu Feng seemed not unfamiliar with foreigners attending dance parties. After asking a few questions, he let them in. Mingyu frowned because she sensed spiritual energy fluctuations from the 2 foreigners, a man and a woman, indicating they were cultivators, overseas superpowered individuals, or in other words, foreign practitioners. Her feeling of unease grew stronger. But she also knew that from the early to mid-1980s, there were no public dance halls, so everyone held home dance parties. It was no longer unusual for foreigners to come across a home party and join in. At this moment, Mingyu couldn't just leave upon seeing foreign practitioners. That would make it seem like local cultivators were afraid of foreign ones. So, while everyone was caught up in the chaos of dancing, she quietly released her eldest disciple, the carp spirit Qingshan, and then mentally notified Xiaofeng and Xiaohuang to stay alert. After all, the crowd was already mixed, and no one would bother to check carefully. Chapter 1675, A Family Dance in the 80s. The first floor of this building only had the kitchen, bathroom, and main hall. The host had already closed the door leading to the second floor before the dance began, so they weren't concerned about outsiders arriving. A few foreigners and their translators walked through the flower path into the dance hall, but none of the people dancing to disco stopped. However, when a tall white man picked up an apple, Mingyu's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, the fruits she had earlier asked Yuan to take out from her treasure pouch were all from her space. Although they weren't spiritual fruits, because the space was rich in spiritual energy, especially after she had implanted a spiritual vein, making the energy even denser, the ordinary fruits inside carried a trace of spiritual energy. These fruits were usually given to her disciples. Today, since she couldn't buy fruits in time, she substituted them with space fruits instead. After all, ordinary people could eat these fruits too, and they would even benefit their health. Besides, these fruits had become so abundant in her space that Xiaoda had to frequently pick them to make wine. Earlier, she had scanned everyone here with her divine sense and found no cultivators, so she felt at ease bringing out the fruits. But now, this man walked in and immediately went for the space fruits. Had he noticed something? Or perhaps, their arrival at this dance hall was actually aimed at the space fruits? She sighed inwardly, thinking that if she had known this, she wouldn't have brought out the fruits. If it weren't for the fact that her group was large and the host hadn't prepared enough fruit, she wouldn't have asked Yuan to take them out. She focused her divine sense on the white man, who held the apple and said to the translator, "Ask them if they'd sell fruits like this." Of course, he spoke in English. Mingyu hadn't known English in her past life, but she had heard it. When she was a wandering spirit by Jiang Huayu's side, she had studied Jiang Huayu's daughter's textbooks out of regret for not attending university, so she had some foundation in English. After her rebirth, she did well in English class and could listen, read, and write, though she had never conversed with foreigners. Still, it didn't stop her from understanding English. Hearing the foreigner propose buying fruits from the host, she thought, just as I suspected, he really did recognize the value of these fruits. The translator, hearing David's request for fruit, directly said to him, "These fruits are prepared for the dance. You don't need to pay, just eat them." But David shook his head. It was a pity for ordinary people to eat these fruits. He glanced at the fruits on the coffee table and pointed out the ones Mingyu had brought. "I want to buy all of these fruits." The translator's expression toward David was sycophantic, but when facing Lu Feng, he carried a sense of superiority. "Our foreign friend wants to buy your fruits. Name your price." Frowning slightly, he added, "Don't overcharge and disgrace our country's reputation. It's better to just give them to the international friends." Mingyu strongly disliked that translator. She focused her divine sense on Lu Feng, watching to see if he would give away the fruits she had brought to this international friend. Lu Feng glanced at Mingyu and said, "Sorry, these fruits are not for sale." "What? Not for sale?" The translator seemed surprised. "Why not?" Lu Feng looked at the translator with disdain. "Because I don't need the money. Besides, these fruits were brought by a friend. I don't have the right to sell them." The translator said discontentedly, "Who brought them? Tell me and I'll talk to them." Chapter 1676, Disco. Lu Feng glanced at Mingyu, and the translator immediately turned to her. "Hey, the foreign friend has taken a liking to the fruit you brought. Name your price." Mingyu lightly uttered 2 words, "Not for sale." After a moment's thought, she added, "We bought these fruits from a street vendor because we didn't want to show up empty-handed to the party here. Since we bought them for the party, how could we possibly sell them to you?" As she spoke, she glanced at the translator's empty hands. It was as if she was saying, "We came carrying fruit while you came empty-handed. Not only did you bring nothing, but you also want what others have brought. How thick-faced can you be?" The translator felt a surge of irritation at her look. But indeed, they had come empty-handed. "We didn't see any fruit vendors on the way here. Besides, how much could a few pieces of fruit be worth?" "Heh," Mangy laughed. "If you're capable, go buy some fruit yourself and sell it to your international friend. The fruit I brought is for my own consumption, not for sale." The translator grew angry. "I advise you to sell it. If the foreign friend thinks our people are so stingy, it won't just be a personal issue, it could escalate into an international problem." Hong Jinxiu, seeing the translator pressuring Meng Yu to sell the fruit, also got angry. She rushed over and said to the translator, "You want to buy fruit, right? Fine, 10,000 yuan each, big or small. If you want to buy, pay up. Otherwise, get lost." With that, she picked up a jujube and took a bite. The fruit Meng Yu had bought was delicious. Meng Yu hadn't expected Hong Jinxiu to set a price for her and couldn't help but find it both amusing and exasperating. 10,000 yuan each, she couldn't sell them either. But as soon as Hong Jinxiu finished speaking, David immediately replied, "Fine, 10,000 yuan each. I'll buy them." 10,000 yuan each? "Are you robbing us?" The translator fumed. He said to David, "You don't need to buy them. I'll have them give them to you." He turned to Meng Yu. "If word gets out that fruit costs 10,000 yuan each, do you know what the consequences will be? Stop haggling. Listen to me, give all this fruit to the international friend." Meng Yu said coldly, "Sorry, but I decide what to do with my things. 10,000 yuan each, big or small, over 100 pieces in total. Let's round it to 1 million, and that's in US dollars. Take it or leave it." "I'll take it," David said decisively. "What? 10,000 US dollars per piece of fruit, and the same price for big and small?" Hong Jinxiu looked at the jujube in her hand, which she had already bitten into. Had she just eaten 10,000 US dollars with that one bite? She quickly counted the fruit Meng Yu had brought: 18 apples, 15 pears, 2 bunches of bananas totaling 23, and a pile of jujubes. Altogether, big and small, there were indeed over 100 pieces. "Mr. David," the translator tried to dissuade him, urging him not to rush into buying. If his superiors found out later that he had taken an international friend to a house party where fruit was bought for 10,000 US dollars each, he would definitely be criticized. He pointed at Meng Yu. "I'll say it one more time, give the fruit to the international friend." People on the dance floor were still dancing disco, the booming music drowning out their conversation and preventing their words from spreading. But because Lu Feng, Meng Yu, and Hong Jinxiu were all there, along with the translator and the 2 superpowered individuals, one male, one female, on the other side, the translator's grim expression toward Meng Yu still drew attention to them. Chapter 1677. A Restless Feeling. Everyone whispered to each other. "What happened? Are those foreigners up to something?" "I don't know." Seeing everyone stop, Lu Feng quickly explained, "It's nothing, everyone keep dancing. It's just that those foreigners tasted the fruit brought by that classmate and found it delicious, so they want to buy it. They're haggling over the price." "Oh, so the foreigners are buying fruit. Is the fruit they brought really that good? Too bad I didn't try any earlier." "Yeah, those fruits were huge. It would have taken too long to eat one, so I skipped them. Honestly, I thought they were fruits the students bought for themselves, so I didn't touch them. I only ate what Lu Feng prepared." "Are their fruits really that good? I had one jujube earlier, and it was indeed quite tasty." Still, despite the chatter, it was just a matter of haggling, so everyone went back to dancing. The translator lowered his voice and looked at Meng Yu. "Classmate, did you hear what I said? Either give the fruit to our international friends as a gift, or charge them whatever price you paid for it. Don't keep asking for an exorbitant amount." Meng Yu gave the translator a look as if he were an idiot and said, "Why are you so obsequious to foreigners? Don't you think your international friend is a bit strange? Why is he so insistent on buying my fruit? Why did he agree even when my classmate asked for 10,000 yuan each? Because my fruit is worth that price. Let me tell you plainly, 10,000 yuan each is only because my classmate named that price. If I had named it myself, I would have asked for even more. If you don't believe me, ask David if my fruit is worth that much." The translator was stunned. 10,000 US dollars per fruit, converted to RMB, that's 23,000 each. No, wait, if exchanged on the black market, US dollars could fetch even more, sometimes even 10 to 1. He looked at David with disbelief. David nodded without revealing anything unusual about the fruit, simply saying, "Because I need it, it's worth it." Because he needed it, it was worth it? The translator didn't understand. David quickly gathered the fruits Meng Yu had brought, glanced at them, and said, "There are 119 in total. I'll round it up to 120,000 US dollars. Mengyu had just said she'd charge him 100,000, but he was offering 20,000 more. The translator finally realized that these fruits were truly something special, and David genuinely wanted them. David turned and said something to the female ability user, who then walked outside. A small car was parked there. The woman got in and drove off. In her mind, Mengyu said to Xiaofeng, "Follow that woman. Don't let her notice you." Xiaofeng flew off after her. David seemed to notice something and shot Mengyu a surprised glance, a hint of wariness in his eyes. Mengyu pretended not to see. The fruits were gathered into a pile by David, who asked Lu Feng for a bag to pack them. The items on the coffee table were mostly cleared. Mengyu then took a pack of sunflower seeds from her own backpack and placed some on each coffee table tray. Lu Feng's gaze toward Mengyu also carried a hint of curiosity. Less than half an hour later, the female ability user returned carrying a leather suitcase. Everyone's eyes turned green with envy as they stared at the suitcase in Mengyu's hands. Were these foreigners serious? How much money was actually inside? And more importantly, would they get a share? Chapter 1678, Better to Give Directly to International Friends. Mengyu opened the suitcase and scanned it with her spiritual sense, quickly counting the amount. 120 stacks, each stack of 10,000. She nodded at David. David immediately bid farewell to Mengyu, picked up the fruit, and left with the female superpower. As for the dance, naturally, they would not attend. Having obtained such good items, why would they bother with a dance? The translator looked at Mengyu with an incredulous expression. Mengyu thought he wanted a kickback. Recalling that petty officials could be troublesome, she straightforwardly pulled out a stack of cash and pressed it into his hand. "Keep your mouth shut when you go back." The translator nodded blankly, quickly pocketed the money, and chased after them. Before leaving, David looked up at the sky and noticed a vigorous white bird soaring overhead. Moreover, he could sense that, even as their car drove far away, there was still a feeling of being watched. Just as he was stunned, a voice suddenly reached his ear. "Mr. David, I hope this matter ends here. Eat those fruits yourselves, your abilities should be able to reach a higher level." David was shocked. Their car had driven at least 10 kilometers, yet that woman could still send her voice to his ear. He felt he had misjudged her. Still, someone who could produce such good items was naturally no ordinary person. Fortunately, when he saw the sacred fruits, he didn't resort to force, but simply bought them with money. The woman asked curiously, "David, what are you always looking up at?" David said, "Looking at that bird. It was sent by that woman." The female superpower was astonished. "Impossible, David. You're being too cautious." David sighed. China is a mysterious, ancient Eastern country with countless extraordinary talents. He opened the large bag of fruit again and looked at it, saying, "These fruits are all legendary sacred fruits. In our country, one could sell for over 100,000. We bought them for 10,000 each. We've hit the jackpot." The translator, unsettled and doubtful, listened to David and his companion's conversation, growing even more astonished. Had David misidentified them? These were clearly ordinary fruits, with no trace of being sacred fruits. Sacred fruits. The woman was also shocked. "Are you sure you didn't mistake them?" David was certain. "No mistake. Try sensing them with your palm. Doesn't a cool energy rush toward your hand when you cover it?" The female superpower reached out and tried it, and sure enough, it was true. She immediately hugged David. "David, we're rich. Let's quickly contact the seller." But David shook his head. "No selling. We'll eat them ourselves. After finishing these fruits, both of our abilities will rise by at least one level." As he spoke, he signaled his companion with his eyes to stop talking. Hearing these words, the translator finally confirmed that these fruits were indeed extraordinary. That student had sold them to David for 10,000 each. She had even undersold them. He recalled how he had earlier ordered the female student to give the fruits to David for free. Looking back, he felt how foolish he had been back then. He had mistaken sacred fruits worth millions or even tens of millions of US dollars for ordinary fruits costing a few cents per pound, and had even told her to give them to international friends. Thinking of how that girl had looked at him like he was an idiot, he felt he truly was one. He also touched the 10,000 US dollars in his pocket, feeling deeply conflicted. Regardless, he had already taken the money and couldn't go back on it. Moreover, his monthly salary was less than 100. This 10,000 US dollars was money he couldn't earn in 10 years of work. He couldn't bear to give it up, and by accepting the money, he had become complicit with that student. This matter absolutely could not be mentioned back at his workplace. It had to be buried in his stomach. Chapter 1679, Take it or leave it. There is a Chinese saying, "Those who witness it share in the spoils." Mengyu knew she couldn't take the entire box of US dollars for herself. She quickly scanned the dance hall, pulled out 12 stacks of bills, and said to Lu Feng, "I bought these fruits on the roadside by chance, and I didn't expect them to catch the eye of our international friends. However, I hope what happened tonight doesn't get out." This is the hush money for your side. You handle the distribution. Lu Feng realized that Mingyu was generously giving away 120,000 US dollars. 8 of his friends had come, so each could get $10,000, and he himself could pocket 40,000. He immediately understood her intention. He first put away 3 stacks of bills, then gathered his friends and said to them, "The students over there bought some fruits on the road today. Those fruits were very special, and the 2 foreign friends took a liking to them and bought them. This is the money from selling the fruits. Take the money, and once you leave this store, bury this matter deep in your hearts. If I find out anyone leaks the secret, don't blame me for being rude." At that time, households worth 10,000 yuan were rare, but these people weren't ordinary. They could barely scrape together 10,000 yuan at home. But that was in RMB, not convertible to US dollars. Now, each of them could get 10,000 US dollars. If exchanged on the black market, the rate could go as high as 10 to 1. More importantly, many things required foreign currency to buy, and with US dollars, they had foreign exchange. So, getting 10,000 US dollars just for coming to a dance made everyone very excited. A female student whispered, "How could some fruits be worth that much? Could those students have cheated the 2 foreigners?" Lu Feng replied, "The deal is done." The buyer took the goods and ran off. Who cheated whom is still unclear. He instinctively felt that the fruits those students brought were unusual, and he regretted putting on airs and not trying one. Another short male student asked, "Did they get more?" By they, he meant Mingyu's group. Lu Feng glanced at him. "The goods were brought by them. If you think it's too little, you can refuse it." His meaning was clear. The goods belonged to them, and they could have given nothing. But they did give, so be grateful. The others also shot reproachful looks at the young man. He smiled awkwardly and said, "I was just asking casually. How could I think it's too little?" After distributing 8 stacks to the others, Lu Feng pocketed his own stack. That way, he ended up with 4 stacks. Even at the official exchange rate, he had nearly 100,000 renminbi. Of course, the black market rate was far higher than that. But he wouldn't exchange it. His business sometimes needed US dollars too. On the student's side, Mingyu had Lin gather everyone into a circle. Lin quietly explained the situation and gave each person a stack of US dollars. Seeing the US dollars, everyone was stunned. Mingyu warned, "If any of you find it inconvenient to use this money, you can give it to me to exchange for RMB. Once you leave this door, forget this ever happened." In truth, under normal circumstances, Mingyu could have erased everyone's memories. But since she was pregnant, whenever she used her mental energy, the child's mental energy would also stir, and the memories she obtained through her own mental power could affect the child. To avoid influencing the child's development, she had to use money to buy silence. She believed in the power of money. Everyone took the money, so they were all in the same boat. If trouble arose, everyone would share the burden. She trusted no one would speak out. After splitting the money, everyone suddenly felt like they were 10,000 yuan households. They all stood a little taller, and of course, they were deeply grateful to Mingyu. Without her, they wouldn't have gotten this 10,000 US dollars. Although Mingyu got the lion's share, the fruits were brought by her, so no one envied her. Moreover, only Mingyu, the translator, and Lu Feng knew the actual price. No one else had any idea how much she had sold them for. Chapter 1680, Follow That Woman. The dance hall started playing disco music again, and everyone began to dance. Lu Feng knew that everyone had just received a large sum of money and needed an outlet for their emotions. Rather than letting them remain restless and anxious, it was better to use dancing to release that excitement. Once the surge of emotion passed, they would be calmer when returning home and could quietly arrange the money they had received. This time, with money tucked in their pockets, everyone danced wildly, letting loose and venting their nervousness and excitement. But one person did not enter the dance floor. That person was Qin Xiangshan. Qin Xiangshan held the 10,000 US dollars in his hands, his mind full of turmoil. Should he still do what he had planned to do? He recalled the threat from that person. "Remember, you have accepted my gift, so you must complete this task for me. If you dare to comply in appearance, but defy in spirit, I will make your life a living hell." Thinking of the look in that person's eyes when they said living hell, his heart still pounded like a drum. He was certain that if he failed to follow through, that person would indeed make his life a living hell. Finally, he made up his mind. He slowly moved toward the wall, edging closer to the switch. The switches of that era were still pull-cord switches. He reached out, grabbed the cord by the wall, and yanked it hard. No one else noticed, but Mingyu heard the sharp snap of the cord breaking. Mingyu had naturally been watching Qin Xiangshan's movements. She just couldn't figure out what he was trying to do. When she saw Qin Xiangshan pull the light off, her heart skipped a beat. A blackout dance party. Yes, the most infamous type of dance party in the 1980s was the blackout dance party. In the middle of dancing, the lights would go out and male and female partners could do whatever they wanted. She finally understood why she had felt uneasy. Earlier, she had thought her unease came from the foreign cultivators, but they had only been after her spatial fruits and had even helped her make a fortune. Even after the foreign cultivators left, that unease had not disappeared. Only when Qin Xiangshan went to turn off the lights did she realize the problem. The public security officers in the building across the street were waiting for the lights to go out, so they could raid the place on the pretext of a blackout dance party and arrest everyone inside. A blackout dance party was a target of crackdowns. Being caught at one was only slightly less serious than prostitution or solicitation, but it would still result in detention for public security violations. Moreover, once she was taken to the police station, other traps might be waiting for her. In other words, the sense of danger she had been feeling had not been wrong. Lu Feng was not the problem, and the dance party itself was not the problem, but Qin Xiangshan was. As soon as he turned off the lights, this normal family dance party would become a blackout dance party. Then, the public security officers across the street would swarm in to make arrests. This was clearly a trap. These thoughts flashed through Mingyu's mind in an instant. Mingyu had no intention of being taken to the police station. So, the moment Qin Xiangshan pulled the lights off, she used her mental power to control the switch and push it back on. Thus, the light flickered for only a moment before coming back on. To everyone else, the dim yellow light had merely blinked once. Qin Xiangshan was puzzled. He had clearly pulled the lights off, so why did they flicker and come back on? He had broken the cord, making it impossible to turn the light back on immediately. So why was it on again? If only he could have kept the lights off for a few minutes, the blackout dance party excuse would have been established. But now, with only that brief flicker, how could it still be considered a blackout dance party? What alarmed him even more was that his hand, still holding the broken cord, was grabbed by someone. A voice rang out, "Tell me, why did you turn off the lights?" Chapter 1681. Bury it in the stomach. Qin Xiangshan panicked. I didn't. You didn't? The switch cord is still in your hand. You clearly wanted to turn off the lights, and you were afraid someone would turn them back on right away, so you pulled the cord apart. Tell me, what exactly are you trying to do? Luin asked. Lu Feng was also dancing disco. When the lights went out, he frowned. But they came back on quickly, so he assumed it was a wiring issue. But Lu Yin's voice was so loud it even drowned out the speakers, so everyone heard her. Everyone stopped dancing and walked over. Lu Feng looked at Qin Xiangshan. What happened? Although he directed the question at Qin Xiangshan and Luin, his gaze fell on Mengyu. Mengyu sighed and said, "We came to your party tonight because Qin Xiangshan suggested it. After we arrived, I felt a bit uneasy, so I asked my classmate to buy some fruit and also check if there was anything suspicious in the surroundings. As it turned out, my classmate found a small eatery across the street, with a group of public security officers dining in a private room on the second floor. A few of them were carrying short firearms. Just spotting public security officers wasn't a problem. The problem was that those officers kept taking turns monitoring this place. I wondered, what could be the reason for those public security officers to be watching this party? When those foreigners showed up, I thought it might be because of them. But after the foreigners bought my fruit and left, the officers still didn't leave. They kept watching this place. I couldn't figure it out. It's just a family party. Why would public security officers be keeping an eye on us? Then, just now, when you said we'd dance one last disco to end tonight's party, I noticed that classmate Qin Xiangshan's expression seemed off, as if he was struggling with something difficult. After that, he seemed to make up his mind, then moved along the wall bit by bit toward the door. I thought he was just trying to slip away quietly. But who would have guessed, he reached out and turned off the lights, and on top of that, he broke the cord. When Mingyu mentioned that public security officers across the street were monitoring their party, Lu Feng's face darkened. And when she said Qin Xiangshan had turned off the lights, his expression grew even darker. Mengyu continued, I instinctively felt that the lights couldn't go out, but Qin Xiangshan had already broken the cord. So I took a small coin from my pocket and flicked it at the switch. Just as he pulled the switch down, the coin managed to catch the switch's spring plate, so the lights only flickered and didn't go out completely. When Lu Feng heard this, he found it strange. The switch's spring plate was angled upward. After pulling it down, you'd have to pull it again to let the plate spring back and turn the light on. How could this girl, with just a small coin, manage to push the plate back down from above? But the crowd didn't dwell on how Mingyu had turned the light back on with a coin. Instead, they found Qin Xiangshan suspicious. Turned off the lights? Why would he turn off the lights? If he wanted to leave, he could just go. Why turn off the lights? I get it, he was trying to create the illusion of a dark dance party to lure the public security officers over. What would he want to lure the public security officers for? Could it be that he didn't get his share of the money? Impossible. What's that bulge in his pocket? If he already got his share, why call the public security officers? Is he trying to ruin us? Someone else found it odd. Brother Lu, isn't he your cousin? Someone immediately chimed in, yeah, Why would he want to harm you? Chapter 1682, Dividing the Money. Everyone knew that dancing with the lights on was permitted at this point, but if a blackout dance party was held, it was still considered a hooligan dance party. This was because blackout dance parties initially started as a way to accommodate those who were shy about dancing, but some later devolved into lewd acts during the event, leading to their prohibition. Those who attended hooligan dance parties faced consequences ranging from a reprimand for minor offenses to detention for serious ones. For those who organized blackout dance parties, both the organizers and the venue providers faced even harsher penalties. Once, a fashionable woman who loved socializing often held gatherings and dances at her home. Because she hosted a blackout dance party and had complicated relationships, not only was she taken into custody, but many others were implicated as well. In other words, if the nature of the dance party Lu Feng was hosting turned into a blackout event and was mistaken for a hooligan dance party, everyone at the party could be investigated. Not to mention that because a foreigner had bought Mingyu's space fruits, each person was carrying 10,000 US dollars. If a search uncovered that money, who could explain it? If you said you sold a bag of fruit to a foreign friend and they gave you that much money, would anyone believe it? In the end, if the matter couldn't be clarified quickly, not only would the money be confiscated, but everyone might be detained, and a heavy black mark would be left on their records. Thinking about the consequences of a blackout, the young people all looked at Qin Xiangshan with anger. Some from poorer families, who were counting on that 10,000 US dollars to change their fortunes, glared at Qin Xiangshan as if they wanted to devour him. Qin Xiangshan opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word. He was terrified. A young man with a somewhat fierce appearance tugged at Lu Feng. "Brother Lu, let's split up immediately." Lu Feng fully understood the severity of the problem. "All right, everyone leave right now." "No, we can't just leave like this," Mingyu objected. Everyone's eyes turned to Mingyu. Mingyu said, "Across the street, there are public security officers watching our dance party." Qin Xiangshan turned off the lights while we weren't paying attention. "There must be a conspiracy here. If we all rush out at once, they might act immediately. Besides, don't you want to know who's scheming against you?" Hearing Mingyu's words, everyone felt she had a point. Lu Feng also nodded. Indeed, Mingyu was right. If they just walked out after the lights flickered, it could easily trigger action from the people at the snack shop. But they couldn't just wait to be arrested, could they? Lu Feng sighed and asked, "Then what do you suggest?" Mingyu looked at Qin Xiangshan instead. "First, find out what his plan is." Everyone turned to Qin Xiangshan. Qin Xiangshan raised his hands in surrender. I don't know what her plan is." "Don't know? Then let's lock you in the basement first," Lu Feng said, looking at Qin Xiangshan as if he were already dead. "No, don't, cousin. Don't lock me up." "I'll talk. I really didn't want to do this," Qin Xiangshan shouted. "All right, tell me, why did you do this?" Lu Feng was furious, thinking about how his own cousin had tried to harm him. Mingyu also looked at him. "Who told you to do this?" Qin Xiangshan lowered his head. It was a fairy who told me to do this." Despite their anger, everyone was amused by Qin Xiangshan's words. "A fairy? Are you kidding?" "Yeah, there's no such thing as a fairy in this world. Don't just call someone a fairy because she's pretty." "A fairy? Are you dreaming?" He must be dreaming. Only Mingyu understood immediately upon hearing Qin Xiangshan's words. It was still Jiang Huayu's scheme. Chapter 1683, The Blackout Dance. This Jiang Huayu is truly despicable. Hiding in the shadows, scheming and plotting, both irritating and nauseating. Even if she had merely swept her divine sense over me, I would have detected her. But no, she always stays behind, never revealing her true form. This pent-up frustration in my heart simply cannot be released. Qin Xiangshan, however, looked very seriously at his cousin. "Cousin, I'm really not lying to you. She really is a fairy. She can fly in the sky, shoot water arrows out of thin air, and she's very beautiful. If that's not a fairy, what is?" Mingyu's heart stirred. Oh, so she's a water spiritual root? Previously, she hadn't been very clear about Jiang Huayu's spiritual root. Mingyu pointed at Qin Xiangshan. "You infiltrated our group of classmates just to set us up?" I didn't," Qin Xiangshan stammered. "At first, I just wanted to get to know a few more girls. I met your roommate at Old Ben's place." "Who is Old Ben?" Qin Xiangshan said. "He's Lin Xiuji's fellow townsman, Zhao Jianben. Because he's a bit slow, everyone calls him Old Ben." Mingyu sneered inwardly. A guy who, knowing she didn't like Lin Xiuji, could resist getting to know a group of girls and refuse Lin Xiuji's invitation to dinner. How could he be slow? "How did you know Xiuji was going to find Zhao Jianben?" "I didn't know. I just went to hang out with Zhao Jianben and ran into Lin Xiuji there." "So, meeting Xiuji was just a coincidence?" "Yes. I heard Xiuji say she just needed a male companion and Old Ben wasn't available. Then I remembered my cousin mentioned hosting a dance tonight and asked me to bring some female college students. So I decided to go with Lin Xiuji and invite you all to the dance. I agreed to meet you at the roast duck restaurant for dinner." Since I knew there was a dance later, I wanted to go home and change clothes, so I made an excuse that the car was too full and I'd go get my own ride. But when I got home to change, I saw a fairy standing outside my window. Cousin, you know I live on the 4th floor. Yet that fairy just stood there, tapping on my window. When I opened it, she flew right in. She told me I had to bring everyone to your dance, and when the dance reached its peak, I should pull the lights out. Breaking the light cord was also her idea, so it wouldn't be turned back on immediately. Mingyu was shocked. Qin Xiangshan had been approached by Jiang Huayu when he went home to change clothes. She must have known he was going to meet her at the roast duck restaurant and used him. This meant the other party had been watching her all along. That's how she noticed Qin Xiangshan leaving to change clothes and cornered him in his room, hypnotizing him. Otherwise, how could it be explained that even a simple dinner and dance with classmates would have a trap set? Moreover, the trap was set for her. It was highly likely that Jiang Huayu was nearby, watching her. Earlier, because she was pregnant and had awakened the baby's consciousness, even when their bodies were asleep, their spiritual bodies rested in shifts, with some part always awake. Thus, Mingyu always kept a small portion of her divine sense in her womb to accompany the babies, making them feel their mother's presence at all times. Because of this, she only used a tiny bit of her divine sense in daily life, never too much. And so, she had been unaware that Jiang Huayu was watching her. Now, she no longer cared about conserving her strength. She decisively withdrew her divine sense and cast it outward. Chapter 1684. Why is your cousin trying to harm you? This time, Mingyu's divine sense was meticulously refined, layer by layer, before quietly extending across the street. She speculated that if she were Jiang Huayu, intent on capturing her and aware of her abilities, knowing that ordinary public security officers couldn't apprehend her, then the best approach would be to disguise herself as one of those officers, blend in, and suddenly strike to take her down. Thus, one of the people lying in ambush inside the snack shop was highly likely to be Jiang Huayu herself. She had scanned earlier, but recalling Jiang Huayu's artifact capable of blocking divine sense, a cursory scan would hardly identify her. This time, she had to search thoroughly and find Jiang Huayu. Mingyu's refined divine sense gradually enveloped all the public security officers, then scanned and eliminated them one by one. The child at the military wedding last time had worn a mask and an artifact that blocked divine sense, revealing the secret of how the other party could hide among ordinary people. Thus, her main focus now was to search for the artifact that blocked divine sense on the person. As she eliminated each one, Mingyu's divine sense locked onto a young female public security officer. The top button on that female officer's uniform was slightly different from the buttons below. After observing for a while, Mingyu finally confirmed that this button, like the brooch the child had worn back then, had the effect of blocking divine sense. This meant the female officer was a fake. Even if she wasn't Jiang Huayu herself, she was someone sent by her. No, it had to be Jiang Huayu in person, because Mingyu's refined divine sense detected spiritual energy fluctuations on that woman. Despite wearing the artifact that blocked divine sense, it wasn't fully concealed, and a very faint trace of spiritual energy leaked out. Jiang Huayu, since you dare to show up, then I dare to keep you here. Mingyu pondered how to detain her. Killing her in public was impossible, but she could use divine sense to kill. She wondered whether that artifact blocking divine sense could defend against her divine sense attack. Regardless, she had to try. Because she dared not kill Jiang Huayu openly, and likewise, Jiang Huayu wouldn't dare kill her publicly. She didn't believe that in just over 2 years, Jiang Huayu could have at most reached foundation establishment. How strong could she have cultivated? Otherwise, she wouldn't always resort to schemes and tricks. If she truly dared to act openly, Mingyu couldn't use spiritual power easily, but she still had the golden core level carp spirit and her senior disciple Qingshan. However, her divine sense spike couldn't attack from a distance. She would have to lure her into this room to kill her without anyone noticing. Mingyu left a sliver of divine sense to monitor the fake officer, withdrew the rest, and suddenly struck a hand blade knocked Qin Xiangshan unconscious. Amid everyone's astonished expressions, she said to Lu Feng, "If you want to know who's framing us, we have to lure those officers in." Lu Feng frowned. "How do we lure them?" "I have a good plan. Turn off the lights," Mingyu said. "Turn off the lights?" Everyone looked at Mingyu with disdain. What kind of good plan is this? Once the lights went out, the officers would surely rush in, and even if no one had done anything, it would be hard to explain. Aren't they here to catch the blacklight dance? Only by turning off the lights can we expose them. But turning off the lights doesn't have to be for a blacklight dance, it can be for singing the birthday song, eating birthday cake, and making wishes. Lu Feng's eyes lit up. Perfect. Today is my birthday on the lunar calendar. Chapter 1685. We can't leave like this. Originally, the dance was scheduled for today because it was Lu Feng's birthday. Everyone's eyes lit up. That's right, since those police were waiting for the lights to go out to make arrests, they could turn off the lights themselves. When the police rushed in, they'd see a scene of people gathered around a birthday cake singing, "Happy Birthday." How amusing that would be. At that point, those people would have to apologize, and Lu Feng could seize the opportunity to question them about who sent them. That way, he could uncover the mastermind behind it all. Yeah, I think it's a good idea. Not a bad plan. Damn it, daring to mess with Brother Lu's birthday. Let's see who's bold enough to offend the mighty. Right, let's do it. But then, Lu Feng grew frustrated again. We don't have a birthday cake. He had originally planned to buy one, but thinking he was too old for such childish things, he hadn't ordered one. No cake, no problem. We'll make one on the spot. After all, if the lights aren't off, they won't come, Mingyu said. We just need flour, eggs, and cream. Yeah, we have those at home, Lu Feng said happily. Mingyu was pleased too. Then hurry and get them. Some of us will mix the flour, some will beat the eggs, and we'll prepare the cream. Mingyu took out a packet of baking powder, poured it into the flour and egg mixture, stirred it well, and poured it into a pan to steam over high heat. Before long, a large round cake was steamed. Then she took a bottle of cream from Lu Feng's house, poured it into a triangular paper bag she made, snipped a small hole at the tip, and squeezed the cream onto the cake, forming decorative patterns. In the center, she squeezed out the words, "Happy Birthday, Lu Feng." A beautiful, large birthday cake was ready. This cake-making method was something Mingyu had learned when she was a wandering spirit, watching a nanny make a bowl cake for Huayu's daughter. It certainly wasn't as pretty as cakes from a proper bakery, but it had the basic shape. Mingyu brought out the cake. It's a homemade cake, not much to look at, but it should taste good. Please don't mind. Lu Feng's eyes sparkled as he looked at the birthday cake. Thank you. This is the first time someone has made a birthday cake for me. Mingyu replied, I used to make them for my husband. I'm glad you like it. When Lu Feng heard Mingyu mention her husband, his heart paused. This girl was already married. You're married? You still look like a young girl to me. Even Hong Jinxiu exclaimed in surprise, Wow, Mingyu, you're married? Why didn't you invite us to the wedding? Mingyu smiled faintly. My husband and I got married at the military camp. We didn't invite any friends. Lu Feng's gaze toward Mingyu carried a hint of regret. It was a military marriage, after all. While Mingyu and the others were making the birthday cake, in a private room on the second floor of a small eatery across the street, several police officers and over a dozen security guards were still gathered, talking. Didn't they say this place was hosting a dark dance party? Why are the lights still on? It flickered just now. I thought it was going dark, but it was just a flicker. Yeah, it's almost 10 o'clock. They haven't turned off the lights. Do we keep waiting? What else can we do? The informant said this place often holds indecent dance parties. If we catch them in the act today, it'll be a big achievement. Exactly. If we make the arrest, everyone gets credit. Let's tough it out a bit longer. Wait a little more. Yes, Captain Lee. Chapter 1686. Even dancing could be a trap. Just as the crowd was growing impatient, someone shouted, Look, the lights in courtyard 15 are off. Hurry, charge in now. Should we wait a bit longer? What's there to wait for? What if some girls are being harmed? Exactly. There's a group of female students today, all lured here. Let's go. Xiao Zhang, take 2 people to guard the back door. Don't let anyone escape. The rest of you, follow me. Xiao Zhang, a female public security officer, said in confusion, the lights are off, but why is there still light? In truth, she had already noticed something off but couldn't voice it. She could only use a tone of doubt to alert Captain Lee. But her voice didn't catch Captain Lee's attention. A dozen or so people swiftly and orderly crossed the street, surrounding courtyard 15. Xiao Zhang had no choice but to follow orders. Forget it, she'd take it one step at a time. Even if it wasn't a dark lights party, exposing the $10,000 they carried on them would be enough to land them in deep trouble. And once they were in the police station, she had plenty of ways to deal with them. Captain Lee led the group, kicking open the courtyard gate and charging in. Stop. But the word right there got stuck on the tip of his tongue, unable to come out. At that moment, in the villa's first-floor hall of the Lu family courtyard, the electric lights were indeed off. A group of young people attending the dance were gathered around, singing a birthday song. From the sound system, a soothing melody played. In the center of the group sat a young man, a blissful smile on his face. Before him was a table with a large cake, 26 candles inserted into it. The candles were hastily made by Mingyu, using dragon fat. She had split them into tiny pieces with her mental energy and added a bit of red, making them look quite beautiful. She controlled the flames to be very small, and with everyone gathered around, from a distance, very little light escaped. But up close, it was clear. This wasn't a dark lights party. They were lighting candles. And they were singing a birthday song. These people weren't holding a degenerate dance party. They were clearly celebrating a birthday banquet. Mingyu noticed the woman carrying the artifact that blocked spiritual sense rushing toward the back door. Without waiting for her to make a move, she immediately launched the mental spike she had already prepared. This woman wore a shape-shifting mask and carried an artifact that blocked spiritual sense. If she was Jiang Huayu, then she had come to her doorstep and deserved to die. If she wasn't Jiang Huayu, wearing Jiang Huayu's artifact still made her an accomplice, equally deserving of death. Thus, this time, Mengyu adopted a mindset of killing by mistake rather than letting go. The moment the woman charged into her mental attack range, she mercilessly fired the mental spike without waiting for her to act. This Xiaozhang was, of course, Jiang Huayu. She had just reached the back door when she sensed danger hurtling toward her. She quickly dodged to the side. If it had been a physical attack, her dodge would have sufficed. But this attack was Mengyu's mental spike, not an arrow that couldn't change direction. Like a shadow clinging to bone, the mental spike followed her dodge and pierced into her sea of consciousness. A sharp pain exploded in her sea of consciousness. If she hadn't devoured the remnant soul of the great cultivator who had tried to possess her, causing her soul to mutate, she would have been dead from that single strike. She realized that tonight, not only could she not capture Mengyu, but she had also been ambushed. Staying any longer meant certain death. Suppressing the agonizing pain of her torn sea of consciousness, she threw out a sword, stepped onto it, and fled in panic. Chapter 1687. Still need to turn off the lights. Jiang Huayu was deeply disheartened. This was the second time she had been injured by Muyu's divine sense attack. The first time, she had been ordered by Naming to assassinate the Lang family. She had merely toyed with a young master when a sharp pain in her head plunged her into darkness. When she woke up, not only had her mission failed, but the being who had been acting as her master had entered her sea of consciousness and taken over her body. That remnant soul discovered she was still conscious and tried to devour her, forcing her to hide. Fortunately, that being's soul had failed its tribulation. Though it had been a powerful cultivator at the tribulation stage in life, its soul bore the wounds of lightning. Moreover, the sea of consciousness was her own. Once she concealed herself, it couldn't find her, granting her a chance to catch her breath. What delighted her even more was that the soul that had seized her body, being a wounded remnant, couldn't stabilize itself. Its soul energy constantly leaked out, nourishing her own injured soul instead. At first, she feigned weakness and played along with the remnant soul, claiming she still had an obsession that kept her consciousness from dissipating. She asked it to help her take revenge by killing Nan Muyu. After she swore that once it killed or destroyed Nan Muyu, she would fully merge her consciousness with its soul, the remnant soul actually believed her and began attacking Nan Muyu. But after several attempts, it couldn't overcome Nan Muyu. So, she openly started devouring the soul energy it was leaking. When the remnant soul discovered this and tried to devour Jiang Huayu instead, it found her soul too stable to consume. In the end, Jiang Huayu's soul grew stronger and stronger, eventually overpowering the remnant soul that had tried to seize her body. Only a tiny core of its consciousness remained, which she couldn't extinguish, so she suppressed it deep within her sea of consciousness. After reclaiming control of her body, she used her powerful soul to avoid the danger of qi deviation from rapid cultivation growth. She followed the locations in the remnant soul's old memories to obtain cultivation resources and quickly formed her golden core. This time, she dared to act personally because she felt her golden core was solid, and with her strong soul, she believed Muyu's divine sense needles posed no threat. She thought she could handle Nan Muyu herself. Though she couldn't discern Muyu's cultivation level, she was confident this strike would be a sure success. For this operation, she decided to risk exposing her cultivation, reasoning that the worst outcome would be being forced into the immortal sect by the Dragon Head. But she never expected that before she could even begin dealing with Nan Muyu, she would fall into Muyu's ambush. That divine sense all was nothing like the divine sense needles from before. It had solidified and pierced straight into her soul. If her soul hadn't been strong enough, she might have met her end again, just like 2 years ago. Despite her powerful divine sense, she was severely injured. She didn't dare linger for a moment and immediately summoned her flying sword to flee in panic. This divine sense injury would take at least 10 years to heal. She had to find a place to hide and recover as soon as possible. The 2 security officers Jiang Huayu had taken to the back door only saw their leader approach it, cry out, and then a blinding light flashed. They shut their eyes instinctively. When they opened them, Xiaozhang was gone. Puzzled, they considered going around to the front door to report to Captain Li, but feared the door might be left unguarded and someone could slip away. After discussing it, they decided one would stay at the back door while the other went to find Captain Li. Chapter 1688. Who dares to act recklessly before the god of wealth? Minyu felt regretful seeing Jiang Huayu flee as soon as she was injured. Her divine sense spike had failed to kill that woman. It seemed that her artifact, which could shield divine sense, could also block divine sense attacks. However, the fact that she was injured indicated the defensive effect wasn't very good. Unfortunately, Jiang Huayu fled as soon as she sensed danger, not giving Mingyu a chance to condense a second divine sense spike. Sigh, it was rare for Jiang Huayu to show herself, and yet she managed to escape again. It was a pity that she was pregnant, with most of her divine sense protecting the child. Otherwise, if she could have launched several divine sense spikes at once, she would surely have killed her. Moreover, the divine sense spike was a direct soul-killing strike. If she could kill her, it would be a complete elimination, leaving no future hidden danger. But now she had escaped, what a waste. If only Gu Dongxing were here, Jiang Huayu would definitely not have gotten away. In a distant primeval forest, Gu Dongxing, who was carrying out a mission, suddenly felt his ears burning. He touched them. Wife, are you thinking of me? Mingyu suddenly realized that although she couldn't pursue, Qingshan could. Qingshan, chase after her and kill that woman. But Qingshan insisted on staying by her side. Master, I'm sorry. Before leaving, Master Gu instructed me never to leave your side under any circumstances. Besides, judging by her escape speed, I wouldn't be able to catch up. Mingyu then remembered that although Qingshan was a Jindan-level demon cultivator, he couldn't fly. Helpless, she sent Xiaofeng to follow instead. Just see where she lands. Don't engage her recklessly. Xiaofeng was only 3 years old and could track, but not fight. So Mingyu only ordered it to follow, not to act. Meanwhile, Captain Li was being interrogated by Lu Feng in the brightly lit hall. Li Taihan, I respect you as a man of integrity and have always held you in high regard. But what is the meaning of this today? I'm just holding a birthday party. Have I broken some law? You burst into my home, smashing the courtyard gate. What exactly are you trying to do? Captain Li was dumbfounded when he saw the crowd merely singing the birthday song, and even more bewildered when he saw the birthday celebrant at the center. Lu Feng, the eldest son of his superior's superior. Who could tell him why the person he had been waiting all night to arrest turned out to be his superior's eldest son? If he had actually broken the law, it would be one thing. At worst, he'd be transferred to a remote post, but at least he'd gain a reputation for defying the powerful. But the key point was that this man was just hosting a birthday gathering for a group of young people. On what grounds could he arrest him? And he had even disrupted the warmest, happiest moment when everyone was singing the birthday song. Mr. Lu, Captain Li Taihan couldn't help but bow. I'm sorry. Someone tipped us off, claiming you were holding a blacklight dance party. We were just following orders. A blacklight dance party? The lights here have never even been turned off. How can that be called a blacklight dance party? Oh, I forgot. Earlier, to celebrate my birthday, everyone made a birthday cake here. After steaming it, when the candles were lit, the lights were turned off. But singing the birthday song by candlelight isn't illegal, is it? I wonder, are we being accused of making our own birthday cake, or of singing the birthday song? Or perhaps of lighting birthday candles? Captain Li was on the verge of tears. No, we made a mistake. We shouldn't have believed the tip-off so easily. Mr. Lu, please be magnanimous. Chapter 1689, Fleeing in Panic. Lu Feng gritted his teeth. If you want me to forgive you, fine. Tell me, who reported to you that I was hosting a blackout dance party? Captain Li hesitated. The person who provided the tip was protected. He couldn't reveal that. Lu Feng sneered, tilting his head and looking at Captain Li sideways. What's the matter? Now that you know someone arranged for people to set up a blackout here while luring you over, waiting to catch them in the act, this is clearly a setup to frame me. So, the person who gave the information is either an accomplice in the framing or the one who created this trap. Are you still going to protect that liar who provided the tip? Captain Li finally decided to sacrifice the pawn to save the king. He turned and asked, "Where's Xiaozhang?" Hearing this, everyone knew that the person who reported the tip was that Xiaozhang. A security officer beside him replied, "Captain Li, didn't you just instruct her to guard the back door?" Captain Li froze for a moment, glanced at Lu Feng awkwardly, and said, "What's there to guard? Call her over." Just then, a security officer ran over and reported to Captain Li, "Xiaozhang is missing." What do you mean, Xiaozhang is missing? Captain Li didn't understand at first. I mean, when we got to the back door, there was a flash of light, and she disappeared. A flash of light and she disappeared? I might as well say there was a crack of thunder, Captain Li shouted. Frustrated from being humiliated by Lu Feng, he took it out on the security officer. It's true, Captain Li. She really disappeared. We called out a few times, not caring if we disturbed the residents, but she didn't respond, the security officer said with a grimace. A team member beside Captain Li reminded him, "Captain Li, don't you have a walkie-talkie with her?" Captain Li suddenly realized, "Right, I'll call her now. Yangtze, where are you? Where are you? Respond. There was no sound from the walkie-talkie. After a moment, Captain Li repeated himself, but still no response. Captain Li frowned deeply. Just as he was about to speak, a weak voice suddenly came through the walkie-talkie. Yellow River, this is Yangtze. This is Yangtze. I'm in the yard of the police station, locked in a storage room. Xiaozhang was locked in a storage room? Then who is the Xiaozhang who came with them on this mission? Everyone in the team, made up of public security and security officers, thought they had misheard. What? Xiaozhang is a legitimate public security officer locked in a storage room? How's that possible? Who locked her in the storage room? Yangtze, please clarify. Where are you? Yangtze received. I really am locked in the storage room of our office building. Today, I met a woman who said someone was planning to host a blackout dance party and asked us to dispatch a force of at least 10 people to ambush around the venue and arrest them when the lights went out. I thought our manpower was insufficient, so I refused her. I told her, why should we meddle in someone dancing at home? Besides, they haven't even started dancing yet. How do you know they'll turn off the lights and do something bad? Then that woman, without another word, struck me. I wasn't prepared and she knocked me out. I only woke up when you called me just now. Yellow River, please send someone to open the door and get me out. Captain Li was certain that Xiaozhang had come out with them. Earlier, when the lights went out, Captain Li was still hesitating, waiting a bit, but it was Xiaozhang who suggested they move quickly. Moreover, Xiaozhang was the last person to leave the private room. Could it be that the person who came out with them on this mission wasn't Xiaozhang at all, but someone impersonating her? Chapter 1690, Must Find a Place to Hide and Heal. Lu Feng suddenly asked, Captain Li, the person who told you today that we were holding a blacklight dance party here, was it that Xiaozhang? Captain Li hesitated for a moment before saying yes, but immediately added, Xiaozhang doesn't know you. He only said someone reported that a blacklight dance party was being held in this courtyard tonight. It must be the imposter pretending to be Xiaozhang who caused the trouble. The conversation on the walkie-talkie wasn't like a phone call. Once it started, everyone could hear it. Thus, everyone heard what the real Xiaozhang said. After listening to the exchange on the walkie-talkie and connecting it with what Qin Xiangshan had said, Mengyu thought for a moment and quickly pieced together the cause and effect. Jiang Huayu, upon hearing that Mengyu was treating her classmates to roast duck at the roast duck restaurant, found Qin Xiangshan, who had gone home to change clothes, and persuaded him to target Mengyu. Qin Xiangshan had actually already received a notice from his cousin earlier, planning to attend his cousin's birthday party that night, and had accepted his cousin's task to bring several female college students along. Thus, Qin Xiangshan, who happened to run into Lin Xiuji at her fellow villager's place while she was inviting that villager to a gathering, insisted on joining Lin Xiuji's classmates' party and planned to take the female college students to the party after the roast duck meal. Therefore, Jiang Huayu quickly devised a plan to target Mengyu, turn the ordinary birthday party into a blacklight dance party, have them all arrested and taken to the police station, and then use other methods to deal with Mengyu during the interrogation. So, after assigning Qin Xiangshan the blacklight task, she went to the police station to file a complaint. The person who received her was Xiaozhang. After Xiaozhang refused her request to dispatch officers, she knocked him unconscious and locked him in a storage room. Then, disguising herself as Xiao Zhen, she persuaded Captain Li to dispatch officers to ambush Lu Feng's party. As for the appearance of David and the others, it was likely just a coincidence. Mengyu knew that Jiang Huayu was targeting her but couldn't explain the intricacies involved. Therefore, she didn't reveal the actual reason to Lu Feng and Captain Li, letting them mistakenly believe that someone was targeting Lu Feng. Captain Li and Lu Feng only knew that the person who prompted them to ambush the party was someone else, and that person had already fled after the plan failed, making it impossible to track them down for now. However, the fact that this person could escape right in front of two security officers meant they were no ordinary individual. Thus, after Captain Li apologized to Lu Feng didn't hold it against him. Captain Li then gathered his team and withdrew. After Captain Li's team left, the only remaining issue was how to deal with Qin Xiangshan. Lu Feng asked Mengyu, do you have any demands regarding how to handle Qin Xiangshan? Mengyu shook her head. Although he came with us, none of us really know him well. He just used one of our classmates' fellow villager to force his way into our gathering and then brought us to the party. So, as far as we're concerned, however you choose to handle him, we won't interfere. Although the main reason Qin Xiangshan did this was that his old adversary Jiang Huayu had hypnotized him to carry out her orders to capture Mengyu, this level of hypnosis wasn't deep enough to override his own consciousness. It didn't replace his will. Therefore, it was more a reflection of his own inherent nature. As Lu Feng's cousin, he didn't hesitate to set his cousin up. Mengyu found this kind of person quite detestable. Moreover, since Mengyu was unwilling to reveal the matter involving the mastermind Jiang Huayu and herself, she could only leave Qin Xiangshan's fate to Lu Feng. Hearing Mengyu say this, Lu Feng admired her even more. Thank you. But rest assured, I won't shield him just because he's my cousin. Chapter 1691, Captain Li is about to cry. Mengyu was certainly reassured. From Lu Feng's eyes, she could tell that he would definitely not let Qin Xiangshan off easily. She had originally thought that since this Qin Xiangshan dared to target her, she would have to figure out how to punish him herself. But if someone else took action, sparing her the trouble, that would naturally be the best outcome. Once Lu Feng had meted out his punishment, if she wasn't satisfied, she could always punish him further later. Mingyu nodded. Then we'll take our leave first. Thank you for your hospitality tonight. Let's meet again if fate allows. Lu Feng shook hands with Mingyu and the others one by one as they parted. After Mingyu left, Lu Feng's friends also said their goodbyes one after another. In the end, only Lu Feng, the fierce-looking young man, and Qin Xiangshan, who was being pinned down by that young man, remained. Seeing that Mingyu and the others had left without taking him along, Qin Xiangshan was filled with deep regret. He would rather go with Mingyu and be punished by her than stay behind to face his ruthless cousin Lu Feng. He dropped to his knees with a thud. Cousin, I was wrong. Please, for the sake that your mother is my aunt, be magnanimous and forgive me. Lu Feng snorted. When you colluded with outsiders to disrupt my birthday party, did you ever think that my mother is your aunt? When you turned off the lights in my living hall to signal outsiders and set us up for a blackout dance party, why didn't you remember that my mother is your aunt? When you knew full well that your actions could very well land me in jail or even leave a permanent stain on my record, why didn't you think that my mother is your aunt? Oh, and now that your scheme has failed, you come to me saying that my mother is your aunt. Thinking about what Qin Xiangshan had done tonight, Lu Feng's anger was uncontrollable. If it hadn't been for Nan Mingyu turning the lights back on in time when Qin Xiangshan plunged them into darkness, they would very likely already be in a detention center or a holding cell right now. Had he not treated him well? Whenever something good came up, he always thought of him and even protected him in many ways. He never expected that, when push came to shove, Qin Xiangshan would betray him like this. No, I didn't mean to harm you. It was that woman. Because I lost my composure in front of her, she said that if I didn't do as she told me, she would gouge out my eyes, cut off my dick, and make my life a living hell. At this moment, Qin Xiangshan was also full of regret. How had he so easily agreed to that woman's demand to harm others? No, he hadn't had a choice back then either. The other party was like an immortal, even able to hover outside his window. At first, seeing her floating outside his window, he thought she was a ghost and was terrified. But she spoke to him gently, telling him she was an immortal and needed his help. At the time, he was muddled. Once he stopped fearing her, he started having improper thoughts, his mind filled with impure fantasies. Before he knew it, he had popped a tent down below. When that woman saw Qin Xiangshan's lewd reaction, she flew into a rage, saying he was harassing her and threatening to cut off his dick. She even shot a water arrow that pierced straight through his sofa. Do you think your dick is tougher and more resistant to being shot than this wooden sofa? He was scared out of his wits and knelt down, saying he would do whatever she commanded. When the woman ordered him to get Mingyu and the others to attend the party and to keep the lights off for at least 10 minutes during the party's climax, he didn't want to do it. But that woman said that if he refused, she could make his life a living hell at any moment. You only think that others can make your life a living hell. Don't you fear that I can do the same? Lu Feng gritted his teeth. Chapter 1692, Xiao Zheng has been impersonated. Qin Xiangshan kowtowed repeatedly. I'm sorry, cousin. At that time, I only wanted to save my own life, so I had no choice but to agree to her. I know you're incredibly resourceful, cousin, and even if you went in, I'm sure nothing would happen to you. Lu Feng could only sneer. Him resourceful? Nothing would happen if he went in? The aftermath of the situation was still lingering, and he himself couldn't guarantee that he could come out without leaving a stain on his record. What right did Qin Xiangshan have to make such a guarantee? At that moment, Qin Xiangshan only wanted to survive. He quickly pulled out the 10,000 dollars he had obtained that night. Cousin, please forgive me. I'll give you this 10,000 dollars. This was 10,000 dollars, and it truly pained him. Unlike his cousin, whose family was well off, this was the first time he had ever possessed 10,000 dollars. Yet now, to save his own skin, he had to hand it over. Lu Feng said contemptuously, do you think I care about your 10,000 dollars? Qin Xiangshan slapped himself on the mouth. Yes, of course my cousin doesn't lack this small amount of money. I was being petty and judging a gentleman's heart with my own mean measure. How could he have forgotten? His cousin's family had plenty of money. Why would they need this 10,000 dollars? What could he do to make his cousin forgive him and let him go? Suddenly, Qin Xiangshan thought of something and pulled out a bottle. Cousin, she also gave me 2 pills. She said that taking them would allow one to live out their natural lifespan without illness or disaster. Cousin, I'll give you these pills. Please just let me go. Lu Feng took the pill bottle. Just by smelling it, he felt his body and mind relax. He knew this was indeed something good. His eyes flickered and he said, fine. For the sake of these pills, I'll let you off this time. If there's a next time, I'll take your worthless life. Get out of here. Qin Xiangshan hadn't expected that offering 2 pills would make his cousin let him off. Though it pained him to part with the pills, being able to stop his cousin from pursuing the matter further made this sacrifice worthwhile. After all, life came first. He nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, yes. Rest assured, cousin. I will absolutely never speak of tonight's events, and there will definitely not be a next time. Thank you for your generosity, cousin. He scrambled to his feet and dashed outside, as if ghosts were chasing him. From behind, Lu Feng's voice came again. If even half a word of tonight's events leaks out, I'll take your life. Qin Xiangshan ran even faster. The fierce-looking young man beside Lu Feng watched Qin Xiangshan leave the courtyard and asked in confusion, Brother Lu, you're just letting him go like that? Lu Feng let out a cold laugh. Letting him go today doesn't mean letting him go forever. After a moment's thought, he added, Xiao Chun, in 1 month no, make it 1 day longer, 3 months from now, have 2 men cut off his dick. Don't let him find out who did it. The fierce-looking Xiao Chun felt a chill in his heart and replied, understood. I'll make it clean and no one will trace it back to you, Brother Lu. He thought to himself, Qin Xiangshan could have picked anyone to mess with, but he had to pick Brother Lu. Even if they were blood brothers, crossing Brother Lu would lead to no good outcome, let alone the fact that he had nearly sent Brother Lu to prison. Meng Yu led her classmates out of the Lu family courtyard. Everyone let out a collective sigh of relief. Hong Jinxiu was the first to cheer up. Wow, tonight's events were really thrilling, weren't they, Daquan? Her boyfriend, Zhao Daquan, affectionately ruffled her hair. As long as you're happy. Tonight, he and Jinxiu had each earned $10,000, and many things they had previously dared not do were now within reach. So, in truth, he was also very happy. He just wondered where his girlfriend's roommate had gotten those fruits that could sell for such a high price. Chapter 1693, Will Not Shield Him. Zhao Daquan's eyes flickered. That Ming Yu claimed that the fruit was bought by Wayne from outside, but in reality, who would believe that fruit could be bought so easily that a foreigner would immediately spot it and make a large donation to buy it? However, he only entertained the thought for a moment before dismissing it. Having taken someone's money, one must help resolve their troubles. He had also benefited from this matter, so he could neither ask nor speak of it. Others shared the same sentiment. They were curious about Ming Yu's fruit but dared not inquire. Becoming a 10,000 yuan household overnight was something that had to be buried deep in their hearts. Moreover, they were mostly excited, finally having money to collect more antiques to sell to the boss behind Ming Yu. Some classmates were thinking about how to use this money to start a business after graduation. That evening, Ming Yu did not return to the school dormitory but went back to her own home. Because the courtyard Gu Dongxing had bought was turned into an orphanage by Chu Shui, Ming Yu took the courtyard her father had given her, which had been burned down by others and later rebuilt, as their wedding home. This courtyard was built using mahogany that Ming Yu had cut from her space, and its architectural style was vastly different from the original. The first change was to prevent the house from becoming damp. Not only were the floors paved with fired bricks, but every room also had a basement dug underneath. This way, even though they lived on the first floor, it felt almost like living on the second. Additionally, underfloor heating was installed, ensuring warmth in winter. The second change was converting the rooms into suites, divided into inner and outer rooms, with a bathroom and a walk-in closet inside. However, the bathroom could only be used for urination. For bowel movements, one had to go to the toilet in the northeast corner of the courtyard. This ensured convenience indoors without any foul odors. The third change was transforming the original 3-courtyard layout into 2 courtyards. The front courtyard retained a classical style, while the back courtyard had a slightly modern touch. The main building was constructed as a 2-story structure. On the rooftop of the second floor, walls were built around the perimeter, and an extended tiled roof was added. In reality, this tiled roof was merely an eave. From below, it seemed to echo the courtyard style, but the central rooftop was turned into a rooftop garden, filled with flowers and plants. It featured a pavilion, tables, and chairs, perfect for sunbathing, moon-gazing, and flower appreciation, highly practical. After designating this courtyard as their wedding home, Ming Yu's young and small courtyard was immediately arranged by Chu Shui for the orphans to move into. Chu Shui was now in charge of Ming Yu's charity hall, and was very enthusiastic about charitable work. However, Yue Shui and Qingwen still lived in the young and small courtyard. Ming Yu originally wanted them to move into the new courtyard as well, but they did not want to disturb Ming Yu and Gu Dongxing's private time, so they did not come. Yueta was still in Hong Kong managing the Jinwei group, while Yueta had been sent by her to the Gunnan Company. The only drawback of this wedding home was that it was too far from the school. As soon as Ming Yu returned home, Dabai and Haihei came out to greet her. Now, Dabai and Haihei served as guard dogs, very diligent in their duties. Thus, they were rarely by Ming Yu's side. Now that they saw her, they pounced on her one after another, whimpering softly. In their minds, they kept calling out Mama. Mingyu had instructed them not to speak lightly. Mingyu felt helpless and had to hold them to comfort them. She also took out some dragon meat for Dabai and Haihei to finally shake off their affectionate advances. She did not return to school but stayed in this courtyard because she was waiting for Xiaofeng, who had gone to tail Jiang Huayu. She waited until midnight before Xiaofeng flew back. It brought Mingyu a major piece of news. Mama, that woman has entered the immortal sect. What? She entered the immortal sect. Was she willing? Chapter 1694. I can also make your life worse than death. Mingyu was very surprised. This Jiang Huayu could actually enter the immortal sect? To enter the immortal sect, one must first have a teleportation talisman, second, spirit stones, and third, most importantly, one must have a golden core cultivation level or be accompanied by someone with a golden core cultivation level to pass through the teleportation array. Otherwise, one can only enter or leave when the immortal sect gates open. How much time had passed? Jiang Huayu had actually cultivated to the golden core stage? But thinking about it, she herself had only cultivated for 3 years before reaching the great perfection of the golden core stage. If that person later obtained resources, it wouldn't be strange for her to reach the golden core stage. Moreover, the remnant soul was very likely a great cultivator in its past life, and it might have found some cave dwellings or resources left behind by cultivators before their ascension. What surprised Mingyu was that, given Jiang Huayu's nature, she wouldn't rest until she killed her. This time she showed up, probably intending to take the opportunity to deal with her, afraid that others wouldn't catch her, so she took the risk to act personally. However, following the principle of striking first, she had joined the mission but hadn't even made a move yet before she was ambushed by her. Someone who had always been obsessed with harming her. She was still alive, so why would she retreat into the immortal sect? Could it be that the damage from her divine sense cone was lighter than she thought? So she needed a place to heal and simply retreated into the immortal sect? Or had she discovered that she could see through her disguise, so she no longer dared to show herself easily and simply hid in the immortal sect? Whatever the reason, she had entered the immortal sect after all. Sigh, it was still the burden of the 2 lives in her belly. Otherwise, she would have chased after her and eliminated her, ending the trouble forever. Losing this opportunity, she didn't know when she would be able to destroy her. The conflict between them was irreconcilable. Unless one of them died, this hatred could not be resolved. Should she pursue the fleeing enemy with the remaining courage, or show mercy like the Overlord? Alas, it was a pity she was pregnant, so she could only let her go for now. Anyway, she would enter the immortal sect herself later, and she would settle accounts with her then. She believed that the soul wound she had inflicted on her tonight wouldn't be easy to heal. For a long time, her cultivation level wouldn't be able to increase, so she didn't have to worry about her cultivation skyrocketing during her pregnancy and childbirth. Without having to guard against Jiang Huayu coming out to harm people at any time, Mingyu could also rest easy and focus on nurturing her pregnancy, and there was no need to stay at school every day. Although she didn't want to admit it, the purpose of her going to school wasn't to study, but for safety. Jiang Huayu didn't dare to cause trouble at school. Alright, I understand. Let's not worry about that Jiang Huayu for now. Xiaofeng, you can go rest too. Mingyu rewarded Xiaofeng with a piece of cooked dragon meat and then let it go into the space to rest. In the past, she always had to hold something back to deal with Jiang Huayu in everything she did. Now that Jiang Huayu had entered the immortal sect, she needed to think carefully about how to live her life without having to fight her. The next day, before dawn, Mingyu had just gotten up. She wasn't cultivating spiritual power now, but she still sat in meditation to nurture her energy. A transmission talisman flew in front of her. Bad news, miss. Qingwen has been taken away by someone. That was Lishui's voice. Mingyu immediately soared into the sky and rushed to Yong'an courtyard. She landed in the courtyard. The children inside hadn't woken up yet, and Lesui was waiting for her there. What do you mean by Qingwen being taken? Who took him? Chapter 1695. Life is precious. Lu Shui said respectfully, I suspect that Qin Chaowen has captured Qingwen. Meng Yu was startled. Which Qin Chaowen? Young miss, have you forgotten? That man who claimed to be Qin Wenju's father, Qin Chaowen. But in reality, he is Luo Xinqing, Qin Chaowen's half-brother. Meng Yu immediately recalled. She had once wanted to buy a 3-entry courtyard house that Lu Shui had found. The owner of the courtyard, Qin Chaowen, was searching for his son, Qin Wenju, whose distinguishing feature was double pupils. At that time, Meng Yu thought of Goer, a child who had often helped her in her past life at Tiger Gully and eventually assisted her in escaping from there. So, she went to Tiger Gully, rescued Goer, and incidentally destroyed the human trafficking den there. Because Goer had the same single with spiritual root as Meng Yu, she took him as her disciple and named him Qingwen. However, when she brought Qingwen to see Qin Chaowen, they happened to encounter someone bringing a boy pretending to be Qin Wenju to meet him. Meng Yu also discovered that Qin Chaowen and Qingwen were not father and son but uncle and nephew. Moreover, she noticed that while Qin Shaowen was indeed happy to see the boy had double pupils, it was not the joy of a father seeing his son. She saw no love in his eyes for the boy. Instead, he looked as pleased as if he had found a valuable commodity. Qin Shaowen's eyes were full of calculation as he looked at the boy. It was clear that he was searching for his nephew only to exploit him. Mengyu speculated that the Qin family had likely left a substantial inheritance for Qingwen. Qin Shaowen, wanting to keep it for himself, had sold Qingwen to human traffickers. Later, when he realized the inheritance could only be accessed through Qingwen, he began searching for his nephew to claim it. Therefore, with Qingwen's consent, they did not reveal themselves at the time and allowed Qin Shaowen to leave with the imposter boy. In truth, although Mengyu did not let Qingwen acknowledge Qin Shaowen as family, she secretly had Lu Shui investigate him. That man was not actually named Qin Shaowen but Qin Chaoxing. Qin Shaowen was the name of his older half-brother. The Qin family once had an ancestor who served as a vice minister. Though the family had declined, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse, and they still had some assets. Before the liberation, Qin Chaoxing's mother, Akio, worked as a servant for the Qin family. Relying on her looks, she climbed into the master's bed, gave birth to Qin Chaoxing, became his father's concubine, and even drove the legitimate wife to illness. However, their good times didn't last long. After the liberation, the Qin family's status plummeted. Akio quickly switched sides, claiming she was merely an oppressed servant and that her child was not actually a Qin. She renamed her son Luo Xinxing, took the Qin family's assets, and left with him. Qin Shaowen, having received a good education, became a highly educated intellectual. But due to his family background, he didn't marry until his 30s and had a son, Qin Wenju. During the Cultural Revolution, he was sent to a May 7th cadre school. His wife divorced him and remarried, leaving his elderly mother and son at home. The son, missing his parents terribly, secretly boarded a train to find them and disappeared. The grandmother, frantic over her grandson's disappearance, suffered a heart attack and passed away. When Qin Shaowen returned from the cadre school and found his mother dead and his son missing, he set out on a journey to find his son and never returned. Chapter 1696, Jiang Huayu hides in the immortal sect. It was said that the Qin family's wealth had not been preserved, but this three-courtyard house was reclaimed by Luo Xinxing in the name of Qin Shaowen after the reform and opening up. There were even rumors that there were still undiscovered valuables hidden in this courtyard. Later, Luo Xinxing issued a notice in Qin Shaowen's name, stating that whoever could help him find his son, Qin Wenju, would be given this courtyard. However, in reality, he did not have the title deed, so he could not transfer the house at all. He was merely using this as a way to find his nephew. Lu Shui speculated that the real Qin Shaowen had likely met with misfortune. At that time, Mingyu had shared with Qingwen the information Lu Shui had uncovered, along with her guess that there was a treasure in his home that could only be opened by his bloodline. Qingwen said that he was still too weak and wanted to wait until he had cultivated enough strength before returning to the Qin family courtyard. As for his father, Qingwen guessed that he might have already met with misfortune. Otherwise, in his previous life, he had lived for 14 years and never heard of his father searching for him. Moreover, if his father were still alive, he would have appeared when Luo Xinxing reclaimed the Qin family courtyard in his name and issued a notice offering the house as a reward for finding Qin Wenju. Furthermore, 2 years ago, Mingyu had posted a notice in the courtyard stating that she would bring Qin Wenju forward. After all that had happened, his father had never shown up. Therefore, he suspected that his father was likely no longer alive. Moreover, Luo Xinxing knew about his father's misfortune, and it was even possible that he was the one who had harmed his father. After Luo Xinxing impersonated Qin Shaowen and took away that boy, there had been no further developments, so the matter had been pushed to the back of their minds. Meanwhile, Qingwen had been diligently cultivating, hoping to grow stronger as soon as possible. But now, 2 years later, that Luo Xinxing had come and captured Qingwen. Lu Shui told Mingyu about Qingwen's capture. Earlier that day, at the Simei Elementary School where Qingwen studied, after the students finished their morning exercises, the principal kept all the first to third-grade students behind. Students, today Uncle Qin and Aunt Xiang have come to our school to spread warmth and give each of you a new school bag. In a moment, everyone will line up by class and gender. The male students will line up on the left, and Uncle Qin will hand out the new school bags. The female students will line up on the right, and Aunt Xiang will hand out the new school bags. When you receive your school bag, the uncle will shake hands with you. Everyone must remember the correct way to shake hands. First, use your right hand. Second, grip each other's hands firmly, usually for about 1 to 3 seconds. Third, introduce yourself while shaking hands, mainly stating your name, age, and grade. Fourth, maintain eye contact while shaking hands, smile, and after receiving the school bag, you must respectfully salute and say thank you. Does everyone remember? The students answered in unison yes. Alright, now the first grade students will come forward first. Qingwen told his homeroom teacher that he did not want to go receive a school bag, but the teacher treated it as a task that every student had to complete, shaking hands, saying thank you, and interacting with others. So, he had no choice but to line up with the other students. When it was Qingwen's turn, Uncle Qin shook his hand for a longer time. Afterward, Qingwen was called by his homeroom teacher to the principal's office, where Uncle Qin and Aunt Xiang were already waiting. Chapter 1697. Qingwen has been captured. Some students noticed that the principal had asked Qingwen to go with them, but Qingwen was unwilling to follow them. That Uncle Qin patiently persuaded him, chatting with him, and the principal left Qingwen in the principal's office to accompany Uncle Qin. The other students went to class, but Qingwen did not return to the classroom. Later, that Uncle Qin and the woman drove away, and everyone simply assumed Qingwen had left with his uncle. No one bothered to wonder why he hadn't returned to class that afternoon. Yue Shui had originally been Mingyu's shadow guard, always following alongside Wayne, except Wayne operated in the open while he stayed in the shadows. Today, Mingyu came home late, so he naturally followed her late as well. Only after seeing Mingyu enter the courtyard did he head back to the young and small courtyard to rest. Returning to the young and small courtyard, he routinely went to check on Qingwen, only to find he wasn't home. Alarmed, he grabbed a male student who attended the same Four Beauties elementary school as Qingwen and questioned him, learning that Qingwen had been taken away by some Uncle Qin. Recalling what had happened to Qingwen back then, he immediately sent a message to Mingyu. Mingyu was furious. She hadn't expected that Luo Xinxing had actually found Qingwen. Moreover, Qingwen was now a cultivator at the 5th level of qi refining, not without the ability to fight back. Yet he had been taken away so easily, which clearly indicated that the other party was no ordinary person. But she was certain that the Luo Xinxing she had encountered before was definitely not a martial artist or a cultivator. So, the problem likely lay with the woman who appeared alongside him. This made her inwardly curse herself. If she had known that a mere mortal like Luo Xinxing could still stir up trouble, she would have had someone keep an eye on him. Mingyu handed Yue Shui a stack of transmission talismans. Here's what you do. Go find the principal and learn about that woman from him, then send me a transmission talisman to report. I'll go out and search for Qingwen. Although she knew the other party had taken him away at noon and was likely no longer in the city, she still had to conduct a search first. Principal Xing of Four Beauties Elementary School had just fallen asleep when he was awakened. His wife, who had just stirred awake beside him, was knocked unconscious with a single chop to the neck. Staring at the dark figure standing before him, he was terrified. Just as he was about to call out, a dagger pressed against his throat. Do you think your voice is faster, or my blade? And keep your hand away from that switch. Principal Xing trembled. Why you? Who are you? What do you want? Though he desperately wanted to shout, with his life in the other's hands, he could only speak in a hushed tone. It's better you don't know who I am. I'll only ask you this. Who are that man and woman you brought to school today? Hearing Yue Shui mention the man and woman, Principal Xing immediately panicked. What man and woman? I don't know. You don't know? Then why did you let them take Qingwen away? Yue Shui pressed the dagger down, cutting a gash on Principal Xing's neck. Blood immediately began to flow. Principal Xing was terrified. I'll talk. I only know the man's surname is Qin. He came looking for his nephew, Qin Wenju, and had us gather all the students to practice handshakes, one handshake, one school bag given out. Later, they found a boy named Qingwen and said they'd found him, wanting to take him away. I was in a difficult spot, so I let them talk to Qingwen themselves. I had the homeroom teacher call Qingwen to the principal's office. The woman among the pair spoke to Qingwen very gently, persuading him to go back with his uncle. Seeing that they weren't doing anything to Qingwen, I left the office. By noon, Qingwen had gone with them. That's how it was. I don't know anything else. Chapter 1698, Luo Xinxing. Lesui was furious. As a primary school principal, he had allowed strangers to take a student from the school without even verifying their identities. Was he not afraid at all that they might be human traffickers? Unless he knew who they were and was complicit with them. Which direction did their car go? What time did they leave? What was the license plate number? Don't deliberately lie, many people saw it. Principal Xing had no choice but to answer. They left at 1 in the afternoon. The car went east after leaving the school gate. Their license plate number is XXXXXXX. Lesui immediately sent this information to Mingyu via a communication talisman. Principal Xing watched as Lesui spoke a few words to a talisman paper, shook it, and then the paper ignited, turning into a golden light that flew out the window. He was deeply shocked. What kind of skill was this? Could it be that this person, like that other man, was also a supernatural being? Should he continue to keep that man's secret? His fear grew even stronger. I've already answered everything you asked. Please let me go. Lesui sneered. Do you think that's enough? Are you taking me for a fool? Let me ask you, did you know who those two people were? Principal Shing wanted to shake his head, but feared the dagger at his throat might cut his carotid artery. He could only grimace and say in a trembling voice, he said he was Qingwen's uncle, and Qingwen was willing to go with them. I thought they were really uncle and nephew, and since it was broad daylight, I didn't think anyone would kidnap a child from school. So I let them take Qingwen away. Leslie sneered again. A pair of unidentified people come to a school to take a student, and just because one of them says he's the uncle, you let them take him? Do you think that was right? Or do you actually know who they are and you cooperated with them because you took a bribe? Principal Shing's heart pounded even harder. I really don't know who they are. You really don't know? Then since your life is useless, there's no need to keep it. Leslie said, pressing the dagger as if to cut his throat. Principal Shing quickly shouted, I'm useful, I'm useful. I know some secrets. Oh? So you do have some use after all. Leslie barely suppressed a smile. Then tell me, who are they? I really don't know that woman. But that man is the illegitimate son of the hidden aristocratic Qin family from 1940s Kyoto. He was looking for his nephew, Qin Wenju, the son of Qin Chaowen. When he saw Qingwen, he was certain that Qingwen was Qin Wenju. How could he be sure that Qingwen was Qin Wenju? Apparently, Qin Wenju has double pupils, and Qingwen also has double pupils. So Qingwen is Qin Wenju. They really are uncle and nephew. Sir, when the real uncle comes to claim his nephew, how could I stop him from taking him away? Leslie snorted. That depends on whether the child is willing. And as far as I know, Qingwen was not willing. He didn't even want to get his school bag. He only went to your office because his homeroom teacher forced him. The students all saw it. I don't believe he went with that man willingly. Principal Shing smiled bitterly. Qingwen indeed didn't want to go with him. But that woman was very skilled. She just looked into Qingwen's eyes and said one sentence, and Qingwen obediently followed her. Sir, when faced with such a supernatural being, how could I have stopped them? Leslie snorted. Don't give me that helpless excuse. If you weren't complicit with them, why didn't you notify Qingwen's parents? The school has his home phone number on file. Chapter 1699, Giving the School Bag. Yong'an Courtyard had a telephone, so Qingwen naturally left the number of Yong'an Courtyard at the school. Therefore, Principal Shing could not claim he was unable to notify the parents. Since Yong'an Courtyard housed over 20 orphans and the mothers who cared for them, there were always people present day and night. As long as the school called Yong'an Courtyard, someone would definitely answer the phone, so he could not use the excuse that no one picked up. Principal Shing still tried to argue, they are uncle and nephew by blood. Don't talk about blood relations. You know very well that Luo Xinxing is merely an illegitimate son of the Qin family. If he wants to inherit the Qin family's property, he must eliminate Qingwen. I don't believe you don't understand the stakes here. Principal Shing's heart pounded. How could he not understand the stakes? Qin Wenju was the legitimate direct descendant of the Qin family and the rightful heir to the Qin family's property. Not to mention anything else, just the Qin family's 3-courtyard estate alone was worth a considerable amount, let alone the fact that the Qin family had once been wealthy and powerful. Even if they had donated part of their assets, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. Who knew what treasures the Qin ancestors might have left for their descendants? Luo Xinxing was originally of Qin blood, and in theory, he also had the right to inherit the Qin family's property. However, his mother, to avoid being implicated, had denied he was of Qin blood and had taken him away from the Qin family with some portable wealth. Even if he had stayed in the Qin family, he would not have had the right to inherit, because many aristocratic families had rules that only the direct line could inherit the family estate. Under these circumstances, if Luo Xinxing now wanted to return and inherit the Qin family's property, the only way would be for all the Qin family members to die off. But in reality, everyone knew that the Qin family still had a legitimate direct descendant. Not to mention Qin Chaowen, who had gone searching for his son. Many believed he had likely died after so many years without returning. But Qin Chaowen had left behind a son, and that son was named Qin Wenju. His absence did not mean he did not exist. Many people assumed he was simply hiding somewhere, building up his strength because he was still weak, and that he might appear one day. Therefore, only if Qin Wenju was confirmed dead could Luo Xinxing smoothly inherit the Qin family's property. Thus, Luo Xinxing's reason for seeking out Qin Wenju was certainly not out of kindness to raise him. Their relationship was not a simple uncle-nephew bond, but an adversarial one. Leslie pointed at Principal Shing. You allowed Qingwen's uncle to take him away. If anything happens to Qingwen, you will be an accomplice in harming him. With Leslie pointing at his nose and calling him an accomplice, Principal Shing was terrified. As long as no one had explicitly pointed out the relationship between Qin Wenju and his uncle, he could deceive himself into believing that a biological uncle taking his nephew was something he had no right to stop. But now that Leslie was pointing at his nose and calling him an accomplice, how could he continue to bury his head in the sand like an ostrich and pretend he saw nothing? Yes, he could say he lacked the ability to stop it, but had he even tried? Even if he could not stop it, had he promptly notified the parents? Had he reported it to his superiors? No. He had done nothing. He had not stepped forward to stop the man claiming to be the uncle from taking away the nephew who possessed a vast family fortune. On the contrary, he had even facilitated their departure. He had instructed the homeroom teacher to call Qingwen to his office, and then he had deliberately stepped aside, allowing his student to be taken away by that scheming man and woman. Moreover, after the student was taken away, Principal Sheng had taken no action at all. Instead, he had gone home, buried himself under his covers, and slept to escape reality. Chapter 1700, Interrogating Principal Sheng 1. Principal Sheng tried to comfort himself, thinking that Qingwen was just an orphan living in a shelter for abandoned children. What kind of backing could he have? Even if something happened to him, no one would care, and no one would come looking for him. But now, someone had indeed come knocking, and they had rendered him speechless. Should he tell the truth? He involuntarily reached his hand under the pillow. Seeing his hand go under the pillow, Leslie thought he was up to some trick and immediately flipped the pillow over, grabbing his hand. But he found that Principal Sheng was clutching a small pill bottle at the head of the bed, containing a single foundation establishment pill. Principal Sheng's lips trembled. This was the thing that had made him irresponsible toward his students, because the person had promised that this pill would extend his life, allowing him to live to the age of 120. The temptation of a longer life was too great for him to refuse, and it had led to the ruin of his integrity in his later years. But for some reason, he subconsciously felt that he couldn't bear to take the pill bought with Qingwen's life, so he had kept it under his pillow. Leslie had consumed so many foundation establishment pills that he was already familiar with them. He realized how rare such pills were, not something someone of Principal Sheng's level could possess. He immediately understood that this pill was the means by which that person had bribed Principal Sheng. Just for this tiny foundation establishment pill, you sold your conscience? If that child had been killed by that uncle, do you think you could live out your days in peace, free from the torment of your conscience? If your students found out that you handed over their classmate to a murderer for a single foundation establishment pill, do you think they would still respect you, rather than despise you? If your superiors learned that you gave a student to a murderer for a foundation establishment pill, do you think they would let you keep your position as principal? If this child's family knew that you handed over a student to a murderer for a foundation establishment pill, do you think they would let you off? If I were to draw a knife across your neck right now, do you think you could still live out your natural lifespan? Principal Sheng felt as if a bucket of snow water had been poured over him, and he snapped back to clarity. Yes, he had sought a longer life, but at what cost? His conscience. Without a conscience, was he still human? Just as Leslie had said, once this was exposed, would the students still see him as their principal? Would his superiors still let him be principal? Would the parents let him off? The lifespan he had traded his conscience for, he would never get to enjoy it. Most importantly, would this person before him let him off? He asked cautiously, "Are you his guardian?" Leslie snorted. "I'm not his guardian. I'm just a servant of his guardian. To be honest, his guardian, if she so much as lifted a finger, she could crush you like an ant." Principal Sheng was somewhat skeptical. "Are you saying that his Qin family still has people?" Leslie shook his head. "I don't know if the Qin family has anyone, but do you know who his master is?" "Who?" "You know about the 10 great families of the capital, right? Above them, there are the 4 hidden families. You know about those, too, don't you? But above the 4 hidden families, there is a family that usually keeps a low profile. That family is the Nan family. And Qingwen, whom you sacrificed as a pawn, is the direct disciple of the Nan family's eldest daughter." Principal Sheng was shocked. He knew about the 10 great families, and he had heard of the 4 hidden families. As for the Nan family, he happened to know of them as well, and he knew that no family dared to offend them. Qingwen was the direct disciple of the Nan family's eldest daughter? Chapter 1701, Interrogating Principal Sheng, Part 2. Principal Sheng was terrified beyond measure. The orphan student, whom everyone had always believed to be without connections or backing, actually possessed the strongest background in the entire school. Lu Shui put away the dagger and let out a sigh. "Now, can you tell me? Where did they take Qingwen, and what do they plan to do to him?" Principal Sheng closed his eyes and finally uttered a sentence. "I overheard that Luo Xinxing let something slip. It seemed they were going to take him back to the Qin family ancestral hall." Before Principal Sheng's words had even faded, the person by the bed vanished instantly, as if they had never appeared at all. But Principal Sheng did not feel relieved that his life was temporarily spared, because after he said those words, that Luo Xinxing would certainly not let him off. If he had known this would happen, he might as well have refused Luo Xinxing from the very beginning. While Lu Shui was rushing to Principal Sheng's home to interrogate him, Minyu was communicating with the large tree at the school gate. As a wood spirit body, she had a natural affinity for communicating with trees, but she rarely used this ability. Because she possessed powerful divine sense, she usually resolved matters directly with it. Although the weather was clear today, there was wind, and since Qingwen had been taken away 10 hours ago, the scent belonging to him in the air had already dissipated. She could only communicate with the large tree, asking it about the situation at noon today when Qingwen, a student from Simei Elementary School, was taken by someone and got into a car at the school gate. Mingyu poured a little spiritual spring water for the tree and asked, "Big locust tree, tell me, at noon today, a 7-year-old boy was taken into a car by someone. What was the boy's condition, and which direction did the car go?" The big locust tree, delighted to receive the spiritual spring water, said, "Human, thank you for giving me water to drink. I want more." Its voice sounded like that of a 4 or 5-year-old child, very tender. Mingyu had no choice but to pour another bottle of water for it. "Hurry up and speak." Fortunately, there weren't many cars at that time, so a small car arriving at the school was quite noticeable to the tree. Thus, the big locust tree seemed to ponder deeply before asking, "Human mage, are you talking about that boy who was full of spiritual energy?" "Yes. Do you know which direction their car was heading?" "What does direction mean?" the tree asked. It means whether their car went east or west, or south or north." "Oh, so that's what direction means. Let me tell you, I know how that child you mentioned, the one radiating spiritual energy, left. He was hypnotized by a hypnotist, followed a man and a woman into the car, and the car drove off to the east. Give me another bottle of spiritual spring water, and I'll tell you a little secret." Mingyu reluctantly filled another bottle of spiritual spring water and poured it at the tree's roots. "Hurry up and speak. Don't be too greedy. Be careful, I'll draw a thunder talisman and summon a heavenly thunderbolt to strike you." The big locust tree immediately began to tremble violently, as if it were terrified. "Yes, yes, yes. I'll talk, all right?" On the surface, it looked like a man and a woman yesterday, but actually, both were male. That woman had only used medicine to enlarge her chest a bit. Deep down, he was a man. But why was his skin so good? Why was he so curvaceous, with such a slender and soft waist? The big locust tree seemed unable to comprehend. Mingyu, however, understood. The person who took Qingwen, disguised as a woman, was actually a transgender individual and a hypnotist she knew nothing about. Chapter 1702, Interrogating Principal Xing 3. Yong'an Courtyard had a telephone, and Qingwen had naturally left the courtyard's number with the school. Therefore, Principal Xing could not claim he was unable to notify the parents. Since Yong'an Courtyard housed over 20 orphans and the mothers who cared for them, someone was always there day and night. If the school called Yong'an Courtyard, someone would definitely answer, so he could not use the excuse that no one picked up. Principal Xing still pleaded, "They are uncle and nephew by blood. Don't talk about blood relations. You know full well that Luo Xinxing is merely the Qin family's illegitimate son. If he wants to inherit the Qin family's property, he must eliminate Qingwen. I don't believe you're unaware of the stakes involved." Principal Xing's heart pounded. How could he not know the stakes? Qin Wenju was the Qin family's legitimate direct descendant and the rightful heir to the Qin family's estate. Not to mention anything else, just the Qin family's 3-courtyard mansion was worth a considerable sum, let alone the fact that the Qin family had once been wealthy and powerful. Even if they had donated part of it, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. Who knew what treasures the Qin ancestors might have left for their descendants? Luo Xinxing was originally of Qin blood. In theory, he also had the right to inherit the Qin family's property, but his mother, to avoid being implicated back then, denied he was of Qin blood and took him out of the Qin family with some portable wealth. Even if he had stayed in the Qin family, he would not have had the right to inherit, because many aristocratic families had rules that only the direct line could inherit the estate. Thus, when Luo Xinxing came to find Qin Wenju, it was certainly not out of kindness to raise him. Their relationship was not a simple uncle-nephew bond, but an actual adversarial one. Not to mention Qin Chaowen, who had gone off to search for his son. Many believed that since he had not returned for so many years, he was likely dead. But Qin Chaowen had left behind a son, and that son was Qin Wenju. His absence did not mean he did not exist. Many would think he was merely hiding somewhere, biding his time and building his strength, and might appear one day. Leslie pointed at Principal Xing. "You allowed Qingwen's uncle to take him away. If anything happens to Qingwen, you're an accomplice in harming him. Therefore, only by confirming Qin Wenju's death could Luo Xinxing smoothly inherit the Qin family's property. But in reality, everyone knew the Qin family still had a legitimate direct descendant. In this situation, if Luo Xinxing wanted to return and inherit the Qin family's property now, it would only be possible if the Qin family were completely wiped out. Being accused of being an accomplice with Leslie pointing at his nose, Principal Xing was terrified. As long as no one explicitly pointed out the relationship between Qin Wenju and his uncle, he could deceive himself by saying that a biological uncle taking his nephew was something he had no right to stop. But with Leslie pointing at his nose and calling him an accomplice, how could he continue to bury his head in the sand like an ostrich, pretending he saw nothing and no one else saw anything? Yes, he could say he lacked the power to stop it, but did he even try to stop it? Even if he could not stop it, did he promptly notify the parents? Did he report it to his superiors? No, he did nothing. He did not step forward to stop the man claiming to be the uncle from taking away the nephew who owned a vast estate. He even facilitated their taking of the nephew. He had the homeroom teacher call Qingwen to his office and then deliberately stepped aside, allowing his student to be taken away by that scheming man and woman. Moreover, after the student was taken, Principal Xing took no action at all. Instead, he went home, buried his head under the covers, and escaped by sleeping. Good morning. End of this chapter. Chapter 1703, Interrogating Principal Xing 4. Principal Xing tried to comfort himself, thinking that Qingwen was just an orphan living in a shelter for abandoned children. What kind of backing could an orphan have? Even if something happened, no one would care and no one would come looking for him. But now, someone had indeed come knocking, and they had rendered him speechless. Should he tell the truth? He involuntarily reached his hand under the pillow. Seeing his hand go under the pillow, Leslie thought he was up to some trick and immediately flipped the pillow over, grabbing his hand. He found that Principal Xing was clutching a small pill bottle at the head of the bed, containing a single Foundation establishment pill. Principal Xing's lips trembled. This was the thing that had made him irresponsible toward his students. Because that person had promised that this pill could extend his life, allowing him to live to the age of 120. The temptation of extended life was too great for him to refuse, and it had led to his downfall in his later years. But for some reason, he subconsciously felt he couldn't bear to take the pill bought with Qingwen's life, so he had kept it under his pillow. Leslie had consumed so many Foundation establishment pills that he was long familiar with them. He realized how rare such pills were, not something someone of Principal Xing's level could possess. He immediately understood that this pill was the bribe used to buy Principal Xing off. For just this tiny Foundation establishment pill, you sold your conscience? If that child had been killed by that uncle, do you think you could live out your old age peacefully without guilt? If your students found out that you traded their classmate to a murderer for a Foundation establishment pill, do you think they would still respect you, or would they despise you? If your superiors learned that you handed a student over to a murderer for a Foundation establishment pill, do you think they would let you keep your position as principal? If this child's parents knew that you gave their child to a murderer for a Foundation establishment pill, do you think they would let you off? Principal Xing felt as if ice water had been poured over him, snapping him back to reality. Principal Xing asked in disbelief, "Are you saying that his Qin family still has people?" Yes, he had sought longevity, but at what cost? His conscience. Without a conscience, was he still human? Leslie shook his head. I don't know if the Qin family has anyone left, but do you know who his master is? More importantly, would the person standing before him let him off? Leslie snorted. I am not his parent. I am merely a servant of his parent. To be honest, if his parent stretched out a single finger, she could crush you like an ant. As Leslie had said, once this was exposed, would the students still see him as their principal? Would his superiors still let him be principal? Would the parents let him off? The lifespan bought with his conscience was something he could never truly obtain. If I were to draw a knife across your neck right now, do you think you could still live out your natural years? He asked cautiously, are you his parent? Who is it? Do you know about the 10 great families of the capital? Above them, there are 4 hidden families. Are you aware of all this? But above the 4 hidden families, there is a family that usually keeps a low profile, the Nan family. And Qingwen, whom you sacrificed as a pawn, is the personal disciple of the eldest daughter of the Nan family. Principal Xing was shocked. He knew of the 10 great families, and he had heard of the 4 hidden families. As for the Nan family, he happened to know of it as well, and he knew that no family dared to offend them. Qingwen was the personal disciple of the eldest daughter of the Nan family. End of chapter. Chapter 1704. Communicating with Trees. Principal Xing was terrified beyond measure. The orphan student, whom everyone had always believed to have no background and no connections, actually possessed the most powerful backing in the entire school. Lu Shui put away his dagger and let out a sigh. Now, can you tell me? Where did they take Qingwen, and what do they plan to do to him? Principal Xing closed his eyes and finally uttered a sentence. I heard Luo Xinxing let something slip. It seems they're taking him back to the Qin family ancestral hall. Before Principal Xing's words had even faded, the person by the bed vanished instantly, as if he had never been there at all. But Principal Xing did not feel relieved that his life was temporarily spared, because after he said that, Luo Xinxing would surely not let him off. If he had known this would happen, he might as well have refused Luo Xinxing from the start. While Lu Shui was rushing to Principal Xing's home to interrogate him, Mingyu was communicating with the big tree at the school gate. As a wood spirit body, she had a natural affinity for communicating with trees, but she rarely used this ability. After all, she had powerful divine sense and usually resolved matters directly with it. Though the weather was clear today, the wind and the fact that Qingwen had been taken for 10 hours meant that his scent in the air had dissipated. She could only communicate with the big tree, asking it about the situation when Qingwen, a student from Simei Elementary School, was taken by someone and driven away from the school gate at noon. Give me another bottle of spiritual spring water, and I'll tell you a secret. Thus, the locust tree seemed to ponder deeply before asking, human mage, are you talking about that boy who was radiating spiritual energy? Was their car heading east or west, or south or north? Fortunately, there weren't many cars at the time, so a small car arriving at the school was quite noticeable to the tree. Its voice sounded like that of a 4 or 5-year-old child, very soft. Minyu had no choice but to pour another bottle of water on it. Hurry up and tell me. Yes, do you know which direction their car was heading? What does direction mean? The big tree asked. Minyu poured a little spiritual spring water on the big tree and asked, Locust tree, tell me, at noon today, a 7-year-old boy was taken into a car. What was the boy's condition, and where did the car go? The locust tree, delighted by the spiritual spring water, said, Human, thank you for giving me water. I want more. Oh, so that's what direction means. Let me tell you, I know how that boy with spiritual energy left. He was hypnotized by a hypnotist, followed a man and a woman into the car, and the car drove east. Minyu reluctantly took out another bottle of spiritual spring water and poured it on the tree's roots. Hurry up and talk. Don't be too greedy. Be careful. I'll draw a thunder talisman and call down heavenly lightning to strike you. The locust tree immediately trembled violently as if frightened. Yes, I'll talk. On the surface, it was a man and a woman who came yesterday, but actually both were men. That woman had just used medicine to enlarge her chest a bit. Inside, he was a man. But why was his skin so good? Why was he so curvaceous, with such a thin, soft waist? The locust tree seemed puzzled. Minyu, however, understood. The person who took Qingwen, disguised as a woman, was actually a transgender individual and a hypnotist she knew nothing about. End of this chapter. Chapter 1705, Qin Family Village with Poor Feng Shui. Thinking that the other party was a she-male and a hypnotist, Minyu recalled the legendary sorcerers of a certain country. In fact, it was just another term for cultivators. Minyu hesitated. The other party was a cultivator, but she couldn't use her spiritual energy now. Should she still pursue him? Thinking of Qingwen's safety, she immediately cast that hesitation aside. Sigh, if only Gu Dongxing were here. On a tree, a certain man about to fall asleep felt his ears grow hot again. He rubbed them and thought, Wife, I know you're thinking of me. I'm thinking of you too. But my mission isn't finished yet, I can't go back. Looks like I'll have to use some special methods tomorrow. He had led his team deep into the territory of a certain country this time because a highly skilled cultivator had fled into this primeval forest with a national treasure. That treasure was said to be the key to entering a certain secret realm. His subordinate beside him, seeing his glowing eyes in the night, sensed an ominous omen. What did their captain intend to do? Minyu no longer paid attention to what the locust tree said. Instead, she immediately activated her 5 elements fan and flew in the direction the tree had indicated. She asked the trees along the way, following the path where those people had taken Qingwen. Fortunately, it was nighttime, so she didn't have to worry about being seen. After flying for over 10 minutes, she left the city. Just then, Lesui sent a message talisman, telling her that the place where those people had taken Qingwen was most likely the Qin family ancestral hall. Minyu's 5 elements fan flew extremely fast. In less than 10 minutes, it covered over 300 kilometers, arriving at the location of the Qin family ancestral hall, Qin family village. As she landed the 5 elements fan, Lesui stepped onto the ground and vomited violently. Minyu sneered, a grown man, and he gets airsick? Qishan called out from the space, Master, let me out. The Qin family ancestral hall was not in the city, but in a village over 300 kilometers from the capital. That village was also the birthplace of the Qin family. Although Lesui had seen Minyu's flying device before, this was his first time riding on it. He was sick. If Lesui had heard Minyu's thoughts, he would have cried out in injustice. Planes aren't this fast, all right? Sending Lesui to interrogate Principal Sheng hadn't been very hopeful. Unexpectedly, Lesui had managed to extract useful information. But Minyu grew even more anxious. What were they taking Qingwen to the Qin family ancestral hall for? Minyu wanted to rush straight to the Qin family's hometown herself, but she didn't know the exact address. Fortunately, Lesui had investigated the Qin family before and knew how to get there. So Minyu turned back, picked up Lesui, and had him guide her as they flew toward the Qin family ancestral hall. Minyu shook her head. I'll open the space for you. Stay inside first and come out when something happens. She patted his back and sent a stream of spiritual energy into his body, immediately stopping his vomiting. All right, don't wake the villagers. Let's go quickly. She took one look at the layout of the entire village and knew that Qin Family Village was indeed unusual. Qin Family Village was located in a remote area, beside a river. But while others built their homes with mountains at their backs and water in front, they had mountains both behind and in front. The feng shui was clearly poor. Yet this village, situated in an unsuitable location, had been arranged into a formation. This was definitely not normal. Thinking of Qingwen's single with spiritual root, she couldn't help but harbor some ominous suspicions. Next chapter update time, 8 p.m. Chapter end. Chapter 1706, The Unsimple Qin Family. Mingyu had been studying formations since she began her cultivation. Advanced formations were difficult to break, but the formations here were merely ordinary second-level ones, posing no challenge to her. She instructed Les Wei, stay outside the village. If anything happens, send me a message talisman. Les Wei wanted to follow the young lady inside. Young lady, please let me stay by your side. But Mingyu shook her head. No, the village is set up with formations. If you go in, you might accidentally fall into one. Besides, we need someone outside to provide backup. I still have Qingshan hiding in the shadows, so you don't need to worry about my safety. Les Wei was surprised. Qingshan is here too? Mingyu naturally wouldn't tell him that Qingshan and Xiaoao were both in her space. She could only say he's following in secret. Les Wei thought about Qingshan's abilities. When he was still a martial artist, he only felt that Qingshan was very strong. After reaching the innate stage, he realized the gap between himself and Qingshan was like heaven and earth. So, he no longer insisted on staying by the young lady's side to protect her. As soon as Mingyu entered the village, she immediately sensed the faint spiritual energy in the air. She was somewhat surprised. Even with formations set up, there shouldn't be spiritual energy. This meant one thing: there was a small spiritual vein underground, and the purpose of the formations was to seal in the spiritual energy and prevent it from leaking out. No wonder the Qin family village had chosen this place, which clearly seemed to have poor feng shui. The anomaly was the large, high-gated courtyard at the northernmost part of the village. This three-section compound was the Qin family's ancestral hall. The Qin family village had about 100 households and over 600 people. The entire village was asleep, showing no signs of anything unusual. The first section of the courtyard consisted of a gatehouse and a corridor. Passing through the first section and entering the courtyard, there were side rooms on both sides, all two-story wooden buildings. Although there wasn't a single spirit tablet, the eerie, cold feeling unique to ancestral halls still lingered. This Qin family village was indeed not simple. The sacrificial hall was only one story, but its height exceeded that of the two-story buildings in front. Her divine sense immediately enveloped the entire village. The main building in the front was also 2 stories, with a large hall on the lower floor and rooms on the upper floor. The back door of the hall was locked. Judging by the moss growing on the ground, this courtyard was usually uninhabited. Both the main hall and the side rooms were furnished with tables and chairs. Clearly, this Qin family ancestral hall had been repurposed as a school. This somewhat desolate backyard was the true Qin family ancestral hall, and the main building was the Qin family's sacrificial hall. However, the sacrificial hall, which should have been filled with spirit tablets, was completely empty. What surprised Mingyu even more was that on the spirit tablet altar, a man in his 30s was sleeping. No, there was also a formation in this backyard. Mingyu's heart skipped a beat. Although she could break this formation with ease, it was absolutely impossible for ordinary people to crack. Her divine sense swept over and found that the man was in a half-asleep, half-awake state. The slightest movement would wake him. Mingyu sensed this because she noticed his hand was resting on a raised button on the table. Her divine sense followed the button's position downward and discovered that it was connected to a bell at the entrance of an underground passage. If there was any disturbance, he would press the button, causing the bell in the underground passage to ring. So, rather than sleeping, this man was actually standing guard. This chapter ends. Chapter 1707, Where is Qingwen? No wonder this person wanted to sleep on the spirit table. If someone came and wanted to enter the underground, they would have to move the table, and he would naturally wake up. Mingyu decisively used her divine sense to form a shape and tapped his drowsiness acupoint, sending him into a deep sleep. At this point, even thunder could not jolt him awake. Now he wanted to call the police, but he couldn't. Mingyu simply waved her hand and put the now sleeping person into her space. Then, Mingyu refined her divine sense, spreading it to every corner of the sacrificial hall and underground. She found nothing else in the entire hall. So, she focused her divine sense on the passage under the spirit table leading underground. Following the underground passage, Mingyu discovered a shocking secret. Beneath this Qijia village, there was an underground village. However, this underground village was much smaller, with only a dozen or so houses. The underground village also had an ancestral hall, but unlike the above-ground village, it was not at the northernmost end, but in the center of the village. In this ancestral hall, there was a large statue. At this moment, a dozen people stood before the statue, split into two factions, seemingly waiting for something. He should be the hypnotist the locust tree mentioned. Mingyu was startled. Had this old fellow also detected her divine sense? Fortunately, the old man's divine sense could not reach far. He only swept around a few times and withdrew. He probably thought he was being overly cautious and did not scan again. This transvestite actually had spiritual power. Mingyu did not know the hierarchy of hypnotist's abilities, but she could tell his spiritual power was roughly equivalent to the 10th layer of qi refining. But where was Qingwen? However, the highest cultivation level was only the 10th layer of qi refining. Not only had the transvestite sensed something, but an old man sitting in the center suddenly turned his gaze toward the source of Mingyu's divine sense, and even released his own divine sense to check the surroundings. Qingwen was at the 5th layer of qi refining, and, because he was too young, Mingyu had not taught him any spells. Thus, he had cultivation but no combat ability. Yet, Mingyu was shocked by the old man's sweep. This old fellow actually had the divine sense of a foundation establishment cultivator. No wonder this transvestite could easily hypnotize Qingwen. At this moment, the two opposing factions consisted of one side led by this old man, and the other side comprising Luo Xinxing and the transvestite. Mingyu quickly retracted her divine sense and remained still, and the man stopped checking, looking puzzled. Mingyu did not intend to withdraw her divine sense entirely. Instead, she refined it further and placed it back on the old man. Sure enough, this time, the old man did not seem to sense her refined divine sense. Luo Xinxing was also among them, the only mortal without cultivation. What surprised Mingyu was that among the dozen people, 3 were cultivators. The rest, except for Luo Xinxing, were ancient martial artists. Her earlier guess was correct. This Qin family was a hidden cultivation clan. However, just as Mingyu was about to get a clearer look at him, she noticed that the man suddenly sensed something and began to look around. Beside him stood a woman. No, he was a transvestite. This was a 10th layer qi refining cultivator, but he had just released his divine sense, indicating he was likely a former foundation establishment cultivator whose lifespan was nearly exhausted, causing his cultivation to drop to the 10th layer of qi refining. Mingyu scanned the entire underground village but could not find Qingwen. Yet, she felt that Qingwen was in this underground village, specifically in this central ancestral hall. At that moment, someone among the group spoke. Today's 6 chapters are done. Good night, dear readers. This chapter ends. Chapter 1708, The Qin Family Legacy. The speaker was Luo Xinxing, 7th great-uncle. No matter what, I'm the one who brought the person back. Without the person I brought back, no matter how many treasures the Qin family has, you wouldn't be able to get them, right? The old man called 7th great-uncle snorted. Have you forgotten? Your surname is Luo now, not Qin. It's already generous of us to give you ancient martial arts techniques, and you still want the legacy. So, Luo Xinxing wanted to obtain some kind of legacy. Luo Xinxing shook his head. Back then, changing my surname wasn't my idea. My mother secretly changed it for me. I was just a child and couldn't defy her. But no matter what, I have Qin family blood. I'm the only surviving son of my father's line, so it's only right that I receive the techniques. As for the surname, I can change it back right now. 7th great-uncle sneered. Back then, your mother immediately cut ties with the Qin family when it faced disaster. Now that you see the Qin family has something to gain, you come running back to claim kinship. Do you think all the good things in the world should go to you? Besides, even if you are old Ten's son, you're not a legitimate heir, just a concubine's son. And you still think you can get the Qin family's technique legacy and resources? Impossible. Luo Xinxing grew impatient. You call me a concubine's son, but you're just a collateral branch yourself. The Qin family's technique legacy and resources should naturally be inherited by the direct line. From that perspective, you don't even qualify to inherit the techniques. So let's not point fingers, we're all in the same boat. One was to protect the other's sea of consciousness. If someone tried to attack or seize the disciple's sea of consciousness, this trace of divine thought would step forward to guard the disciple's soul. The divine thought left behind had 3 functions. However, Mingyu noticed that Luo Xinxing repeatedly said, I'm the one who brought the person back. It seemed the person he brought back was Qingwen, and only Qingwen could obtain the Qin family's resources and legacy. The third was that if the disciple met with misfortune, this trace of divine thought would return to its master, bringing back the disciple's final memories to facilitate revenge. Listening to these people's conversation, Mingyu understood that 7th great-uncle represented the collateral branch, while Luo Xinxing represented the direct line. Both sides were vying for the Qin family's technique legacy and the cultivation resources, whose location was still unknown. The second was that if the disciple intended to betray, this trace of divine thought would seal the techniques, causing them to lose the memory of the techniques, just like what happened to Shinchi. How were they using Qingwen to obtain the Qin family legacy? Mingyu continued searching for Qingwen with her divine sense. Mingyu slapped her forehead. How foolish of her. Xiaodao suddenly called out from the space. Master, you can activate the thought you left in Qingwen's sea of consciousness. The problem was, where were they hiding Qingwen? Luo Xinxing wanted it, but seventh great-uncle was unwilling to give it. Yes, every time Mingyu transmitted techniques to her disciples, she used the method of divine transmission. That is, she used her own divine thought to send the techniques directly into the other's sea of consciousness. After transmitting the techniques, that trace of her divine thought remained in the other's sea of consciousness. The third point was that it wasn't necessarily only when the disciple met with misfortune that the thought could be retrieved. The master could also activate it themselves to bring it back, still carrying the disciple's recent memories. Since Mingyu couldn't find Qingwen now, she could activate the divine thought she had left in Qingwen's sea of consciousness to bring it back, and then locate Qingwen based on that. But Qingwen needs my divine thought to protect him right now. I can't take it back, Mingyu hesitated. Her soul was already as powerful as the nascent soul stage, so the divine thought she split off naturally carried the pressure of the nascent soul stage. If it stayed inside, it was very capable within Qingwen's sea of consciousness. If it came out to fight an enemy, it could exert 1% of her power. She had a premonition that Qingwen's sea of consciousness urgently needed her divine thought's protection right now. Chapter end. Chapter 1709, the last of the direct line. Xiao Tao couldn't help but find it amusing. Master, have you gotten silly from pregnancy? You can just activate that divine thought and then sense his location without withdrawing it. Right? I can do it that way. I'm so muddled, really. One pregnancy makes you dull for 3 years. Mingyu immediately sat cross-legged on the spirit table and began to activate her soul, sensing the fragment of her divine thought within Qingwen's sea of consciousness. To Mingyu's great astonishment, the direction of the information transmitted by that divine thought she had left in Qingwen's sea of consciousness came from behind the altar at the backs of those people. But behind that altar, there was clearly nothing there. No, not nothing. There was a statue of an ancestor of the Qin family. Earlier, Mingyu had thought it was a statue of the Qin family's ancestor, but at this moment, she suddenly realized that the statue had a problem. She could only see its surface, not its interior. In other words, the statue was made of a material that blocked divine sense, which was why she couldn't see what was inside it. Mingyu scanned it with her divine sense again, but still couldn't see inside the statue. More precisely, were they trying to let their ancestor seize a body? They had brought Qingwen back, intending to let the Qin family's ancestor seize his body? That is, Qingwen was the vessel they had prepared for their ancestor? Prompted by the demon's reminder, everyone suddenly realized that the ancestor's resurrection seemed to be taking quite a long time. And Mingyu, who was originally trying to communicate with the divine thought in Qingwen's sea of consciousness, felt a shudder upon hearing the demon's words. What? Resurrection? And on a descendant's body? It probably failed again, right? Didn't the ancestor's last words say that the person sent for his resurrection must first be a blood relative and second, must possess spiritual roots? So maybe the ancestor looks down on Wenju's body. But Mingyu guessed that the statue was hollow, with Qingwen trapped inside. Alas, this Qingwen is the last direct descendant. If the ancestor still can't resurrect through a descendant, then there will be no one left for him to resurrect through, and the Qin family's legacy will be cut off. Just then, they suddenly heard the demon speak. You all should stop deciding who gets the inheritance and resources for now. Don't you find it strange? Why has the ancestor shown no movement after the child was sent in for so long? Could it be that this resurrection has failed again? Strange, why were they locking Qingwen inside the statue? Mingyu decisively activated her divine thought, trying to communicate with the divine thought in Qingwen's sea of consciousness. But because her divine sense was blocked when it landed on the statue, she couldn't connect with her own thought. A surge of rage instantly blazed within Mingyu's heart. Then, recalling what Luo Xiansheng had said earlier, no matter what, I brought the person back. Without me bringing him back, no matter how many treasures the Qin family has, they won't get them. She felt a bit bewildered. After a moment of thought, Mingyu guessed a secret of the Qin family. They possessed a legacy of cultivation techniques and resources, which the Qin family ancestor had gathered during his lifetime. To obtain the Qin family's legacy, a Qin descendant had to be sent for the ancestor to seize his body. Only after obtaining a body could the ancestor pass on the legacy to the clan and bring out the resources for them. End of this chapter. Chapter 1710, Delivering Oneself as a Sacrifice. However, it seemed that the Qin family ancestor had an agreement with the Qin family. Only blood relatives could be used for possession. Therefore, only a direct descendant of the Qin family, whose bloodline was closest to his, would suffice. Thus, they went to great lengths to find Qingwen, this direct descendant, and deliver him to the ancestor for possession. It appeared that similar activities had been carried out before, but none had succeeded. Moreover, according to what this person said, it seemed that the direct descendants sent to the ancestor for possession would die even if the possession was unsuccessful. As a result, finding direct descendants became increasingly difficult until only Qingwen remained. Mingyu found this strange. Who decreed that only direct descendants could be used for possession? In this world, as long as the soul was compatible, possession could succeed, couldn't it? The rule that only direct descendants could be offered as sacrifices meant one of two things. Either the Qin family ancestor hated the direct line and thus demanded only direct descendants for possession, or the seventh great-uncle, who presided over this activity, hated the direct line and deliberately twisted the ancestor's intent by using only direct descendants. But the direct line was the ancestor's own lineage. The ancestor couldn't possibly hate his own descendants. Therefore, the only possibility was that the seventh great-uncle, a member of the collateral branch, harbored hatred for the direct line and thus used only direct descendants as sacrifices. Qingwen's father, Qin Shaowen, was very likely another person captured by these collateral Qin family members and sent to the ancestor for possession, only to fail. No wonder, after rescuing Qingwen, she had searched the city, but could never find anyone with a bloodline over 80% similar to Qingwen's. It was highly probable that Qin Shaowen, upon returning after his political rehabilitation, had been seized by these collateral Qin family members and offered as a sacrifice to the ancestor. If this attempt also failed, then the Qin family ancestor's method of resurrection would be completely doomed. However, Mingyu was certain that Qingwen was not dead. If Qingwen had truly died, her divine sense, having no place to anchor, would have automatically returned to her sea of consciousness. It seemed the direction of events had shifted. As soon as the seventh great-uncle said this, everyone was stunned. They all turned their gazes to Luo Xinxing. Yes, although he was the child born from a maidservant climbing into bed, his bloodline was genuinely of the direct line. Pointed at by the seventh great-uncle, Luo Xinxing panicked. He quickly shrank behind the human-demon hybrid. I am already old. Have you forgotten? The one offered as a sacrifice to the ancestor must be a virgin. However, thinking that Qingwen was in the danger of being possessed, Mingyu still decided to go down and rescue him first. Mingyu, who had originally planned to go rescue Qingwen immediately, paused in her actions. He grinned viciously and pointed his finger at Luo Xinxing. Don't forget, he is Qiaowen's half-brother from the same father. He had come to deliver someone to the ancestor as a sacrifice, not to deliver himself as a sacrifice. But now, since the divine sense in Qingwen's sea of consciousness had not returned, Qingwen was certainly fine. It was just that, due to the statue's ability to block divine sense, she couldn't establish contact for the moment. Mingyu was about to open a passage and enter to rescue Qingwen when she suddenly heard the seventh great-uncle's voice, who said Wenjiu was the last of the direct line. Hearing this, Mingyu paused again. Must it be a virgin? Then had Qin Shaowen died as a sacrifice? Or had they killed Qin Shaowen just to capture Qingwen as the offering? No, if they wanted Qin Shaowen's son as a sacrifice, they should have considered sustainability and not cut off his line entirely. Perhaps Qin Shaowen had not been killed, but was captured and kept somewhere as a stud, as long as he could produce sons. Next update time, 8 p.m. End of this chapter. Chapter 1711. Aren't you afraid I'll burn everything down with you? Mingyu thought about the possibility that Qin Shaowen might be locked up and turned into a breeding stallion, and she felt a chill run down her spine. However, judging from what that freak had said, that Qingwen was the last direct-line child, her speculation was probably off. Perhaps Qin Shaowen's life as a stud hadn't succeeded. Upon hearing Luo Xinxing's words, seventh great-uncle let out a light laugh. It doesn't matter that you're not a virgin. Your wife gave birth to a pair of twin sons. They're 16 this year, aren't they? Perfect, use one as a sacrifice for the ancestor, and keep the other to breed for the direct line. Seventh great-uncle paused here, then coughed. Go bring Wei over as a backup. When Luo Xinxing heard seventh great-uncle's words, he nearly fainted. His expression suddenly changed, and he shouted, "Don't take my son. My mother told me long ago that I am not of Qin Hai's bloodline, so my son cannot be used as a sacrifice." His words immediately stirred up a huge commotion among the crowd. What? You're not of the Qin family bloodline? Two men dragged over a boy with his eyes closed. When the boy opened his eyes and saw Luo Xinxing, he cried out in terror, "Dad, I don't want to be a sacrifice. Save me, Dad." Could it be that he was actually a member of the Qin family too? She once again scanned the underground village with her divine sense, but found nothing unusual. No, that freak wasn't a hypnotist, and he probably wasn't a member of the Qin family either, right? Luo Xinxing said, "Because my biological father is Qin Maoxing, a member of the Qin family's collateral branch. So, like you all, I am also from the Qin collateral line." By this point, Luo Xinxing had thrown caution to the wind. He couldn't let his son become a sacrifice. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. If Luo Xinxing truly wasn't of Qin Hai's bloodline, then he wasn't part of the direct line and couldn't be used as a sacrifice to revive the ancestor. Huh? Do you really think someone like Qin Hai would raise another man's son? Besides, whether you're of the direct bloodline or not, testing it with your son will tell us soon enough. Seventh great-uncle shouted, "Bring Wei Ning over." Thus, he had no choice but to expose the truth. "No, I am not of Qin Hai's bloodline. I am the child of my mother and a worker who saved her." Suddenly, she remembered the formation on the ground. It must be because of that formation, right? If someone not of the Qin bloodline entered, an alarm would sound. But Mingyu knew that Luo Xinxing was lying. He shared 30 to 40% bloodline similarity with Qingwen, clearly making him Qingwen's uncle. Mingyu was startled by this. Only those of the Qin bloodline could enter the underground Qin village. When she had entered, she had flown in close to the ground on her 5 elements fan. The fan's built-in concealment and isolation arrays had blocked her information, so she hadn't triggered the formation's alert. "You're not of Qin Hai's bloodline, yet you entered the underground Qin village?" Seventh great-uncle didn't believe it. "My underground Qin village is not accessible to outsiders." Seventh great-uncle waved his hand toward the boy, and the boy's head drooped. He had fallen unconscious. Luo Xinxing hadn't expected that seventh great-uncle would actually bring his son there, and that his methods were far more formidable than anticipated. However, he was no saint to begin with, and he carried a streak of ruthlessness. Seeing seventh great-uncle knock his son unconscious with a wave of his hand, instead of being afraid, he grew furious. He glared with bull-like eyes and pointed at seventh great-uncle. "Seventh great-uncle, are you sure you want to do this? Aren't you afraid I'll burn everything down with you?" End of chapter. Chapter 1712, revealing what was tied around his waist. Seventh grandfather looked at Luo Xinxing. "Mutual destruction? Do you think I can do it?" "Very much so. Why can't he do that? That is the contribution our direct bloodline should make. Otherwise, on what basis do we, the direct line, enjoy the honor and glory of their Qin family?" What the hell kind of honor and glory has he enjoyed? Don't think he doesn't know. All the cultivation resources of the entire Qin family are in our hands. The so-called direct line on the surface are the owners of the Qin family assets, but in reality, they are merely sacrifices in the hands of us cultivators. To be honest, I'm very worried that my son might have a mixed spiritual root, and the ancestor wouldn't take a liking to him. But unexpectedly, he ended up sacrificing his own son. If he had known that, when seventh grandfather sent someone with the ancestor's resurrection technique to find him, he shouldn't have colluded with that seventh grandfather, capturing Qingwen to offer as a sacrifice. Seventh grandfather continued, "Originally, the wife they arranged for Qin Hai had a spiritual root, so the children she bore had a high chance of having a spiritual root. However, my worthless mother begged her way into my father's bed, gave birth to me, and angered the original wife to death. Otherwise, Qin Hai's original wife could have given birth to many more descendants with spiritual roots, so why would we need to use my son, born of a concubine with poor aptitude?" That Qingwen never enjoyed the Qin family's assets either. Wasn't he brought here by me to be a sacrifice? What do I have to complain about? Seventh grandfather's words left Luo Xinxing speechless with anger. He had gone to great lengths to find Qingwen, begging for the ancestor to be resurrected so he could open the secret chamber, allowing himself to obtain the Qin family's inheritance and cultivation resources, and learn the art of immortality. He pointed at seventh grandfather. "Seventh grandfather, if I dare to use his son as a sacrifice, he dares to fight us to the death. Don't think that just because he's immortal, he can't do anything to us cultivators." Luo Xinxing was stunned. Yes, Qingwen wasn't brought back by him. But people are like that. He could accept using others as sacrifices, but when it was his own son being sacrificed, he naturally couldn't accept it. He left the Qin family with his mother since childhood, and never enjoyed any of the Qin family's assets. Why should I have to use his son as a sacrifice? He suddenly tore open his clothes, revealing what was tied around his waist, a row of explosives. Everyone was shocked at the sight and immediately scattered, moving away from Luo Xinxing. But this place was an underground house. Once the explosives on Luo Xinxing detonated, it would inevitably cause a collapse. Those with high cultivation might escape with their lives, but what about those with low cultivation? Thus, everyone's faces turned pale. Even Mingyu was startled. That Luo Xinxing had actually strapped explosives to himself? Why hadn't she noticed it before? Probably, the explosives posed no threat to her, so she hadn't sensed them. Seeing everyone's faces change, Luo Xinxing sneered. "He doesn't believe that you all have cultivated indestructible bodies and are afraid of his explosives. He knows very well that every 20 years, you send a direct line descendant to be sacrificed to the ancestor, causing the direct line to dwindle. But in reality, The people used for the ancestors' sacrifice in the past. If the sacrifice failed, the person being sacrificed could have survived, but you feared the news of the sacrifice would leak, so every time a sacrifice failed, you killed them. Seventh grandfather, in my 100 years of stewardship, I have already killed 4 of their direct line descendants. I am nothing but an executioner of the direct line. He understands now. I clearly have a grudge against the direct line, wanting to wipe them out completely, yet not wanting them to hate me, so I came up with this method to exterminate the direct line's children. This chapter ends. Chapter 1713, The Fate of Luo Xinxing. Minyu thought, this Luo Xinxing isn't stupid after all. He actually saw through 7th grandfather's scheme. But this 7th grandfather is too terrifying, wanting to wipe out the direct line of the Qin family. Luo Xinxing continued, I know you've long planned to sacrifice my son, and whether it succeeds or fails, you'll kill me too. But have you considered that I, an ordinary mortal, would dare to enter this underground village with you without some preparation? I'm not afraid to tell you. Before I came in, I wrote down the Qin family's secrets and today's actions, leaving them with a friend. If I don't make it out, he will send my letter out. Then, your evil practice of human sacrifice will be exposed. Not just today, from now on, if I die, the news of your live sacrifices will spread. When the dragon group comes knocking, this underground village where you hide will be destroyed. As Luo Xinxing spoke, everyone in the underground ancestral hall changed color. The location of the Qin family village was favorable, with an array set by their ancestors. The village had spiritual energy, faint though it was, but still much better than outside, allowing them to cultivate. Otherwise, if they left the village or the array was destroyed, they couldn't cultivate at all. They looked at 7th grandfather. 7th grandfather listened to Luo Xinxing's threats, his eyes shifting constantly. Finally, a stiff smile appeared on his face. Luo Xinxing, didn't I already swear a heart demon oath to you? Why don't you trust me? Luo Xinxing snorted. 7th grandfather, I'm not a child who believes in oaths. You say cultivators can't casually make heart demon oaths, but I've heard that heart demon tribulations only come during the ascension tribulation. And you have little lifespan left, with no chance to undergo a tribulation. What use is your heart demon oath? So don't fool me. No matter what you say, I absolutely refuse to let my son be sacrificed. Everyone looked at 7th grandfather as they heard these words. 7th grandfather and the others exchanged glances. He actually knows that heart demon tribulations only occur during tribulation transcendence. 2 men came forward and dragged Luo Xinxing's body away. Everyone seemed to have expected such an outcome. No one spoke a word. Even the demon who had initially sided with Luo Xinxing only frowned silently. However, just as he relaxed his guard, 7th grandfather's attack came. He didn't even have time to trigger the explosive device on him before his eyes went wide and he fell. 7th grandfather said, prepare the sacrifice. Wait another hour. If the altar shows no movement, proceed with the second sacrifice. 7th grandfather nodded. Then, that works too. 7th grandfather's face was icy cold, just an ant, daring to threaten me. Luo Xinxing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. So, I suggest that once midnight passes, open the secret door of the statue to check. If Wenju hasn't awakened, it means this sacrifice has failed. Then simply seal this statue. The demon finally spoke. Though this is my first time returning to the Qin family and participating in this event, I think since you've already conducted 4 sacrifices, and today is the 5th, if this one fails, it only means the ancestor has already reincarnated. Further sacrifices are useless. Yes, someone answered, pulling Wanying before the statue. In the underground ancestral hall, a deathly silence fell. Minyu hadn't expected the old man to act so swiftly, killing Luo Xinxing. Still, that Luo Xinxing dared to touch Qingwen. He deserved death. Even if she had been able to save him, she wouldn't have. Today's 6 chapters end here. Good night, dear readers. Chapter end. Chapter 1714, Soul Battle. It could now be determined that the statue in the ancestral hall was hollow, and Qingwen was imprisoned inside it. Minyu wanted to open the underground passage and sneak in to rescue Qingwen, but Xiaodao advised against it. Master, don't go in for now. I feel that there's something strange about their ancestral hall. Perhaps what that 7th grandfather said about non-Qin bloodline being unable to enter the underground village refers specifically to their ancestral hall. Minyu paused. Although she couldn't pinpoint what was strange, who knew? Some ancient sorcery couldn't be detected even by spiritual power or divine sense. Xiaodao was right. If she entered the underground village, she would very likely be exposed. Moreover, if Qingwen was being possessed, his body should be unharmed. Since they wanted the ancestor to be reborn in Qingwen's body, they naturally wouldn't damage his body beforehand. Even if she went in, she couldn't help Qingwen. It would be worse if they used Qingwen as a hostage to do something. What she should worry about most now was his soul. Mingyu thought it better to intensify her communication with the divine sense she had left in Qingwen's sea of consciousness. Perhaps she could still help him. Minyu's refined divine sense finally connected with the divine sense in Qingwen's sea of consciousness, learning about the situation there. Moreover, his divine sense had indeed been suppressed to facilitate possession. Earlier, Mingyu had only casually scanned the statue, finding it seamless and whole without suspicion. Now that she knew Qingwen was hidden inside, she naturally had to examine it carefully. But this Qin family ancestor, having failed 4 times at possession or having waited for a good vessel, was not weakened. He seemed stronger than an ordinary golden core cultivator's primordial spirit, but weaker than a nascent soul cultivator's. Indeed, Qingwen was being possessed. So, Minyu's refined divine sense immediately entered from the base below and finally discovered Qingwen. If not for Minyu's divine sense protecting him, possessing Qingwen would have been easy. However, Qingwen had a master and his soul was guarded by Minyu's divine sense. The soul attempting possession couldn't succeed and had to first struggle against Minyu's divine sense. Although the layer below the base fit seamlessly with the statue above, it needed to be opened, so gaps remained. Nothing else could enter, but divine sense could. At that moment, Qingwen sat cross-legged on the statue's base, eyes tightly shut, his breath faint. Finally, she noticed a phenomenon. The seamless statue indeed had no gaps, but the base below and the statue were not a single piece. She immediately covered the entire statue with her refined divine sense. But Minyu's divine sense, originally at the nascent soul stage and willingly placed by Qingwen, had long resided in Qingwen's sea of consciousness and was very familiar with it. Therefore, it wasn't easy for him to devour Minyu's divine sense in a short time. Thus, the Qin ancestor had been possessing for several hours without success, leading the Qin family to believe the sacrifice had failed again. However, Minyu's divine sense was just a fragment. Although it had the advantage of familiarity, it faced an entire soul. So, the soul energy carried by Minyu's divine sense was gradually devoured by the Qin ancestor's soul, and the divine sense was continuously weakened. Qingwen's soul cried out loudly, "You demon, don't eat my master's divine sense. My master won't let you off." Good morning. This chapter ends. Chapter 17:15, Blessing or Curse. The soul of the Qin family's ancestor laughed triumphantly. Haha, you unfilial brat. Your great-grandfather has taken a liking to your body, so you should obediently hand it over. And you still think your master's divine thought can protect you? Haha, your master is about to be destroyed by me. Just obediently give your body to your great-grandfather. As soon as Minyu's divine thought disappeared, Qingwen's soul would inevitably be devoured. But what Qingwen could not bear even more was that his master's divine thought contained the techniques she had passed on to him. If this demon swallowed it, his master's techniques would be stolen. Just as the soul of the Qin family's ancestor was about to devour Minyu's soul energy and then her divine thought, that sliver of divine thought suddenly grew larger and stronger. Moreover, it transformed into a beautiful woman, glaring angrily at the Qin family's ancestor. What demon dares to occupy my disciple's body? This woman was naturally Minyu. Having discovered the situation in Qingwen's sea of consciousness, Minyu used the divine thought she had left in his sea of consciousness as a medium to channel her own divine sense into his spiritual sea. Guided by that divine thought, this influx of divine sense quickly formed her second primordial spirit. At this moment, while speaking, she held a blade in her hand and slashed at the Qin family's ancestor. The Qin family's ancestor was greatly startled. Who are you? You actually have a soul weapon. The Qin family's ancestor suddenly felt a headache. Earlier, when Qingwen was controlled by the restriction, he still could not seize control of the body. Now that Qingwen's soul had escaped, could he still successfully possess this child? Logically, knowing it was unfeasible, he should immediately turn around and flee Qingwen's sea of consciousness. But he could not bear to. This was a body with a single spiritual root. In the underground ancestral hall, an hour had passed, and everyone's faces grew desperate. It seemed this sacrifice had failed again. However, just as the Qin family's ancestor fled far away, Minyu's blade transformed into a dagger and stabbed toward Qingwen. Seventh great-uncle sighed and was about to speak when the human monster suddenly screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood, breaking the silence of the underground ancestral hall. The human monster said weakly, "The restriction I placed on Wenju has been broken." Soul weapon? You came to possess my disciple and you still have anything to say? Minyu shouted angrily. Seventh great-uncle was not alarmed but instead delighted. This is... Who else could it be? The ancestor, of course. Seventh great-uncle was overjoyed. It must be the ancestor who broke your restriction. Qingwen suddenly felt a release and immediately gained freedom. Minyu's dagger had broken the restriction on his soul. The human monster shook his head. If the ancestor had truly taken the body, he should have directly expelled Wenju's soul. The restriction was meant to prevent the soul from dispersing. Breaking it means he intends to devour Wenju's soul. Mingyu was puzzled. She had transformed her divine sense into a blade. Why did the Qin family's ancestor call it a soul weapon? But the next moment, she swung the blade and slashed at the Qin family's ancestor. What? Broken? Who could break the soul restriction you placed? Someone asked in confusion. Seeing Mingyu charging fiercely with her soul weapon, while he was unarmed, the Qin family's ancestor could only dodge, shouting as he evaded, "Fellow cultivator, stop. Let's talk this over." Devour. Seventh grade Tunkel's expression suddenly froze. Devour? Had the Qin family's ancestor devoured Wenju's soul? Everyone's faces changed as they exchanged glances. Ancestor, this is your own descendant. Taking his body might be one thing, but his soul should be allowed to reincarnate. How could you devour your descendant's soul as well? If such an ancestor were revived, would it be a blessing or a curse? This chapter ends. Chapter 1716. Indeed a fake. Could it be that Wenju himself? Impossible, the demon said. The restriction I placed, Wenju couldn't possibly undo it himself. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances once again. What do we do now? A young man asked. Seventh great-grandfather sighed. Since things have come to this, all we can do is wait. In Qingwen's sea of consciousness, now free, Qingwen immediately ran off, using every means to intercept and pursue the Qin family ancestor. The Qin family ancestor had no way to deal with Mingyu. He tried to grab Qingwen, but Mingyu shielded him behind her. He tried to strike Mingyu, but she was far faster, and he couldn't harm her at all. Meanwhile, Mingyu wielded her dagger, repeatedly slicing off chunks of flesh from the Qin family ancestor. Mingyu held the flesh from the Qin family ancestor and commanded Qingwen, swallow the flesh. At first, Qingwen dared not, it was human flesh after all. Upon hearing this, Qingwen roared angrily at the Qin ancestor, you're an imposter? Qingwen still struggled to get past it, but he is my ancestor. Mingyu sneered. Are you still pretending to be my disciple's ancestor now? The dagger in Mingyu's hand suddenly transformed, and she kept slicing off chunks of flesh from his body. If Qingwen didn't swallow them, she swallowed them herself. Otherwise, the sliced flesh would quickly dissolve into energy and merge back into the Qin family ancestor's body. The Qin family ancestor quickly shouted, no, that's wrong, I really am the Qin family ancestor. Hearing this, Qingwen realized he had been deceived and flew into a rage. Why did you trick me? Mingyu, frustrated by his lack of resolve, could only swallow the piece of soul energy transformed flesh herself. This flesh and everything else is simulated. It's actually just soul energy. He was about to devour you and take over your body just now, and you still hesitate. Mingyu scoffed. Think about it. Is there an ancestor who would seize his descendant's body? Even if seizing a descendant's body were for resurrection, he was about to devour you just now. If not for my divine sense, he would have consumed you already. Do you think someone like that could be your ancestor? The Qin family ancestor pleaded, stop cutting my flesh. I'll leave right now. I won't seize his body, and I won't devour him. You're right, fellow cultivator. He is, after all, my descendant. You're lying. When you die, the underworld's messengers should guide you to the afterlife for reincarnation. Your lingering in the mortal realm must mean you used some trick. Tell me quickly, how did you impersonate the Qin family ancestor? And where's the real Qin family ancestor? Mingyu said, slicing another large piece of flesh from his shoulder and swallowing it. She then cut another piece from his arm. If you truly were the Qin family ancestor, then you would sacrifice for your descendant and let him consume your soul energy. The soul intent on seizing Qingwen's body quickly said, I didn't mean to. I was originally an orphan my master picked up. With nowhere to go after death, I just stayed here, impersonating my master to enjoy the offerings. Stop cutting. I'll talk, I admit it. I am indeed not the Qin family ancestor. I am merely the Qin family ancestor's closed-door disciple, Guan Yuran. Yes. I was my master's favorite closed-door disciple, Guan Yuran. So, after becoming his disciple, I always followed the ancestor and knew everything about him. Once, my master brought back a treasure from outside. Just as he returned home, an enemy found out and brought a strong cultivator to demand it. My master refused, and they beat him until his soul was scattered. I also lost my life, and the treasure was taken. But the treasure they took was a fake. The real treasure, my master had me hide away as soon as he sensed the enemy approaching. I couldn't bear to part with the treasure my master left behind, so I stayed. But since I couldn't use the treasure like this, I impersonated my master and sent a dream to seventh great-grandfather, asking him to offer me a child with spiritual roots as a sacrifice. After I revived, I would give him cultivation resources. Next update time, 8 p.m. Chapter ends. Chapter 1717, The Treasure in the Chamber Pot. Qingwen was utterly exasperated. The ancestor that the Qin family had worshipped for so many years was merely the ancestor's disciple. Mingyu sneered. Don't tell me that after the Qin family ancestor's enemy killed him, he left his storage pouch behind. The cultivation resources you mentioned, are you lying? No, I'm not lying. The cultivation resources I spoke of are inside that treasure, Guan Yu and quickly said. Mingyu's heart skipped a beat. What kind of treasure is it? Guan Yuren paused for a moment, then said, that treasure is a space forged by a great cultivator, and it naturally contains cultivation resources. Mingyu was taken aback. A planting space? No wonder the Qin family ancestor fought to protect it, and no wonder that enemy had brought the covetousness of great cultivators upon him. That can't be right. How do you know the treasure is a planting space? The ancestor wouldn't have let you know about such a treasure, would he? Guan Yuren's brow furrowed slightly, and Mingyu knew she had hit the mark. The ancestor himself didn't know it was a spatial treasure. It's just that this treasure couldn't be stored in a storage pouch, so I guessed it was a spatial treasure. Mingyu was speechless, so it was just a guess. Unexpectedly, this time they had sent a male child with a single spiritual root. It matched the spiritual root I had in life. I was overjoyed, thinking, how could they bear to offer up such excellent talent as a sacrifice? But who would have thought? Guan Yuren said fearfully, No, I just mentioned it casually. Who knew 7th great-uncle would take it so seriously? I even said that if no direct-line descendants were available, others with good spiritual roots would do. But 7th great-uncle himself held a grudge against the direct line, so he only wanted children from that branch. Qingwen said angrily, because you wanted to pass yourself off as a member of the Qin family and demanded sacrifices of your own descendants' bloodline, the direct line of my Qin family has been reduced to just me. Do you realize that? Minyu frowned as well. This 7th great-uncle was utterly despicable. No matter who in the direct line he had a grudge against, he shouldn't have harmed the entire branch like this. Who would have thought he'd be protected by his master's divine will, causing all my efforts to come to nothing? In the past 100 years, you've already been offered 4 sacrifices, surely that's not just 4 lives? Today is the 5th time. Why didn't you seize their bodies before? That's because the bodies 7th great-uncle sent before didn't resonate well with my soul. After seizing them, I couldn't control them as I wished, and their spiritual roots were poor, just miscellaneous or false roots. I thought, since there was incense offering here and my soul wouldn't dissipate, I could wait a little longer. Guan Yuren hesitated slightly. I just mentioned casually that using direct-line blood relatives might make possession easier. Otherwise, what if people doubted I was a member of the Qin family? Just now, who claimed to know everything about the ancestor? Now, the spatial treasure was a guess, and the hidden chamber's treasures were also a guess? Since you're not a member of the Qin family, why did you insist on using direct-line Qin descendants for possession? Seeing Mingyu's expression, Guan Yuren quickly added, I also heard the ancestor say that I should be careful to guard his study. I suspect there's a hidden chamber in the study, and it must contain cultivation resources. Mingyu pondered for a moment, then asked, that treasure the Qin family ancestor retrieved, where did you hide it? The Qin family ancestor didn't want to say, but when Mingyu raised her dagger to cut him again, he quickly shouted, I'll talk. It's in the chamber pot my master used daily. Hiding a treasure in a chamber pot? Good heavens, that was a celestial treasure. Tainted by filth, could it still be used? Guan Yuren quickly said, that thing has an outer wrapping, it won't dirty the treasure. Well, if it hadn't been hidden in such a filthy place as a chamber pot, it probably wouldn't have been left behind and would have been taken long ago. End of chapter. Chapter 17-18, Exposed. After a long while, Mingyu finally accepted the news that the treasure was in the chamber pot and asked, is that chamber pot still there? Guan Yuren quickly replied, yes, it is. I instructed them that the ancestors' relics must be sealed and preserved for use after my resurrection. They were also afraid that there might be valuable items inside that they wouldn't recognize and would sell off. So the chamber pot is still there. Where is it? It's in the room where the ancestor originally lived, still placed under the bed. Do you have anything else to say? Guan Yuren sighed, I only ask that you release a wisp of my soul to be reincarnated. Mingyu looked at Qingwen. This matter mainly depends on Qingwen. He is the victim. Moreover, the 4 people you killed over the past century were all Qingwen's relatives. Guan Yuren refused to admit it. No, I didn't kill them. When I found bodies that couldn't harmonize with my soul, I didn't harm them in the slightest. It was 7th great-uncle who feared they would leak the information and silence them. In the end, although Mingyu and Qingwen didn't destroy him, they stripped him of his soul energy and agreed to release a wisp of his soul for reincarnation after the matter was settled. Mingyu sighed. They were killed because they feared the sacrifice to you would be exposed. You didn't kill Boren, but Boren died because of you. Qingshan, however, disagreed. Master, I should go rescue Qingwen. You stay outside and guard. Once Mingyu withdrew her divine sense, she released Qingshan. Guard the entrance. I'll go in and rescue Qingwen. Guan Yuren was left speechless. Mingyu scoffed, I have the 5 elements fan for defense and invisibility. Can you turn invisible? After rescuing Qingwen while invisible, can you make him invisible too? Feeling that Qingwen had regained control of his body, Minyu's divine sense quickly withdrew from Qingwen's sea of consciousness. This time, she had absorbed most of Guan Yuren's soul energy, so her own soul energy surged past the peak of the out-of-body stage, reaching the level of soul energy typical of the fusion stage. What she didn't know was that the increase in soul energy had a negative effect on her body. Minyu instructed Qingwen, "Stay hidden in this statue for now and don't come out. I'll come in to rescue you shortly." Qingwen's divine sense had reached the late foundation establishment stage, but his cultivation was still at the 8th layer of qi refining. Coupled with his young age and lack of training and techniques, he wouldn't be of much help if he went out. Last time, Minyu and her spiritual pet had devoured the remnant soul of Yun Jiang, a celestial immortal, pushing her spiritual energy to the peak of the out-of-body stage, just shy of the fusion stage, though she hadn't noticed it herself. Qingshan felt deflated but persisted. "Master said that under no circumstances should I leave your side. I must go in with you. Let Shadow stay here instead." Because Minyu was right, though those people weren't killed by him, they died because of him. This had caused the direct line of the Qin family to struggle with descendants, leaving only Qingwen alive and his father's fate unknown. Guan Yuren had been a golden core great perfection cultivator in life, and had enjoyed the Qin family's incense offerings after death without much loss. Qingwen could only absorb a portion, pushing his soul energy to the peak of foundation establishment. The remaining soul energy was absorbed by Minyu, giving her a significant boost. As for Luo Xinxing, not only had he denied his direct bloodline, but even if he hadn't, given what he had done today, Minyu would no longer acknowledge him as her father's half-brother. Minyu thought for a moment and reluctantly called Xiaodao out, instructing her to stand guard outside. She then opened the entrance to the underground passage and entered the underground Qin estate. Of course, she treaded on the 5 elements fan, skimming close to the ground, with the fan's built-in concealment array and defensive isolation array both activated. Minyu thought she had prepared well and that nothing would go wrong. But as she passed through the entrance, a sharp ringing of bells sounded. End of this chapter. Chapter 1719, Ancestor Resurrected or Qingwen Escaped. Although Minyu had entered the underground Qin manor stealthily while riding the 5 elements fan, the bloodline identification device at the entrance still exposed her. Minyu cursed inwardly. This entrance is indeed problematic. She decisively rode the 5 elements fan and rushed swiftly toward the underground ancestral hall. Of course, she activated the fan's concealment function. 7th great-grandfather and the others were startled by the alarm. An outsider had entered the underground village. "Hurry, find out who dares to enter my Qin manor. You must capture them." "Yes." Soon, the people behind 7th great-grandfather rushed out of the ancestral hall. What they didn't know was that after those people rushed out, Minyu rode the 5 elements fan and charged in. Due to the shifting energy fields caused by their movements, neither 7th great-grandfather nor the demon noticed anyone entering the hall. The demon bowed. "Thank you, 7th great-grandfather." When the two went to look at the statue, Minyu had already silently circled around 7th great-grandfather and the demon on her fan, flying close to the ground, slowly making her way toward the hall's entrance. 7th great-grandfather was overjoyed. "Really?" 7th great-grandfather and the demon stepped forward, each extending both arms to lift the ancestor's statue, raising it upward, then setting it aside. Their excited eyes turned to the base. While 7th great-grandfather and the demon were speaking, Minyu, riding the 5 elements fan, had slowly reached the statue and flown onto its pedestal. The ancestor's resurrection meant that the vast cultivation resources he had promised were now available. The statue moved, meaning the ancestor had awakened and resurrected. Of course, they were also overconfident. After all, one was at the 10th level of qi refining, the other at the 9th. Who would be so foolish as to act recklessly before them? Minyu quietly moved behind the statue, summoned Qingshan to gently lift it, and Qingwen immediately slipped out. 7th great-grandfather, noticing his expression, seemed off. "What's wrong? Quick, let's open the ancestor's statue and take a look." 7th great-grandfather looked at the demon. "Weren't you with Luo Xinxing? You don't seem surprised at all that I killed him." The restriction he had placed in Qingwen's sea of consciousness had been broken, and his divine sense was injured. Now, his only way out was to stand with 7th great-grandfather. Indeed, Luo Xinxing was merely a mortal. In the eyes of cultivators, mortals were like ants. If you wanted to crush them, you crushed them. What was there to regret? Qingshan returned to the space, while Qingwen stepped onto Minyu's 5 elements fan. 7th great-grandfather, sitting with his back to the statue, was still speaking cheerfully to the demon. "Good, you're excellent. Truly worthy of being a descendant of the Qin family. From now on, follow me. If we obtain cultivation resources this time, I'll give you 20%. The demon. "I thought I felt the statue move just now." In the end, only 7th great-grandfather, The demon and Mingyu, who had just rushed in, remained in the ancestral hall. Seventh great-grandfather and the demon were still chatting, and no one noticed her. Seventh great-grandfather shouted, "Not good, Qingwen is gone." But the Qingwen who had been sitting cross-legged on the base was nowhere to be seen. The demon smiled faintly. "He's just a mortal." The demon found it impossible. "That Qingwen is gone? How could he leave? We're both here, and his soul was under my restriction." No, he had already broken the restriction. "It's the ancestor. The ancestor has resurrected. The ancestor truly resurrected." The demon was very excited. But seventh great-grandfather felt something was off. If it were the ancestor, wouldn't he openly demand food and drink? Why would he avoid them? Unless he wasn't the ancestor, but Qingwen. Qingwen had escaped. Today is the first day of December. Today's 6 chapters are finished. Shunbua asks for votes. Good night, dear readers. Chapter end. Chapter 1720, Injured in Spirit. Seventh grandfather and the demon were certain that the alarm at the tunnel entrance earlier meant someone had entered to lure people away, and then someone else had come to rescue Qingwen. Someone had actually come to assist him, rescuing him right in front of him and seventh grandfather, and they hadn't even noticed? The two looked at each other. But they immediately realized the severity of the problem and said in unison, "Go find them. Seal the entrance first." However, no sooner had they finished shouting than they both felt a sharp pain in their heads and collapsed. Mingyu had unleashed a divine sense spike, injuring them, and then she appeared, spitting fiercely. "How dare you bully my disciple? Go and die." This was Mingyu showing mercy. Otherwise, a direct divine sense cone would have scattered their souls. She hadn't used a divine sense spike earlier only because she feared that, in some unforeseen circumstance, it might harm Qingwen, who was on the throne. And this seal from her master, which couldn't open the ancestor statue, made it impossible for those people to confirm whether she had escaped. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly looked back at the statue. Although they would likely think the ancestor had revived to kill the two, it was still disadvantageous for her. Mingyu smiled. "Those 2 storage pouches, take them if you want." Most cultivators cultivated both life and spirit, but a large number only focused on cultivating the spirit, neglecting life. For example, many people talk about cultivating for the next life. That's actually cultivating the spirit. If the spirit is well cultivated, one can be reborn into a good life in the next incarnation. So, doing good deeds isn't for others, but for yourself. Master is mighty. Qingwen clapped from the side. With Qingwen rescued, she showed no further mercy to the two. Neither of them had surpassed the foundation establishment stage, and she had injured their souls. Even if they woke up, they would become idiots. It would take at least several reincarnations for their souls to recover. Xiaohua obeyed the order, circled the statue once, and sealed it shut. How does one cultivate the spirit? It's about making others grateful to you and gaining positive energy from them, just like the various good deeds Mingyu now had people doing, all to gain positive energy. This positive energy accumulates and forms the light of merit. She had no intention of capturing the others. The main culprits were dealt with, and there was no need to bother with the rest. She simply restored the statue to its original position and called out Xiaohua, "Seal the statue and its base together." Qingwen immediately went over and pulled off both storage pouches. Mingyu was about to have Xiaohua burn the 2 bodies, but after a moment's thought, she gave up. Mingyu was very satisfied. With the statue sealed, even cultivators couldn't extend their divine sense through the cracks to see if anyone was inside. However, this was just a bluff. Once they woke seventh grandfather and found him turned into an idiot, they would surely guess the truth. Cultivators all know that if they had to choose between life and spirit, they would rather lose life than the spirit. Afterward, they went to the ancestor's house, the underground dwelling where the Qin family's nascent soul ancestor had once lived. In this regard, they were worse off than Luo Xinxing. Luo Xinxing had only lost his life at seventh grandfather's hands, while they kept their lives, but had their spirits injured. Qingwen's heart stirred. Master was eliminating future troubles for him. In truth, Mingyu had only intended to take their lives, but since she couldn't use spiritual energy at the moment, she had to resort to divine sense attacks. Mingyu discovered that the house was built directly on the head of a spiritual vein. Entering the house, Mingyu put away the 5 elements fan and said to Qingwen, "Go find it. Find the treasure your ancestor sacrificed his life to obtain." Then she spoke to a bead. "Guan Yuran, listen. If the treasure is found, I will send you to reincarnate immediately. If not, well, you know what happened to seventh grandfather." This soul bead was the one where the pregnant woman had once lived. After Mingyu sent her to reincarnate, she hadn't strung it back onto her soul bead bracelet. This time, she used it to contain Guan Yuran. Good morning. This chapter ends. Chapter 1721, Qingwen's Choice. Guan Yuran, intimidated by Mingyu, trembled inside the pearl and quickly said, No, I wouldn't dare lie." He was truly subdued this time. After all, who made him attempt to seize the body of this woman's disciple? And who made this woman, despite only having a late-stage golden core cultivation, possess a divine soul stronger than that of a nascent soul? More importantly, she also knew the art of divine sense attack. Earlier, when he saw the soul weapon she held, it wasn't a real soul weapon, but a manifestation of her own divine sense. The art of divine sense attack was something only the great shamans of ancient times could master. Who exactly was this woman? But no matter who she was, he had completely fallen this time. All his soul energy had been stripped away, leaving only a wisp of his soul. For such a soul to reincarnate, the chance of forming a spiritual root was almost non-existent. Still, at least this woman hadn't directly annihilated him. He had to remember that he intended to devour her disciple. Even if he were destroyed, it would be his own doing, leaving no karmic consequences. Qingwen had already found the chamber pot under the bed. He tipped it over, and a pearl rolled out. Qingwen washed the pearl clean in water, and then presented it to Mengyu. "Master, here it is." Mengyu felt satisfied inwardly. This disciple, upon obtaining something, could still restrain his possessiveness and offer it to her first. Mengyu thought for a moment and said to Qingwen, "Qingwen, there are many medicinal herbs inside this. I happen to have use for them. I want to." Seeing that Qingwen was not greedy, Mengyu felt relieved instead. Qingwen quickly said, "Master, if it weren't for you today, I would have lost both my life and my soul. How could I have obtained this treasure? So this treasure was won by you from Guan Yuran, and it naturally belongs to you." But wait, that wasn't right. There was actually divine sense attached to it? The ancestor had long since perished, so there shouldn't be any divine sense imprinted on it. This planting space contained even more medicinal herbs than Mengyu's own space, and the variety was more comprehensive. However, these herbs were mostly for use after the golden core stage. For her, they weren't of great use. Looking again, she realized it was Guan Yuran's divine sense. This fellow clearly regarded this item as his own possession. Just as she was about to erase the attached divine sense, Guan Yu and withdrew it. Surrounding her were various spiritual herbs that had been growing for who knows how long. Most of the herbs inside were at least 100 years old, some even over 1,000 years old. There were also herbs grown from seeds that had fallen on their own, spanning various ages. Besides, even if you gave it to me, Master, I wouldn't be able to keep it safe. It's better for you to hold on to it. Qingwen added, "Master, this treasure was originally taken by the ancestor from someone else, and then Guan Yuran claimed it as his own. Treasures of this world are said to belong to the virtuous, but in truth, they belong to the strong." She probed with her divine sense and found that inside was indeed a 100-acre planting space. At its center was a spiritual spring, occupying about an acre of land. He wasn't entirely wrong. Treasures of this world indeed belong to the virtuous. Qingwen's ancestor lacked the ability to keep the treasure yet took it, leading to his complete destruction. Qingwen's ability was no match for his ancestors. If he took it, it would bring misfortune, not fortune. Mengyu then said, "All right, let's leave it with me for now. When you grow up and can protect yourself, I'll give it to you. The greatest use of this planting space is for growing spiritual herbs, and growing herbs is for alchemy. While this space is in my hands, I'll provide all the pills you need." Qingwen naturally knew that whenever his master had something good, if it was useful to her disciples, she never held back. He nodded vigorously, "I know. Master is good to me. All the pills I use are given by you." End of chapter. Chapter 1722. There really is a secret room. Mingyu took out a foundation establishment pill. "This is a foundation establishment pill. Do you want to find a place to establish your foundation before leaving?" Qingwen found it strange. "Master, I'm only at the 8th level of qi refining. I'm still far from foundation establishment." Mingyu smiled. "Your divine sense has already reached the peak of foundation establishment. Plus, you've been reborn and have the experiences of 2 lifetimes. Directly establishing your foundation won't cause instability in your mind. If you want to establish your foundation, you can do so by taking the spiritual liquid in the spirit gathering array. Of course, establishing your foundation too early also has drawbacks. For example, your body's growth rate will slow down after foundation establishment. You're only 8 years old now, and because you suffered in childhood, your lifespan is only 100 years. But after foundation establishment, it will increase to 200. Under normal circumstances, most people reach adulthood at 16, but if you establish your foundation, your body won't reach adulthood until you're 32. So, after you establish your foundation, your growth rate will be half as slow as others. Are you willing to accept that?" Qingwen frowned, unable to decide for a moment. After all, his past suffering from hunger and abuse had stunted his height. Although he had caught up over the past 2 years, he was only of average height now. "Are there any benefits to establishing my foundation early, Master?" Mengyu smiled. "Of course there are benefits to early foundation establishment. Afterward, you can learn spells, fly with artifacts, and even form a core. Once you form a core, you'll have a lifespan of over 500 years. You can also form an infant as soon as possible, and after that, you'll have a lifespan of over 3,000 years. Many cultivators fail to establish their foundation before their lifespan runs out and never enter the path of immortality. Generally, in the early stages of cultivation, people want to advance as quickly as possible, then slowly settle down in the middle stage to accumulate experience and stabilize their minds to deal with the heart demons during tribulation. So, the choice is entirely up to you. Qingwen thought for a moment and said, I want to learn talisman crafting. Mingyu was very pleased. All right. Since you're also practicing ancient martial arts, given your current height growth rate, by the time you're 14, you should reach 1.8 meters. By then, if you establish your foundation, your bones will already be formed, and you won't have the problem of looking 10 years old at 20. Master supports your choice. Another point was that he was very confident foundation establishment and core formation shouldn't be difficult for him, so there was no need to rush. Qingwen hesitated for a moment, then said, Master, I want to wait until at least 14 to establish my foundation. I want to cultivate on my own and establish my foundation when the time is right. Since he wasn't in a hurry to establish his foundation, Master would teach him the 5 elements spells once they left. He also needed to consider which of the 100 arts of cultivation he wanted to practice. Did he want to refine pills, forge artifacts, set up arrays, or craft talismans? He should think it over. Mingyu nodded. Alchemy, talisman crafting, and array formations, Master can teach you. For artifact forging, your Grandmaster can teach you. Alright, once we leave, Master will teach you talisman crafting. They were both cultivating while living in the mortal world. If he established his foundation now, his body would grow too slowly, making him stand out too much among others. He didn't want to become the center of attention. As they talked, they searched the ancestors' courtyard thoroughly. Qingwen thought about how the direct line of the Qin family had been reduced to just him. Luo Xinqing had already refused to acknowledge the family, so he collected anything valuable he found in the ancestors' house. However, the ancestors' truly good items should have been stored in his storage ring, taken by the enemy who killed him. So, the house only contained ordinary worldly possessions. Suddenly, Mingyu sensed something unusual where her divine sense had swept. She scanned again carefully, and sure enough, her divine sense was slightly repelled. Next update time, 8 p.m. Chapter end. Chapter 1723, The Abilities of Xiaofeng and Xiaohuang. This wall actually had the ability to block divine sense. What did that mean? It meant there was a secret behind this wall. Oh? Is there really a hidden chamber in this room? Mingyu wondered. She swept her divine sense and immediately discovered a mechanism button on the bookshelf. Pressing the raised button, the thin wall that could block divine sense slid open to both sides. However, after the wall moved aside, there was still another wall behind it. Behind this wall that blocked divine sense and was controlled by a mechanism, there was an illusion array, and behind that, a defensive array. This hidden chamber was truly well concealed. Cultivators were accustomed to using divine sense, and upon seeing this wall, they would not investigate further. Thus, it was very difficult for cultivators to discover it. If it were an ordinary person, even if they walked here, they wouldn't see it. This study had an illusion array, so even this wall was invisible. They would only see the bookshelf. Even if someone accidentally saw it, there was still a defensive array behind it, which ordinary people couldn't break open. It could be said that both cultivators and mortals were kept out. Xiaofeng then said, I can also ignore formations. As soon as Xiaohuang came out, she flew to a certain spot and pointed with her wing to tell Mingyu, Mama, this is the array eye. Mingyu had never expected that Xiaohuang would have such an ability. She had truly found a treasure. She quickly released Xiaohuang. Seeing Xiaohuang praised by Mama and rewarded, Xiaofeng was somewhat unconvinced. Mama, I can spit fire. Mingyu patted Xiaohuang's head. Xiaohuang is very impressive. Therefore, she had to break the formation today and retrieve the items in the hidden chamber. She took out a piece of fled dragon meat to feed her and then put her back into the space. Mingyu punched the spot Xiaohuang had indicated, and with a loud bang, the entire formation flickered with light for a moment before extinguishing. Since the formation spirit stones were almost depleted, it collapsed when Mingyu struck the array eye. Xiaohuang immediately said, Mama, I can do it too. Qingwen recalled that the 7th great uncle and the others had mentioned a hidden chamber that could only be opened when the ancestor was resurrected. This should be it, right? Moreover, Mingyu had a feeling that there was something in this hidden chamber that she absolutely had to obtain. This was a 3rd-level formation. No wonder the 7th great uncle and the others couldn't open it. However, no one had known about this underground village before. After today, this matter would definitely be exposed. Qingwen, I feel that there is something extraordinary inside, so I plan to break the formation. Alright, step back a bit. As Mingyu was searching for the array eye, Xiao Huang's voice suddenly came through her sea of consciousness. Mama, let me out. I have the ability to see through illusions, and I can see the array eye. Mingyu was overjoyed. Really? Qingwen cooperatively nodded. Master, do whatever you want. If there's anything inside that you find useful, feel free to take it. All right, I'll find a way to break this formation. Mingyu was delighted and took out stalactite marrow, giving 1 drop to each. She didn't forget to praise the two. You are both very capable, but don't let anyone know about your abilities. The 2 white birds were extremely happy to receive the stalactite marrow. After consuming it, they went to their nests to sleep. Seeing the exposed door, Mingyu smiled, clapped her hands, and opened the door. She said to Qingwen, with this noise, it probably won't be long before the Qin family members arrive. Come, while they haven't arrived yet, we need to go in and take a look quickly. If there's anything good, let's collect it first. Qingwen rubbed his hands together. Yes, master. This chapter ends. Chapter 1724, A large amount of spirit stones. The master and apprentice entered the secret chamber and, after a single glance, were both somewhat astonished. The room was empty, covered in a thick layer of dust. In the center sat a single table, on which were piled 2 storage pouches. On top of these pouches rested a hexagonal object of earthy yellow color, adorned with runic reliefs that Mingyu did not recognize. Mingyu picked up the earthy yellow hexagonal object, her heart pounding wildly. This object was placed outside the storage pouches. Was it of great importance, or merely set down casually on top of them? Qingwen saw his master holding the stone-like object and examining it, but she was not in a hurry to look at the storage pouches. He grew anxious. Master, there are 2 storage pouches here. And then, you can take a look first, Mingyu said. There are restrictions on the pouches, Qingwen said helplessly. There were restrictions on the storage pouches, but these restrictions were more about protecting the contents from decaying over time. Mingyu easily broke the restrictions. When she probed into the storage pouches with her divine sense, she was again somewhat surprised. Each pouch was not very large, but they were all filled with spirit stones. Although the vast majority were low-grade spirit stones, the total number of these stones amounted to over 1 million. Qingwen thought for a moment and said, Master, I don't think these spirit stones belong to my ancestors. They were more likely being delivered or held for someone else. Otherwise, he would have carried them on his person instead of leaving them in this secret chamber. That hexagonal object seems more like a token. Mingyu reached out and patted Qingwen's head. Not bad, that's what I think too. Cultivators always carry their belongings with them, especially spirit stones. They wouldn't leave them in a residence. Since embarking on the path of cultivation, Mingyu had never truly lacked spirit stones. First, she obtained many from the Medicine Valley. Later, when Gu Dongxing regained his memories, he gave her a large number of spirit stones. After that, she ambushed Jiang Huayu and took her ring, which contained the collection of a Tribulation Transcendent Senior, including no small amount of spirit stones. Thus, she did not place much value on this 1,000,000 spirit stones. However, she and her apprentice now relied entirely on spirit stones for cultivation, so she was in great need of them. Later, she was nearly possessed by the remnant soul of a celestial immortal. Instead, she devoured that remnant soul and obtained her 2 rings. One of those rings contained spirit stones numbering in the hundreds of millions. In this era lacking spiritual energy, such a quantity of spirit stones was already a colossal fortune. Mingyu looked at Qingwen. Qingwen, you've seen it too, right? These are all spirit stones. Tell me, what do you think is the situation with your ancestor leaving so many spirit stones here, along with this hexagonal object? Thus, the items here seemed more like they were waiting for someone to retrieve them. But judging by the thick layer of dust, no one had entered this place for at least several hundred years. And the fact that the person hadn't come in centuries likely meant that he could no longer come. Mingyu paused here and sighed. Qingwen, the world of cultivation is brutal. With one misstep, you can easily lose your life, without even the chance for reincarnation. But we cannot stay forever in the mortal world, for it lacks spiritual energy. Right now, we rely on spirit stones and pills to gain spiritual power. Yet spirit stones and pills will eventually run out. In the end, we must still enter the immortal sect. So, from now on, we must learn all kinds of combat techniques, not just focus on improving our cultivation as before. Only when we have sufficient combat strength can we survive in the cultivation world. Therefore, after we return, you should temporarily stop attending school and cultivate at home. Oh, you might as well stop living at the Yong'an Small Courtyard and come live with me at the Jade Garden instead. This chapter ends. Chapter 1725, Discovered. Chapter 1725 Discovered. Chapter 1724 Discovered. Qingwen felt very frustrated thinking about how easily he had been captured this time, and it also stirred his sense of crisis. Yes, master. After I go back, I'll move there. From now on, I will seriously cultivate spells and improve my combat strength. Master, please take these spirit stones first, Qingwen said as he picked up 2 storage pouches and handed them to his master with both hands. All along, when he and his fellow disciples cultivated, their master used spirit stones to set up a spirit gathering array for them, consuming a large number of stones each time. They usually had a small amount of spirit stones given by their master, but they were almost useless. When their spiritual energy ran out outside, they used the qi supplementing pills their master provided. Therefore, Qingwen felt that these spirit stones should naturally be kept by his master. Minyu nodded. This child had good character, without greed. Master knows you're a good child, not covetous of these things. But since these spirit stones were obtained from your ancestral home, I won't take them all. I'll give you 1 pouch. What do you plan to do? Do you want to share them with the Qin family? Apart from great-granduncle Qi, the Qin family had 2 other cultivators, but they were only at the Qi refining stage, nothing to fear. Qingwen was somewhat flustered. Master, I've always relied on you for everything food, supplies. Since these spirit stones don't belong to the Qin family's ancestors, and you found them, they naturally belong to you. Moreover, even if these stones truly belong to my ancestors, they were only from my direct lineage. Those people used the pretense of reviving an ancestor to kill my direct line family members. How could they have the right to claim resources from my line? And since anything of mine is meant to be offered to you, Master, these spirit stones, whether they belong to my Qin family or not, must go to you. Yes, Minyu and her disciples all used spirit stones for cultivation. Otherwise, how could they cultivate so quickly in this mortal world, where spiritual energy was nearly non-existent? What was that noise just now? The sound came from the ancestral house, right? Although Minyu had a large number of spirit stones, she had taken on 4 disciples, and even a vast supply would eventually run out. Previously, when living at the Yangon courtyard, as long as someone was cultivating at home, the spirit gathering array was almost always running. Still the same, no change. She put away the storage pouch and said, I'll keep them for now. In this mortal world, we still need spirit stones for cultivation. They'll be used to supply the spirit gathering array in our courtyard. When we reach the cultivation world later, I'll distribute them to you as appropriate. Wasn't the ancestral house sealed? There's nothing in there. Who would come here? Let's go in and see what's going on. After arriving in the cultivation world, Minyu realized how precious spirit stones were and how extravagant it was to let her disciples cultivate using spirit stones for a spirit gathering array. Minyu sighed inwardly. She hadn't chosen this disciple wrong. He actually thought to offer good things to his master. After putting everything away, the master and disciple were about to leave when they heard footsteps outside, mixed with murmurs. Minyu quickly pulled Qingwen out of the secret chamber, restored it to its original state, and even repaired the illusion array. However, as they stepped onto the 5 elements fan, they were still inside the Qin ancestral house when people entered, trapping them there. Those people hurriedly checked the ancestral house. Right, it seems the sound came from here. The 2 had to hide in a corner, trying to stay concealed, not because they feared those collateral Qin family members, but because they had no intention of killing them, so there was no need to meet them. Even after Minyu moved to a new residence, she still set up a spirit gathering array in Qingwen's room for his cultivation. Hey, what are they shouting about outside? It sounds like they're calling for great-granduncle Qi from the ancestral hall. Minyu and Qingwen immediately realized that something had happened to great-granduncle Qi and the demon at the ancestral hall. They had been discovered. 6 updates for today are done. Don't forget to leave your votes. Good night. End of this chapter. Chapter 1726, The Secret of 7th Grandfather. Sure enough, the cries grew louder, and they were shouting things like, oh no, 7th Grandfather is dead. The few people who had entered the ancestral house immediately rushed out upon hearing that 7th Grandfather had died, swarming toward the ancestral hall. Once those people had left, Minyu and her apprentice quickly exited the ancestral house, crossed the underground village, and reached the tunnel entrance. She put Xiaotao back into the space, then waved her hand and decisively collapsed the tunnel entrance. This way, the people in the underground village would need some time to get out. However, before collapsing the tunnel entrance, she waved her hand to set up a barrier to prevent sound from escaping. Only after the tunnel entrance had completely collapsed did she withdraw the barrier. Thus, the people in the above-ground village were not disturbed at all. Minyu and her apprentice reached the outskirts of the village before dawn. Les Wei was pacing anxiously at the village entrance. Only when he heard Minyu's voice saying, "Get on," did a look of joy appear on his face. Is the young lady all right? What could happen to me? The one in trouble was the Qin family. The collateral branch of the Qin family had suffered heavy losses this time. The human demon who had just returned from abroad was dead, the most powerful 7th grandfather was dead, and Luo Xinxing was also dead. The ancestor had not been resurrected, but the direct line descendants had already withered away. Qin Wanchen began to doubt. Could seventh grandfather really resurrect the ancestor? What made him most suspicious was this. Did the person used to resurrect the ancestor really have to be a direct line descendant? He had heard that possession depended on whether the soul was compatible. Using one's own descendants inherently caused some rejection, didn't it? After all, even a tiger does not eat its own cubs. It wasn't until a middle-aged man stepped forward and shouted, "Everyone, shut up," that the Qin family members quieted down. Without seventh grandfather, what do we do? What now? Seventh grandfather is dead, what do we do? Once, when seventh grandfather was drunk, he served him as he lay down to sleep, then left. Yes. Do we still want the ancestor to be resurrected? Yes. What should we do? After Mingyu and her group flew away, chaos erupted in the Qin family's underground village. Seventh grandfather was in charge of resurrecting the ancestor, and he said that after the resurrection, there would be cultivation resources. At first, he believed it and had been cooperating with the ancestor, secretly capturing direct-line children as sacrifices. This middle-aged man was one of the two cultivators. His name was Qin Wanchen. He had a dual spiritual root of gold and water, and though he was over 30 years old, he was only at the third level of qi refining. Why? Because he lacked resources. The ancestor must be resurrected. From now on, should Uncle Wanchen take charge? Seventh grandfather was the backbone of the Qin family's collateral branch. Now that he was dead, along with the human demon who had just returned to the Qin family, everyone was like headless flies. But this was already the 5th time they had made sacrifices to the ancestor, and each time, they used direct-line descendants. Yes, without seventh grandfather to lead, how can we resurrect the ancestor in the future? In the middle of the night, worried that seventh grandfather might wake up thirsty, he brought him some tea. But he heard seventh grandfather gritting his teeth and muttering in his sleep, direct line, you dared to expel me, Qinyu, from the immortal sect. I will uproot you all. Qin Wanchen was shocked. Could it be that the 20 years seventh grandfather had been missing were actually spent in the immortal sect? Could there be people from the Qin family's direct line in the immortal sect? But regardless of whether there were direct line people in the immortal sect, one thing was certain, seventh grandfather, under the guise of resurrecting the old ancestor, was actually persecuting the direct line descendants. From then on, he was no longer enthusiastic about resurrecting the ancestor, and he stopped capturing direct line descendants. Good morning. End of chapter. Chapter 1727. A misunderstanding is born. It was also because Qin Wanchen did not want to make a move that seventh grandfather had someone find Luo Xinqing this time, having him step forward, along with Qin Wanjing, who had just returned from abroad, to capture Qingwen. At this moment, seeing both seventh grandfather and Qin Wanjing fall, he was naturally shocked in his heart and also felt fear. Seeing the crowd still clamoring for him to preside over the resurrection of the ancestor, how could he hold back any longer? So he roared out. Afterward, he carefully examined seventh grandfather, only to find that he was not dead, merely unconscious. However, his breath was too faint for anyone to detect. Looking at Qin Wanjing again, he was also just unconscious. He probed into seventh grandfather's body with his spiritual power, and the spiritual power within seventh grandfather's body had all disappeared. That is to say, even if seventh grandfather woke up, he would already be a useless man. There was no need to fear him anymore. He immediately became emboldened, looking at the crowd and scolding. When you saw the ancestor fall, you said he was dead. You didn't even look carefully. Can a person who has been dead for hundreds of years really be resurrected? Qin Wanchen swept his gaze over everyone and said, the most crucial point is, does the secret room filled with resources and treasures that seventh grandfather spoke of really exist? Has any of you seen this unopenable secret room? Think for yourselves, the direct line was almost wiped out. Is this something one's own ancestor could do? Have you not considered why seventh grandfather acted this way? Everyone was bewildered. Yes, who had seen it? No one has seen it, so this secret room simply does not exist. Qin Wanchen shook his head. We have all been deceived. Think about it, everyone. Isn't there something wrong with this matter of resurrecting the ancestor? Think for yourselves. If you were asked to use your son's life to save you, would you agree? Fooled by seventh grandfather. Qin Wanchen then revealed what he had heard when seventh grandfather talked in his sleep while drunk. He said he wanted to resurrect the ancestor. Who dared to oppose? But who injured seventh grandfather? Yet he had run from a place with spiritual energy to a place without it, willingly risking the danger of falling in cultivation level and eventually becoming immortal, just to return. For what? If not to take revenge on the direct line, why did he come back? Moreover, normal cultivators disliked worldly affairs, but after seventh grandfather returned, he seized all the power of the Qin family into his hands. Fooled by whom? If the ancestor truly wanted to be resurrected, why would he use his own descendants to do so? Now, looking back, this indeed was not something one's own ancestor would do. How could this be their ancestor? This was clearly an enemy, and one with a blood feud at that. Everyone thought back. Yes, they had been strung along by the big promise of resources that seventh grandfather had dangled, thinking only of Fent ancestor and not considering much else. Yes, who would deceive us? Everyone thought back, and the more they thought, the more afraid they became. There was indeed a problem with this matter, and a big one at that. Seventh grandfather had no children or grandchildren and was a cultivator. Since he had entered the immortal sect back then, he should not have returned. Qin Wanchen thought for a moment and said, as for the underground village of our Qin family, not to mention outsiders, even the people in our above-ground village don't know about it. Seventh grandfather was the most skilled among us. That person could kill him and Qin Wanjing, so naturally, he could kill us too. But he only injured seventh grandfather and Qin Wanjing and let the rest of us go. Therefore, I suspect that this person is a member of the Qin family. Everyone was startled. A member of the Qin family? Weren't they also the Qin family? Qin Wanchen nodded. The Qin family I'm referring to is the direct line of the Qin family within the immortal sect. This chapter ends. Chapter 1728. Mengyu encounters a problem. Mengyu had initially thought that the vat of nectar she obtained from the ring of the powerful being who had first tried to seize Jiang Huayu's body and was later devoured by her was not very useful. At the time, Xiao Tao had said it was a heavenly treasure for body refinement, one rank higher than stone marrow. Mengyu figured that since her family already had stone marrow and dragon blood, both capable of refining the body, the nectar's effect was only slightly stronger. After she became pregnant, Xiao Tao told her to drink 1 drop daily, but she didn't take it seriously. Now she realized that this nectar actually had such a powerful effect. This refinement was actually refining her spiritual roots. How much nectar does my clone need to drink to fully refine all her spiritual roots? Xiao Tao's gaze flickered slightly. Probably about 5 kilograms per type of spiritual root. Mengyu was disheartened upon hearing this. It required that much? Truly a large amount. She only had 30 kilograms of nectar in total, and her clone would need 25 kilograms. She herself had been taking 1 drop daily since her pregnancy, consuming about 1 kilogram over the past few years. However, her clone's aptitude was too poor. She had no choice but to drink it. So, she began consuming it. Her original body took 1 drop a day, but her clone drank half a kilogram daily, as if it were water. After a month of nurturing in the space house, Mengyu finally discovered that her clone's 5 spiritual roots had all become full spiritual roots, ready for cultivation. But seeing that less than 3 kilograms of nectar remained, Mengyu felt a pang of distress. Her children still needed to drink it. Fortunately, her children had been consuming it since pregnancy, and over the years, their spiritual roots had been mostly nurtured. These 3 kilograms should be enough, right? Next, the clone not only absorbed spiritual energy from spirit stones to cultivate in the space house, but also directly drank the liquid spiritual essence obtained from the cave that Yun Jiang had occupied. That spiritual essence had formed because the immortal pursuer had sealed the spiritual vein's energy within the cave using a formation, taking tens of thousands of years to create just that small pool. Mengyu had filled 1,000 gene bottle, leaving over 100 gene, and then used 100 gene bottle and over a dozen kilogram bottles to store the rest. Mengyu's clone drank this spiritual essence, refining it into her own spiritual power, and her cultivation level soared rapidly. In less than a day, the clone reached the first layer of qi refining. However, she became reluctant to drink more of the spiritual essence, saving it for emergencies to replenish spiritual power. Thus, she used spirit stones to set up a gathering formation in the space house for cultivation. 3 days later, she reached the second layer of qi refining. In just 1 month, the spiritual energy in her dantian liquefied, and she successfully established her foundation. But seeing tens of thousands of spirit stones being continuously consumed, Mengyu felt a twinge of pain. The 5-element spiritual root truly consumed a vast amount of resources. Just establishing the foundation for these 5 spiritual roots had cost hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. She wondered how many more would be needed in the future. Still, thinking of the hundreds of millions of spirit stones brought by this clone's body, she felt it was only right to use them on the clone. For the next period, Mengyu's clone stayed in the space house, which had a 30-fold time acceleration, to cultivate. Her original body stopped attending school, staying home except for exams, focusing entirely on teaching her disciple. She had just entered her senior year, but she had already earned most of the credits for the 5-year undergraduate program, missing only 2 courses and the internship results. She wasn't worried about the internship because last year, under the identity of Yuxing, she had invested in building a high-end, prestigious hospital in her hometown, Ji City. She planned to intern there after completing the remaining 2 courses. Mengyu intended to graduate in July next year, as she had a premonition that her child would be born next year. She hoped to give birth after graduation. One night, Mengyu drank a drop of nectar and began to meditate. Soon after consuming the nectar, the nutrients and spiritual energy it transformed into were snatched away by the babies. But she took pleasure in it, even using her spiritual sense to focus on the babies competing for energy, treating it as a game between her and them. As her spiritual sense frolicked with the babies' spiritual bodies, she suddenly sensed something. Looking up, she saw a tall figure standing at her doorstep, gazing at her with burning eyes. Chapter 1729, Obtaining the Clone. Minyu's heart suddenly leaped. He's back. He went on a mission just a few days after getting married, and after 3 months away, he's finally back. At that moment, his heart was also pounding. The beautiful woman bathed in the glow of motherhood was his wife, the mother of his child. The next moment, Minyu stood up, then spread her arms and flew toward Gu Dongxing at the door like a swallow returning to its nest. Gu Dongxing quickly opened his arms and caught Minyu. Neither of them spoke a word. At that moment, no words were needed. Their eyes spoke of longing, their body heat spoke of desire, and their fiercely intertwined lips and tongues spoke of each other's craving for the other. If Minyu hadn't been pregnant, a far more intense scene might have unfolded. They kissed until the blood in their bodies boiled and they nearly suffocated. Only then did Gu Dongxing release Minyu, wrapping his arms around his wife's waist, pressing his forehead against hers and murmuring softly, "Wife, I'm back. I missed you so much." His deep, husky voice could make even ears feel pregnant. Minyu hummed in response, holding on to Gu Dongxing as if letting go would make him disappear. "Husband, I missed you too." They had parted right after their wedding, and for 3 whole months. "Wife, I brought you a gift," Gu Dongxing whispered in her ear. "A gift? What gift?" Minyu finally realized she had been holding him for too long. Gu Dongxing extended his hand and opened his palm, revealing a green, crystalline stone. A wood-attributed spirit stone. "Where did you get this?" Minyu exclaimed in delight. She had plenty of ordinary spirit stones, but attribute-specific ones like this were rare. As a wood spiritual body, she naturally loved wood spirit stones. "Take a closer look, wife," Gu Dongxing said with a smile. Minyu looked carefully. The stone seemed almost like wood. She used her divine sense and gasped sharply. "This is a wood treasure?" A wood treasure was far simpler than a spirit stone. It was a spiritual object of the wood attribute among the 5 elements, hence its name. Wherever a wood treasure existed, plants would grow wildly. "Wife, isn't your space house carrying a medicinal garden?" "With this treasure, the herbs in your space house will grow much faster." Such a treasure, and Gu Dongxing had unhesitatingly taken it out to give to his wife. Tears welled up in Minyu's eyes. "Thank you, husband." "A husband giving a gift to his wife doesn't need thanks," Gu Dongxing said, kissing away Minyu's tears before trailing more kisses down her face. Feeling Gu Dongxing's body heating up again, Minyu quickly stopped him. "Husband, the baby." Gu Dongxing snorted. "Fine, I'll let you off today. Once the baby is born, humph." His words carried a gritted teeth tone. Minyu could imagine that if not for the child in her womb, whose consciousness had already been awakened, he would have turned into a lustful wolf and launched a fierce attack. "By the way, I saw quite a few people living in the front yard earlier. What's going on?" This was supposed to be his and his wife's private domain. Hadn't they moved out of the young and small courtyard and into Jade Garden precisely to escape the noise and enjoy their time alone? Minyu shot him a playful glare. "It's all because you were gone for months. I was home alone, couldn't cultivate, and as for classes, I've already mastered the textbook knowledge. What do you expect me to do? I was so bored, so I called them over. It's livelier with everyone together. But don't worry, husband. They can only stay in the front yard. I won't let any of them into the backyard." As she said this, Minyu kept stealing glances at Gu Dongxing. Chapter 1730, The Fortune of the Clone. Gu Dongxing found it secretly amusing. His little Meng's eyes clearly betrayed her guilt. The Jade Garden was originally a 3-courtyard estate left by Minyu's father. After it was maliciously burned down and rebuilt, it wasn't strictly constructed as a traditional Sihiyuan. Instead, it became 2 relatively independent large courtyards, connected by a side door next to the ear rooms. Since the original 3-courtyard area was converted into 2, the space was naturally ample. The front courtyard alone had 14 rooms, plus a kitchen and bathroom. The back courtyard, though lacking inverted rooms, had a 2nd floor. Just from the design, it was clear the owner had put thought into it. Indeed, when Minyu planned the courtyard, she had calculated it precisely. The front courtyard was for her disciples, while the back courtyard was for her and Gu Dongxing alone. Last time, after Minyu rescued Qingwen, she had him move here, occupying one of the eastern wing rooms. Qingshan also came out of the space and settled into another eastern wing room. Wang Huilan and Huang Zifeng came every week, so they took one of the western wing rooms. Les Wei moved into the inverted room next to the gatehouse. Later, when Les Han learned that Les Wei was living in the Jade Garden, he also requested an inverted room. Even Lead, who was in Hong Kong, was assigned an inverted room. The remaining wing rooms and inverted rooms were also furnished, reserved for temporary visiting registered disciples. Even Dahe and Dabai occupied an ear room. Today was Saturday, so naturally, there were more people in the front courtyard. No wonder Gu Dongxing found it strange. Wife, I only asked one question, and you've said so much. Are you feeling a bit guilty? Still, having them with you puts my mind at ease. Gu Dongxing continued his kissing spree as he spoke. Noticing that Gu Dongxing's kisses were landing in the wrong place, Minyu quickly pulled out the hexagonal object she had obtained from the Qin family's underground village in the Qin ancestral home. Honey, take a look at this. What is it? Gu Dongxing was greatly startled at the sight of the hexagonal object. The sixth treasure key? Where did you get this? Minyu was puzzled. Sixth treasure key? She recounted the events of Qingwen being captured, her rescue mission to the Qin family village, and how she came to acquire the object. She asked Gu Dongxing, is this thing very valuable? Gu Dongxing couldn't help but marvel at his wife's heaven-defying luck. He had risked life and limb for 3 months to retrieve something, yet his wife had obtained it with ease. Gu Dongxing sighed. Wife, do you know what mission I was carrying out this time? Minyu scoffed. Your missions are always classified. Can you even tell me? Gu Dongxing sighed again. Normally, I couldn't. But since you've produced the sixth treasure key, you're qualified to hear it. Oh. Minyu instinctively felt that their mission might be related to the sixth treasure key in her hand. Our mission this time was to capture a thief who stole a national treasure from the National Museum. According to their speculation, the man fled with the treasure to the border and entered a primeval forest. Our unit was ordered to search for the thief and recover the national treasure. That thief had the ability to appear and disappear mysteriously, reportedly a cultivator. So, the higher-ups sent me, along with 5 comrades selected from various units, to form a temporary search team, with me as the captain. These 5 team members were cultivators of 5 different spiritual roots. Minyu's mouth fell open. There were other cultivators in the military? Shouldn't those special talents all be in the dragon group?